a mysterious black card, with different spending limits issued each week, forces Shilei to consume all the limits within a week, or he will face the card's punishment. Spending money is really a physical job. Shilei said, let's set a small goal first, say, spend 100 million. Shilei said with ambition, the thing I regret most in my life is having money that I can't spend. I can't help but spend it. Shilei finally said. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Bank Card. In this vast world, among countless beings, everyone feels that they are unique. From a macro perspective, the 7 billion people on this blue planet we live on are really not that different. Whether rich or poor, powerful or powerless, good-looking or not, in the end, they can only be reduced to a pile of atoms in the face of time. However, from a micro perspective, this viewpoint is incredibly accurate, to the point of being shocking. Even identical twins, born in the same family and undergoing nearly the same upbringing, will lead completely different lives due to the extremely subtle differences in their DNA. Every individual is an extremely special existence. Just as the philosopher Heraclitus said over 2,500 years ago, you cannot step into the same river twice, which not only refers to the river flowing forward, but also indicates that humanity cannot stop time, and thus cannot step into the exact same river again. In this statement, the subject is also undergoing change. Science shows that a person metabolizes about 500,000 cells every second, so even ignoring the movements between molecules, the person in the next second is no longer the same as the person in the previous second. Buddhism says, one sand, one world. This phrase actually refers to the fact that from each person's, even each grain of sand subjective perspective, the world is absolutely different. Thus, the statement that every person is unique is indeed a profound truth of human existence. Shilei had never thought this way. He had never even considered such questions. As an ordinary senior university student, he was so average that no one would notice him walking down the street. In terms of appearance, he was decent with some grooming. He could be considered handsome. However, both his academic performance and family background were absolutely mediocre, to the point that no one would be able to pick him out from a crowd. His parents were just ordinary employees, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month in Jiangdong province, one of the most developed provinces in the country. While they weren't exactly struggling, Shilei's annual tuition and living expenses consumed more than a third of their income, so it was definitely not a comfortable situation. Shilei had always been content with being ordinary. He had never been someone with grand ambitions. He had managed to get into a reputable university purely out of luck, scoring 40 to 50 points higher than his previous mock exams, which barely allowed him to enroll. His parents were overjoyed, but Shilei knew that once he entered university, he would be an absolute underachiever, with no connections to student councils, campus beauties, or post-graduation success. What he hoped for was merely to find a decent job that paid above the minimum threshold before graduation, never having excessive expectations for life. But here he was, a guy so ordinary that the biggest prize he had ever won in life was a try-again bottle cap from a beverage, now sitting on his dorm bed, staring blankly at a black bank card in his hand. The card looked quite ordinary, with no special features in size or material, the front displaying raised card numbers, and the back having a magnetic strip. If anything was special, it was the issuing bank in the bottom right corner, which Shilei had never heard of before. The IT looked like a foreign bank. Having studied for over 3 years in university and passed the college English test band 4, Shilei could accurately translate the short English phrase as slave development bank. However, even if foreigners had some peculiar ways of thinking, it was hard to imagine someone naming their bank with the word slave on the signature strip on the back of the card. There were 6 handwritten Arabic numbers, which looked very much like a withdrawal password. But who would be foolish enough to write their withdrawal password on the back of the card? Aren't they afraid of losing it or getting it stolen? What seemed like an ordinary bank card revealed its uniqueness due to the issuing bank and the password on the back. What was even more extraordinary was that Shilei clearly remembered he had never picked up this card from the ground. So why was it now in his hand? There might be a lot of money on it, right? If the password really was the 6-digit number on the back, maybe he can make a small fortune? After all, the owner of this card should be the guy driving a Porsche. Just as the brand Porsche flashed in his mind, a wave of intense fear completely enveloped Shilei's body. He sat on his bed, trembling, shaking like a leaf in the early autumn chill, as a near-absolute zero cold spread from his heart to the rest of his body. That Porsche sports car, and everything that happened afterward, was so extraordinary. If everything was true, Shilei might finally become someone different. But who wants to be different? That was what happened last night. Senior year is a peculiar academic year. Although there were still classes in the last semester, the teachers tacitly stopped taking attendance, knowing that students entering Graduation season, we're busy contacting internship units, hoping to secure a job before graduation. Yesterday, Shirley attended an interview at a state-owned enterprise. To be precise, he took a written test in the morning and received an interview notification in the afternoon. There were 100 candidates for the exam, but only 4 were ultimately accepted. However, making it onto the interview list meant Shirley's score was among the top 20, and he jumped with excitement when he received the interview notification. Time seemed to be playing a trick on Shirley when he realized the streets were completely deserted. He understood it was late at night. Looking at the time on his phone, it was just 5 or 6 minutes before midnight. The mechanical roar echoed in his ears as Shirley stared blankly ahead, completely unaware that danger was approaching. When Shirley finally saw what was behind the lamppost, the source of the loud roar turned out to be a speeding sports car, and he was even more stunned. That speed exceeded 200 kilometers per hour, and it was heading straight for Shirley, with only about 10 meters left and no sign of slowing down. Was the driver insane? Chapter 2. New Slave. Shirley's mind flashed with images of rich second-generation kids, street racing, and drinking too much. The instinct for survival saved his life at the last moment. As he watched the sports car almost collide with him, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his feet. His body leaping to the side, he rolled on the ground, twisting his ankle and feeling his elbow hit the ground painfully, as if it might be broken. Finally, Shirley saw the sports car zoom past the spot where he had just stood, crashing into the safety island by the road and coming to a stop. Looking at his elbow, it was bleeding profusely, with a large patch of skin scraped off, but Shirley had no intention of confronting the people in the car. Of course, this was a Porsche, and he recognized the shield-shaped logo. Anyone who could drive such a car was either rich or influential. Certainly not someone Shirley could afford to provoke. If they were in a good mood, perhaps they might even cover his medical expenses. More importantly, the front of the Porsche was severely deformed, with shattered glass scattered everywhere. It was questionable whether the people inside could even survive. Even if they were alive, they would undoubtedly be severely injured, and Shirley would never curse at an injured person. Though frightened, Shirley mustered his courage and limped toward the sports car. He saw the car door kicked open from the inside, and a blood-soaked man crawled out, falling to the ground and reaching out a bloody hand towards him. "Help me! Help me!" the man croaked, his face covered in blood, clearly gravely injured. Shirley wasn't the type to ignore someone who had almost killed him, so he figured the man must have been drunk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crashed the car so badly. Besides, Shirley was convinced that no one in this world could hate him enough to want him dead. But how could he help? Shirley pulled out his phone, his first instinct being to call the police. But the man on the ground anxiously shouted, "Don't call the police. Help me. I'll give you 100,000. Don't call the police." Shirley was puzzled. Don't call the police? Was this guy's car stolen? If so, where would he get 100,000? The man finally crawled in front of Shirley, trying to stand but unable to muster the strength. He clutched the hem of Shirley's shirt and said, "Sell me your shirt, 100,000. I'll give you 100,000 right now." Shirley felt even more bewildered. Shouldn't they be looking for a car to take him to the hospital? No matter how much the reward was, what did it have to do with his shirt? And for goodness sake, Shirley's clothes never cost more than 500 yuan. This shirt was worth just over 100. How much had this guy drunk to not be worried about going to the hospital and instead offer him 100,000 for a piece of clothing? The man released Shirley's shirt and struggled to pull a phone from his pocket, opening an app and shouting, "Quick, open your WeChat. Let me scan it. I'll transfer the money right away. Sell me your shirt for 100,000. Shirley was completely dazed and at a loss. With a tap, the phone screen showed that a transfer of 100,000 yuan had been made. Shirley was even more confused. Opening his WeChat wallet revealed the 100,000 clearly displayed on his phone, glaringly obvious. "Quick, your shirt." The man was so anxious that he even started to pull off Shirley's clothes. Shirley let him take off his jacket, still struggling to believe everything that was happening. Sports car, speeding, 200 kilometers per hour, car crash, rich second-generation kids, 100,000, a piece of worthless clothing. How could all these terms possibly connect? "Are you out of your mind?" Shirley cautiously asked the man, though his hand honestly slipped the phone into his pocket. Regardless of anything else, the 100,000 had already been secured. The man completely ignored him, collapsing to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the dark night sky, as if waiting for something. Shirley felt everything was too bizarre. He started to back away, a voice in his head urging him to run. He had a 700 yuan Meizu phone in his pocket, now containing 100,000 yuan. That was 100,000. But just as he turned to leave, he heard an extremely piercing scream behind him. Shirley's pupils dilated, and he turned around to see a surreal scene. The man was rolling on the ground in agony, his legs completely gone, as if they had been chopped off. A line of blood was steadily rising along the man's legs, quickly reaching his thighs. His legs were disappearing, turning into a mist of blood floating in the air. Shirley could even smell the metallic scent of blood. Then the thighs were gone. Next was the stomach. The man no longer rolled. He couldn't make any more sounds. Anyone who had their body severed below the chest could not emit any noise. The line of blood did not stop rising even with the man's death, until Shirley stared in shock as the man completely dissolved into a mist of blood in the air, vanishing entirely. Shirley's heart raced with an indescribable horror. He felt an irrational fear as a living person disappeared right before his eyes. For a long time, Shirley thought death was the most terrifying thing for humanity. But now he realized that death wasn't so frightening. What was truly terrifying was watching someone vanish into thin air in such a bizarre manner. On the ground, the bloodstains left by the man crawling had completely vanished, just like the man's body. Even the jacket he had clutched was gone. The only thing left was a black card, glimmering dimly under the weak streetlight in the dark night. It had a metallic sheen, resembling a bank card. But Shirley had no intention of picking it up. After experiencing a scene that could only be seen in movies, anyone would likely have no interest in picking up a pile of diamonds worth millions on the ground. Shirley's only thought was to escape, to run as far away as possible, fearing that if he was slow, he would suffer the same fate as the man. As he ran, Shirley suddenly remembered the man's vehicle, the Porsche. It seemed, perhaps, that during the man's disappearance, the car also vanished. When he woke up, he thought it was just a dream, but the black card in his hand undeniably proved that last night was not a dream. Today was Saturday, and everyone in the dorm had gone out. Shirley examined the strange bank card in his hand, hesitating whether to go to the bank and try his luck. While putting on his clothes, Shirley glanced at the balance in his WeChat wallet. Well, at least there was still 100,000. The shock was worth it. Holding the black bank card, Shirley walked toward the ATM at the school gate, feeling anxious. The man had been so extravagant. He had no idea how many zeros might be in that card. Shirley trembled as he inserted the card into the ATM, entered his password. His mind racing with thoughts of how he had panicked and fled yesterday, not bothering to pick up the card. But why was it now beside his pillow? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Shirley wanted to press the card eject button. He almost realized that there was some kind of trap he couldn't understand. But it was too late. The ATM emitted a voice that was incredibly strange, even androgynous, saying, "Welcome, new slave." Chapter 3. Prank. Shirley's pupils instantly contracted as he looked at the ATM screen. What the hell was this? On the ATM, the options that should have appeared on the left and right sides were missing. Whether for transferring money, checking the balance, or withdrawing cash, there were none, only a vast, slowly flowing emptiness that resembled a starry sky. In the very center of this vortex-like void, a stick was floating. Although not a fan of games, Shirley had seen quite a few Western fantasy movies, and soon he realized that it was no ordinary stick. It was a scepter representing supreme power. But was this ATM infected with a virus? After all, an ATM is a form of computer, essentially just a robot with cash deposit and withdrawal functions. It should be susceptible to viruses too, right? Shirley wanted to turn around and leave. He was genuinely worried that the virus in the ATM had something to do with that damned bank card he had inserted. After all, what kind of bank names itself the slave bank? But wait, slave? What did this virus-infected ATM just say? It seemed to welcome him as a new slave. So, the slave bank. No, the slave development bank. If you rearrange the words, it sounded a bit like the development slave bank. Shirley felt he was starting to grasp something. This bank card, or rather this bank, existed to develop slaves? If that were the case, the name was quite fitting, and what about him? Holy shit, have I become a slave of this bank? Shirley wanted to turn and run again, but his legs felt as if they were welded to the ground. Unable to move, fear filled his heart, and his body began to tremble. At that moment, the strange, androgynous voice from the ATM echoed again. Not bad. You can still maintain a standing posture. It seems that this newly developed slave has a better psychological quality than the previous ones. This newly developed slave. What the hell? It really is the slave development bank. But what about the previous ones? Does this mean many people have already been developed? This is a great socialist country. Not a poor, struggling one in Africa. Even if one has wealth and power, they shouldn't be able to toy with two slaves, right? Moreover, what use is a slave? Can you see me? Are you talking to me? Shirley tried to calm his breathing and spoke as steadily as he could, but his voice trembled, and the clattering of his teeth gave him away. The ATM actually laughed, and the scepter on the screen slowly turned, the ruby at the top sparkling with a dazzling light that blinded Shirley's eyes. The laughter was indistinguishable between male and female. Ha ha ha, although you're pretending to be calm. You dared to converse with me so quickly. Your psychological quality is indeed superior to that of your predecessors. I hope you can maintain such a strong heart in the future. I believe you wouldn't want to end up like that guy from last night, would you? Shirley looked around, thinking he might be experiencing some kind of prank, like a reality show. However, this type of reality show might work in the West. But in this country, it would never get approved for broadcast, right? One must say, Shilei was like everyone else yet somewhat different, which could be described as either innocent or, less kindly, as lacking a screw. After the words prank and reality show inexplicably turned in his mind, he found himself no longer afraid. What did you just say? That I have become your slave? Seeing Shilei calm down so quickly and no longer stutter, the scepter seemed somewhat taken aback. Your psychological quality is indeed strong. This is finally getting interesting. The androgynous voice sounded again. That's right. You have already become my new slave. You adapted to your new identity so quickly. It seems you are not only psychologically strong, but also very smart. Shilei secretly found it amusing, thinking that the one behind this prank was quite skilled. So, he pretended to be flustered and said, But I don't want to be anyone's slave. Slaves have no decision-making power. Once you picked up this card, inserted it into this ATM, and entered the password, your fate was sealed. The voice began to sound somewhat displeased, sternly saying, Remember, I do not like my slaves to rebel. Not even a word of complaint is allowed. Shilei continued to play the part of the panicked character, saying, But I didn't pick up this card. It just appeared next to me after I woke up. The voice seemed to hesitate for a moment and then retorted angrily. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you inserted the card into the ATM and entered the password. I didn't force you to do it, did I? Shilei felt a bit annoyed and reluctantly said, Okay, greed kills. You talk too much. From now on, you will be silent and listen to me. Shilei nodded helplessly, remaining silent, but in his heart, he wondered why no one had come in yet. It was the weekend. Wasn't there a student in the school wanting to withdraw money? Oh, this is a prank. Clearly, someone set up a camera here. And someone outside must be stopping others from coming in. This silly daredevil should think about it. If it were a prank, who would go to such lengths just to mess with a loser like him? A reality show was even less likely. He wasn't some goofy celebrity. Seeing that Shilei was finally obedient and stopped talking, the voice seemed satisfied again. Rule number 1 for slaves. Slaves will receive an income granted by their master every week. The initial amount is 10,000 yuan. What the hell? The so-called first rule seriously provoked Shilei's worldview. An income of 10,000 yuan a week, and it's the initial amount? Does that mean it will be higher in the future? If all of this is true, that seems pretty good. But why 10,000 yuan? That guy from last night spent 100,000 yuan on a piece of clothing for him, which means that guy had upgraded to 100,000 yuan a week. But 100,000 yuan is just that. How long did that guy save to afford that Porsche? Quite a big deal. Shilei felt a chill in his heart. He almost realized that the 100,000 yuan he just got wouldn't be safe. Or perhaps, this was the reward for the prank. Silently taking out his Meizu phone, he opened WeChat to check his balance. Alright, the 100,000 yuan had indeed vanished without a trace. Shilei silently cursed. Although he didn't know how the puppet master behind this voice managed to make his money disappear, he had already decided to change his WeChat payment password later. Seeing that Shilei didn't react, the voice continued. Rule number 2 for slaves. Slaves must spend all the income granted by their master every week. Shilei felt that if all of this were true, then he was certainly a slave. Who has ever seen a slave earning 40,000 yuan a month? But wait, since this second rule states that all income must be spent each week, that guy from last night couldn't have saved any money to buy that sports car, meaning that man's allowance far exceeded 100,000 yuan? The reason he was in such a hurry to use 100,000 yuan to buy clothing for himself was simply because he had 100,000 left over from last week. What the heck? How much was his weekly allowance? Millions? Shilei was increasingly inclined to think this was just a prank. Rule number 3. With your current slave rank, you only need to know the first 2 rules. The voice continued, becoming extremely stern, but the most important was Rule 0. Shilei was already speechless. Rule 0? It seemed that the designer of this prank had some sort of defect in their brain. Rule 0 of the Slave Code. Anyone who violates the Slave Code will face punishment. Chapter 4. The feeling of having money. Punishment. That voice seemed to ignore the extreme panic that appeared on Shilei's face and added sternly, Shilei, you should be aware of the consequences. Shilei grimaced again, too lazy to even speak. An awkward silence followed. Perhaps that voice was waiting for Shilei to ask about the punishment. Why don't you ask me what the punishment is? The androgynous voice finally broke the silence after a while. Shilei pointed to his mouth and made a zipping gesture, implying that it was you who told me to shut up earlier. The voice seemed a bit helpless and said, normal questions can still be asked. I asked you to be quiet just to prevent you from challenging my authority. Alright, then may I ask, oh my esteemed master, what is the content of the punishment? Shilei began to find this prank a bit boring. However, the voice seemed pleased that Shilei had adapted to his new role so quickly, saying, good. This is the attitude a slave should have. The fate of that man from last night is your punishment. Wow, that's serious? The voice seemed to consider for a moment before continuing. From now on, every Sunday at midnight, you will receive a certain amount of money. Before the next Sunday at midnight, You must spend all of that week's amount. If you don't spend it all, I will reduce a part of your limbs according to the proportion of the remaining amount. The most severe consequence is the fate of that guy from last night. Shilei nodded and asked, so if I have 5,000 left, I'm basically dead? Because half a person can't survive. Remember, spend it all. You definitely don't want to face the punishment of Rule 0. Shilei hesitated for a moment, but still took out his bank card and stuffed it into his pocket. Thinking to himself, what a lunatic, what kind of ridiculous person would do this? Don't think I'll believe you just because you got my WeChat payment password. As Shilei walked out, he glanced at the girl again, thinking, sure enough, now that this is over, the people outside won't stop other students from coming in to get money anymore. Back in the dorm, his roommates were still absent. Shilei remembered the WeChat payment password and hurriedly took out his phone to change the password, even changing his WeChat login password for good measure. Feeling much more at ease. However, when he checked his transaction history, he found it strange that there was no record of the 100,000 yuan transfer he received last night, nor the amount that was transferred out today. Moreover, the man he added on WeChat last night had also disappeared. However, since the other party had the ability to obtain his WeChat payment password, it was easy for them to pull such tricks. The day passed in a daze as usual, but in the middle of the night, Shilei felt an inexplicable excitement. He wanted to know if, after midnight, his bank card would indeed show an extra 10,000 yuan, even if this prank ended in a week. Suddenly having 10,000 yuan seemed pretty nice. However, even if it was real, he wouldn't believe in the so-called slave and master relationship. After all, transferring money into WeChat still required his acceptance, while transferring money into a person's bank card only required knowing their card number and name. Being alone in the dorm was indeed a bit tough. Shilei, coming from an ordinary family, hadn't asked his parents to buy him a computer since his major didn't really require it. Occasionally needing one just meant borrowing from classmates. So it was quite difficult to stay awake until midnight. He struggled until 11:30, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer, waking up to bright daylight. The first thing Shilei did upon opening his eyes was check his phone. There was an unread message, and upon opening it, he found it was indeed from the bank, showing that his bank card balance had increased by 10,000 yuan. There wasn't much surprise, as he had already been overwhelmed by the 100,000 yuan the day before, now feeling a sense of loss. 100,000 had turned into 10,000. Shilei even thought that since they were pulling such a prank, he would really spend all that money, just to see the expressions on those people's faces. It would definitely be quite a spectacle. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, Shilei considered how to use this 10,000 yuan. I won't really spend it all. First, I'll get myself a nice outfit, and then have a big meal, at least let them pay a price for their actions. After making up his mind, Shilei rushed out of the school gate. For breakfast, he casually bought a couple of buns and decided to start with clothes. He rushed into a mall he usually felt too shy to enter, heading straight for the Nike counter that he had long coveted but could never afford. He quickly spotted a set of sportswear, and since the store had just opened, the salesperson looked a bit lethargic but managed to find Shilei a suitable size and told him where the fitting room was, then leaned against the shelf yawning. Shilei changed into the new sportswear in the fitting room, and when he came out to look in the mirror, he was surprised to find that he actually looked quite handsome. It was just that the cheap clothes he usually wore made him look dull and unremarkable. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and with a set of brightly colored brand name attire, his whole demeanor instantly changed. With clothes sorted, it was time for shoes. Nike basketball shoes, especially the Air Jordan series, were something Shilei never dared to think about. He had only seen classmates wear them, costing at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a pair, while he could only watch as they ran wildly on the basketball court, feeling a pang of heartache. You want to prank me? If I don't use some of your money, do you really think you can scare me? The latest model of the Air Jordan series, the 29th generation, was displayed on the shelf. Shilei gave his shoe size, and the salesperson immediately brought him a pair. However, when placing the shoes in front of him, the salesperson deliberately glanced at Shilei's feet, which were wearing a pair of counterfeit Jordans. Shilei had encountered such looks many times and was no longer bothered by them. He directly kicked off the cheap pair he had bought for 70 yuan during a sale and stuffed his feet into the real Air Jordans. Ah, so comfortable. The feeling of over 1,000 yuan beneath his feet was different. Shilei felt as if he could dunk from the free throw line, just like the legendary Michael Jordan. Under the salesperson's doubtful gaze, Shilei pulled out his bank card and, after completing the payment, the salesperson finally wore a normal smile, even becoming somewhat flattering. However, this was just Shilei's illusion. The salesperson might not have money himself, but seeing customers buy things in the store. How could he develop a flattering mentality just because Shilei bought a sports outfit and a pair of Air Jordans? After stuffing the cheap clothes and counterfeit Jordans into a paper bag, Shilei unhesitatingly tossed it into the trash can as he walked out of the mall. What a rush. The feeling of having money is different. Shilei was already starting to faintly hope that this prank was actually true. 10,000 yuan every week sounded great. Wearing his Air Jordans and the complete Nike outfit, Shilei took out his phone to check the time. This broken phone. If it weren't so old, those pranksters wouldn't have easily transferred that 100,000 yuan from my WeChat. And I wouldn't have to play along with them. Let us go. Time to get a new phone. Chapter 5. A little delinquent with integrity. Not far from the school, there was a communications market, and after a leisurely 10-minute walk, Shilei finally arrived, pondering which phone to buy along the way. The big brands like Xiaomi and Meizu are out of the question. There aren't too many students using these two brands. As for Xiaomi, it's just too cheap. Xiaomi's phones focus on cost-effectiveness, and Shilei's current goal is to quickly spend that 10,000 yuan. If he is going to buy, he should buy a more expensive phone. As for Meizu, come on, hasn't he used the phone he bought on the first day of college enough yet? Huawei is not bad, but it doesn't dazzle. Sony? No thanks to Japanese products. Samsung? No thanks to Koreans either. Let's go for the latest kidney phone. It seems like the new generation has just launched and is quite popular right now. That's it. Walking into the communications market, Shilei headed straight for a store with a good local reputation. As soon as he entered, a young female salesperson greeted him with a smile. Hey handsome, looking to buy a phone? Do you have the Kidney 6 in stock? Shilei tried to put on a look of someone who wasn't short on cash. Especially with his newly bought Nike sportswear and those over 1,000 yuan Air Jordan shoes, he indeed looked the part. The girl's smile became even brighter as she immediately said, we have it in stock. Do you want the Chinese version or the Hong Kong version? The American version is the cheapest, but there's no warranty. I suggest you buy the Hong Kong version. It's cheaper than the Chinese version and still comes with a warranty. I don't know when it started, but you're no longer you, but dear instead. All right, I'll take the Hong Kong version, the 64 gigabytes in gold. The salesperson took out a phone, but upon seeing Shilei pull out his old phone, which turned out to be a Meizu, she couldn't help but worry. Seeing Shilei about to unbox it directly, the girl quickly said, Dear, are you sure you want to unbox it? Otherwise, we won't be able to sell it. Shilei pulled out his card and tossed it over. No problem with card payment, right? There's a one fee for card payments. Without hesitation, Shilei replied, Charge it. Then he unwrapped the plastic on the kidney phone but couldn't take out the SIM card from the Meizu, so he said, can you help me transfer the SIM card to the new phone? Also, please download the same apps I have on this old phone. After the girl swiped the card and had Shilei confirm the amount and enter his password, she began helping him download various apps. 20 minutes later, Shilei was already playing with the kidney phone. It truly felt like a 6,000 yuan high-end product. The smoothness was just like silk. Far better than his old phone that could lag for 30 seconds after 3 years of use. The gold color also shimmered, making Shilei feel like he was about to marry a rich and beautiful girl and reach the peak of life. Is there anything else, dear? The girl's smile seemed even friendlier after making a sale so early in the morning. Just as Shilei was about to say no, he suddenly remembered his old phone, which might have been infected with a Trojan horse. Right, it must have a Trojan. Android is so unreliable. That guy must have planted it when he added him on WeChat last night, which is how he quietly transferred away that 100,000 yuan. Damn, that's 100,000. Just thinking about it makes Shilei feel like his heart is bleeding. How much is it worth? The girl glanced at another salesperson behind the counter. They exchanged glances, and she said, Normally it would be 80 yuan, but since you bought a new phone from us, let us make it an even 100. Shilei was overjoyed. The money to buy the phone was from someone else, but the money from selling his old phone was his own. 100 yuan? That's at least 2 hours of tutoring. With a wave of his hand, Shilei received 100 yuan. And the girl looked at him in confusion as he left the store, seeming even more excited by this 100 yuan than by buying a new phone. What a strange person, casually buying a 6,000 yuan phone but being so thrilled over selling an old phone for 100 yuan. Shilei didn't hear this. As he quickly calculated, over 1,000 for clothes, over 1,000 for shoes, plus this kidney phone. It's already over 9,000, right? Thinking about how he didn't have much cash left, he found an ATM nearby to check his balance. The 10,000 yuan he unexpectedly received today was down to just over 800. He withdrew 700 yuan. Shilei was very clear that he had just over 100 left, but that 100 was from selling his phone, so it was his own money. Withdrawing 700 meant that the 10,000 was completely spent. As for the 800 yuan, Shilei decided to deposit it into his school cafeteria card. Since the other party requested that he spend it all within a week, he would eat at the third-floor cafeteria every day. And each meal would cost at least 50 or 60, which totals over 100 a day, just right for 7 days. And so he made this pleasant decision. Shilei excitedly bounced along, stopping slightly to check out his new outfit in shop windows, swinging the kidney phone in his hand, feeling quite flashy. At a restaurant near the school, he ordered 2 dishes and finished 3 bowls of rice. Then, with his 800 yuan in hand, he planned to stroll around the area to digest, as he had eaten quite a bit and felt full. Just wandering aimlessly, he didn't know how it happened. But he walked into a small alley. It turned out to be a dead end. Shirley only realized this when he reached the wall at the end. But why would there be traffic lights in such a small alley? Shirley looked closely and saw 3 people with their hair dyed red, yellow, and green, leaning against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths, clearly not good company. Before he could think much, the 3 traffic lights approached him with strange smiles. One of them said, "See, I told you, it's perfect to block people in this kind of small alley. That end is a dead end. If you want to get out, we want to let you pass." The other 2 gave him thumbs up in unison, saying, "Big brother, you're awesome." Shirley didn't want to waste words with these delinquents, and judging by their tone, they seemed to have ulterior motives. Lowering his head, he tried to slip past the 3 of them. "Stop. Did I say you could leave?" The red light spat out the cigarette butt, and Shirley hurriedly dodged, fearing that the butt would burn his new Nike sportswear. "Kid, not bad. That's Nike, right? And you're wearing Air Jordans." This time it was the green light who spoke. Shirley thought to himself, "This is bad. Are they planning to rob him? He just bought this outfit. And he has his phone too. It's all fake, knockoffs, not worth anything." Shirley could only compromise. Although he was tall and fairly strong, he knew he probably wouldn't win in a fight, but he could probably run away. However, if a fight broke out, his clothes could get torn. And that would be a heavy loss since they cost over 1,000 yuan. "Fake my ass. You're not being honest, are you? We're not trying to make things difficult for you. We just need money for food." The yellow light pushed Shirley a bit. The green light smirked and said, "Kid, hand over the cash on you. We're not interested in your clothes, whether they're real or fake." Upon hearing this, Shirley immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cash, leaving behind the small change. Of course, that was his own. The remaining 8 crisp 100 yuan bills were handed over without a second thought. Sigh, that's a week's worth of meals at the 3rd floor cafeteria gone, but whatever. That is not important. Chapter 6, Punishment. Damn, rich people are just rich people. I really want to be friends with him. The red light sighed deeply. But Shirley's figure had already disappeared. In fact, Shirley couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This was his budget for the next week's meals. But whatever. It wasn't worth getting into a fight over 800 yuan with 3 punks. If his clothes got torn, that would be a heavy loss. If his newly bought phone got damaged, that would be even worse. Besides, that 800 was still part of that 10,000 limit. It's better to lose some money than to face disaster. Anyway, it's equivalent to having spent that so-called limit. Soon, Shirley pulled himself out of his minor disappointment. The thrill of spending nearly 10,000 yuan in just a few hours was enough to offset the loss of a few hundred yuan. The most important thing is that Shirley feels that the consumption of 10,000 yuan is already over. Regardless of whether it's a prank or anything else. He feels no pressure at all. If he has money next week, he will continue to spend. If not, he has already had his fun. Shirley enjoys the feeling of being watched and arrogantly says, "Bro, I'm actually a rich 2nd generation, just very low-key usually. Now that I'm about to graduate, my family is very satisfied with my performance over the past few years. What a set of Nikes. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to blind you guys with my wealth." Upon hearing this, the 3 others in the dormitory immediately let out a long, drawn-out "oh," not believing a word of Shirley's nonsense. After 3 years of living together, how could anyone not know about Shirley's family situation? A rich 2nd generation? Who has ever seen a rich 2nd generation flaunting themselves in a full set of Nikes? On Saturday, Shirley slept the entire day to recharge his spirit, eager to see if another 10,000 yuan would appear in his account right after midnight. Having had plenty of sleep during the day, Shirley finally made it to 1 minute before midnight while holding a book on the principles of mechanics. When he heard the alarm, he set go off. Shirley was even more energized and suddenly realized he was holding the book upside down. As he watched the seconds on his phone count down, a feeling of unease crept into his heart. Will there still be money? Logically speaking, this prank shouldn't be over yet, after all. He spent the first 10,000 yuan on the first day, and no one has bothered him for the next 6 days. Aside from the clothes on his back and the phone in his hand, his life hasn't changed at all. When the clock struck midnight, Shirley immediately opened his banking app to check his balance. What the hell? Shirley shook his head vigorously to confirm he wasn't misreading the balance. Unsure, he refreshed the page again, and the number was still the same as it had been 3 seconds ago. Why is it 20,000 yuan? Wasn't it supposed to be 10,000? Did I make a mistake? Was it a computer transfer? The numbers 1 and 2 are too close. Did you guys press the wrong key? Such a basic error, and you still have the nerve to play mysterious with me? Haha, 20,000 yuan. Shirley was incredibly excited, and he started thinking about how to allocate this money. Lobster, 5 pounds, with 13 spices and garlic sauce. Let us go eat now. Just as he was about to get up, Shirley twitched his nose. He seemed to smell a familiar yet strange scent. The smell was getting stronger, and Shirley suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the scent from that night when he encountered the guy with the sports car? The scent of his body turning into blood mist? Exactly the same. Remember, spend it all. You wouldn't want to face the punishment of Rule Zero. Shilei's mind echoed that androgynous voice, and after a week, he recalled this phrase again. At the same time, he remembered the specific contents of Rule Zero regarding punishment. For every amount not spent, a corresponding part of the body would be reduced. Even starting from the tips of the toes, losing half would be enough to take his life. Shilei suddenly felt an infinite fear in his heart. He even started to tremble, his nose twitching as he sensed that the smell was wafting down from above. Looking up, he indeed saw a faint mist of blood above his head, swirling and dissipating, just like that night. However, this blood mist seemed much lighter. Not as severe as it was with the guy in the sports car. Feeling that he was truly being controlled by some unnatural force, Shilei realized that perhaps this was not a prank, but real. Damn, it's actually real. But even if this isn't a prank, I've already spent that 10,000 yuan. Why am I still being punished? In the air, the bloody smell seemed to have faded significantly. Shilei looked up again, and the swirling blood mist above had almost disappeared. Just a few seconds later, the blood mist had completely dissipated, leaving only a faint trace of the bloody smell lingering in the dormitory. Even after a few more seconds, that bloody smell was gone. Shilei finally reacted, instantly stripping himself bare to check his feet. Fortunately, the 10 toes, though not very pretty, were all intact. Looking at his calves, thighs, belly, and arms, it seemed he hadn't lost any parts. Picking up a mirror from the table, Shilei looked at his face and patted his chest with relief. Thankfully, my handsome face hasn't been damaged. The pretty boy is still the same pretty boy. He turned his head, holding the mirror behind him. And after checking for a long time, Shilei found no signs of loss on his body. However, what was that bloody smell? And what was that blood mist above his head? Deep in thought, Shilei instinctively reached up to touch his hair. What is going on? A bald head. Shilei was startled, suddenly recalling that when he looked in the mirror earlier, he felt something was off about his handsome face. But his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all fine, and surrounded by inexplicable fear, he didn't think much of it. Now, feeling his smooth, egg-like bald head, Shilei realized why the reflection in the mirror looked somewhat unfamiliar. Where's my hair? Shilei looked at the shiny egg in the mirror and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Disgustingly, it looked like his hair hadn't just been shaved off, but as if it had never grown in the first place. He should have always had an egg-like head. His first reaction was that the Slave Development Bank might not be a prank, but was indeed real. No, not maybe, it must be real, otherwise. Why would my once thick and shiny hair disappear for no reason? Moreover, the way it vanished was exactly the same as how that sports car guy disappeared. His second reaction was a deep worry. This bald head looked like it truly had never had a strand of hair, and he didn't know if it would ever grow back. His third reaction, and the most critical point, was that I've already spent that 10,000 yuan. Even if this isn't a prank, but some sort of supernatural mysterious power, why should I be punished? Filled with indignation and confusion, Shilei burst out of the dormitory. He needed to find that staff and get some answers. As the cold wind hit him, Shilei shivered, suddenly remembering he was completely naked. Luckily, it was deep night and there was no one in the corridor. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable. Chapter 7. The Rude Staff. Bursting into the nearest ATM, there wouldn't be many people around at this hour. Shilei inserted the black card into the machine and quickly entered his password. Sure enough, the screen once again displayed that vortex-like void. In the center of the void, a golden light point swirled and gradually grew larger, eventually revealing the staff that Shilei was becoming somewhat familiar with. Ha, nice new look. As soon as the staff appeared, it laughed freely at the bald head in front of it, sounding cheerful, as if in a good mood. Shilei, extremely angry, said, I've already spent that 10,000 yuan. Why don't I have any hair? The staff's voice immediately turned stern. Slave, how do you speak to me? If I hadn't seen your new look today and felt in a good mood, you would already be facing punishment for daring to be rude to me. Stop with the useless chatter. I haven't broken any rules, so why don't I have any hair? Shilei, still furious, couldn't care less about much else. After a brief silence, the staff seemed to disdain arguing further with Shilei, mainly because this shiny bald head was just too amusing. Think carefully. Did you really spend that 10,000 yuan? Shilei froze, thinking for a long time before saying confidently, this outfit I'm wearing is 1,580. These shoes are 1,680. The phone is 5,980, totaling 9,240. Then I got robbed and spent 800 yuan, so I've actually lost 40 yuan. Don't tell me that if I sold my own phone for 100 yuan, that should count too. The staff member cackled and said, the money you made from selling phones can barely be counted, but of the 800 yuan that was stolen from you, 760 yuan belongs to your weekly quota. According to the proportion of 10,000 yuan, you should be deducted 7.6%. If it weren't for the fact that this is your first time completing a consumption task, the deduction would not be as simple as just losing your hair. Can your little bit of hair compensate for 7.6% of your body? Shilei was dumbfounded. Are you saying that the 800 yuan I was robbed of doesn't count towards my consumption quota? If that's the case, then losing just my hair seems quite lucky. If it were 7.6% of my body, I'd at least lose a foot. In that case, I wouldn't need to wear these Air Jordans 29. Suddenly, Shilei felt a chill run down his spine, and his body began to tingle. An endless fear surged from the Yongquan point at the bottom of his feet, wrapping around his entire body. At this moment, Shilei could completely confirm that he was not experiencing any prank. Everything before him was undoubtedly a supernatural mysterious power. Aliens? Or something else. Shilei didn't dare to think too deeply. In any case, it was all a mysterious power that he could not comprehend. If it were just about giving him money, that wouldn't be much, but the sudden disappearance of his hair, along with that man's experience from that night, made Shilei feel incredibly horrified. The consequences of violating the slave code were already apparent. Trying to calm himself, Shilei wanted to remain composed. But with the threat of death looming, how could he stay calm? His legs began to weaken, and he could only use his hands to support himself against the ATM to barely maintain his standing position. This is a warning. After all, this is just your first time encountering this. You should thank me for my kindness. Otherwise, the punishment wouldn't be so mild. Now, my slave, let me emphasize again. You must spend your entire weekly quota. Not a single cent can be left. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. At that time, even if it's just 1 yuan, you wouldn't want to be missing a part of your body. Shilei felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, I just received this week's quota. But why is it 20,000 yuan? Isn't the initial amount supposed to be 10,000 yuan? You didn't press the wrong key, did you? The staff member snorted again. That's just the initial amount. It could be even higher in the future. This week, it's 20,000 yuan. What you should consider now is how to spend this entire 20,000 yuan within the week, leaving not a single cent behind. Instead of arguing with me about the amount, Shilei had already recognized the reality before him. He knew that this whole thing was like a bottomless pit. It seemed beautiful at first, with money being given every week, but once he failed to complete the task, he would face punishments he absolutely did not want to encounter. Although fear still gripped his heart, after recognizing the reality, Shilei forcefully maintained his composure and asked, Then how do I know which expenditures count towards the quota and which do not? You are currently at too low a level. You don't need to know these things. 2,000 yuan should be easy to spend. The staff member's voice turned cold. Shilei realized he might have upset the staff member and immediately changed to a flattering tone. My esteemed master, your humble slave wishes to ask. Is there a maximum limit to the amount granted each week? Fine, just wait until your level is high enough to ask. Esteemed master, if I treat a friend to a meal, does that count as normal consumption? That is fine. But whether the person being treated as your friend is up to my judgment. Also, you must be present for the entire meal. Shilei nodded. Although it was a bit troublesome that the staff member would judge who qualified as a friend, he believed that close classmates and those he had known since childhood should pose no problem. He opened his mouth to ask again, Esteemed master, are you done? This time, the staff member interrupted him mercilessly, clearly displeased. Why do you have so many questions? Think carefully about how to spend your 20,000 yuan this week. Seeing that the staff member seemed about to disappear, Shilei urgently shouted, Wait, last question, just one more. The staff member, still angry, but holding back impatience, said, Speak. Shilei hurriedly asked, Will my hair grow back? Shilei helplessly pulled out his card, feeling frustrated. His mind was in turmoil. For a moment, he found it hard to digest the fact that he had 20,000 yuan. Thankfully, the amount wasn't too large. If he really wanted to go all out, inviting different friends to high-end restaurants every day for 3 or 4 days, he could easily spend it all. Moreover, Shilei had only bought a set of clothes. If he went to buy a more expensive outfit, he could also easily spend this 20,000 yuan. However, he had to remember not to spend recklessly. He had to be careful, or next time, it wouldn't just be losing his hair. Touching his smooth bald head, Shilei left the ATM feeling very depressed. The excitement he had felt earlier was long gone, replaced by deep worry. He was still young and hadn't enjoyed life yet. He certainly didn't want to die for no reason. Chapter 8, My Brother is Awesome. In the blink of an eye, a pile of lobster shells appeared before him. Shilei finally felt a sense of revenge, or perhaps it was that he finally regained his composure and was no longer surrounded by fear brought on by the supernatural mysterious power. Looking at the remaining pile of lobsters, Shilei finally sobered up. He realized a serious problem. He had ordered so many lobsters out of spite, and had drunk 2 bottles of beer, but no matter how hard he tried, he feared he wouldn't be able to finish the remaining small lobsters alone. With so many left, that damned staff member wouldn't consider the wasted lobsters as non-quota expenses, would he? If that were the case. Shilei quickly calculated how much the remaining lobsters were worth. It looked like there were still 6 or 7 jin. He had ordered premium lobsters at 68 yuan per jin, so it would be at least 400 yuan. Compared to the 20,000 yuan quota, it was only 2%, But even if it was just 1/10,000th, it wouldn't do. What if a key part of his body was the one that got deducted? No, Shirley had never tasted the flavor of women. He absolutely refused to become a person without a lower body, commonly known as a eunuch. Without caring about his greasy hands, Shirley dialed his buddy's phone number from his dormitory. Just one left. Zhang Wei, you have to pick up the phone. If you don't, I'm dead for sure. The phone rang 3 times before Zhang Wei impatiently answered. Spit it out. I'm in a dungeon. Thank goodness this guy was still awake. His home wasn't far from the school, and he was extremely enthusiastic about food. Forget dungeons. Shirley suspected that even if this guy was lying on a girl, as long as he heard about a large amount of lobsters, unlimited lobsters, he would definitely jump up and rush over. I'm eating lobsters, do you want some? Shirley said slowly. Shirley got anxious, fearing the other party would hang up, and shouted into the phone, there are countless lobsters piled up in front of me, and beer to spare. If you don't show up at the Moonlight restaurant at the school gate in 15 minutes, I'll dump the lobsters in the trash. Are you serious? Zhang Wei clearly hesitated. Shirley hung up the phone without a second thought. After thinking for a while, Zhang Wei heard a furious shout from beside him. Damn it, warrior. Hurry up and unleash your ultimate move. I can't hold on much longer. Mage heal. His mouse slammed heavily on the desktop, and Zhang Wei cursed angrily, little stone. If you're lying to me, if I don't get enough lobsters tonight, I'll make you turn into a lobster tomorrow. After that, this seasoned foodie resolutely left the internet cafe and headed straight for the Moonlight restaurant at the school gate. It took no more than 15 minutes. Just 8 minutes later, Zhang Wei's figure appeared in front of Shirley. Awesome, my brother. What's the meaning of this new hairstyle? Zhang Wei's thunderous voice rang in Shirley's ears. Shirley was already used to it and pretended to be cool as he rubbed his bald head, saying, Cool. Cool my ass. What month is it now? I think you're burning up. Damn, you ordered so many crayfish. Did you get some kind of stimulus and don't plan to survive anymore? And you shaved your head. Sure too. Tell me, did you get some terminal illness and are undergoing chemotherapy? Shirley picked up a crayfish and smashed it directly on Zhang Wei's face. Of course, Zhang Wei wouldn't really think he was terminally ill. Shirley pointed to the bench opposite him and said calmly, sit. Watching Zhang Wei sit down, Shirley added, eat. Are you sick? Why are you speaking word by word? Shirley raised his glass again and said, drink. Zhang Wei's nose twitched as he smelled the enticing aroma of the crayfish. He couldn't care less about Shirley's strange behavior anymore. He grabbed a bottle of beer and chugged half of it before rolling up his sleeves and diving into the crayfish. The way he ate was as if he wanted to bury himself in the pile of crayfish. With Zhang Wei, the big eater, the remaining crayfish were no problem at all. Shirley thoughtfully ordered another 2 pounds, and seeing Zhang Wei's eyes shining with excitement, he called Shirley generous. Damn, I haven't eaten this well in a long time. After finishing the last crayfish, Zhang Wei reluctantly sucked on his fingers, picked up the beer bottle, and finished the rest. Honestly, did you win the lottery? Shirley snorted disdainfully. I told you, I'm a low-key rich second generation, but you didn't believe me. Oh wow, impressive my brother. With your character as a rich second generation? Then am I Obama's illegitimate child in China? Shirley shook his head seriously and said impossible. Zhang Wei asked foolishly why? Because Obama is black. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then cursed, damn, and gave Shirley the middle finger. When they reached the dormitory door, Zhang Wei thought for a moment. The crayfish and a box of beer they just had cost Shirley nearly 1,000 yuan, which was obviously abnormal. Who didn't know Shirley's monthly allowance was only 1,500? Even if he occasionally had a tutoring job, it would only be a few hundred a month. So it was impossible for him to treat so lavishly. What are you trying to do? Just because I treated you to a meal of crayfish. You don't have to offer yourself to me. I like women. Beautiful women with long legs, slim waists, and big breasts. Zhang Wei ignored Shirley's nonsense and hesitantly asked. Sure too, you can't really be a rich second generation, can you? Shirley snorted disdainfully and swaggered into the dormitory. Seeing his attitude, Zhang Wei shook his head and cursed. Damn, how could this guy be a rich second generation? I must be blind. After saying that, he threw himself onto his bed, too lazy to take off his clothes, and covered himself with the quilt, falling asleep in no time. Shirley, however, sat on the edge of his bed. He found it hard to truly digest everything that had happened in the past week. He had just temporarily forgotten about it, but now, with only Zhang Wei snoring in the dormitory, everything came back into sharp focus in his mind. Silently, he downloaded an expense tracker app on his phone and honestly recorded the amount spent on the crayfish meal. No matter what, from now on, he had to try to distinguish which expenses could be counted within the limit and which could not. Although this wasn't very reliable, it was better than doing nothing at all. Having spent over 800, he still had over 19,000 left, and he planned to buy some clothes tomorrow. Oh no. First he would buy a fashion magazine to figure out which brands of clothes were expensive. With various thoughts in mind, Shirley finally fell into a deep sleep under the influence of alcohol. Chapter 9. Safety and Unsafety. Buying clothes, 5. 650 yuan. Treating dormitory classmates to a meal, 570 yuan. Taxi, 32 yuan. Treating dormitory classmates to a meal, 618 yuan. Taxi, 43 yuan. Treating high school classmates studying in Wudong to a meal, 780 yuan. Taxi, 65 yuan. Treating dormitory classmates to a meal, 860 yuan. 3 days passed, and Shilei looked at the expense tracker on his phone. Aside from the more upscale clothing expense on Sunday, the rest were just a few hundred yuan. And taxi fares of dozens of yuan were no longer a concern for Shilei. So far, from the 20,000 yuan spending limit for this week, he still had over 10,000 left, but Shilei felt he was running out of ideas. If it were the first week, he would have probably wasted the 2,000 yuan without a second thought, but now he really didn't dare to. Since he couldn't fully understand which expenses counted towards the limit and which didn't, Shilei could only find ways to spend that he was sure of. He used to think that getting something for nothing was a happy thing, but now, Shilei found himself worrying about his bank card balance. Having money but not knowing how to spend it was truly a headache. If he suddenly got a few million, like 5 or 8 million a year, Shilei would undoubtedly buy a house in Wudong without hesitation, which would clear his spending limit for the year. However, with just 20,000, let alone buying a house, it would be impressive to buy a toilet seat, as the housing prices in Wudong had long surpassed 30,000 per square meter. Although Shilei always thought of himself as ordinary, he never considered himself a poor loser. But now, he really felt like a poor loser. If a real rich second generation had 2 million, he would probably spend it in the blink of an eye, right? Moreover, even with the frequency of treating others, his dormitory classmates were already suspicious. Although Shilei always boasted about being a low-key rich second generation, his dormitory mates clearly didn't believe it at all. Having been together for 3 years, who didn't know each other's background, they would only think that Shilei had found a wallet or accidentally won a lottery. After treating them to several meals, the three even kindly advised Shilei that even if he had made a little money, he shouldn't waste it like this. It was better to save it in the card for emergencies. They even unanimously refused Shilei's generous offer to treat them again. This made Shilei very awkward. Nobody wanted to go when he invited them to eat, and he felt like his life couldn't be described as anything but a failure. Of course, if he stood on the street and shouted that he wanted to treat everyone to a meal, or walked into a restaurant and directly told the owner that he would pay for all the bills today, he would definitely attract a crowd. But that wasn't possible. The staff made it very clear that treating others must be to one's friends, and whether someone was a friend had to be judged by the staff. Even with his dormitory mates and high school classmates, Shilei was a bit worried that the staff would mess with him, claiming that these were just classmates and not friends. Naturally, a random person on the street would never be included in the friends list. The staff was very shrewd. Shilei figured it out. That night he encountered the sports car guy who must have had a high limit, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford a Porsche. He probably had only 10,000 left in his limit for the week. So he wanted to deceive the staff by buying a piece of clothing from Shilei for 10,000 to fulfill the limit. Unfortunately, the staff was as sharp as a hawk and would never be fooled by such petty tricks. Shilei certainly didn't dare to attempt anything similar. His life was not something to joke about. In fact, even if his classmates continued to indulge in extravagant meals with him, Shilei found that unless they went to a 5-star restaurant, trying to spend money by treating others was simply a pipe dream. If he really goes to a 5-star hotel, he probably has the confidence to walk in. His classmates, who come from ordinary backgrounds, would absolutely not believe that he has such spending power. What a worry. For the first time in his life, Shilei felt the troubles of being rich. Should he buy a computer? This was the fastest way Shilei could think of to spend money. However, the remaining 10,000 yuan was only enough to buy a mid-range laptop. What if next week he really has a limit of 30,000 yuan? Shilei had his eye on a brand called Alienware, which costs over 20,000 yuan. He had originally planned to wait until he had a higher limit to buy one, satisfying his desire for this computer brand while easily consuming the limit. But if he buys a computer this week, what will he do next week? Looking at the bitten apple on his phone, Shilei suddenly thought. He already has a phone, but he doesn't have a tablet yet. Shilei suddenly beamed with joy. He was almost conquered by his own cleverness. The most expensive one should be around 700-800 yuan. That's it. Once again, he rushed towards the communication market, still to the same store. As soon as he entered, Shilei said, "Give me one, highest configuration, the 4 version." The girl who served him was still the same one from last week. She seemed to remember the big guy who sold the Meizu phone in their store and smiled as she asked, "What color do you want?" Of course, it's still the luxury gold. Well, this guy only knows about luxury gold. This time, the girl didn't hesitate at all, directly took out a luxury gold high configuration. And instead of asking like last time, she directly asked, "Do you want me to unpack it?" "Unpack." Shilei waved his hand grandly, casually tossing his bank card over. "Hey, there's still a handling fee of 1%. Swipe. Shilei found that after having money but not knowing how to spend it, his speech became increasingly concise and clear. The tablet cost 200 yuan, and Shilei casually bought a 4 card for 500 yuan. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10,000 yuan left on his bank card was down to less than 3,000. Right. This wallet was bought at a small stall at the school gate, claiming to be all leather, for 30 yuan. Now that he has money, he must get an expensive wallet. However, poor Shilei could only think of second-tier European and American brands as the most expensive wallet he could imagine. He bought a wallet just over 2,000 yuan at a nearby mall. For some reason, the mall's machine suddenly malfunctioned, so Shilei had to withdraw all the remaining cash to buy the wallet, leaving him with less than 300 yuan. Looking at the 3 100 yuan bills in his wallet, Shilei finally felt immense satisfaction. There are still 3 days this week, and eating the stir-fried dishes at the school gate for every meal could easily spend this 300 yuan. Safe. Shilei gently patted his chest, suddenly hearing a familiar voice. He looked up and saw the traffic light. Not safe. Chapter 10. Give me back my money. The traffic light swaggered, waving its arms, each hand holding a lighter, pressing down to shoot out flames, then releasing, and then pressing down again, repeating this action. Shilei suddenly felt he had seen this scene somewhere. A melody swirling in his mind, and he couldn't help but sing aloud. I charge through the storm, with everyone looking up to me. I never need to look back. The traffic light across was completely stunned. They were indeed mimicking a scene from a gangster film, but Shilei actually sang the background music. What the hell? Shilei continued. I determine my own law, this fierce, flashing-eyed wolf. The red light, as the leader of the three, felt offended and angrily threw the lighter at Shilei, shouting, Shut up. Shilei slapped the lighter away, looked around, and wondered, I didn't walk into a dead end. How did I run into these 3 ghosts again? At the same time, he tightly covered his pocket. Shilei increasingly nervously held his pocket and shouted loudly, What do you want? Dude, I'm a bit tight on cash these days. Last time I dealt with you, I thought you were pretty reasonable. I need some emergency help. Lend me some money. The green light and yellow light behind the red light laughed maliciously, and Shilei completely understood. Last time, he was too easy to talk to and didn't care about those few hundred yuan, so these 3 ghosts thought he was easy to bully and tasted the sweetness. Planning to do it again. However, last time Shilei gave them money out of ignorance, which led to him being shaved bald. The staff made it clear that it was because he was a first-time offender that they spared him the most inconsequential part, now that he fully understood the rules. If he still gave money to these 3 ghosts, with the staff's temper, what he would lose would definitely not be just some armpit hair or leg hair. There was still 300 yuan in his wallet, though just one. 5 of 20,000 yuan. But what if the staff decided to set the penalty on some important parts to make sure Shilei received enough punishment? Sorry, I don't have much money on me today. You guys should tell me in advance next time so I can bring some cash. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll withdraw 1,000 yuan and then give it to you, okay? The yellow light nodded, saying, This kid is indeed reasonable. The green light also nodded, saying, Then we'll be here tomorrow, waiting for you. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll kill you. After saying that, the 2 dim-witted ghosts turned to leave. The red light was furious, turning around to kick the 2 in the back, cursing, Are your brains made of tofu? Can't you see this kid is scamming us? If he doesn't come tomorrow, where are you going to find him? Under the force of a kick, the yellow light and green light finally woke up, instantly furious, charging at Shilei and shouting in unison, You little brat, don't push your luck. Borrowing money from you is me looking up to you. Stop talking nonsense and hand over all your money. Shilei helplessly took out his wallet, saying, I really don't have much money today. I just bought a new wallet, and I only have 300 yuan left. I have something to do later. Tonight, I'll ask my family for money, and as soon as it arrives, I'll get it to you. Upon hearing this, the traffic lights became even angrier, and the 3 of them almost simultaneously cursed, You little brat, you have a girlfriend? Who are you trying to provoke? The red light strode over, reached out, and snatched the wallet from Shilei's hand, muttering, Oh, nice wallet. At first glance, you're a rich man, a second-generation rich. Shilei truly had no words to express his feelings. Thinking to himself that he had been telling the 3 in the dormitory that he was a second-generation rich kid, and they didn't believe him. But these 3 ghosts had sharp eyes. The usual rule is, we are not robbing you, we are lending money. This wallet must be worth 1 or 2,000, and we'll return it to you. The red light stuffed the 300 yuan into his pocket and threw the wallet back at Shilei. Shilei was immediately anxious. This was not just 300 yuan, it was his life. He watched helplessly as 3 red bills were stuffed into the pocket of the red light, and he felt a chilling emptiness between his legs. Give me my money back. Otherwise, I will call the police. Shilei still hoped to resolve the issue peacefully. The yellow light was displeased upon hearing this and immediately kicked out with a flying leg. Shirlei was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Damn it. I said I was borrowing money from you. Why the hell would you call the police? Seeing Shirlei on the ground, the three of them turned to leave, laughing. Shirlei got up from the ground, his eyes already bloodshot. It was one thing to take that kick, but the key was that the 300 yuan absolutely could not be taken away. He still had a bit of living expenses on him, but he was unsure how the staff would calculate it. If he covered the 300 yuan himself and everything was fine, that would be one thing. But if the staff insisted that the amount it had given was taken away, and Shirlei only used his own money, wouldn't he be wronged to death? He stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the red light, speaking in a rough voice. Give me my money back. The traffic light was stunned. They couldn't understand why Shirlei was acting this way. Last time they robbed him, he didn't care at all and directly threw the money over. That was 800 yuan. This time it was only 300, so why was he being so persistent? The red light cursed. Let go of me, you bastard. Shirlei ignored him and just glared at the red light with bloodshot eyes, viciously repeating, give me my money back. The red light raised his fist and punched Shirlei in the eye, cursing, you're asking for it. The yellow and green lights rushed over, each kicking Shirlei and knocking him down again. With scorn on their faces, they seemed to think Shirlei was simply a weakling who couldn't withstand a blow. They were about to leave. Shirlei suddenly lunged forward again, grabbing the red light's clothes once more. As the red light threw another punch, he didn't dodge and took the hit, insisting, give me my money back. Chapter 11, 1 against 3. The red light was taken aback and punched Shirlei again, trying to pull away from his grip. Shirlei held on tight, and with a ripping sound, the red light's clothes tore. He immediately became furious, shouting, damn it. I just bought this new shirt last year, and you tore it? Do you know this is a brand name? It's Benny Road. You tore it. In his rage, the red light completely forgot that he had just taken 300 yuan from Shirlei, enough for him to buy another shirt with some leftover. Moreover, it was already nearly November. Last year's purchase couldn't really be considered new. He kicked Shirlei twice in succession, knocking him down again and completely ripping his already torn shirt in half. However, this time borrowing money was so unsuccessful, and he only managed to borrow a mere 300 yuan, not even enough for a meal of small lobsters, yet this guy was so stubbornly resisting. You dare tear my clothes. This shirt is a limited edition from True Religion. Do you know how much it's worth? Hurry up and give me 2,000 yuan, and we'll call it even, or else. The yellow light stared blankly at his boss and involuntarily said, Boss, you just said it was Benny Road. The red light was interrupted and looked angrily at the yellow light, becoming even more furious. What Benny Road? The green light quickly added, just now, boss. You said your shirt was Benny Road, and now you're saying it's True Religion. The red light was stunned, embarrassed, and angry, cursing, does it matter? It's my shirt. I make the rules. Even if I say it's from Meters Bonwi, what do you care? Damn it, whose side are you on? After saying that, he kicked both the yellow and green lights. The two realized what was happening and immediately surrounded the now recovering Shirlei with fierce expressions. Shirlei was truly speechless at these three oddballs. If it weren't for the beating he had just received, he might have laughed out loud. The pain in his body and the threat in front of him made Shirlei realize that although these three thugs were small and skinny, he could still barely be considered strong himself. However, 1 against 3, a brave man couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. And Shirlei didn't think he had any chance of taking down all three of them. But the threat from the staff still echoed in his ears. Even if it was just 300 yuan, he didn't want to face any potential losses. Being beaten by these three thugs was just physical pain. But facing the staff was like being utterly defenseless against a street thug. Shirlei didn't dare to have any lucky thoughts. Facing three opponents, Shirlei, who had hardly fought since childhood, felt some anger rising within him. He glared at the three thugs across from him and suddenly shouted, raising his fist and punching at the red light. The three were completely unprepared. They never expected Shirlei would dare to fight back under such circumstances, and he went straight for their boss. This punch landed right on the red light SI, causing him to see nothing but black stars. The yellow and green lights were completely at a loss, watching in disbelief as the red light covered his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Shirlei immediately followed up with another punch, hitting the red light squarely on the nose. Blood gushed out. Despite having never fought before, Shirlei's height of nearly 1.8 meters and his 140 pounds of solid muscle were not for nothing. In a one-on-one situation, none of the three thugs could match him. Shirlei's disadvantage stemmed from his lack of fighting experience and not being ruthless enough. However, now, while experience couldn't suddenly appear out of nowhere, the fierceness was forced out by the three thugs. Give me my money back. Shirlei roared again, throwing another punch, hitting the red light in the other eye. The red light collapsed, hands covering his eyes, seeing flashing golden lights in front of him, rolling on the ground in pain. The yellow and green lights finally reacted, one throwing a punch while the other kicked out, working together surprisingly well. Naturally, Shirlei, who had no fighting experience, was knocked down again. But this time, Shilei did not try to get up again. He even ignored the punches and kicks from the yellow and green lights, crawling instead towards the red light, getting on top of him and raining down punches. With every hit he took, Shilei would at least hit the red light back. At this moment, physical condition played a decisive role. The yellow and green lights were weak, and after just a few punches, they were panting heavily, their punches becoming lighter. However, Shilei's punches were particularly strong, and with the red light equally weak, after a few hits, he began to whimper for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Oh, please spare me." The yellow and green lights were also stunned. They were used to bullying the weak, and the people they dared to provoke were usually obedient kids who didn't fight back. They had never seen someone as reckless as Shilei. Unconsciously, both thugs stopped. Feeling that no new pain was coming, Shilei threw in 2 more punches at the red light, screaming hysterically, "Aren't you going to give me the money back?" The red light didn't dare to say a word, trembling on the ground, but could only whimper, "Big brother, you have to let me go. I can't get the money out with you pressing down on me." Shilei didn't bother to waste more words with him. He directly reached into his pockets and finally found 300 yuan in soft bills. Seeing that the green and yellow lights seemed to be ready to come up and throw punches again, Shilei kicked the red light again, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing the reason for Shilei's kick, the red light hurriedly shouted to his 2 little brothers, "Get lost. Don't you dare move again." The yellow and green lights exchanged glances and had no choice but to take a step back. Red light struggled to sit up from the ground, feeling as if his entire skeleton had been shattered by Stone Lei. He gasped, his face bruised and bloodied, and asked, "Big brother, can I ask one thing? Why are you only focusing on beating me?" Stone Lei widened his eyes and shouted, "Because my money is with you. But they hit you so many times." Red light was almost in tears. Stone Lei thought about it and realized it seemed to make sense. So he suddenly turned his head. Perhaps his imposing demeanor was quite intimidating, as yellow light and green light were startled by Stone Lei's glare, looking at red light, who was covered in wounds and bleeding, and they couldn't help but feel scared. "Boss, let's talk it out. Don't resort to violence," Green Light said, waving his hands. Stone Lei didn't know where his anger came from, took a step forward, and seeing Green Light retreating out of reach, he immediately changed his target and punched Yellow Light. Yellow Light screamed, "Boss, you're cheating, you can't do this." Stone Lei threw another punch, followed by a kick, and Yellow Light fell to the ground. Seeing this, Green Light panicked and turned to run, while Red Light hurriedly got up from the ground and fled quickly. The 3 lights, red, yellow, and green, ran wildly, with Stone Lei chasing behind, swinging his fists. Chapter 12, Boiled Chicken. 3 days quickly passed, and the mere 300 yuan was no challenge for Stone Lei. Soon it was Saturday night again. After taking a nap in the afternoon, he waited until just past midnight to check his bank account balance. The moment his phone buzzed with a notification, Stone Lei, who had been drowsy, felt fully revived. Snatching up his phone with such speed that it seemed to leave a trail in the air as he opened the mobile banking app and entered his password. 40,000. This was the latest balance in his bank account. What the hell? Why is it 40,000 instead of 30,000? Stone Lei's first reaction was to rush out of his empty dorm on the weekend and head to the ATM at the school gate, inserting that mysterious black card. After entering his password, the screen once again displayed a swirling void, with a point of golden light rotating and expanding at the center, eventually forming the image of an ancient staff. Stone Lei made sure not to repeat any previous mistakes, adopting a respectful demeanor as he asked, "Respected master, your humble servant is confused. Why has this week's limit become 40,000? The staff, while satisfied with Stone Lei's attitude, was also displeased with his new questions that popped up every week. A voice, neither male nor female, emerged. "This means the wealth you control is increasing. Isn't that good? And why can't it be 40,000? Stone Lei cursed internally but maintained a respectful expression. He realized that the staff wasn't omniscient. At least it couldn't discern his thoughts on matters unrelated to spending money. First week, 10,000. Second week, 20,000. Shouldn't the third week be 30,000? Stone Lei asked patiently. The staff let out a strange laugh, filled with disdain. "Pathetic slave, you have no understanding of logic. Who told you that the weekly limit must follow an arithmetic sequence? What the hell? You even know about arithmetic sequences? Master staff, you must have graduated from the mathematics department." Stone Lei's mind raced. First week, 10,000. Second week, 20,000. Third week, 40,000. No way. Is it a geometric sequence? Then next week will it be 80,000? Stone Lei felt a sense of panic known as a breakdown. Originally, he had expected an arithmetic sequence where the weekly amount, despite increasing, would only reach over 500,000 after a year, and after 10 years, well, let's not think about that. In that time, he would surely have learned how to spend money wisely, right? But now, discovering that the weekly limit might follow a geometric sequence, Stone Lei was suddenly alarmed. A geometric sequence. Even though Stone Lei wasn't great at math, he could calculate that the fourth week would be 80,000, The 5th week, 160,000. The 6th week, 320,000. The 7th week, 640,000. This was essentially 2 raised to the power of the week number. This meant that in less than half a year, this number would grow to an unimaginable level, and after a year, Shilei quickly calculated in his mind, what was 2 raised to the 51st power? Although he couldn't figure it out, he at least knew it would surpass the wealth of any person in the world. World's richest. What an exciting term. But who the hell wants to become such a world's richest person? Spending the wealth of a world's richest person every week, or rather, very likely the wealth of multiple world's richest people. Does that mean he would have to buy a planet? This damned staff, if it continued like this, would definitely cause global inflation. In less than 2 years, this limit would surpass the total wealth of the entire planet. By then, he might have to buy several parallel universes just to exhaust that limit. Shilei's gaze became vacant. This was beyond his expectations. Stop daydreaming. The limit I give you cannot increase so crazily. Just remember, the weekly limit is determined by me. You don't need to worry about it. All you need to focus on is spending the amount I allocate to you each week. It's just your beginner's village task. And you've been so clumsy in completing it, and yet you worry about such complex questions regarding the limit. A light snap sounded beside him, and Shilei felt a bit dazed. Was that the sound of a finger snap? This damn staff actually snapped its fingers? But where were its hands? Almost forgot. You haven't even completed this week's limit. Just 20,000, and you foolish slave, accept your punishment. Feeling a slight warmth in his groin, Shilei suddenly looked down and saw the blood mist that had appeared twice before now spreading again. This time right at the area he was most worried about. No, I'm still a virgin. I haven't tasted a woman's sweetness yet. What good is giving me more money if you impose such a punishment? Clearly, the staff's punishment would not disappear due to Shilei's inner thoughts. Fortunately, this time it seemed the limit not accounted for wasn't significant. The blood mist merely appeared and quickly faded away. Think carefully. Did you really spend that 20,000? Although it's just a few dozen yuan, it ultimately approaches 1,000th of the limit that wasn't spent. Foolish guy, I declare once again, don't try to play tricks with me. I know every single one of your expenditures clearly. Shilei pulled down his pants and looked down. Holy crap, boiled chicken. A bald boiled chicken appeared, looking ugly and fierce, almost like something that didn't belong to Shilei. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the crucial part was still there. He only lost the hair on top. Although he had turned into a boiled chicken, just like the green skin on his head, he knew that eventually, hair would grow back down there too. It seemed the staff was still warning him with a small punishment for a big lesson. Even though it was just a few dozen yuan, if the staff hadn't shown mercy, he could have lost half an ear or a part of a finger, and that would have truly left him disabled. But why? Which few dozen yuan hadn't been counted as spending? As Shilei pondered deeply, he didn't notice that the staff had already disappeared, and the black card was ejected from the ATM. A voice came from behind. Hey dude, hurry up and grab your card. There are only a few seconds left. If you don't take it, it'll be swallowed. Taking the black card from the ATM, Shilei thought to himself, I wish this damned card would really get swallowed by the ATM. Wow, Centurion card. Dude, you're loaded. The student's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't see the card clearly, the dazzling brilliance and pure black card body were reminiscent of those specially designed for the wealthy. Shilei looked at him in confusion and nodded, tacitly acknowledging his identity as a rich second generation. Chapter 13, Failed Bragging. As he walked out of the ATM, a cold wind blew, and Shilei's mind seemed to clear up a bit. A few dozen yuan. Shilei suddenly remembered that when he treated his classmates to a meal that day, the restaurant probably saw him continuously spending there and voluntarily wiped off the few dozen yuan from his bill. However, Shilei was unwilling to agree. He had never been someone who liked to take advantage of others. In fact, he just hoped to spend a little more and count it all, resolutely refusing to let the restaurant erase those few dozen yuan. No way. Is this counted? Damn it. This is too ridiculous. That meal should have cost that much. If the boss is willing to charge less, that's his business. Is this even counted? But thankfully, it was just a trivial amount. If half a chicken or an egg was missing, wouldn't Shilei be wronged? He really had to be careful and cautious everywhere. Damn. It feels like this cursed limit is full of traps. 40,000 yuan. Having money is also a kind of trouble. You poor folks will never understand my pain. Luckily, Shilei had already planned his spending for the week, but he initially considered 30,000. Now with an extra 10,000, it seemed he needed to strengthen his planning. First, a laptop. No, let's talk about that this afternoon. Shilei quickly vetoed his own plan. He decided to go to the hospital first. Obviously, he was still in pain. After 3 days, the bruises from the traffic light incident had not healed at all. Now his whole body hurt. He thought about going to the hospital to get an x-ray and some particularly expensive imported medicine, which would cost at least a few thousand yuan, right? You know, even just seeing a doctor for a cold can rack up over 1,000 yuan in medicine these days. Turning over in bed, too lazy to wash his face, Shirley rushed out, casually bought 2 buns to fill his stomach, and took a taxi straight to the hospital. In fact, the best hospital in this city was not far from the school's back gate, but Shirley was now a wealthy man. The kind who had to spend all his money, so there was no reason not to take a taxi for a detour. When he came out of the hospital, the pain in Shirley's body hadn't lessened at all, and he was carrying a big bag, but he appeared refreshed. The hospital was indeed a good place. He casually got a few x-rays and some medicine, and since Shirley made it clear to the doctor that he wasn't afraid to spend money, wanting the best medicine, he ended up spending a whopping 6,000 yuan. He had already downloaded a ride-hailing app on his phone, and Shirley ordered a luxury model, feeling extremely clever when he saw the starting fare of over 20 yuan. Sitting in the 5 Series, Shirley felt that life should be like this. A car worth 6 or 700,000 yuan was indeed different from a 10,000 yuan taxi. He headed straight for the most luxurious mall in the city. Shirley remembered that in that mall, there was a specialty store for Alienware computers. Approaching noon, the roads in the city had already started to get congested. From the car's windshield, he could see the mall located in the city center, with only about 200 or 300 meters left. The driver was obviously kind-hearted because ride-hailing fares are calculated based on both distance and time. Being stuck here was clearly wasting the passengers' money. Shirley, however, waved his hand. "No need. I'm very tired today. I don't want to walk. Just get me to the entrance." The driver was more than happy to hear that, silently thinking to himself, what a clueless guy. Rich people are really willful, not even willing to walk a few steps. Shirley leisurely waited for a good 10 minutes before the car finally moved, stopping at the entrance of Daiji Plaza. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, Shirley swaggered into the Alienware store, which he usually felt too shy to enter. A salesperson approached him, and before the salesperson could speak, Shirley boldly said, "Give me the most expensive laptop you have." The salesperson was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a huge smile. "Okay, sir. We're currently having a promotion, and the most expensive laptop is just within the promotional range. I can give you a 20% discount. Let me introduce the specs: 16 gigabytes of RAM, 3 terabytes SSD, all high-quality components." Shirley waved his hand, acting pretentious. "Don't tell me that. I don't care. Just tell me the price and give me one." The salesperson's smile widened even more, and with increased enthusiasm said, "The original price of this laptop is 88,800, and with the discount." Shirley was shocked. "What? Over 80,000? Are you kidding me? I thought Alienware computers were only over 20,000. Originally, Shirley was unhappy that the store was having a promotion. Now, it turned out that even with a 20% discount, he couldn't afford it. Over 80,000? You're not mistaken, right? Aren't your computers usually over 10,000 or 20,000? The salesperson's expression froze for a moment as he tried to calm himself and said, "Sir, you must be referring to our best-selling model, right? Our most expensive laptop doesn't have a display model in the store. At such a high price, you understand." Shirley quickly waved his hand. "I'm talking about the regular best-selling model, the ones displayed on these tables. Just pick the most expensive one for me." The salesperson was speechless. This guy walked in with a demeanor as if he was ready to buy something extravagant, but when the price was quoted, he flinched. However, the salesperson didn't despise Shirley for that. After all, he was still going to buy a laptop worth over 20,000, which was still a decent sale. Soon, a brand new laptop was brought over, with a pure black body and a heavy design, definitely one of the most eye-catching gaming laptops. After failing to show off when he entered, Shirley felt a bit embarrassed, hurriedly paid, and left without even installing the few games the store could pre-install for him, casually buying 2 controllers and leaving Daiji Plaza in a hurry. Once outside, standing in the sunlight, Shirley finally breathed a sigh of relief. An over 80,000 computer. How can you not be extravagant? But if I had known there was such an expensive computer, I wouldn't have rushed to buy this today. It would be better to wait until the limit exceeded 100,000 to come back. A laptop over 20,000 plus 2,000 for game controllers. Shirley had never dared to even think about before. But now, no matter how he looked at that damned computer, he felt a bit unsatisfied. Really, damn it. A rich second generation like me should be using a top-spec laptop. Chapter 14, the computer crashed. Seeing that he had spent over 30,000 in just the morning, Shirley finally stopped worrying about the spending limit for this week. But what about next week? If it really is 80,000, how should he spend it? Sitting in the luxurious ride-hailing car, Shirley frowned and worried again about next week's spending limit. The computer had nothing installed except for the operating system, and now a large online game easily took up 5 or 6 gigabytes, plus patches and skins, which basically added up to around 10 gigabytes. Moreover, this laptop had a 1 terabyte hard drive, and Shirley couldn't just download one game. The dormitory's internet speed was 4 megabits per second, with a maximum download speed of just over 400. With several game clients downloading simultaneously, Shirley looked at the progress and thought, wow, it won't finish downloading in 2 days. He couldn't be bothered to manage it anymore, shoving the computer into the innermost part of the bed, letting it download while he glanced at his plain chicken dish, feeling deeply desolate about life. He decided to treat himself well and go for a big meal. I want to eat seafood. I want to eat Australian lobster. I want to eat well. A lobster weighing 2 to 3 kilos, even if it's small, has over a kilo of meat, and after eating that, I probably won't be able to eat much else. Shilei felt a deep hatred towards the constraints of his spending limit. Couldn't he just allow himself to show off a bit, order a whole table of dishes, and if he didn't finish, he could waste it? Walking into the restaurant, he directly waved the menu at the boss and said, "How about frying a whole table of dishes?" But obviously, the constraints would absolutely not allow him to do that. Feeling helpless, Shilei searched for nearby seafood restaurants on his phone. He ordered a 3-kilogram Australian lobster for himself and also requested 2 blue crabs stir-fried on a plate. He silently calculated that this wouldn't even cost 2,000 yuan and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing that the road of spending money was long and arduous. After the training in the past 2 weeks, Shilei was no longer the complete novice he once was. At least his dietary standards had improved from the small crayfish at the school gate to the large lobsters in seafood restaurants, which was quite a significant progress. However, he couldn't keep eating like this. First, relying on eating was not very efficient in terms of spending, and second, even if he joined the 0-1-ton club, it would be of no use if he kept eating like this. Currently, spending 20 to 40,000 per week was manageable, but later on, he would need to spend at least 80 to 100,000 per week. How could he afford to eat like that? Would every meal be a seafood feast? Although the Australian lobster was delicious, eating too much of it would still lead to fatigue. Over the next few days, Shilei came up with new ways to enjoy the lobster. First, he had it steamed with garlic, then as sashimi, and with pepper and salt, later on. He got a little carried away and asked the restaurant to prepare the lobster using the Sichuan-style water-boiled method, since he had been eating lobster there for several days. The restaurant obliged his request, but they couldn't help but say he was wasting food. That wasn't all. Shilei invented a new way to eat it. He actually asked the restaurant to take the lobster meat, chop it up into filling, and make dumplings. On Friday evening, he had the restaurant slice the lobster to make a bowl of sauerkraut lobster, which left the waitstaff in the restaurant utterly shocked. After that meal, Shilei had finally exhausted his budget of 40,000 for the week, patting his belly in satisfaction and thinking that he couldn't keep this up next week. If he continued like this, he would have to try braised lobster rice next week. Upon closer inspection, Shilei suddenly understood why Zhang Wei had been shouting. He had almost forgotten that he had bought an Alienware laptop for over 20,000, which had been sitting on the little bookshelf inside his bed, connected to the internet to download games. Get lost. Shilei couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like Zhang Wei, who was all talk. Come on. Explain to me what's going on with this Alienware. I saw the specs. It's high-end, over 20,000, right? And the game controller is original too, adding up to at least 25,000, right? Zhang Wei got anxious and reached out to grab it. I was just playing it, Shilei. Don't be so stingy. Let me play for a while. After struggling for a while, Shilei simply refused to give it to him. Zhang Wei then settled down beside Shilei and asked, "Don't tell me your family is being relocated and you got millions in compensation? But that doesn't make sense. Even if your family is relocated in your small city, unless you demolish the entire yard, how could you get millions? Why do you care so much? How can you be so sure I'm not a rich second generation? It seems I've been too low-key for the past 3 years." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and didn't want to be too pretentious with Shilei, just saying, "Let me play your computer for a bit. It's not like I can break it." After glancing at the downloaded games, Zhang Wei realized they were all installed. No wonder the internet speed has been so slow these past few days. It turns out it's because you were downloading stuff. Because of this, I need to borrow your Alienware for 3 days. No way. We're playing together. Shilei stood his ground. After thinking it over, Zhang Wei realized it was Shilei's computer and had to concede. Fine, I just installed Pro Evolution Soccer. Let's play a few matches. Plugging in another controller. The two immediately jumped into a soccer game, with Shilei choosing Barcelona and Zhang Wei picking Real Madrid, and they played fiercely against each other. They played until late into the night before finally tossing aside the controllers. Zhang Wei sighed. Alienware is amazing. This computer is so satisfying, and the controller feels great. I have to get my parents to buy me one when I graduate. As he spoke, his stomach growled. I'm hungry from playing. Let's go get some skewers. Shilei, you're treating. Why should I treat? Shilei rolled his eyes, thinking that his budget for the week was already exhausted. How could he afford to treat? I'm too tired. I want to sleep. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Shilei waved his hand, preparing to pack up his computer. Zhang Wei shook his head, stood up, and waved his hand grandly, saying, Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with someone like you who is rich yet so petty. I'll treat you, okay? However, as he waved his hand, he accidentally knocked over a cup of water on the table. It was a large 1-liter cup, and at least half of it spilled all over the computer. The computer was indeed impressive. It reacted quickly, and in an instant, 2 wisps of smoke emerged, followed by a popping sound, and the screen went black. Both Shilei and Zhang Wei panicked. Chapter 15, Consumption Not Completed. Shilei knew exactly why Zhang Wei was panicking. But Zhang Wei could never understand Shilei's current feelings. Zhang Wei fumbled to lift the cup, then unplugged the laptop, froze for a moment, and rushed to get a hairdryer. Not caring about the late hour, and turned it on, trying to dry the water off the laptop. Shilei was in a state of utter turmoil inside. But on the surface, he seemed numb, watching Zhang Wei do all this without scolding or blaming him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's already smoking. It's useless." Shilei looked at Zhang Wei, filled with desolation, sighed, and felt that perhaps this was fate. However, he couldn't be completely sure of the consequences of this incident. Perhaps the authority wouldn't hold him accountable for such an accident. A computer worth over 20,000, and with smoke coming out of it. This situation likely meant the motherboard was fried, and the graphics and sound cards were probably toast as well. The most valuable parts of the Alienware laptop were probably these 3. Estimating the repair costs would likely exceed 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was roughly a quarter of 40,000, which meant he would be in a dire situation. If it started from the head, Shilei's life would be effectively over. "Let's talk about it later. You should go to sleep. Don't think too much." Shilei waved his hand and walked out of the dormitory. "Shilei, don't be like this. I will definitely take responsibility. Although my family isn't very wealthy, since I broke your computer, my family will definitely come up with the money to compensate you. At worst, I'll buy you a new one." Although Shilei was anxious inside, he felt warmth from Zhang Wei's attitude of taking full responsibility without any excuses. Suddenly, he felt a sense of understanding. If the authority didn't recognize this expenditure, even if they only calculated the repair costs, Shilei's life would basically be over. Thus, pursuing Zhang Wei's actions would be meaningless. Tomorrow was the final deadline. Even if Zhang Wei's family compensated him for the over 20,000 laptop, it would be hard to resolve in a day, and he would hardly escape the authority's punishment. He could only say it was his fate. Therefore, the only hope was that the authority would recognize this expense. After all, this was not something Shilei intended to break. And a mere 20,000 yuan probably wouldn't be a big deal for the authority. For now, it would be better to go find the authority and ask for clarification. Shilei decided to go all out. He thought to himself that since it was his fate, he would silently bear it. This matter had long exceeded the realm of reason, and dragging Zhang Wei into it would be pointless. With this thought settled, along with the cool night breeze, Shilei felt much lighter. He briskly walked out of the school gate, heading to the same self-service bank, inserting his black card into the ATM and entering his password. The authority soon appeared, and before Shilei could say anything, the authority chuckled ominously. "Are you scared that your computer is broken?" Shilei steadied himself and said, "This was an accident. If you want to punish me for it, I have nothing to say." Seeing Shilei's calmness, the authority was somewhat surprised, but then a sense of irritation followed. "Your calmness is quite unexpected. Do you know how serious this punishment will be?" Shilei unexpectedly smiled and said, "If we consider the value of the computer, it's over half now. No matter which part of my body you start erasing, I'm done for. If it's just about the repair costs, at least I would have to lose a limb from my hips. Then living would be no different from dying. So whatever. It's just past midnight, and at least I have nearly 24 hours left to live. Aren't you afraid?" "How could I not be afraid? But having experienced your supernatural powers, what's the use of being afraid? Besides, there's no way to resist. Don't say the police would definitely be helpless against you. Even if I called the police, they would probably think I'm insane. When fear reaches its limit and knowing my fate won't be worse than being erased, I actually end up not being so afraid. Whatever." The staff fell silent. This was the first time it encountered someone who could speak such words. The previous slaves were all terrified, not daring to offend the staff in the slightest. Whenever they received a new limit, they would do everything possible to spend it all, for a full 3 minutes. The staff said nothing, which struck Shilei as quite strange. Looking at the staff still slowly rotating on the screen, Shilei suddenly had a bold idea. He tentatively said, "Actually, you wouldn't want to erase me so soon, right? After all, a limit of tens of thousands a week isn't that high. For an ordinary person like me, it's somewhat hard to adapt in a short time. But for those rich second-generation kids, spending this money is a piece of cake. So, you must also hope to see me grow to that level. And since you are playing this game, it's right to say that for you. This is simply a game, though it's a matter of life and death for me every week. Since you chose to play this game, you must wish to see me one day obtain a very high limit that I can't possibly spend, which would be interesting. It's only the 3rd week. Even if you erased me, what sense of achievement would that bring? So since this is an accident, and this world is full of various accidents, then right?" The staff was once again stunned, even forgetting to rotate on the screen. It didn't expect Shilei to think of these things. Feeling a bit angry, after all, being seen through by a slave was quite humiliating. However, the staff also had to follow the rules. It didn't possess the supreme power to kill or take at will. and it had to obey the rules of the black card. Therefore, even though Shilei's words deeply offended it, it could only choose to let Shilei go. Humble slave. It seems you are smarter than I imagined. You guessed right. This accident won't affect you at all. However, don't think that your limit for this week has been fully met. I might as well tell you that you are still short by 780 yuan this week. Chapter 16, Tutoring. Shilei was taken aback and immediately shook his head, saying, "Impossible. I can even report every expense I've made this week. And I'm sure every penny was spent on consumption. No tips, no lost money, and I wasn't robbed. You're lying to me. Foolish slave. How could I, your noble master, lie to you?" Shilei still found it hard to believe and said, "Then tell me, what expenses were not counted towards the limit?" The staff sneered and scolded, "Foolish thing. I can tell you that you're short 780 yuan for this week, and that's already showing mercy. Do you expect me to tell you the reason? If you want to know the reason, fine. Tomorrow at this time, after you've received your punishment, you'll know." After saying that, the staff finally got enough pleasure from Shilei's worried and tense expression, withdrew from the screen, and the black card was ejected. However, from what the staff just said, he could also hear that he was still short by 780 this week. He just needed to make up that amount himself, provided he could spend it. Taking out his bank card, Shilei checked his balance and cursed, "Damn, not enough. Only a little over 600. As he walked out of the ATM, Shilei felt a bit depressed. The good news was that his life was clearly safe. From the rules he knew, he hadn't violated any rules, and the staff couldn't punish him for an accident caused by someone else. This at least indicated that the staff also had to follow the rules of the black card. It couldn't just do as it pleased. That was certainly great news, as long as there were rules. And these rules applied not only to him, but also constrained the staff. Shilei would never die unjustly. However, he was still short 780 this week, and all his assets amounted to just over 600. "Zhang Wei, even though you don't have to compensate me for the computer, you should take responsibility for the remaining 100 or so. I'm sure you'll be very willing to agree." Shilei took off his shoe and directly threw it at Zhang Wei's head, saying, "I think you're crazy. You think I'm doing fine. I just took a dump. And it probably took you a long time to buy a skewer. I just went for a stroll. I've been sitting here playing games all night. My neck is about to break. I need to get out and move around." "Shut up. I've said I'm a rich second-generation kid. What does this little money count for? If you mention the computer issue again, I'll get angry." In Zhang Wei's stunned silence, Shilei quickly added, "Actually, I still have to thank you." Zhang Wei was completely confused. "Thank me?" He stared wide-eyed at Shilei. "Sure to. You didn't get stimulated by your computer breaking and go crazy, did you? Get out of here. Stop talking nonsense and get me some drinks. We've been classmates for 3 years, and I've never seen you so generous. We must eat our fill today. Really don't want me to compensate?" Zhang Wei asked incredulously, watching Shilei drink and eat skewers heartily from across the table. Zhang Wei was utterly speechless. He still found it hard to believe that Shilei was truly a rich second-generation kid. They had been classmates for 3 years, even roommates, and everyone knew each other's financial situation. It was really hard to believe he suddenly turned into a rich second-generation kid. Ever since he got that damn black card, Shilei found that his lies came easily, and his ability to deceive was growing day by day. Zhang Wei was stunned. He had finally convinced himself to believe that Shilei might really be a rich second-generation kid, but now Shilei suddenly asked him to borrow money. And it was only 200, which made him suspicious again. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Wei said, "If you need money urgently, I do have an idea. Tomorrow I have a tutoring job. I just got the gig and haven't even told them my name yet. Just had a phone call and plan to discuss it in person tomorrow. Tutoring is paid immediately, otherwise. You go tomorrow. The price is 60 per hour, 2 hours each time. I'm a bit short too. I still have a few dozen bucks on me. And together it should be enough for you." Shilei thought for a moment. This was indeed a good idea. So he said, "How did you think of doing tutoring?" "Just trying to earn some money. My uncle has been helping me arrange work. It's not a big deal. I'm about to graduate, and I want to earn some money to buy myself some nice clothes without asking my family. Then give the job to me." "Hey, what is this? You don't want me to compensate for your expensive computer, and even if I only take half the responsibility, it would still be over 10,000. Are we brothers or what?" Shilei nodded in agreement, and after finishing the remaining wine in the bottle with Zhang Wei, he jokingly said, "But even if you go tomorrow, the other party may not agree to the deal. Just look at your physique. You don't seem like a good person. Get lost. This is called wealth." The two laughed and completely put aside the issue of the broken laptop. The next morning, Shilei first contacted the family Zhang Wei had reached out to, confirming that he would go to their home for an interview at 1:30 p.m. If everything went well, he would directly start the first lesson. Chapter 17, The Smoked Makeup Girl. After a hearty lunch, Shilei found himself with only 20-odd yuan left, including what was in his card. And that was after Zhang Wei contributed the remaining change. He carefully calculated his expenses for the week. He only needed a little over 100 yuan to reach his goal of 40,780. If he could secure today's tutoring job, 2 hours at 120 yuan would definitely be enough to complete the task. So, Shilei took a cab to a residential area that wasn't too far from the school. Before he could knock, he heard a roar from inside the house. It was a woman's voice, seemingly the same woman he spoke with on the phone that morning, but now it was clearly filled with intense anger. Shilei hesitated, unsure whether to knock or not. Don't say another word. I won't give you a single cent. The woman's voice echoed again, followed by silence, which indicated she was on the phone and had likely hung up. After straightening his clothes, Shilei decided to knock on the door. I'm telling you, if you dare come here again, I'll call the police. The woman shouted from inside, clearly mistaking Shilei for the person she had spoken to earlier. Hello, I'm Shilei. We arranged to discuss the tutoring job this morning, he called out loudly. There was a moment of silence before the security door opened, revealing a beautiful woman with a decent figure standing inside. After a quick glance at Shilei, she brushed her slightly messy hair and said apologetically, Sorry, I thought you were that person. Come in quickly. You must be Shilei. Shilei nodded. Hello, I'm Shilei, a fourth-year student at Wudong University. Come in. Come in. I was a bit rude earlier. I thought you were him. Shilei took out his student ID and ID card, which he needed to show right away. The call was initially made by my classmate, but he wasn't applying for the tutoring job. He was just helping me out. So he didn't tell you his name during the first call. After he informed me, I reached out to you. Your child is a girl in the 3rd year of junior high, right? The woman seemed to have calmed down a bit. She poured a glass of water for Shilei and sat across from him, examining him seriously. Seemingly satisfied with his appearance, she continued. My child might be a bit rebellious. To be honest, I'm not expecting a tutor to significantly improve her grades. I just need someone to keep her company on weekends. Or rather, to keep an eye on her and prevent her from running off with those bad kids. She frowned slightly and adjusted her wording. So during the tutoring hours, you just need to make sure she doesn't leave the house. I'm quite busy and often work overtime on weekends, so I need you to come over every Saturday afternoon and sometimes on Sundays as well. The price was discussed with your classmate, 60 yuan an hour. If that's all right, we can start today. Shilei was momentarily taken aback, thinking that this woman was quite decisive. Don't you want to know about my academic background? The woman shook her head, forcing a smile. As I mentioned, I just need someone to keep an eye on her on weekends, and if she can attend class, that would be great. Just give it a try. To be honest, WVE had quite a few tutors already, and none have lasted more than a month. I hope you can handle my daughter. Shilei thought to himself. I didn't plan to stay long. I'm just here for the 120 yuan today. Once I get through today, I can just say I can't continue and let her find someone else. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, and his curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of rebellious daughter this seemingly strong woman had. After a brief hesitation, Shilei accepted the 120 yuan, nodded, and stood up. The woman pointed to a closed door and said, She's inside. Oh, her name is Zhang Liangliang. As soon as he opened the door, Shilei realized how challenging this tutoring job was going to be. Generally speaking, a girl in the 3rd year of junior high, around 14 or 15 years old, would have a room filled with pink and other sweet decorations. But what he saw was far from that. There were indeed posters of celebrities on the wall, but they were not of handsome men or beautiful women. Instead, they featured muscular men covered in tattoos, with piercings in every possible place. The room was in chaos, looking as if a 3rd World War had just taken place, utterly disheveled. A girl dressed in a black leather jacket was sitting at the desk, wearing oversized headphones, swaying her head to the music. Even Shilei could clearly hear the aggressive music blasting from the headphones, with a cacophony of English lyrics. Shilei walked over and removed the girl's headphones. Seemingly aware of Shilei's identity, Zhang Liangliang shouted angrily, Give me back my headphones. Ignoring her, Shilei simply took the phone connected to the headphones, unplugged the headphone jack, and returned the phone to her. What are you doing? Zhang Liangliang fumed. Only then could Shilei properly examine the 14 or 15-year-old girl. She had short hair, which didn't seem too short, but was styled in an exaggerated curly manner, resembling a pile of instant noodles on her head. If straightened, it would probably reach her shoulders. Her makeup was atrocious, with dark circles under her eyes, which was said to be the popular smoky eye look, and her lips were coated in black gloss, with several colorful streaks in her hair. The leather jacket was unbuttoned, revealing that she wore only a bra underneath. Her chest was not large enough for any accidental exposure. Her lower half was clad in shorts that barely reached her hips. In this weather, she didn't seem to mind getting cold. What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Zhang Liangliang, looking like a little punk, put her hands on her hips and glared at Shilei. Shilei shook his head in silence, thinking that this was indeed quite a rebellious and non-mainstream look. The woman outside seemed to be a corporate executive, exuding a good temperament and refinement. Having such a daughter must be quite a headache for her. Shilei suddenly felt grateful for being born into an ordinary family, realizing that it was actually a blessing. Chapter 18. Every family has its own difficulties. Not bothering to respond to Zhang Liangliang's outbursts, Shilei found a place to sit and put the headphones aside. When Zhang Liangliang saw this, she rushed over to snatch the headphones, but Shilei blocked her. I don't care if you're non-mainstream or whatever, you should know who I am. Since your mother is paying, I have the obligation to fulfill her request. Zhang Liangliang glared at Shilei and said, aren't you just a tutor? I've changed more than 10 tutors this year, and every one of them started off just like you. I want to see how long you can last. Let us get started, Shilei said, ignoring her, and reached for the Chinese textbook on the desk. The book looked brand new. And since school had started for over a month, it seemed that this girl hadn't even opened it. It's my first time tutoring you, and I don't know your level, so I'll give you 2 questions to start with. Regardless of how Zhang Liangliang reacted, Shilei continued in his own way, ignoring her insults. Moreover, he noticed that despite Zhang Liangliang's rebellious demeanor and the fiery anger that seemed ready to ignite the apartment, she didn't utter a single curse word, not even one. This at least shows that the education at her home is quite good. Zhang Liangliang's rebellion is mostly just a way to resist her parents, or perhaps just her mother. Shilei is not the caring big brother from the radio station and has no interest in managing Zhang Liangliang's family affairs, but since he is being paid, he still has to take this tutoring seriously. He found a blank notebook and created 2 questions based on the content of a Chinese textbook, questions without standard answers, but which could reflect a student's overall level. He handed the notebook to Zhang Liangliang and said, do these 2 questions. What if I don't do them? Zhang Liangliang raised her chin defiantly. If you don't do them, there's nothing I can do. To be honest, this tutoring job is probably the easiest I've ever had. Your mother isn't expecting your grades to improve. She just wants someone to keep an eye on you when she is not home. I'm not interested in your family's issues. If you want to keep shouting, that is fine by me. But while I'm here, you can't do anything else except face these textbooks. You can choose to do the questions or not. And you can even choose whether or not to look at the book as long as it's in front of you. I'm happy to just accompany you until the 2 hours are up. After saying this, Shilei leaned back in his chair, looking indifferent as he watched Zhang Liangliang. Shameless. Zhang Liangliang cursed fiercely, and naturally, she wouldn't pick up the pen on the table, glaring at Shilei like a combative little rooster. In fact, judging by her mother's genetics, if Zhang Liangliang could wash off the makeup on her face, she would probably be quite pretty. What happened to this good girl that made her turn into such a state? Neither of them spoke, maintaining their gaze. Shilei was completely unfazed by Zhang Liangliang's fierce glare. Outside, there was a series of urgent knocks accompanied by a man's voice yelling. Zhang Liangliang's mother, helpless, could only go open the door. Zhao, I warn you, if you dare do this again, I will definitely call the police. If it weren't for Liangliang, your behavior right now could land you in jail for 2 years. Am I occupying your assets? After so many years of marriage, apart from the first 2 years when you still had a job at the law firm, you haven't earned a dime for this family in at least 5 or 6 years. You use my money, eat my food, and even use my money to support your mistress. When the incident happened, you were driving my car? Stop talking to me about this. I'm using our joint property. No matter who earned it, as long as it was acquired during the marriage, we should split it 50-50. You took advantage of my detention to file for divorce and occupy the assets. If you don't give me half today, I'm not going anywhere. All right, you're not leaving, huh? Then I'll call the police to take you away. Zhao, you're still on probation. Think about what you're doing. You dare. The man's voice grew increasingly furious. Zhang Mimi snorted coldly and soon after was heard saying into the phone, hello, is this 110? A man has barged into my house without permission. Yes, I'm Zhang Mimi. Please send someone over quickly. My address is. Zhang Mimi, you're too ruthless. I know you found a new lover. You want to take our joint assets and marry him. Zhang Mimi interrupted the man without hesitation, saying, whether I've found a new lover is none of your business. We've been divorced for more than a year. You cheated during our marriage. And our divorce was ruled by the court. What assets were left in this house? Aside from this apartment, all the money went to your mistress. I didn't even ask you for child support. What right do you have to talk to me about property? The police are on their way. And if you don't want to get in trouble while on probation, you'd better get lost. The girl who had been puffed up with anger moments ago now looked like a defeated rooster, her head drooping, silent. A closer look revealed that Zhang Liangliang's face was full of tears. The smoky makeup had long since disappeared, replaced by streaks of black. Though it was just a few words, Shilei probably understood the family situation and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the girl. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a knock on the door. And soon Zhang Mimi's tired but graceful face appeared in the crack of the door. Teacher Xiao, sure, I have something to attend to at work. So I need to leave now. Thank you for today. Please send me a message when you leave later. Shilei nodded, and Zhang Mimi closed the door. Soon after hearing the sound of the security door being locked, Zhang Mimi had already left. Is it because of your father that you deliberately provoke your mother? Shilei asked softly. Zhang Liangliang suddenly looked up, her face painted in a riot of colors, and she shouted hoarsely, "What is it to you? Why do you care about me? That is not my dad. My dad is already dead. I don't have a dad." Saying this, Zhang Liangliang suddenly rushed to the door, flung it open, and ran out. Shilei was taken aback. He hadn't expected this, and it was too late to stop her. By the time he caught up, Zhang Liangliang had already run out of the house. Shilei saw the keys on the cabinet by the door, grabbed them, and chased after her. Chapter 19. The Smell of Chocolate. Zhang Liangliang didn't run far. She was sitting by the flower bed downstairs, her head down, sobbing, her shoulders shaking continuously. Shilei walked over, looked down at her, wanting to say a few comforting words, but not knowing where to start. "I heard your parents' conversation just now and roughly understood the situation. Your father seems to be a bit idle, and he probably has some bad habits. This family has always been supported by your mother. Before things went wrong, although there were often arguments, it was at least a complete family. But then your father cheated. Maybe something happened while he was out with his mistress. I guess it was a car accident. Your father wasn't seriously injured, but the mistress was, and he must have been driving under the influence. So he faced both civil and criminal liabilities. Your mother, in her anger, filed for divorce, and the court awarded you to her, as well as the only joint property at the time, which is this apartment. But your father has been resentful since he was put on probation and often causes trouble. You've become like this in the past year, haven't you? Probably. You, like your mother, really dislike having such a father." Zhang Liangliang was stunned. She hadn't expected Shilei to almost piece together the whole truth from that simple argument. She looked up, her face still streaked with black tears. Shilei took out a tissue and handed it to her. "It's not hard to guess. It's just that your previous tutor probably didn't want to get involved, so they didn't tell you. Let us put it this way. You hate having such a father, but your mother did nothing wrong. Perhaps you're unwilling to accept her decision to divorce. But any normal woman would not tolerate her husband doing such things. Of course, as an outsider, I'm not going to advise you on this. I just want to say, your rebellion and everything you do won't hurt your father. He only cares about getting money from your mother. And probably more than just once. Once he gets what he wants, he will treat your mother like an ATM. The only person you can hurt is your mother. But does she really deserve your revenge? How can you say he doesn't care about me?" Zhang Liangliang finally spoke, her voice choked. Shilei sat down beside her and said, "If he cared about you, the first thing he should have asked when he walked in was about you." But not even a fake show of concern was present, which only proves that this man doesn't care about anyone but himself. Zhang Liangliang fell silent again, using the tissue Shilei had given her to wipe her face harshly. After throwing the tissue away, Shilei noticed that Zhang Liangliang was actually quite pretty. It was just that the heavy makeup had completely obscured her features. You may feel very unhappy and believe that your unhappiness comes from your parents. So you want to use such behavior to take revenge on them. You're talking nonsense. Who do you think you are? You think you know everything. You've only known me for a few minutes, and you're here preaching to me. The type of person I hate the most is someone like you, full of grand theories, who knows nothing at all. Don't act like you understand everything. Get out of here. I don't want you to be my tutor." Suddenly, after calming down a bit, Zhang Liangliang seemed to be stimulated by something again and roared once more. Shilei was taken aback and immediately understood. "Well, it seems I guessed wrong. You're not trying to take revenge on your mother, nor on your father. In your heart, you probably don't want to acknowledge that father anymore, right? I get it. You lack care and feel like you no longer have a father, while your mother is busy with work all day and doesn't care about you. So, you got yourself into this state just hoping she would pay more attention to you. You're talking crap. That's not it at all. I don't need anyone's care. I just like it this way. Get lost. Anyway, you've already gotten your money for today. My business has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Looking at the horse Zhang Liangliang, Shilei knew he had completely guessed her thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, Shilei still stood up and returned the keys to her room. Behind him, Zhang Liangliang opened her tear-filled, confused eyes, completely unable to grasp Shilei's intentions. Shilei shoved a chocolate into Zhang Liangliang's hand and turned to leave. Zhang Liangliang looked at the chocolate in her hand and cursed. "Who the hell wants your chocolate?" She raised her hand and threw the piece of chocolate far away toward Shilei's back. Watching Shilei really leave like that, Zhang Liangliang couldn't help but let her tears flow down again, looking helplessly in the direction of the community gate, murmuring to herself, though she didn't even know what she was mumbling about. After a long time, when her tears finally dried up, the world in her blurry eyes no longer seemed clear. In Zhang Liangliang's ears, it seemed she could hear Shilei's voice again. Shilei told her, "When you're feeling down, eat a piece of chocolate. It helps relieve emotions." Zhang Liangliang wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, looked at the crushed chocolate on the ground, and hesitated for a moment before walking over. Picking up a piece, carefully wiping off the dust, and putting it in her mouth. Sweet, mixed with a hint of cocoa's unique bitterness, stimulated Zhang Liangliang's taste buds. Driven by an invisible force, Zhang Liangliang picked up the remaining pieces of chocolate on the ground one by one and ate them all. She didn't know why, but Zhang Liangliang really felt her mood improved a bit, perhaps because of the chocolate. Or maybe it was just because her tears had released a lot of the negative emotions inside her. Holding the house key that Shilei had forcibly given her, Zhang Liangliang felt as if she could still sense a bit of warmth left by Shilei in her palm. Suddenly, Zhang Liangliang ran madly toward home, found her phone, and called Zhang Mimi. Zhang Mimi was in a meeting, but when she saw her daughter's call, she chose to answer. "What's the phone number of the tutor?" Zhang Mimi asked in surprise. "Has little Shir left? Quick, give me his number." Zhang Liangliang's tone still seemed impolite, just as she usually communicated with her mother. However, Zhang Mimi felt something different. In the past, Zhang Liangliang would never want the contact information of those tutors. Suppressing her surprise, Zhang Mimi sent Shilei's phone number to Zhang Liangliang. Chapter 20, WeChat's second sister. Shilei was enjoying the dinner he paid for with the 120 yuan he earned, which was also the last part of this week's 40,000 quota. Next week's quota, if all goes well, should be 80,000, and Shilei had already thought about how to arrange that 80,000. In any case, the next week should be quite easy. It had been 3 weeks since he got the black card, and almost every day he lived in fear, enjoying the wonderful life that money brought while also being worried about it. If given a choice, Shilei would probably still choose his previous life, with little money but peace. Humans are so contradictory. When they have no money, they want money. But when they have it, they worry about it. I can't remember who said it, but the problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Shilei had been indifferent to this in the past, but now he deeply understood this saying. The real problems that can become issues are not ones that money can solve. Just like the situation with the black card. No amount of money could make the scepter let him go. After several encounters with the scepter, Shilei had figured out some rules. Besides what the scepter told him, and the places where the weekly quota must be spent to comply with the rules. Shilei also knew that in the eyes of the scepter, he was just a slave in a novice village. This black card probably also has levels, or rather, it confers levels to its owner. The novice village probably doesn't count levels. Shilei was worried that the quota was already so high in the novice village. How high would it be when he reaches level 1, or even level 2? Perhaps 1 million a week? Besides buying a house and a car, Shilei really couldn't think of how to spend 1 million in a week. Fortunately, Shilei is a bit reckless and has a carefree personality. Otherwise, just the fear of the future could crush him. Right now, Shilei was too lazy to think about future matters. He at least knew one thing. The scepter didn't want to eliminate him too quickly. The entire event was a matter of life and death for Shilei. But for the scepter, it was just a game. The power the scepter possesses is something Shilei cannot even imagine. But since the scepter doesn't want to eliminate him too early, Shilei believes that the upcoming quotas will not rapidly increase to an unmanageable level. At least, this black card will give him enough time to grow and learn how to spend money. It's almost a joke. Spending money actually requires learning. Before this, Shilei always thought that spending money was as instinctive as eating when hungry or sleeping when tired. Since he had already solved next week's quota, Shilei was in a good mood, and in such a precarious situation, a week of peace was indeed rare. After swallowing the last bite of food, Shilei put down his chopsticks and stopped thinking. Someone applied to add him as a friend. Second sister. That was the other party's nickname. Shilei glanced at the WeChat ID. It was just a string of numbers, probably a phone number, nothing special. The moments were open, and Shilei casually clicked in, immediately seeing a somewhat familiar, delicate face. Sister One's moments were almost all selfies, various cute poses, with long black hair, a delicate face, and looking quite cute at the age of 15 or 16. However, who is this little girl? Why does she look a bit familiar? Soon, Shilei remembered the graceful female lawyer. This delicate face looked about 60 to 70% like hers. But the age doesn't match. Second sister. Shilei suddenly realized that this WeChat account should belong to Zhang Liangliang. It was at this moment that Shilei realized that Zhang Liangliang's name, in fact, was Zhang Liangliang, which means two. Zhang Mimi really named her daughter casually. Who would have thought that this little girl actually looks quite good? However, her mother is so beautiful, so it's not surprising that the daughter is good-looking as well. Besides, it's only natural for daughters to resemble their mothers. Since he knew who it was, Shilei approved the other party's request. Almost as soon as Shilei accepted Zhang Liangliang's friend request, a message popped up. Guess who I am? In any case, I am your teacher, and you should really be using the respectful form you. Surprised that she guessed it. Shilei thought that no amount of makeup could hide her natural beauty. Shilei casually sent a vomiting emoji, too lazy to type. So, are you coming to teach me tomorrow? Has your temper changed? Looks like what I said before touched her. Or maybe my charm is so dazzling that it made a rebellious girl reconsider her path. Truly, that's a great deed. Being good-looking really is universal. Shilei thought more narcissistically. That's up to your mother. If she calls me tomorrow, I should go. After thinking for a moment, Shilei felt that since he had promised to tutor, he should fulfill that obligation. Although he took this part-time job just in case, he would probably never lack the modest 120 yuan payment each time. It's best to see it through to the end, and it saves a good girl from falling off track for no reason. All right, see you tomorrow. By the way, which do you prefer? My current look or my social media posts? The clean look is pretty good. Okay, come early tomorrow, uncle. Moi? His originally good mood was easily affected by a little girl. Piracy is the enemy of all originality. So the 781 suite operating system must be deducted from the consumption limit. The staff was particularly righteous, and Shilei felt extremely ashamed. Back at the dorm, Shilei read for a while on his phone before going to sleep. Of course, he had to log on to Qidian and recharge his account. After experiencing the incident with the pirated operating system, Shilei vowed never to use any form of piracy again. Damn piracy, it almost got me killed. Supporting genuine products is everyone's responsibility. Piracy is shameful. Please support genuine reading. Waking up in the morning, he opened his mobile banking app. Great, it really was 80,000 yuan. Shilei lay in bed sneering. If he hadn't already planned how to spend this 80,000 yuan, he probably would have had a headache for another week. He proactively called Zhang Mimi. If he didn't need to tutor today, he was ready to spend that 80,000 yuan. The most expensive Alienware laptop at Deji Plaza was over 80,000 yuan, but due to discounts, he could actually get it for over 70,000 yuan. Spending the remaining thousands wouldn't be too difficult either. However, this time he had to make it clear to the store staff that he must have a genuine operating system installed. Chapter 21. No more failed show-offs. Zhang Mimi obviously hadn't been harassed by her ex-husband today. Her voice was much calmer. Hello, teacher. Sure, thank you. I didn't expect such a big change in Liang after just one tutoring session. It seems I really made the right choice in hiring you. Shilei smiled slightly. It seemed there was indeed some effect from yesterday. Perhaps Zhang Liang had washed off her makeup and her hair had returned to normal, making her look like a regular girl, which was why Zhang Mimi said that. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Shilei asked, Ms. Zhang, Lawyer Zhang, are you still there? Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Thank you, teacher. Sure. You're right. I neglected to care for her. I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother. Being a mother isn't just about providing an economically worry-free life. I should be more involved in her growth. Thank you. I've really done too little in this regard. How about this? You don't need to come over today. I'm taking a break and want to take Liang out to have some fun, just the two of us, to have a good chat. Shilei smiled as well, saying, It's great that you think that way. Let us do it this way. I will come over at the same time next Saturday. After a few polite exchanges, they hung up. Shilei rolled out of bed, washed up, and headed straight to Deji Plaza. Even though a week had passed, the staff at the Alienware store recognized Shilei at a glance. For this guy who came in boasting about wanting the most expensive laptop, but ultimately couldn't afford it, it was hard for the staff not to remember him. This time, Shilei was the same as before, walking in and loudly asking, Where's the most expensive laptop? The one over 80,000 yuan. Hurry up and give me the invoice. I want one. The staff was stunned, thinking, why does this guy come in with the same routine every time? And he just bought a laptop last week. Why is he back again? With uncertainty, the staff asked, Sir, I remember you. You were just here last week. How's that laptop working for you? Not good. Very bad. I spilled a cup of water on it, and it started smoking. The staff was dumbfounded, looking at Shilei speechlessly. Although our computers come with a 1-year replacement and 2-year warranty for purely human-caused damage, you can bring the laptop in for us to inspect, and we can charge you some hardware replacement fees, and we can still give you a new one. Too much trouble, and it broke from just a cup of water. This thing is clearly unreliable. I want the one over 80,000 yuan. I remember you said last week that one is waterproof. The staff was even more speechless, explaining, waterproof for computers only means splashproof. The one you bought last week is theoretically waterproof too, but like you said, pouring a whole cup of water on it definitely won't work. Forget all that. Just get me one of those over 80,000 yuan ones. I remember it can be discounted, right? Seeing Shilei's insistence, the staff naturally wouldn't say more, nodding. Our store is currently having a promotion. The top configuration laptop you mentioned is indeed part of the promotion. The full price is 888 yuan. And the promotional price is 80 off, 111 yuan. If you're sure you want it, I'll go get one for you. Shilei waved his hand and tossed his bank card over. After swiping the card, only 9,000 yuan remained from the 80,000 yuan limit for the week. Shilei said to the staff, You were a bit underhanded last week. You installed a pirated operating system for me. A brand store like yours shouldn't have pirated software. This time, you can't install a pirated system for me. It must be genuine. The staff scratched his head, saying, The low-end laptops do indeed come with bulk versions of the operating system, We did make some concessions on the price. The one you're buying today will absolutely have a genuine system. If you need, I can hand you the genuine disc. Alternatively, once you get the machine, you can check it online directly. Shilei nodded in satisfaction, saying, no need to check. For such a big brand, I trust you. If you say it's genuine, then it's fine. Previously, Zhang Wei had told them on WeChat that Shilei bought an Alienware laptop and that it got damaged by a cup of water. But Shilei didn't make him pay. On WeChat voice chat, Zhang Wei confidently stated that Shilei might really be a low-key rich second generation who had been low-key for 3 years. The two of them still didn't believe it. Stone, you bought another Alienware? The first to speak was Tu Ming, the second in the dorm. Are you really a rich second generation? But 3 years, that's too low-key. Right? This was Luo Yi, the dorm leader. Shilei shrugged and tossed the box in his hand towards the two of them, scaring them into quickly catching it. Shilei casually said, the last one I used was just unsatisfactory. Since Zhang Wei broke it, it's broken. I asked my family for money this morning and bought another one. This one is top configuration, 888. Luo Yi and Tu Ming were completely shocked, unable to believe it. They quickly unboxed it, and after powering it on and checking the configuration, they were utterly convinced. Wow, it really is top configuration, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 3 terabytes of hard drive. The graphics and sound cards are top-notch, and the screen is a 4K touchscreen. Stone, this computer is amazing. It simply crushes everything at Wu University. Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and start a game. Let me enjoy myself for a bit. As soon as the confirmation was done, the two of them shouted in excitement as if the computer belonged to them. Chapter 22, The Life of a Rich Second Generation. The three roommates had basically accepted Shilei's identity as a rich second generation, as it was the only explanation for his sudden wealth, and there was absolutely no possibility of him engaging in illegal activities. This was, of course, a small matter. The computer cost Shilei 71,000. And after deducting small expenses like taxis, he still had nearly 9,000 left for the week. He no longer wanted to think about eating sauerkraut lobster or lobster dumplings like last week. Even if Zhang Wei and the others didn't say anything, he was already planning to treat them to food and drinks, sharing the blessings, although during tough times. The burden would definitely not be shared with Zhang Wei and the others. They had a meal near the school, which didn't cost much. And Zhang Wei suggested going to a bar for some fun, of course with Shilei treating again, to which Shilei gladly agreed. Shilei called for a luxury ride, and a BMW 3 Series arrived, which excited Zhang Wei and the others for quite a while. Shilei could only curl his lips and mutter a curse at the country bumpkin before taking the front passenger seat. Shilei realized he was getting more and more accustomed to a wealthy lifestyle. Although it was very likely that his spending limit next week would be 160,000, he still had no idea how to spend that money. However, that didn't prevent him from getting used to the life of the rich. They casually walked into a well-known bar, ordered a private room, and the waiter informed Shilei that the minimum consumption for the room was 1,688. Before Shilei could say anything, the over 200-pound Zhang Wei arrogantly stated, "Don't you know who he is? How can you even ask for such a low minimum? Bring us a bottle first. A big fruit platter and 4 kinds of snacks, all meat. If that's not enough, we'll order more." What a display of extravagance. But was it really okay for him to show off before Shilei? The waiter didn't say much, just gave a disdainful glance at this meat pile. Thinking to himself, what a say bottle to them. If they ordered a bottle, wouldn't they just take off? Before long, the bar was packed. Loud music constantly bombarding everyone's brains, and a variety of people were on the dance floor, twisting their bodies to the heavy beats from the speakers. Shilei wasn't too fond of such occasions. It was too noisy and chaotic. Zhang Wei and the others had already gone crazy, watching the girls on the dance floor who seemed eager to throw flirtatious glances while barely dressed. They couldn't help but rush to the dance floor, trying to flirt with different girls. Taking a sip of his drink, Shilei felt a slight headache, his vision slightly blurred as he experienced the thrill that money brought. Just a month ago, he had no connection to such places. In over 3 years of university, he had never been to a similar venue. While Zhang Wei and the others might occasionally visit bars, Shilei, constrained by his family's financial situation, would refuse to go even if someone offered to treat him. He didn't want to owe anyone such a favor, knowing that at least during his university years, he would have no way to repay that debt. Who would have thought that such a black card would suddenly appear? Who would have imagined that Shilei wasn't actually a rich second generation and that his spending was forced upon him? Seeing a somewhat familiar figure flash by, Shilei frowned slightly. The figure headed up the stairs to the second floor, and Shilei could no longer see her. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. The second floor of this bar was filled with private rooms, well soundproofed, so the outside commotion couldn't be heard inside. The rooms were equipped with complete facilities. Those who wanted to sing could do so in the room. And if they got tired, they could go downstairs or just watch the colorful lights and movements from the corridor outside. Though it couldn't be compared to the normal scene, There were still 7 or 8 private rooms on the second floor. After Shilei went up, he didn't see that familiar figure again and couldn't go knocking on each door. Just as he was hesitating to give up and thinking it wasn't his business, planning to head downstairs, he was bumped into by a flustered figure. He steadied the girl who had bumped into him and, upon taking a closer look, was stunned. He actually recognized her. Shilei called out, as it had been over a year since he last saw her, and this girl's outfit was different from what he remembered, so he needed to confirm. Sure to go? Upon hearing this surprise question, Shilei was completely sure that the girl in the beer promotional outfit was indeed his childhood neighbor and childhood friend. Sunny, what are you doing here? They both asked the same question simultaneously. Shilei smiled, but Sun Yi's face was filled with worry. Are you working? Why are you in such a hurry? Shilei asked again. With a tense expression, Sun Yi grabbed Shilei's arm and said, Sure to go, let us go. Saying this, she tried to pull Shilei towards the stairs. At that moment, Shilei saw 2 young men walking out of a nearby private room, wearing mocking smiles as they looked at Sun Yi. One of them even spoke up. Hey little sister, don't rush to leave. We haven't done anything to you. Aren't you trying to sell us your beer? If you drink a bottle with us, I'll buy a dozen. If you drink a few bottles, I'll buy a few dozen. Shilei understood. These 2 guys were definitely trying to tease Sun Yi because she was pretty. Although Shilei had never been to such places, with the internet being so developed, and having heard stories from classmates who frequented bars, such things were common. It was almost a given that customers would tease beer girls, mainly because most beer girls were not innocent themselves. It was no surprise for them to drink a little. And even if they left with these customers at night, as long as the price was right, it was nothing unusual. This was almost an open secret in bars. Turning around, Shilei patted Sun Yi's shoulder and smiled. It's okay. Then he said to the 2 men, Gentlemen, not every beer girl is willing to sell beer in this way. You are just here to have fun. If it makes you unhappy to do this, that is not worth it, right? One of the men probably thought Shilei's words made sense. After all, such things should be consensual. And it was normal for someone not to want to be taken advantage of. But before he could respond, the other guy looked at Shilei with a sideways glance and said in a frivolous tone, Oh, look at you, the hero saving the beauty. I don't need you to intervene in my business with this beautiful lady, do I? Besides, I'm quite interested to see how you're going to make us unhappy. Oh, right, little sister, your tray and beer are still in our private room. Aren't you going to get them? Shilei frowned. What was originally a small matter seemed to be escalating because this guy was being particularly obnoxious. Don't be afraid. We'll go in to get your things. They want to make things difficult for you. After saying this, Shilei took Sun Yi's hand, bypassed the 2 men, and walked into the private room. Chapter 23. You drink 4 bottles. Shilei pointed to a tray on the table, which still had 2 bottles of beer, and asked, Is this yours? Sun Yi nodded, gripping Shilei's arm tightly, not daring to relax at all. Is that it? Asked the shorter of the 2 men. The taller one tugged at him quietly, seemingly advising him not to cause trouble, but the guy shrugged him off, looking defiantly at Shilei, clearly unwilling to let it end like this. Shilei calmly looked at him and said, What else do you want? Since we're here, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll buy her 2 dozen beers. After she drinks 2 bottles, you can leave. How about this? I'll buy 4 dozen beers, and you drink 4 bottles at once. The rest will be a gift from me to you. How does that sound? Seeing that the other party was genuinely being unreasonable, Shilei couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Moreover, this guy was trying to talk money with him, not knowing that Shilei was now left with nothing but money, and he didn't even know how to spend it. Hey, are you challenging me? The short guy suddenly got angry. The tall guy frowned and said, Dude, this has nothing to do with you. Why be so aggressive? Kid, stop talking nonsense with me. If she doesn't finish 2 bottles of beer today, you guys will definitely not get out of here. The short guy shouted. The tall guy frowned as well. What Shilei said made sense. He didn't want to interfere, but his friends wouldn't let it go, and he couldn't possibly side with Shilei. How about this? We take a step back. We'll buy 2 dozen beers, and you drink them all at once. We'll call it even. How about that? Shilei could tell the tall guy was trying to mediate, but why should he? Just because he knew who they were, he had to drink 2 bottles of beer? Moreover, those 2 were just trying to tease his childhood friend, right? He didn't want to argue with them, but they were getting more aggressive. I'm allergic to alcohol. I don't drink at all. Shilei's voice turned cold, gently squeezing Sun Yi's small hand, which was soft, then pushing her back a step and switching the 2 bottles of beer in his left hand to his right, gripping one tightly, ready to act. Damn, you're really disrespectful. The short guy was even angrier, clearly showing signs of having drunk too much. He grabbed the open bottle of foreign wine on the table and smashed it on the floor, the liquid splattering and glass shards flying everywhere. Sun Yi looked worriedly at Shilei, shaking her head vigorously, tears already glistening in her eyes. Shilei nodded heavily at Sun Yi, signaling her to do as he said, then stared directly at the 2 men. At that moment, a voice came from outside the private room. Damn, Who the hell is causing trouble in my place? Shirley found the voice a bit familiar, looked up, and saw only a head of red hair. Then, there was green hair, followed by a guy with yellow hair. What the hell? How come I run into these three ghosts wherever I go? These persistent traffic lights, why are they here again? The two men seemed to recognize them. Especially the short guy, who immediately laughed and said, "It's not us causing trouble. It's this blind guy who came to my private room to stir things up. I asked him to drink 2 bottles of beer as an apology, and he gives me no face at all. Oh, it's you guys." The red light seemed to recognize them. These two must be regulars here. Let me see, who is so bold to cause trouble in my place? The red light stepped forward, finally noticing Shirley protecting Sun E behind him. In an instant, the red light's expression changed. "How is it you?" he exclaimed in surprise. And the green and yellow lights, who had originally followed to teach the troublemaker a lesson, were equally astonished upon seeing Shirley's face. The previous time, in the alley, they had been chased and beaten by Shirley, and the memories still lingered in their minds, making them feel a wave of fear at the sight of him. Shirley didn't expect these 3 ghosts to be afraid of him. He thought this situation couldn't be resolved peacefully. But why were these 3 even the ones managing this bar? Didn't they say that those who managed bars shouldn't be short on money? What were they doing blocking poor students at the school gate? "It's me, what about it?" Shirley slammed the beer bottle heavily on the table, beer foam spraying everywhere, and the broken glass shards flew. "Oh, are you still going to make a move?" The short guy probably thought the traffic lights would definitely side with them and immediately shouted. However, something unexpected happened. The red light's attitude suddenly changed, and he put on a smiling face, cupping his fists and saying, "Big brother, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming to my place? I could have welcomed you properly. Let's not fight. Let's talk it out." Everyone in the private room was stunned, including Shirley. But Shirley quickly realized that these 3 ghosts were probably scared by his attitude when he risked everything for $300 that day, and in the end, he had chased them for hundreds of meters while holding a brick. The opportunity to show off had arrived. "No one should stop me." Shirley snorted coldly and said, "I really didn't expect that you 3 ghostly figures actually manage a place. What? Are you here to borrow money from me again today?" The tall guy and the short guy didn't dare to speak. These 3 ghosts were nothing, but they were just managing the place for their boss, who was definitely a big-time gangster they couldn't mess with. Although these 3 ghosts were nothing, the respect they showed made one wonder if they were big brothers in the underworld. But who could tell? He looked cultured and polite. Are the big brothers on the street all acting this way nowadays? The tall guy couldn't help but glare at the short guy, whose drunkenness was wearing off. And they exchanged glances. "Ah, we really didn't know this big brother. We were blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't hold it against us. How about this? I'll buy your sister 10 dozen beers, and then we'll each drink 4 bottles all at once as an apology. How does that sound?" They were just slightly well off, and they definitely wouldn't dare to offend someone from the underworld. Chapter 24 Reunion after a long time. After all, being in charge of the place. The red light had seen his share of bar incidents and quickly snapped back. "Damn, you 2 worthless pieces of crap, dare to fool me. Are you itching for a beating or something? Causing trouble in my place? And blaming this big brother for causing trouble? Hurry up and apologize." As he spoke, the red light kicked towards the short guy, as if to vent Shirley's frustrations. Shirley felt it was about time. After all, the traffic light was only afraid that he would dare to go all out. It was fine to show off a bit, but if it escalated and got serious, they might end up fighting. All right, it wasn't a big deal. It was just this guy being unreasonable. "You, go open a tab for 10 dozen beers and let them pay. As for drinking, forget it. You can take your time. I'm not interested in watching." With a wave of his hand, it was as if he was displaying the demeanor of a big brother. Shirley couldn't help but admire himself. This was a performance worthy of an award-winning actor. Upon hearing this, the red light immediately kicked the short guy again. "Why aren't you hurrying to pay the bill?" Seeing the short guy really pull out his card, Sun E looked a bit at a loss. Shirley smiled and said, "Go ahead. Just open the tab and have the waiter bring up a dozen beers. The rest can be stored for them. Just give them a drink card. Then wait for me over there." Although Sun E didn't understand, she knew there wouldn't be any danger anymore. Still, she looked at Shirley with concern. Seeing him so determined, she lowered her head and quickly walked out. The short guy, with a smiling face, said, "Big brother, I really didn't recognize Mount Tai earlier. I drank a bit too much and said nonsense. Please forgive me." Shirley waved his hand and said, "It's all right. As I said, we came out to have fun. Most of the beer girls are fine with it. In fact, as long as you pay, they'll go with you at night. But there are always some girls who won't do that. You guys aren't short on money. Just call out. And there are plenty of pretty girls willing to drink with you. Why make things difficult for a girl who's just trying to work? Yes, you're right. We will never do this again." Shirley finally nodded in satisfaction, thinking he had put on a good show and should leave soon. Then, he threw away the beer bottle in his hand, walked over to the red light, and patted his shoulder, saying solemnly, "Sorry, it got a bit messy. Get a waiter to clean it up. The red light, upon being patted, involuntarily shrank down half a body and kept saying, small matter, small matter. Big brother, don't worry about it. Wherever you sit, I'll come over for a drink later. Shilei finished his conversation with his friend and left the private room. As he closed the door, he heard a short guy inside asking anxiously, who is this? What is going on? Thanks, bro, thanks. Wow, I really couldn't tell. That's called a true person not revealing their true self. It's tough to get by in this society these days. Hong Deng sighed. Shilei couldn't help but chuckle as he completely closed the door and went downstairs. Sun Yi was waiting at the stairway, and when she saw Shilei come down safely, she felt relieved. However, still feeling nervous, she pulled Shilei and asked, Brother Shirtu, are you okay? I just went to booth 17 to find your friend. But no one was there. They might all be dancing, and I don't know anyone. The little girl looked aggrieved. Sun Yi was Shirlei's neighbor when they lived in the old house, which was a large courtyard housing 3 families. One of the families was older, with their children already grown and moved out. Shilei and Sun Yi grew up together as playmates. Until 3 years ago, when Sun Yi's father passed away. Her mother met a businessman and sold their house a year and a half ago, moving to Wudong with him. Sun Yi was 3 years younger than him, so she should be a freshman this year. Shilei had thought about whether she might coincidentally get into the same university as him, and they would meet unexpectedly. Now, they really did meet unexpectedly, but he didn't expect it to be in such a situation. How could you come to do this? Don't you know this kind of place is full of all sorts of people? Not wanting to say much, as soon as she spoke, Sun Yi couldn't help but start crying, tears streaming down her face like a broken pearl curtain. Shilei felt flustered and hurriedly pulled her out of the bar. Stop crying. Stop crying. What is going on? Tell me. Shilei fumbled to wipe her tears, and passers-by cast curious glances, clearly thinking Shilei was bullying the girl. Sun Yi just kept sobbing and shaking her head, refusing to say anything. Okay, Yi, I was a bit harsh just now, don't cry. We're not in a hurry. Let us talk slowly, okay? Sun Yi continued to cry, and a girl passing by pointed at Shilei and said, Do you have no shame? Bullying a woman is not what a man should do. Sun Yi quickly looked up and said to the kind girl, No, Brother Shirtu didn't bully me. It was my fault. I won't cry anymore. Please don't scold him. Shilei helplessly explained, She grew up with me. We lost contact after she moved a year ago. And now we meet again, and she is crying like this. How could I dare to bully her? Hearing this, the girl hesitated and looked at Sun Yi, who nodded vigorously. Then she said, Oh, I see. Sorry, but you, a big man, shouldn't let the girl cry like this. Sun Yi's pretty little face suddenly showed anger as she said, That is not my stepfather. My mom didn't marry him. And he is just a fraud who tricked my mom into selling our house to come to Wudong. Then he took the money and disappeared. Shilei was stunned, realizing why Sun Yi hadn't contacted him for over a year. His heart filled with hatred for that fraud, but it was ultimately of no use. He could only comfort Sun Yi. Even if you don't have a house anymore, I remember your mom used to be an accountant. Finding a job shouldn't be too hard, right? Sun Yi burst into tears again and said, Mom is sick, and I want to make money to treat her. In the midst of Sun Yi's fragmented narration, Shilei finally understood everything. Sun Yi's mother met a man slightly older than her a year after her husband died. The man claimed to be doing business in Wudong and had been a widower without children. He came to Runzhou to discuss business and eventually established a romantic relationship with Sun Yi's mother. The man disguised himself well and, under the pretense of marriage, convinced her to sell their house and go to Wudong with him. In Wudong, Sun Yi's mother, being an accountant, managed to save some money, initially intended for Sun Yi's college tuition. However, when she fell ill, all their savings were depleted, and Sun Yi even had to give up her studies. The school reluctantly agreed to let her delay her enrollment for a year, but Sun Yi knew that even if she cured her mother's illness, it would be impossible to gather enough tuition by next September. At first, Sun Yi wanted to find a regular job to raise money for her mother's treatment. But as a high school graduate and a delicate girl, it was nearly impossible to find a high-paying job. She had previously worked as a waitress and later heard from colleagues that selling beer in bars could yield much higher income, with some girls making over 10,000 a month. That's why she ended up here. She had only been working there for 5 or 6 days. Initially, the customers were relatively decent, merely teasing her verbally because of her beauty, and her beer sales were quite good. If things continued like the first 2 or 3 days, her commission could really reach over 10,000 by the end of the month. However, the chaotic side of bars quickly revealed itself to Sun Yi, and she began encountering customers who tried to get hands-on with her. In fact, tonight's 2 customers were still considered decent, even if they had ulterior motives. They only wanted to get her drunk and take her to a hotel. However, some were outright trying to take advantage of her. Fortunately, Sun Yi had been extremely cautious, which allowed her to barely stay safe. But it was only a matter of time. If this continued, something would inevitably happen. Shilei took Sun Yi to a nearby porridge shop. Watching her eat heartily, he felt particularly stifled. Don't go back to the bar to sell beer tomorrow. In that kind of place, something will happen sooner or later. Seeing Sunny put down her bowl, Shirley spoke gently. Sunny nodded. She had already realized this. But the pressure of her mother's medical expenses and their living costs left her gasping for breath. With no other skills, she felt she had no choice but to continue this job. However, soon Sunny felt hopeless about the future. Her mother was seriously ill, and she was still thinking about entering university next year. If she gave up this job, life would be utterly despairing. Hesitating, it seemed she had something to say but couldn't get it out. I'll help you find a way to get the money for your mom's treatment. As for your tuition, aren't there student loans now? Given your situation, you should be able to apply for one. For now, let us focus on getting your mom treated. Tell me how much it costs for a heart bypass surgery? Tears seemed to well up in Sun's eyes again as she said, the doctor said the surgery costs over $50,000 plus recovery. It might be close to $100,000. Mom has health insurance, which can reimburse nearly half, but the doctor said I need to prepare at least $60,000. Shirley nodded, thinking that his limit next week definitely wouldn't be lower than this week. Helping Sunny cover this cost wouldn't be a problem. However, Shirley didn't know how the authority would calculate this money. Helping a friend's mother pay for medical expenses was clearly different from direct consumption. When Shirley was in high school, he had some naive understanding of relationships between men and women, and he indeed had some feelings for Sunny. However, not to mention that they weren't even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Even if they were, Shirley wouldn't risk his life to help her. He wasn't that noble. Why not ask the authority? Shirley quickly dismissed this thought. He could almost imagine that the staff would never provide an answer, and that it might even intentionally put him in an increasingly difficult position to make the game more interesting. Negotiating with the staff was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. But could he just stand by and watch Sunny's mother continue to suffer? Cornering Sunny might lead to her destruction. Seeing the haggard appearance of Sunny's mother in the bare room they rented, which had been converted from a garage, Shirley made up his mind to find a way to help the mother and daughter through their difficulties. Chapter 26, A Flash of Inspiration. Some things are easier said than done. 60,000 yuan may not seem like a lot, but Shirley had already spent over 100,000 in the past 3 to 4 weeks, which had convinced the 3 roommates that he was a well-disguised rich second generation. However, Shirley was not truly a rich second generation. That money had to be spent. And after deducting the necessary expenses, the real Shirley was still broke. After tossing and turning all night, Shirley couldn't sleep. He was constantly thinking about how to help Sunny with the 60,000 yuan for her surgery and post-operative costs. And it would be best if he could gather a little more so that Sunny could care for her mother without any worries until she recovered. As dawn broke, Shirley still hadn't managed to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts of 60,000 yuan. Several times, he considered taking his black card to negotiate with the staff. Perhaps, just like in novels, making a deal with the devil would allow him to obtain everything he needed. The staff and the devil were somewhat similar. While it provided the person with the black card a large amount of money, it hung over Shirley like the sword of Damocles, where one misstep could cost him his life. Shirley was convinced that the staff could resolve his current predicament, but he also knew that it would demand a price he could never bear. To save someone or to take care of himself, Shirley hoped he could do both. He picked up his phone and made a call. Initially, he wanted to ask his parents if they could help Sunny's mother, but his father's first words almost made him give up. Yes, the family was not well off. Combined, his parents earned about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, and tuition and miscellaneous fees amounted to 10,000 a year. To ensure Shirley could live a little better at school, they sent him nearly 2,000 yuan a month, leaving just enough for normal household expenses. Over the past 3 years at university, the family had hardly been able to afford any major purchases. Their TV had been used for almost 10 years, and his parents had wanted to replace it but couldn't bring themselves to do so. They might have some savings, but Shirley knew that 60,000 yuan was a significant amount for his family, and he couldn't bring himself to ask for it. Son, why aren't you speaking? Is it that you don't have enough money? His father's voice was noticeably lower, accompanied by footsteps, indicating he had stepped onto the balcony to talk to Shirley. Would 500 yuan be enough? I received a 600 yuan bonus last month from work, and I didn't tell your mother. A couple of days ago, I spent 100 drinking with your Uncle Luo, but I'll send it all to you. Just don't tell your mother about this. I was planning to buy her a small gift for our wedding anniversary next month. You're looking for a job and need money, so I'll send this to you first. Shirley felt a pang in his eyes and wanted to speak, but he couldn't find the words. No, I recently took up tutoring and can earn over 200 a week. The money is enough. I just wanted to call to check on you and Mom. Look at you. You found a tutoring job, but that is only part-time. Don't overexert yourself. If you need money, just tell your mother and me. No matter what, we'll support you until you graduate. After you graduate, we'll also think about asking relatives for some money, and we'll take out our savings to help you buy a small apartment in Wudong. You know, That's all we can do. We can only cover the down payment, and you'll have to handle the monthly mortgage. Hearing his father's voice, Shilei felt a wave of sadness and lost the ability to speak. It's okay. You should keep your money. Your son is capable and will definitely find a good job, and then I'll buy a big house to bring you and mom over to live. He couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken. The route of asking his family for help was effectively closed off. His parents could probably scrape together the money. But once Shilei opened his mouth, they would likely fall into deep conflict. On one hand, they hoped to use this money for his down payment on even a small apartment in Wudong. On the other hand, they were kind-hearted people who would feel guilty knowing about Sun Yi's family situation. Shilei knew all too well how conflicted his parents would be if he told them about Sun Yi's mother's condition. Forget it, he would find a way himself. An unintentional remark sparked a flash of inspiration in Shilei's mind. Yes, the computer. Rushing into the self-service bank, Shilei inserted the black card into the ATM. When the staff appeared, Shilei eagerly asked, "Great master, your humble servant wants to ask if I am about to reach this week's quota?" The staff's androgynous voice came out. "Why are you asking such questions again? Foolish person, it's been over 3 weeks. Haven't you figured out the simplest rules of which expenditures count toward the quota and which don't? I just want to confirm. Please tell me, great master, what are you doing with that computer so early in the morning? The quota you'll encounter will only increase, and by that time, you'll realize that this mere 70,000 plus computer is nothing to mention. If I were you, I'd learn how to spend properly instead of holding on to this cheap item and showing such a pathetic face." Shilei understood from the staff's words that the expenditure on this computer had already been counted toward the quota. For the first time in his life, Shilei voluntarily withdrew the black card, leaving the self-service bank with a proud smile on his face. However, he didn't notice that although he had pulled out the black card, the staff on the screen had not disappeared but instead said in a very low voice, "What a foolish person, thinking he is clever. Do you really think your little schemes can fool me? Truly foolish so-called kindness. I thought I had found a decent slave, but it seems I have to prepare to develop the next one. This time was really too short." Then, the staff gradually faded away, truly disappearing. Chapter 27. An Unbearable History of Pretentiousness. As he walked into the Alienware store with the computer, Shilei struggled internally for a long time. The first time he came, he failed to impress. Although the staff didn't say anything and were ultimately happy to sell him a machine worth over 20,000, Shilei still felt a sting of embarrassment for his own actions. The second time was a glorious comeback. He swaggered in and criticized the poor waterproofing of their computers, then boasted that he wasn't short on money, looking down on their 20,000 plus computer configuration as inadequate, and walked away with the store's most expensive computer amid the staff's astonished and admiring gazes. At that moment, he felt immense joy at finally succeeding in showing off. Indeed, Shilei was there to return the product. Although he hesitated, he took this step to help Sun Yi's mother gather enough money for her heart bypass surgery. Some issues of pride simply could not be compared to a life. Taking a deep breath, Shilei walked into the Alienware computer store. It was still the same staff member, and upon seeing Shilei, their pupils tensed slightly. He suddenly envisioned a scene in his mind. This wealthy client picked up a glass of water and poured it over the keyboard of the computer, intending to test the waterproof performance of the high-end Alienware laptop. It couldn't really be like this, could it? The salesperson still tried hard to squeeze out a smile and approached. "Sir, how can I help you? Please tell me this computer hasn't been splashed with water again." Shilei shoved the computer into the salesperson's hands and whispered rapidly, "I remember your store has a 7-day no-reason return policy for both online and offline purchases, right? What kind of script is this? This situation feels off. Could it be that I slept in the wrong position last night and haven't woken up yet?" The salesperson secretly pinched his thigh, thinking, "Damn, that hurts. Obviously, this isn't a dream." "Sir, what did you just say? I remember your store has a 7-day no-reason return policy for computers purchased online and offline, right?" This time, Shilei spoke even faster and quieter, feeling embarrassed himself. Fortunately, the mall had just opened, and there were no other customers in the store. Even the other staff were busy with their own tasks and hadn't come over. "Sir, I don't quite understand. Could you speak a bit slower?" The salesperson was starting to doubt if he had misheard. It's not that there was no return policy, but someone like Shilei, who had bought 2 computers within 2 weeks, the first of which he broke due to his own misuse and didn't even bother to repair, directly buying the highest configuration model, it was hard for the salesperson to believe that such a wealthy person would want to return a product. "Is he deliberately trying to mess with me?" "Actually, you heard correctly, didn't you?" Shilei said with frustration. The salesperson sighed and asked, "Is there something about our computer that you're dissatisfied with?" Shilei scratched his head and said, "Not really. It's just, he can't exactly say he urgently needs money, can he? If he has to blame something, it would be his overly flashy walk the last time he came. Trying too hard to show off. If he had been more discreet, the salesperson probably wouldn't have had such a deep impression of him. And wouldn't he be looking at him like he had seen a ghost? It's not that I'm dissatisfied. Your computers are quite good. But isn't your rule that you can return them without reason within 7 days? That is to say, as long as the computer isn't damaged and there are no obvious scratches or anything that affects resale, I should be able to return it without needing a reason, right? The salesperson was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly for a long time before saying, "That's correct according to store policy, but sir, it would be best if you could provide a reason. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult for us, since you must have used this computer already, right?" Shilei shrugged helplessly, thinking he could only be unreasonable at this point. Anyway, he had to return this computer today, no matter what. Alright. This reason is just incredibly powerful. There's nothing more suitable than being dissatisfied. The salesperson thought for a moment and said, "Sir, if you must return it, of course. That can be done. However, we need to check the whole unit. If there is no damage and no signs of it being opened, I can process the return for you." "Okay, go ahead and check." The salesperson opened the packaging, carefully checked the appearance, confirmed there were no scratches or signs of it being opened, then powered it on, checked the hardware configuration, and looked at the battery cycle count, confirming that this computer hadn't even reached a single battery cycle. Finally, he processed the return for Shilei. However, throughout the process, the salesperson looked at Shilei with a strange expression, making him wish he could just sink into the ground. Once the refund was completed, and knowing that the money wouldn't hit his bank card that quickly, Shilei wasn't worried that such a big brand would swindle him out of 70,000 yuan. After the salesperson assured him that the refund would arrive within 24 hours at the latest, Shilei left Daiji Plaza with his head down, feeling embarrassed, and warned himself not to come near this store again in his life. Well, unless that salesperson is no longer working here. Without even waiting for 24 hours. In the afternoon, Shilei received a text message that 71,000 yuan had been added to his bank card. His balance had now reached over 76,000 yuan, with the missing 3,000 yuan being spent on treating friends to dinner and drinks the night before. As soon as the money arrived, Shilei felt more confident and called a car to head straight to the garage where Sun Yi and her mother were renting. When he arrived at the door, Shilei called Sun Yi to let her know he was outside. Sun Yi sounded cautious on the phone, saying, "Brother, sure, I'm not home. Didn't I tell you not to go to work today? And it's only this early. What are you out doing?" Sun Yi stammered, "It's nothing. I just went out for a walk." "Brother, sure, I really have something." Sun Yi's tone was very evasive. Chapter 28, One-Year Girlfriend. Wu Haoyuan was quite pleased with himself today. After a night of success, he woke up to the sound of magpies chirping outside his window, indicating good fortune was coming. He was a senior at Wudong University, and while he didn't know what others experienced in college, Wu Haoyuan had only one goal: to chase girls. With good looks, Wu Haoyuan was already popular among girls, and although his family wasn't exactly wealthy, their total assets exceeded 100 million. On his first day at university, he drove a bright yellow sports car, which attracted plenty of attention. At first, he only looked for targets within the university campus, accepting anyone, whether classmates or senior sisters. Handsome and rich, combined with a charming tongue, he slept with over 10 girls in his freshman year alone. By the end of his first semester, he was even dating 3 girls simultaneously, which caused quite a stir when it was discovered. Fortunately, his family helped smooth things over, and nothing major happened. So Wu Haoyuan appeared to be much more restrained on the surface. However, he merely shifted his target to girls from other schools, especially after hooking up with a high school girl from Wuda-affiliated high school during his junior year. He felt like he had discovered a new battlefield and regretted not having found this area sooner. Today's high school girls were even more open than college girls. Throughout his junior year, Wu Haoyuan was more than just successful. The key was that high school girls were easier to impress, even if something was discovered. A new phone could easily smooth things over. For the few who got clingy, Wu Haoyuan had already set things up from the beginning, never revealing his real name or school. However, half a year ago, he deceived a girl from Wudong Normal University affiliated high school in her senior year. When he went to pick her up from school, he ended up being attracted to her classmate instead. The girl he initially targeted was only interested in Wu Haoyuan's money. Although she was just a senior, she was far from a virgin. Wu Haoyuan straightforwardly told her that if she could help him connect with that girl, he would buy her a Chanel bag. He found opportunities to get in touch. But that girl was completely indifferent to Wu Haoyuan's relentless pursuit and began avoiding him after 2 attempts. Wu Haoyuan had never encountered such a girl before. The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her. Through a few tests with her classmates, he learned that it was almost impossible to win her over with money, so he pretended to be a devoted gentleman, waiting for her every day at the school gate. Although this behavior earned him her WeChat ID, it remained just that. For over half a year, Wu Haoyuan hadn't even touched her hand once. 2 months ago, upon learning that the girl had also been accepted into Wu University, He even went so far as to reveal that he was a student there, hoping to invite her to dinner as a senior to celebrate her becoming a top student at Wu University and their serendipitous connection as alumni. Even so, the girl still rejected him, which left Wu Haoyuan feeling inexplicably angry. If it were anything else, he would have given up long ago. Although this kid was not very old, he had a special obsession when it came to women. He thought that once that girl entered Wudong University, there would be more opportunities to interact, and he would eventually win her over. After spending half a year without success, and now the girl had gone missing, Wu Haoyuan felt extremely frustrated. What he didn't expect was that while singing at a karaoke place, he unexpectedly encountered that girl again, who had fallen to the point of working as a waitress. After a gentle approach, the girl finally told him that her mother was ill and needed a large sum of money for treatment. The tuition money prepared by her family had already been spent, so she applied for a deferment from school and had to work to support her family. As for WeChat, it was because she had sold her smartphone and bought an 80 yuan secondhand feature phone, which was enough for her to make and receive calls. She hadn't seen the messages Wu Haoyuan had sent her at all. Wu Haoyuan felt the unpredictability of life, but at the same time, he realized that his opportunity had come. Therefore, he offered to help the girl cover her mother's medical expenses, but his condition was that she would be his girlfriend. Moreover, this girlfriend relationship could automatically end when Wu Haoyuan graduated from university. Wu Haoyuan earnestly expressed that he just liked the girl too much and hoped to be with her. But 60,000 to 70,000 yuan was a huge amount even for him, so if they were just ordinary friends, he couldn't even bring it up to her parents. The girl didn't completely refuse but also didn't agree. She just hurriedly left. This morning, the girl finally called him, saying she wanted to meet him. On the phone, she timidly asked, "Do you really like me?" After a moment of silence, she said, "Okay then, let us meet at the KFC outside the school. Are you really going to lend me money to help my mom get treated? It has to be true, but you'll have to wait for me a bit. I need to ask my parents for money. Around 10:30, okay?" After hanging up the phone, Wu Haoyuan was extremely excited. He looked at the girl on the bed who had shared a moment with him, feeling her delicate skin in his palm. Thinking that he would soon get the girl who had always been out of reach, he was instantly filled with enthusiasm and, disregarding the fact that the girl was still sleeping, climbed on top of her and spread her legs apart, driving his bumblebee. He arrived at the KFC at the school gate, but after searching for a long time inside, he still couldn't find the girl. He took out his phone and called her, feeling a bit annoyed but still trying to sound affectionate. He said, "Hello, I'm here. Where are you? Is your mom's health getting worse? Do you want me to go to the hospital now to give you the money so you can handle the procedures for your mom? For this kind of illness, the sooner the surgery, the better." On the other end of the line, the girl stammered, No. My mom is not in the hospital now. I can't talk to you. I'm home." And then she hung up. Wu Haoyuan was furious but thought this was just an accident. As long as the girl needed money, she would definitely contact him again. After the girl hastily hung up the phone, she looked at the tall boy in front of her and shyly called out, "Brother Shirtu, I." Chapter 29, Fantasy and Reality. Looking at the flustered expression on Sun Yi's face, Shilei instinctively felt that something was wrong. Where have you been?" Shilei asked. A casual question made Sun Yi even more flustered. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet, her eyes full of evasion. Not daring to look at Shilei at all, Shilei felt that something was off and asked, "Is there some trouble? Tell me, no matter what the trouble is. I will help you." "It's nothing, really nothing." Sun Yi continued to dodge, her hands clumsily taking out her keys to open the door. But the keys fell to the ground. Shilei picked up the keys but didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he seriously looked at Sun Yi, turned her shoulder, and said more seriously, Quickly tell me the truth. We grew up together. I consider you my own sister. No matter what happens, you must tell me. Is it because of your mom's illness that you borrowed money from someone, and now they want you to pay it back?" Sun Yi quickly shook her head and said, No, I didn't borrow money. You have to tell me the truth." Sun Yi looked at Shilei anxiously, finally unable to hold back, and cried out. Shilei realized that his tone had been too harsh, so he softened his voice as much as possible, gently stroking Sun Yi's hair, saying, "Okay, it's my fault. My tone was too heavy. But whatever it is, you must tell me. You don't have to worry about your mom's illness. I brought money with me. Enough to cover your mom's surgery." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Sun Yi cried even harder, burying her head into Shilei's embrace, her tears quickly soaking his shirt. After comforting her for a long time, Sun Yi finally stopped crying, and Shilei then asked, Can you tell Brother Shirdu what you were doing just now?" Sun Yi bit her lip, unsure how to start, feeling very innocent, thinking that Wu Haoyuan was willing to give money to treat her mother, which seemed like a normal exchange. However, Sun Yi also understood that this was not much different from what society calls keeping a mistress. She still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that Wu Haoyuan truly liked her, as that would at least give her some justification. The Shilei in front of her was the only person she could trust besides her mother, and she could no longer control her emotions. She felt completely drained. Brother Shirtu, Sun Yi hesitated several times, and Shilei gently stroked her head, feeling pain for her. Brother Shirtu, can we sit over there for a while? Sun Yi pulled Shilei's arm, pointing to a place in the old neighborhood where elderly people exercised, which was empty at this time. Shilei nodded, and the two walked to a seesaw, sitting apart. Shilei gently squatted down and stood up again, allowing Sun Yi to naturally bounce on the seesaw. We used to sit on the seesaw like this when we were kids, do you remember? Shilei knew there was definitely something going on, but since Sun Yi was afraid to speak, he hoped to relax her mood as much as possible. Sun Yi's face was somewhat indifferent, as if she was recalling the scenes of playing with Shilei when they were young. Brother Shirtu, just now, there was a boy, a student from your school, also a senior this year. He had been pursuing me since last year, but my mom told me that my task was to study well. So I ignored him. He kept looking for me, and I didn't pay attention to him. But now that my mom is sick, I thought I could quickly earn enough money for her treatment by selling beer at the bar. However, what happened last night made me realize that to earn money in that kind of place, I first have to become a dirty woman. I don't want that. And you want to allow me to go back there to work? Sun Yi's voice grew lower, as if she knew she had done something wrong. Shilei remembered that boy. Not long ago, when she was working as a waitress, she happened to run into him. He learned about her family situation and said he could pay for her mother's medical expenses, but there was a condition. She had to be his girlfriend. He said that even if it was just for a year, when he graduated from university, if she didn't want to continue, they could end it. Upon hearing this, Shilei became furious. You want to see him just now? Did you agree to him? He didn't want you to be his girlfriend. He actually wanted to. Shilei hesitated, not wanting to say that dirty word. Sun Yi wasn't flustered by Shilei's anger. On the contrary, a pale smile appeared on her face, and she seemed more composed. Shirtu, I did call him just now to meet at the KFC near the school, but before I could see him, your call came. I understand you want to help Annie with her medical bills, but how can you agree to something like this? This is essentially keeping a mistress, right? Hearing Sun Yi calmly say this, Shilei was taken aback. In fact, I had already understood when he started mentioning conditions for treating his mother. However, he had pursued me for half a year, waiting for me almost every day at the school gate, and I fantasized that perhaps he was truly sincere. Although the conditions he proposed weren't good, what could I do? My mother's illness, could I just ignore it? I wanted to have a happy family like other girls and enjoy my college life. But none of that was mine. I could only deceive myself, telling myself that Wu Hao Yuan genuinely liked me, so I could date him without guilt and use his money to pay for my mother's treatment. But Sun Yi raised her head, wiped away her tears, and said to Shilei, Shirtu, am I a bad girl? Shilei fell silent. He quietly stood up, walked over to Sun Yi on the other end of the seesaw, hugged her in his arms, and whispered, No, is a good girl, a particularly filial good girl. I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have said those things to you. But, Shirtu, mom's medical expenses are at least 60,000, and your family situation is pretty ordinary. How could you possibly have that much money? Shilei ruffled Sun Yi's hair and said, I've been working part-time while in college these past few years, and I've saved a few tens of thousands. Chapter 30. Kind lie. Shilei didn't want to lie, but he couldn't explain the source of his money to anyone. Now, faced with the matter of treating someone, he could only tell this kind lie. After some persuasion, Sun Yi finally calmed down. Shilei continued, Don't tell Annie that the money is from me. Sun Yi's beautiful eyes widened, her eyelashes still glistening with tears, looking as enchanting as dew on an autumn morning. Why? Shilei touched Sun Yi's head and said, Otherwise, Auntie will feel burdened. She'll definitely think that such a large sum of money is something you can't afford. There's no rush to pay it back. We can talk about it later. I'm not trying to discuss repayment. I'm just worried Auntie won't accept the money. Then how should I explain it to Mom? Shilei could only say, Just don't say anything when you see her. Let me talk to Auntie. And you just need to cooperate a little. Just say that I called you out this morning, took you to my workplace, and after discussing everything, you just need to sign an agreement with the company once Annie agrees. When Sun Yi's mother saw Shilei arrive, she hurriedly instructed Sun Yi to pour water for him and wanted to sit up from bed. Shilei quickly helped Sun Yi's mother lean against the headboard and sat down beside her, smiling as he asked, Auntie, how are you feeling today? Sun's mother brushed her hair back. Although she was only in her 40s, her hair had already turned gray, showing that life had really taken a toll on her. With a forced smile, she said, It's about the same every day. Actually, I'm okay, but I can't stop worrying about I really feel useless. I've been scammed out of money and ended up with this illness. If it weren't for still being young and not even in college yet, I'd rather just die. Mom, please don't say that. Sun Yi's tears flowed down again uncontrollably. You child, you've always known how to comfort people, but look at my body. Sun's mother had a worried expression. Shilei smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry too much about your illness. I called E out this morning to help solve this issue. Shirley, you can't ask your family for help. Your family isn't wealthy, and it must be hard for your parents to earn money. With you in college these past few years, their lives must have been tight. Shirley interrupted Sun's mother, saying, Auntie, please don't worry, let me finish. You see, after I started college, I thought about lightening the burden at home, so I've taken on quite a few part-time jobs. I currently work at a pharmaceutical company, promoting medical equipment for them. Last night, I met E, and when she told me about your situation, I felt it was fate. Our company recently developed a stent for heart bypass surgery, and the price we offer is lower than the stents currently used in hospitals. However, since it's a new product, hospitals are hesitant to accept it. So the company decided to find a batch of volunteers who have coronary heart disease and need surgery but can't afford the costs. We are willing to provide the stents for free and cover the costs of the surgery and post-operative recovery. After all, using a newly developed stent carries certain risks in the eyes of many. But I work at this company and know that our products are quite reliable. It's just that to break into the market, the company has to spend some money, which is basically like advertising. The hospital agrees with this approach. On one hand, they can test whether the new product works, and on the other, they can help those who can't afford treatment. Every year, many patients can't receive treatment due to financial issues, and doctors feel bad about it. So I went to the company early this morning and mentioned your situation to our boss. He said that since you are my neighbor, it would be easier to reach an agreement. That's why I called E over. The manager responsible for this matter has already explained the whole process to her. You tell Auntie. Sun's mother was stunned. She couldn't believe this was happening and nervously asked, Can your company really cover all the expenses? Seeing that Sun's mother was only concerned about the costs and not the quality of the stent, Shirley knew they were almost there. So he quickly said yes. Our company has a budget of up to $40,000 for each volunteer. I heard from E that your condition requires 3 stents, and with the surgery and recovery, it will cost around $100,000. The 3 stents would cost about $40,000 to $50,000, and with the insurance reimbursement, $40,000 should be enough for a volunteer's surgery and recovery. At the same time, our company will purchase insurance for the patient before the surgery to maximize the protection of the volunteer's interests. Shirley, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? There can't be such good things in the world. Sun's mother found it hard to believe. $40,000. That's so much money for one person. I can't imagine what it would be like if there were 10 or 8 patients. Shirley smiled and said, Auntie, you don't have to worry. I have no reason to deceive you. It's just a coincidence. Our company needs to break into the market, and the hospital is worried about the product's quality. So if you are willing to volunteer, our company would actually be grateful to you. If your surgery goes well, that hospital will agree to use our stents in the future, as long as one hospital is willing to purchase. Other hospitals will know our products are cheaper than those from other companies, and they will also buy from us. The amount for your surgery is just a drop in the bucket for a company. Chapter 31. Hold on tight. Sun's mother still found it hard to believe. She looked at Sun E and asked, E, did you really meet the manager from Shirley's company? Sun E nodded to confirm what Shirley said. When I first went there, the boss of Shita's company was also present, but later the manager talked to me. What did he say to you? It was the same as what Shirtu said, that if I was willing to be a volunteer, I would need to sign an agreement with them. Agreement? What agreement? Sun's mother didn't understand. Shirley quickly explained. Surgery involves risks. And even if the doctor is good and the medical equipment is top-notch, there is still a certain risk of failure. Just like before surgery in the hospital, direct relatives need to sign a surgery risk agreement. Our company's agreement is roughly similar to the surgery risk agreement, but it includes a few additional clauses about free provision of heart stents and that our company will cover the surgery and post-operative recovery costs. Sun's mother nodded and asked, Can you tell me more about what the manager said? He didn't say much, just told me that no matter what, there are certain risks involved. So if something unexpected happens, their company would only be responsible for the insurance, nothing else. From what I heard, it seemed they were worried that if there were issues, the volunteers' families would blame their company. He mentioned a lot of legal stuff that I didn't quite understand. But Shirtu said it would be fine. Sun's mother, being well-educated and having worked for 20 years, understood the company's approach better than Sun E. The more she understood, the more she believed it was indeed a legitimate matter. If I agree, when can I get the money? After a moment of consideration, Sun's mother asked. Shirley smiled and said, The money won't be given to you, but our company will negotiate with the hospital, and we will cover all the expenses incurred. So you and E don't have to worry about that. Annie, trust me, our company's stents are definitely reliable. As long as you're willing to be a volunteer. In a few months, you can work normally like before, and E will be able to continue school next year. Sun's mother nodded and said, Can I see that agreement? Shirley thought to himself that it was good he was smart enough to anticipate this, which is why he said the agreement only added a few clauses to the hospital's exemption agreement. Sun's mother felt more at ease and smiled earnestly. Shirley, Thank you so much, given our situation. Auntie, you don't need to say anything. It was just a coincidence. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have been able to help. Don't worry, everything will be fine. You are such a good person. Good fortune will surely come your way. After chatting for a bit, it was mealtime. Sunny rolled up her sleeves and said she would go cook. When Shilei saw that the garage didn't have a kitchen, just a single gas stove in a corner with a pot on it, he felt sorry for Sunny, thinking she had to cook in such a place every day. While waiting for the takeout at the restaurant, Sunny quietly said, "Thank you, sure to. I will definitely pay you back later." Sunny nodded and said, "Sure to. You used to love the soup my family made. I'll make some and bring it to school tomorrow. Don't trouble yourself. It's not easy to cook here, and Annie is not well. She can't handle the fumes. Don't save money these days. Just buy something to eat outside, and if you run out of money, just let me know." At this point, Shirley remembered he hadn't given Sun E the money yet and said, "E, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer 60,000 yuan to you." Sun E took out a bank card, and Shirley transferred the money via WeChat. Soon, Sun E received a text notification from the bank. "Sure to. If you have clothes to wash or anything you need help with, just let me know. I can help you with it. You're a guy? You probably aren't as handy with laundry as we girls are," Sun E said softly as she put away her bank card. Sun E remained silent, her little face showing a bit of stubbornness. Suddenly, Sun's mother called out, "Shirley, forget it. You don't need to show me that agreement. I've watched you grow up. I believe you. Andy believes you won't lie to me. Just let E sign the agreement directly. I didn't have any hopes for my health, but the doctor said the sooner the surgery, the better. Since there's this opportunity now, I should have the surgery sooner. Regardless of success or failure, it's better to have a result, so E doesn't have to worry." Shirley thought for a moment and said, "All right, I don't think there's any problem. Auntie, you should rest. I'll take E to the company to get this sorted. E, when you go to Shirley's company, make sure to thank their manager and the boss for me. No matter what, they are our lifesavers." Sun E agreed and left the rented garage with Shirley. The two took a taxi to the hospital, found the doctor who previously treated Sun's mother, and explained the situation to him. The doctor looked a bit worried. Shirley said, "Doctor, her mother is a very proud person. She definitely wouldn't want to accept that I'm paying for her, so we can only lie like this. It's also to save a life. Moreover, this matter won't affect your hospital at all. You just need to explain it briefly to the nurse on duty. Even if it eventually comes to light, she can only blame me for not being truthful and can't possibly blame the hospital. You've also said that the surgery can't be delayed. The sooner the better, so please help us out." The doctor thought for a long time and finally agreed. "All right, I'll help you with this. Young man, I'm really doing this for your sake. Otherwise, I would never lie to a patient." Shirley and Sun E stood up and bowed deeply to the doctor, who quickly helped them up. The doctor added, "Young lady, you found a good boyfriend. Most people would run away upon hearing such things, but he can still understand your mother's pride. A guy like this is rare. You should hold on to him tightly." Shirley wanted to explain, but Sun E nodded vigorously and said, "Thank you, doctor. Sorry for making you help us lie. It's all right. This is also a form of filial piety. After being a doctor for so many years, I've seen too many unfilial children. Even if it's just a little lie for your filial piety, it's worth it." Chapter 32, The Name of Second Sister. "Sure to. Where's your computer?" Zhang Wei asked, looking at the empty-handed Shirley in surprise. Shirley was exhausted from running around all day, and since he and T slept well last night, he had no energy to deal with the three of them and just collapsed onto the bed, finally feeling like his body belonged to him again. "I'm asking you a question. Where's your computer?" Tu Ming threw a pillow at him. Shirley waved the pillow to the floor, impatiently saying, "I gave it away." "What the heck? You bought such an awesome computer and just gave it away. At least let us enjoy it for a few days." Luo, he was extremely displeased. "It's my computer. I can give it away if I want to. If I let you guys use it for a few days, it'll just look like a second-hand item. Then how could I give it away? Who did you give it to? Damn, rich second generation is really impressive. An 80,000 yuan computer, just like that, given away." Tu Ming sighed. "Male or female? I bet it's a girl, otherwise, we're high and rich. Maybe not that high, and not that handsome either, but we're definitely rich. It must be a girl, right?" Luo, he said sharply. Tu Ming immediately added, "No kidding. It must be a girl. Do you even need to ask? Buying an 80,000 yuan computer to give to a guy? Unless Shirtu has a problem with his sexual orientation." Tu Ming and Luo, he shouted in unison. "Shirtu, you must not fall for it. Those girls in the bar are fine for fun, but even if you don't care about money, just eating and drinking is enough. An 80,000 yuan computer. And you say you just gave it away?" Shirley was thoroughly annoyed and shouted, No. It's a girl I gave it to. But she is a friend I've grown up with, and it has nothing to do with the bar. Can you guys stop making noise? Let me sleep for a while, okay?" The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and naive. Tisk sk. Then there's nothing more to say. Sure to. When will you bring her to show us? Roll, roll, roll. I'm going to sleep. No way. You have to honestly explain everything. Speaking of which, our dorm really is a bunch of sticks. University is almost over, and none of us have had a relationship. You finally got a lead. So you have to tell us about it. The three of them started to tease him together. Shilei covered his head with the blanket, but couldn't resist the combined effort of the three, so he helplessly turned over and sat up, saying loudly, "If you can let me sleep for 2 hours, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." The three of them exchanged glances and showed cunning smiles, saying in unison with great tacit understanding, "After dinner, let's hit the bar. Keep the activities going." Shilei just wanted to sleep well, and since he only had over 10,000 left after selling his computer, he naturally didn't care about this little bit of money. All right, please let me sleep for a bit." Only then did the three disperse, and Shilei quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already past 7. Shilei looked at the time and was surprised that Zhang Wei and the others hadn't woken him up. "It's already 7. Why didn't you call me? We saw you sleeping so soundly, didn't want to disturb you. Anyway, dinner doesn't matter. The main thing is the bar activities. It's still too early to go to the bar now." Shilei cursed and raised his middle finger at the three. The four of them left the dorm together and casually ate something at the school gate. Zhang Wei and the others were indeed much more interested in the bar than in dinner. They didn't even take advantage of Shilei, just casually ordered a big plate of chicken and a few servings of noodles, finishing it all quickly before clamoring to go to the bar. It was the same bar as last night, and the waiter recognized them a bit, remembering they were the four from last night, and hurriedly led them to the booth. The traffic light was sharp-eyed and saw Shilei. For some reason, since that incident, they were a bit scared of him. Although they didn't want to deal with Shilei, they still steeled themselves and came over to toast him, asking the waiter to give Shilei's table a discount. Zhang Wei and the others were curious. They originally thought the three colorful guys were coming to make trouble, but unexpectedly, they came to toast and even offered a discount. Shilei had to make up a story. "Do you think everyone is as blind as you? 3 years in the same dorm, and you didn't realize that I'm actually a dazzling rich second generation. It's just that my brilliance is too overwhelming. It can't be hidden anymore. Even the gangsters have to bow down at my feet." To this, Zhang Wei and the others could only respond with their middle fingers and together said a 4-letter word to express their indignation. The music was already very intense, and the three guys had long found their targets, twisting their bodies, whether fat or thin, into the dance floor, starting to flirt with girls. Shilei looked at Zhang Wei's body weighing over 200 pounds and thought to himself that this fat guy usually gasps after walking a few steps, yet when dancing, he surprisingly had his own style. Drinking, eating fruit platters, Shilei once again saw that somewhat familiar figure he had seen last night. Because of the experience of chasing her upstairs last night, but finding no trace, he figured he wouldn't run into Sunny Yi today. So Shilei didn't pursue her this time. After thinking for a moment, Shilei waved to the red light, who was smoking and drinking by the bar. The red light looked surprised, staring at Shilei in disbelief, pointing to himself, indicating, "Are you looking for me?" Shilei nodded. The red light hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. "Big brother, what's up?" The red light asked politely. Shilei picked up a cigarette from the table and handed it over. The red light was flattered to receive it, saying, "What a good cigarette, a 95 Supreme. This must be 100 a box." Shilei simply threw the whole box of cigarettes to him, saying, "I want to ask you something." The red light happily put the cigarettes in his pocket, patting his chest. "Big brother, feel free to ask anything. I guarantee I'll tell you everything I know. Are you interested in some girl? I can help you call her over." It indeed had to do with a girl, the one who had just gone upstairs. With her hair dyed in various colors, probably about your height, a slim girl. "I saw her last night. She should be a regular here." Shilei was about to collapse. It really was her. And it turned out that this girl not only called herself second sister on WeChat, but was also called that by others outside. "Yes, that's her." "Oh, Big brother is interested in her? That girl is not easy to deal with. Last time, one of our buddies liked her, and she almost kicked his eggs off. It ended up at the police station. Her family runs a law firm and is very familiar with the police. So that guy almost became the last eunuch and was detained for 15 days for public indecency." Hearing this, Shilei was even more confused, thinking that this Zhang Liang was indeed a fierce woman, a remarkable girl, although her style was a bit alternative. At least she could distinguish what could be done and what couldn't. "I know her," Shilei explained, continuing to ask, "To be precise, I know her family. I saw her yesterday and thought I was mistaken, but then I happened to meet my sister. Does she usually hang out on the second floor?" "Second sister has money," the red light said, pointing at the girls in the dance floor who were dressed provocatively, implying that he looked down on them a bit. "But she's willing to treat us, and she has a bunch of little brothers around her. I wanted to join the fun, but they thought I was ugly and wouldn't take me with them." Chapter 33, Shaking the Body. So it turns out I didn't see wrong last night. But yesterday, Shilei had a phone call with Zhang Mimi, and she listened to Shilei's opinion. It should be a parent-child day for the two of them. Why would Zhang Liang end up in a bar again? Although it had nothing to do with Shilei, since it was just a tutor, he still decided to take a look. Do you know which room they are in? Shilei asked. Without saying a word, the red light immediately led Shilei upstairs. Pointing to a private room door, the red light told Shilei that Zhang Liang was inside. Shilei thanked the red light, who looked a bit flattered. As Shilei pushed open the private room door, I have to say, the soundproofing in this private room was indeed very good. Before the door opened, the heavy beat from downstairs shook the floor slightly, but once the door opened, the wailing song inside the room instantly drowned out the heavy beat from downstairs. As if a sound wave pushed Shilei back out, he couldn't even step in. What are you doing? A very punk-style girl in the room raised her eyeliner and rudely asked. Shilei ignored her, his gaze crossing over the girl's head to look at Zhang Liang, who had her back to him, shouting hoarsely into the microphone, singing a song whose tune he couldn't make out. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Shilei ignoring her, a guy in his early 20s, whose head must have been slicked with half a bottle of gel, blocked Shilei's way and stretched out his hand to push him. Shilei frowned and pointed at Zhang Liang, saying, I'm looking for her. There are many people looking for second sister here. Who do you think you are? We're not accepting newcomers today, the guy said, but before he could finish, Shilei pushed him aside and walked towards Zhang Liang, who was slowly turning around, noticing the commotion. Hey, you dare to push me, the guy said, very displeased, grabbing Shilei's shoulder. But at that moment, Zhang Liang had already recognized who it was and froze on the spot, involuntarily shouting, Teacher Shi. Since the microphone was still at her mouth, this shout was very loud, and everyone in the private room heard it clearly. I seem to remember you promised me some things. Shilei walked to Zhang Liang's side, snatched the microphone from her hand, and then grabbed her collar, dragging her out of the private room in front of everyone. Since Zhang Liang had the name second sister here, it meant she was a little devil-like presence. And the key was that she had money. Any place that opened for business wouldn't easily offend such a patron. So including the traffic lights and such. Everyone was very polite to Zhang Liang. There had been incidents before where the person who kicked someone got off scot-free, while the one who was kicked ended up being detained, which made people even more reluctant to provoke her easily. But today, everyone was in for a surprise. A man walked in out of nowhere, seemingly unremarkable, yet he grabbed Zhang Liang by the collar and dragged her out. The key point was that Zhang Liang didn't dare to resist, which left everyone dumbfounded. Seeing Shilei drag the second sister out, Hong Deng was also dumbstruck, secretly giving Shilei a thumbs up, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he didn't continue to offend him. This guy was bold enough to subdue even a witch like the second sister, clearly someone who could operate in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Zhang Liang felt very embarrassed and muttered, Let go of me. I can walk on my own. Shilei stopped, coldly looking at Zhang Liang, and said, Now you know it's embarrassing, huh? A good young girl like you has made yourself into this state, and you don't even realize it's shameful? Zhang Liang's temper flared up instantly, disregarding her previous fondness for Shilei, and exploded like a little wildcat. Why do you care so much about me? Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a tutor? What right do you have to manage me? I'll do as I please. Hearing the commotion outside, everyone in the private room ran out. They caught Zhang Liang's words and suddenly realized. They thought he was some kind of teacher. But it turned out he was just a tutor, which seemed like he was just a college student. This group of obvious delinquents instantly became arrogant. What the hell are you doing? I thought you were some kind of teacher, but you're just a tutor. Our second sister has chased away dozens of tutors in a year. Why don't you work for 2 weeks first before talking? One guy said, while another only managed to utter one word. Hong Deng walked over, leaning sideways with a squint, and pushed the guy closest to Shilei, making him stagger back. Who do you think you are to speak here? Shut the hell up. Keep talking, and I'll kill you. These people often hung out here and naturally knew that Hong Deng was the one in charge. Seeing him stand up for Shilei, they immediately backed down. They were just some unruly teens, not particularly studious, and while they had fought before, they didn't have the guts to confront professional thugs. Hong Deng simply stepped aside but pointed at them a few times, indicating they should tone it down, which only highlighted Shilei's status. They were all thinking, could Shilei be a gang leader? He seems too young, and why would a gang leader be a tutor? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Zhang Liang watched this scene, and she also knew who Hong Deng was, inevitably jumping to the same misunderstanding, thinking Shilei was some big boss in the underworld. Generally, if a girl misunderstood like this, she wouldn't think of getting closer to Shilei, but Zhang Liang was different. The more she misunderstood, the more her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Shilei said to her, Do you want me to hold you under the faucet and wash that ridiculous color out of your hair, or will you go wash it yourself? Zhang Liang's eyes, which were already shining, suddenly lit up like little stars. Not only did she not get angry at Shilei's tone, but she also jumped up 3 feet high. I'll wash it myself. Oh no, you wash it for me under the faucet. Shilei was stunned. And everyone else was too. This was a bit too much. She was asking to be held under the faucet. Hurry up, take me to wash it clean. I know you like pure types, right? Zhang Liang excitedly pulled on Shilei's arm, dragging him towards the restroom. Shilei was completely bewildered. This second sister didn't seem normal at all. What was going on in her head? Only Hong Deng looked on with quiet admiration, thinking to himself that this big brother was indeed impressive. This must be the legendary charm technique, right? He wondered if Shilei took in little brothers. If he did, Hong Deng was somewhat tempted to switch sides. Chapter 34, Impressive Driver. After stuffing Zhang Liang into a taxi, Shilei's face was already ashen. Zhang Liang was still chattering away. Uncle, are you a gang leader? You must be. That red-haired guy was the one in charge here. He was so respectful to you. You must be his boss, right? Shilei. He even tried to hit on me, but I ignored him. If I had known he was with you, even though I don't think highly of him, I should have given you some face and let him drink and sing with us. Shilei. Uncle, how come I've never seen you around here before? Maybe we passed each other without knowing. You didn't recognize me, and I didn't recognize you either. Shilei again. Uncle, why aren't you talking? How many little brothers do you have? Is the whole bar street under your watch? How do you usually deal with troublemakers? Shilei could no longer hold back and shouted, Shut up! Zhang Liang obediently closed her mouth. But her eyes were filled with little stars, showing her admiration for Shilei. However, the silence lasted less than a minute before Zhang Liang quickly asked, Uncle, where are you taking me? You're not taking me to a hotel, right? I'm still a virgin. Don't be fooled by my wild side. I've never let any man touch me. Shilei was completely overwhelmed. This little girl had a wild imagination. Zhang Liang paused, but quickly added another wild thought. Oh, so you like girls at home? How did you know my mom isn't home today? Shilei hugged his head in despair, regretting his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would never have meddled and brought this girl out of the bar. She was just a stranger he met by chance. Not even a friend. It was only that day at her house that he felt a bit sorry for her. She was trying to get her mother to pay more attention to her, which led her to act out like this. Out of a moment of sympathy. He had brought her out, but now he truly regretted it. After thinking for a moment, Shilei decided to clarify things with Zhang Liang. First, I'm not a boss. That Hong Deng, along with his two underlings, just wanted to rob me, but I fought back and scared them off. So now they're a bit wary of me. I'm still perplexed as to who would be so blind as to take those three ghosts as little brothers. Their hair is dyed like traffic lights. Zhang Liang burst out laughing, saying, Oh my, uncle, you're so funny. Traffic lights, how did you come up with that? Haha, you're killing me. Tutors can't interfere with my life, right? Zhang Liang began to sense something was off. Shilei ignored her and continued, Third, do you really think you look cool like this? Especially after you injured a guy who tried to hit on you. Do you think no one dares to mess with you? That's only because your mother has a good relationship with the police. And the guy who hit on you wasn't a good person either, so the police favored you. Otherwise, with your behavior, you could easily end up in a detention center for half a year. Zhang Liang's eyes widened, starting to get impatient. Uncle, I thought you were an interesting person, but you're just as dull as Zhang Mimi. Driver, stop the car, I want to get out. Shilei watched as Zhang Liang's eyes rapidly shrank, her pupils seemingly turning into pinholes, and a low growl escaped her throat, reminiscent of a small dog growling in anger. Shilei knew he might have been too harsh, but he didn't feel much regret. What are you to me? Do I need you to manage my affairs? Zhang Liang finally let out a scream. She started frantically pulling at the car door, wanting to get out, but the left rear door of the taxi couldn't be opened from the inside. And no matter how hard she pulled, it was futile. Shilei took out money and handed it to the driver, waiting for change. But Zhang Liang was pushing him madly again, trying to get out of the car. The driver gave Shilei the change and suddenly sighed deeply, saying, Young lady, do you think being a gangster is really cool? Both Shilei and Zhang Liang were stunned. And then they saw the driver push open his door and get out of the car. Standing outside, the driver took off his coat and said to them inside, Come on, get out, I'll show you something. Shilei got out of the car in confusion but blocked the door. As soon as Zhang Liang got out, he grabbed her arm to prevent her from running away. The driver had walked around to the front of the car, holding his coat. Underneath, which was a tight-fitting short-sleeve shirt, they saw that both of the driver's arms were covered in tattoos. It was hard to see clearly at night, but it seemed like two dragons were coiling around his arms. There were tattoos on his chest and back as well, but I want to show you those. Back in the day, Wudong had another nightlife gathering spot at Gulu, where there was a bar called Chaotic Beauty. We used to call it Old Chaos, you know? Shilei actually didn't know, but Zhang Liang did, and she couldn't help but nod. Back then, I had the final say in that area. Every bar had to pay me a fee. Many little sisters like you would come up to me wanting to be my woman. For the same reason as you. They thought being with a gangster was impressive. The driver lit a cigarette, his eyes holding some reminiscence of the past. Chapter 35, Heavy Taste. The driver put on his coat, and he seemed to shrink in size. Just a moment ago, he was a tall and strong man. But now he suddenly looked rather sleazy. But now, look at me, driving a shabby taxi. Who the hell knows who I am? I used to think I was really something, but after I hurt someone and went to prison, I realized that there's no such thing as a real gang in this land of China. Those little brats can still swagger around because the police don't have time to deal with them. When they decide to clean up, they can make you regret your past in an instant. Bars are a good place to vent sometimes, to drink a lot, but if you hang around there every day, like this young man said, you'll end up in trouble sooner or later. I'm not bragging. If I walked into any bar over there right now, those little punks you mentioned wouldn't recognize me. But if their boss was around, they'd have to call me Brother Wei. The so-called best boss in that area was once one of my lackeys. He rose to power, but there will always be a day when he gets kicked down. Shilei stared blankly at the taxi driver, completely unable to comprehend what kind of script this was. Zhang Liang was even more dumbfounded, looking at the driver and stammering. Since you know something bad will happen eventually, why didn't you remind your little brother back then? He was with you, after all. The driver coldly laughed and said, if it were you, with hundreds of little brothers under you now, would you listen to an old guy who has already lost his edge after serving time? Besides, he might not even understand this logic. It's just that if he really walks away, tomorrow he could be killed by a younger person looking to take his place. Ending up dead on the street isn't impossible. At this point, it's impossible to back out completely. Little sister, listening to what this young man just said, you have a good family. The reason we used to hang out in the streets, feeling like bullying people was fun, was just one aspect. Mainly, it was because if we didn't we wouldn't have food to eat. You're living a good life, but you want to mess around with these people. There will come a day when you regret it. You kids have watched too many Hong Kong triad movies. If those movies have any truth, it's just one line. Once you come out to mix, you'll have to pay it back eventually. Zhang Liang watched the taxi drive away until it disappeared. Seemingly deeply affected, Shilei couldn't understand how they ended up meeting a former gang leader just by taking a cab. Suddenly, Zhang Liang turned around and pushed Shilei, saying, this can't be a temp actor you hired, right? Shilei rolled his eyes and said, for you? I'd go through all this trouble? You really think you're the sun, and everyone has to revolve around you, don't you? Otherwise, what did he mean by saying all that to me? After saying that, Shilei put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Zhang Liang chased after him, grabbing his hand and insisting, you can't leave. Shilei shrugged her off easily, saying, what's wrong? My responsibility ends here, whatever happens next. Even if I see you again, I won't care. No way. You have to care. Since you've started, you have to see it through. Zhang Liang was clearly being unreasonable, and Shilei couldn't help but laugh in anger. Why? Is the whole world your father? Zhang Liang lifted her leg and kicked at Shilei, who instinctively caught her leg in his hand. The touch was smooth. This girl was actually wearing a short skirt, something Shilei hadn't noticed before. His hand held her smooth, delicate calf, and he felt his heart race unexpectedly. Pervert, let go of me. Zhang Liang sensed something was off, especially since the position made her skirt fly open, a cold breeze rushing in. She knew that if Shilei wanted to look, she would definitely be exposed. Shilei didn't let go, saying, are you still going to kick? Do you want to kick me into the hospital or something? Zhang Liang gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Shilei took 2 steps back and finally let go of her, then took another 2 steps back. I'm hungry. You treat me to a late-night snack. Zhang Liang stared at Shilei, looking particularly entitled. Shilei scratched his head and rolled his eyes again. What do I owe you? I just earned the fee for a tutoring session at your house. And I spent quite a bit on that taxi. Why should I treat you to dinner? Zhang Liang shouted, I don't care. If you don't treat me to dinner, I'll report you for molesting a minor. Shilei shrugged nonchalantly, saying, sure, let us go to the police station. Let us see if the police and your mom believe me or believe you. Zhang Liang was furious but had no choice but to say, then I'll treat you to a late-night snack, okay? I'm really hungry. Plus, don't you want me to improve? Then you have to keep an eye on me. You have to be responsible for me. Shilei really wanted to knock her on the head, thinking, what the hell is this responsibility? Good thing it's late at night and there aren't many people around. Otherwise, if someone heard this, they'd think I did something to you. Fine, lead the way. Shilei put his hands behind his back. They found a nearby shop, and Zhang Liang ordered a large pot of seafood porridge and wanted to order beer, but Shilei shot her a glare, and the little girl shrank her neck and really gave up. While waiting for the porridge, Zhang Liang playfully leaned towards Shilei's ear and whispered, Uncle, why do you care about me so much? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Shilei had rolled his eyes so many times today that he didn't even know how many it was, replying, you're just a kid. Your development isn't even finished yet. Do I look at you like a washboard? Zhang Liang was furious, puffing out her chest, ready to retort. But when she saw her indeed too flat figure, she couldn't help but feel deflated. Maybe you're just a pervert who specifically likes innocent little girls? Shilei almost spat out his tea. This little girl really dared to say anything. Are you interested in my mom? I heard that boys your age sometimes like mature women. Shirley almost lost control and threw his teacup at her, thinking, what kind of things does this girl usually watch? Is she a loyal reader of that old pervert who likes Andes? How does she know everything? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the porridge pot and boil you. Do you believe it? Shirley threatened harshly. Zhang Liangliang smiled and said, are you going to strip me first before throwing me in, or what? Do you need to tie me up? Uncle, you have quite a heavy taste. Shirley felt a wave of dizziness in front of him. He found it hard to communicate properly with this little girl. Just as he noticed her making faces, he said irritably, go wash your face in the bathroom and get rid of that colorful stuff. Zhang Liangliang laughed and said, I almost forgot. Uncle likes the pure type. I'll go wash it off right now. After saying that, she made a funny face and ran away. Chapter 36 Nightmare. While drinking porridge, Shirley casually asked, did you and your mother go anywhere fun yesterday since she was resting? He put down his spoon and asked, what happened? Tell me about it. I said I wouldn't talk about it. Anyway, it's not something pleasant. Then tell me your unhappy story so I can feel better. Hey, uncle, that joke is so old. Since you call me uncle, shouldn't I use an older joke to match that title? Zhang Liangliang showed a lazy expression, lowering her head to drink porridge. When she caught a glimpse of Shirley still waiting, she stopped and helplessly said, do you really want to hear it? Shirley nodded, and Zhang Liangliang sighed, saying, yesterday, Zhang Mimi, I don't know what got into her, made me breakfast when I came out of my room. This was truly the beginning of a nightmare. You have no idea how awful Zhang Mimi's cooking is. Sometimes I admire her. It's just the most ordinary fried eggs and toast, but somehow, after her hands, it becomes so unappetizing. Shirley was speechless, vividly picturing the breakfast Zhang Mimi made for Zhang Liangliang. The fried egg that looked decent from the front, but was a disaster on the flip side. And the 2 pieces of toast that came out of the toaster looking like charcoal. There was nothing I could do, so when she went to the kitchen, I threw the fried egg and toast into the trash and used a box of yogurt as my breakfast. Zhang Liangliang looked as if she had lost all hope, and Shirley couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her having such a clumsy mother. Then I was waiting for you to come and give me a tutoring lesson. But Zhang Mimi, I don't know what kind of whim she had, said she wanted to take me out to play. I thought she must have called you to tell you not to come, and I realized I have no memory of Zhang Mimi ever taking me out to play. It doesn't matter. As long as she is happy, I was just about to ask her for some money anyway. So she transferred me 5,000 yuan. And I pretended to be very happy and went out with her. You definitely wouldn't guess where she took me. Regarding this, Shirley had no say. As he was still young and didn't he know where parents would take their children to play, so he nodded and asked, where did you go? She actually took me to the amusement park. To be honest, although I wasn't too keen on going out with Zhang Mimi, I was still quite happy when I found out we were going to an amusement park. Then we set off for Longqing. There's a very famous amusement park there, right? Driving, you know, it's 130 kilometers, and normally it would take an hour and a half. But Zhang Mimi didn't know the way and couldn't use the navigation. An hour passed, and we still hadn't found the highway. In the end, I had to give her directions before we finally got on the highway. Then she asked me why I was so familiar with the road. And she began to doubt whether I frequently took the highway to go play elsewhere. Honestly, while I do go to bars often, I've never been anywhere else since leaving Wudong. I told her I was following the navigation, but she didn't believe me, saying if she was confused by the navigation, how could I possibly know? At that moment, I felt this was definitely a nightmare, but we were already on the highway, and I couldn't get off, you know? Shirley nodded silently and asked, what happened next? He could only shake his head. It seemed Zhang Mimi, the lawyer, was indeed quite unreliable. When she got there, she kept apologizing and assuring me that nothing like this would happen again. Then we bought tickets. In places like amusement parks, you would think the more dangerous-looking rides are more exciting, right? Who goes to an amusement park just to take pictures with mascots? But Zhang Mimi did. I said I wanted to ride the roller coaster, and she said looking at it made her dizzy, that it was too scary. The drop tower and the 360-degree spinning chairs were even worse. She outright opposed them, saying they were too dangerous for me to ride. So I could only suggest the log flume, and she said I would get soaked and didn't bring a change of clothes. I realized she never intended for me to have a good time. Fine, I wouldn't argue with her. Surely the pirate ship was okay, right? That's really not that thrilling, you know? She still disagreed. She even wouldn't let me ride the Ferris wheel, saying there had been accidents before where the Ferris wheel wouldn't stop. Uncle, tell me, what can I ride then? Should I just go ride the carousel? Shirley couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if he were in her position, he would also find Zhang Mimi too boring. So what did you end up riding? Zhang Liangliang sighed deeply, her brows furrowed like a Shar-Pei, and said, she suggested we ride the bumper cars, and I thought, fine, let us just do that. But after waiting for a long time in line, once we got in the car, she kept dodging everyone else. Even when a 5-year-old bumped into her, she screamed in fright and even complained that the kid's parents weren't watching him. Have you ever seen someone desperately trying to avoid other cars in a bumper car arena? That's not bumper cars. That's life or death speed. Suddenly accelerating to avoid one car, then slamming on the brakes to avoid another. After 10 minutes, I almost threw up. It was more thrilling than the drop tower. Shilei burst into laughter, completely lacking in propriety. Zhang Liang rolled her eyes dismissively and said, "What can't you see online, uncle? Don't act innocent." Shilei raised his bowl of porridge and clinked it with Zhang Liang's, saying, "Girl, I respect you for being such a tough one." Chapter 37: Dating and Marriage. Before this, Shilei's impression of Zhang Mimi was that of a beautiful and capable woman, a strong career woman. Today, through Zhang Liang's description, the image of Zhang Mimi in Shilei's mind became more vivid. It was a more fleshed-out personal image. Not about her body. Previously, Zhang Mimi was just a symbolized parent in Shilei's mind, but now, that symbol had begun to take on some substance. This woman was very capable, but she had completely failed to learn how to be a mother. Zhang Liang's description surely had some exaggeration. But Shilei also believed that Zhang Mimi was the kind of person who had no idea what a mother should look like. Simply thinking about it, Shilei could guess that Zhang Mimi probably lacked parental love and family warmth since childhood. He asked, "Are your grandparents like your mother?" Shilei thought to himself that indeed, all personalities are closely related to the environment they grew up in. Zhang Mimi became exceptionally independent due to her family background, and this independence led her to believe that her daughter could live as she did back then. Originally, Shilei wanted to talk more with Zhang Liang, hoping to guide her to change for the better, but now it seemed that Zhang Mimi's situation was much more serious than Zhang Liang's. "How about you take me to your dorm to play?" Zhang Liang was quite silly. "Our dorm only has 4 big guys and more than 10 pairs of socks lying around. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhang Liang. After dropping Zhang Liang off at the building entrance, Shilei waved for her to go upstairs by herself, but Zhang Liang clung to his arm, pleading for him to go up with her, making Shilei feel a chill run down his spine. After some effort, he finally pulled her hand off his arm and said, "Little girl, be a bit more reserved. In the middle of the night, with just a man and a woman, you should be careful of igniting a fire." Zhang Liang didn't care at all, squinting her eyes and saying, "What's there to be reserved about? Life is just a few decades long. We should dare to love and hate." "Uncle, you are particularly to my liking. I just like you, so what? I know you must be thinking about my age and stuff, but you're not that much older than me, right? Our age difference is actually quite normal. I just want to date you. You're not thinking about marriage and kids, are you? That's way too far off. Dating is dating. Marriage and having kids are another matter altogether. Who said dating has to lead to marriage?" Shilei was dumbfounded. He could only say that the thinking of those born after 2000 is really different. Wait, what year was this girl born? It seems like she was born in 99, so she's actually just a post-90s like Shilei. There's a 6-year gap, but the difference in thinking is so vast. In front of Zhang Liang, Shilei felt like he was an old-fashioned man. The key point is that Shilei found that Zhang Liang's twisted logic actually made some sense. How many people go straight from their first love to marriage and still last until they grow old and die? If this is the standard, it seems like 99% of relationships in the world can't actually lead to marriage. No, this girl is leading me astray. The outcome doesn't have to be marriage, but you can't start off thinking about just having fun with each other. Hey, also not right. What has marriage and dating got to do with each other? Who the hell wants to date such a silly girl? If I really want to date, it seems like someone like Sun Yi would be more suitable, right? Thinking of Sun Yi, Shilei's heart surprisingly warmed a bit. I wonder if that little girl has fallen asleep yet. "Uncle, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Liang said. "You're not already imagining us in bed, are you?" She pushed Shilei, her face showing a look of disgust. Shilei rolled his eyes in anger, slapped the back of Zhang Liang's head, and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and get lost, you little brat. You have no chest and no butt. Why do you think I would care about you? Get lost." Zhang Liang pouted, her face mournful. "Uncle, you can't be so heartless. Crazy." Shilei yelled and turned to run, disappearing into the night in an instant. Zhang Liang chuckled and shouted loudly outside, "Uncle, take it slow. I'm coming to your school to play tomorrow." "I'm not at school tomorrow. I have a date with my girlfriend to go watch a movie." Shilei shouted back from a distance, running away like falling flowers and flowing water. Zhang Liang tilted her head and muttered to herself, "Has he got a girlfriend?" But then again, a quality uncle like him, especially at university, it would be strange if there weren't girls liking him. Anyway, I'll first shape myself into the kind of girl that he likes, then ask him if he minds changing his girlfriend. If he says he minds, I'll ask him if he minds having an additional girlfriend, and one that definitely wouldn't mind him having other girlfriends. What man could refuse a girl like that? Feeling smug, Zhang Liang went upstairs, skipping happily, while Shilei, as if hearing her words, stumbled while running and fell to the ground, his palm bleeding slightly. In the morning, in a daze, Shilei's phone rang. Without even looking, he chose to answer. On the other end of the line, the voice was a bit timid. "Brother Shirtu, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still sleeping. Hearing this voice, Shilei instantly woke up. It was Sun Yi. He sat up abruptly and looked at the phone, and it really was that girl Sun Yi. Oh, it's Yi. It's fine, it's about time. I was out late last night. Why are you calling me? Sun Yi quickly said. No, my mom is doing fine. She is already in the hospital today. And the doctor is cooperating. He told my mom what we said. The doctor said if the observation goes well, she can have surgery the day after tomorrow. That's good. Brother sure to. I'm at your school, but I don't know where you live. Huh, where are you? Wait, I'll come find you. Shilei quickly got dressed. Chapter 38. The Contract of Selling Oneself. Looking at the time, it was already almost noon. Shilei put on his clothes, didn't he even brush his teeth, and hurriedly ran to the school gate. When he saw Sun Yi, she was holding a thermos. As soon as Sun Yi saw Shilei, she broke into a big smile. She raised the thermos and said, Brother Shirtu, I made you some bone soup. My mom taught me how to make it step by step. She said you used to love her soup the most. Shilei took the thermos, just about to open it to smell the aroma, but noticed that Sun Yi's eyes were a bit dark. Did you not sleep well last night? Your eyes are so dark. Shilei casually asked, twisting the lid of the thermos. I stayed up a bit late last night. And this morning I had to take my mom to the hospital for all the checks, so I might look a bit worn out. Shilei smiled and said, Not at all. You actually look a bit like a panda. He suddenly realized something was off and hurriedly asked, You stayed up late last night because you were making soup for me? Sun Yi's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head, shyly saying, Sun Yi continued to shyly look down, softly saying, Actually, it wasn't tea entirely because of the soup. Even if I didn't make soup, I might not have been able to sleep. Shilei nodded and asked, Worried about your mom's surgery? The doctor said my mom is still relatively young, and at her age, this kind of surgery isn't very dangerous, and the recovery afterwards is easier. Last night, Sun Yi seemed hesitant to say more. Shilei frowned and asked, What's wrong? Is there something else you can't tell me? Sun Yi bit her lower lip. Her face already as red as an autumn apple, soft and rosy. The redness seemed to seep through her delicate skin. After a long time, Sun Yi seemed to have made a decision, took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket, and without saying a word, stuffed it into Shilei's hand. Shilei was puzzled, one hand holding the soup bucket, the other hand unfolding the piece of paper. As soon as he saw the 3 big characters on the paper, Shilei was startled, almost dropping the soup bucket. What is going on? Shilei felt his voice tremble a bit. Sun Yi twisted her body awkwardly, her toes gently spinning on the ground, her voice barely audible. That's what the paper means, Brother Shirtu. Read it, and then talk. Shilei had no choice but to continue reading what was written on the paper. The handwriting was neat. It was clear that Sun Yi had written it very carefully. The whole paper had no corrections, indicating she had copied it neatly after writing it. The 3 big characters pierced Shilei's eyes, making him feel a bit of pain. He truly couldn't understand what Sun Yi meant by this. On the paper, the 3 big characters read, Contract of Selling Oneself. Below it, it stated, I, Sun Yi, due to my mother's serious illness, voluntarily sell myself for 1 year to Shilei. Within this year, regardless of any request from Shilei, I will fulfill them. During this year, I will be Shilei's maid, and Shilei will be my master. It also clearly stated when the year starts and ends, and finally, there was Sun Yi's serious signature, along with a bright red fingerprint. Shilei's face turned serious as he asked, what does this mean? Sun Yi's voice was barely a whisper, mumbling, I originally intended to agree to be Wu Haoyuan's girlfriend because he said he could help pay for my mom's surgery. But Brother Shirtu, you helped me with this money, and I thought about it. Even if my mom recovers, I wouldn't dare let her be so tired again. If I want to go to college next year, I'll definitely need to apply for student loans, even if I can find a decent job after graduating. It will take a long time just to pay back the student loans. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back for that 60,000 yuan. So. Sun Yi fidgeted, unable to say it out loud, but Shilei seemed to understand her meaning. Sun Yi was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Shilei to lose his temper with her. She dumbly took the soup bucket, and the grievances in her heart caused her tears to flow again. Although she didn't make a sound, the tears fell like a broken dam. Seeing her like this, Shilei couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. His words earlier were indeed a bit harsh. He was angry mainly because he couldn't believe that Sun Yi would think of becoming Wu Haoyuan's girlfriend to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Wasn't that the same as being kept? However, he also understood that Sun Yi wasn't that kind of girl. She was just at her wit's end and still held a glimmer of hope for humanity. After seeing that contract, Shilei felt a rush of blood to his head and momentarily lost his words. Now that he thought about it, Sun Yi was only trying to repay him. Feeling soft-hearted, Shilei couldn't help but deflate, hurriedly wiping away Sun Yi's tears while saying, Don't cry, I didn't mean it like that. Shilei, do you look down on me? I know this isn't good, but I don't know how to repay you. The only thing I treasure is myself. And I believe you would never bully me like Wu Haoyuan did. Woo, Shilei, please don't bully me. Shilei quickly said, I'm sorry. I don't look down on you. How could I look down on you? I'm really not doing this for that. Seeing Shilei's flustered appearance, Sun Yi couldn't help but chuckle, her beautiful face adorned with both tears and laughter, like a light rain on a sunny day, leaving one to wonder if a rainbow would appear on her face. Then, how about you try the soup I made? Is it good? Sun Yi said, with a face full of grievances as she handed over the soup bucket. Shilei hurriedly took the bucket, opened the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted out. Shilei praised, just smelling it makes me know it's definitely delicious. He poured the soup into the lid and brought it to his mouth, but Sun Yi anxiously shouted, it's hot. However, it was too late. Shilei almost jumped up from the burn. Sun Yi, feeling sorry, took the lid back and carefully puffed her lips to cool the soup for Shilei. That delicate red lip, combined with the contract Shilei had seen earlier, made his mind wander to some indecent thoughts. He didn't know if it was because his mouth was burnt or for another reason. But Shilei couldn't help but lick his lips. Oh, that's a bit lewd. Fortunately, Sun Yi didn't notice this. She tested the temperature and then handed the soup to Shilei, saying, it shouldn't be hot now. Shilei, you try it. Shilei took a big sip and exclaimed, it's so good. You're amazing. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day, she said, her small face turning red again all the way to her neck. Chapter 39, Accepting the Contract. The result of this delicious soup was that Shilei finished the whole bucket while standing on the small path in the school. But Sun Yi didn't seem too happy and left Wudong University with a slightly aggrieved expression while carrying the soup bucket. Sun Yi was definitely a person of her word. She was truly a good girl among girls. The next day, she came to school again with a bucket of soup. Taking advantage of Shilei's soup drinking time, Sun Yi once again took out the piece of paper titled Contract for Selling Oneself and insisted on stuffing it into Shilei's pocket. Although he didn't consider himself a gentleman, Shilei would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Besides, what era was this? A contract for selling oneself? It sounded too much like the remnants of feudalism. As a New Age university student, Shilei naturally stopped Sun Yi's attempts with righteous indignation. However, after Shilei rejected the contract for selling oneself for the third time, Sun Yi cried out in grievance, instantly attracting many gazes in the quiet campus, leaving Shilei feeling at a loss. Don't cry, what's the matter? Why are you crying? The soup you made is delicious. I never said it wasn't. And I finish it every time. Although I said not to come tomorrow, that was just because I think your mother needs your care right now. You shouldn't waste your time here with me. Shilei clumsily tried to explain. Sun Yi cried with red eyes, and Shilei finally realized that the little girl seemed to have cried a lot over the past few days. He suddenly felt that he might have missed something. Could it be that Sun Yi's mother's condition had relapsed? He hurriedly said, is your mom's surgery not very successful? It's okay. If this one doesn't work, we can do it again. You don't have to worry about the money. I will find a way. Hearing this, Sun Yi cried even harder, leaving Shilei more flustered. Several students had already quietly approached, their footsteps slow, but it was clear that once they confirmed Shilei was a villain harassing a good girl, they would not hesitate to throw punches. Please stop crying. What exactly happened? You have to tell me, right? Sun Yi raised her head, looking at Shilei with a grievance-filled glare. Her lips opened and closed several times, but only sobbing sounds came out, unable to form complete words. She felt very wronged. As a girl, she didn't know how many times she had rewritten that contract before finally completing it. She thought Shilei would happily accept it, but unexpectedly, he had rejected her several times. Sun Yi was a simple-minded girl, since she could come up with the idea of signing a contract for selling herself. She naturally wouldn't think there was anything unreasonable about it. She couldn't understand Shilei's refusal. In her eyes, there was only one reason for Shilei to reject her. He thought she was a bad girl. After all, she had previously considered using Wu Haoyuan to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Over the past few days, Sun Yi had also come to understand that the matter with Wu Haoyuan, which she had claimed was to be his girlfriend, was essentially selling herself for several thousand yuan for surgery expenses. To put it in popular terms, it was being kept. Sun Yi felt extreme regret over this. Although she was forced into it and hadn't thought it through at the time, believing she merely agreed to be Wu Haoyuan's girlfriend without thinking too much. If she really took Wu Haoyuan's money, the outcome would have been the same. So, Sun Yi felt that Shilei must have looked down on her, which was why he refused her contract. The fact that this contract was something she had mustered all her courage to complete and was a firm decision made her feel even more wronged. In her heart, Sun Yi cried out, Shilei, I'm not that kind of shameless girl. Why do you look down on me? Have you already started to hate me? If she had directly expressed this, the misunderstanding would surely have been resolved. However, handing over this contract had already exhausted all of Sun Yi's courage, and she couldn't bring herself to say what was in her heart. Classmate, did he bully you? A boy asked, standing a few meters away with his arms crossed. Sunny hadn't expected anyone to speak to her and continued to cry with her head down. Shilei, on the other hand, was startled and quickly said, No, please don't misunderstand. I've known her since we were kids. I don't know why she suddenly started crying, and she won't say anything when I ask her. Humph. I'm afraid you took advantage of her, right? Which department are you from? How could someone like you exist in our school? The boy spoke again, his gaze towards Shilei becoming unfriendly, and the two people beside him stepped forward as if to pressure Shilei. Shilei rubbed his forehead in silence, thinking to himself how there were so many people who liked to play the hero saving the damsel in distress these days. Tell them that I didn't bully you. Okay, Shilei said helplessly. Sunny raised her head, saw the three boys, and wanted to explain for Shilei, but she couldn't catch her breath and couldn't say a single word. Stop pretending, it's obvious that you bullied her. The three people were already preparing to surround them when they heard a loud shout from afar. Sure to. The ground seemed to tremble, and the few turned their heads to see a big fat man weighing over 200 pounds running towards them, surprisingly fast for his size. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wei had already run up to Shilei, glanced at the three people, squinted his eyes and shouted, Xiao Si, what are you doing here? Get lost. Skipping class again. One of the three turned red and said to Zhang Wei, he bullied our female classmate. We are just. The person shrank his neck and stepped back, mumbling, You've already hit me. But upon seeing Zhang Wei glare at him, he turned around and ran, while the other two hurriedly chased after him. Only then did Zhang Wei say to Shilei, What's going on? Why did you make such a beauty cry? His tone was somewhat teasing. Shilei could almost imagine what the fat guy was thinking. He must have thought that Shilei was taking advantage of being a rich second generation and treating the girl badly. She is my neighbor from my hometown. We grew up together. We were just chatting, and I don't know why she started crying. What are you crying about? You should explain it. Look. My classmates think I'm a rogue now. Sunny, feeling both shy and anxious, faced Shilei and couldn't say a word. And now with a stranger in front of her, how could she possibly express herself? Without much thought, Sunny forcefully shoved a note into Shilei's hand and turned to run. Shilei was taken aback, holding the note and blankly watching Sun Yi disappear from sight. He wanted to chase after her, but Zhang Wei wrapped his arm around his neck and teasingly said, Come on, explain it. What's going on? Who is that girl? She's too pretty. Sure to. You've hidden her too deep. When did you get such a beautiful childhood friend and not tell us? That little beauty even gave you a note. How classic, writing a love letter. Get lost. Shilei kicked the fat guy away. Just because he had no anger towards Sun Yi, didn't he mean he had no anger towards Zhang Wei? Chapter 40, Extortion. Regarding Shilei secretly having a beautiful lowly girlfriend, the guys in the dormitory naturally expressed their deep dissatisfaction with him. They complained about him for a whole afternoon. Their spittle nearly enough for him to take a bath, but Shilei simply ignored it. The key was that he did want to fight back. But there were three of them, including Zhang Wei, who had a build thicker than the rest and could withstand a lot of hits. Shilei could only choose to swallow his anger, watching the three of them spitting and righteous. Shilei had a long face and mumbled, Baby is feeling bitter inside but doesn't dare to say it. In the end, the result was that the three of them joined forces to extort a meal from Shilei. To this, Shilei expressed a sense of relief. Isn't it just a meal? You could have just said so. Why spend an entire afternoon complaining to me? The three were panting heavily, and Zhang Wei straightened his waist, trying to appear more righteous, saying, Do you think a simple meal is enough? We want seafood, big seafood. Don't think you can just get us clam vermicelli and satisfy us. 2E, equally righteous, said, Yes, we want lobsters, big lobsters, Boston no, Australian lobsters. The blue ones. And abalone, 8-head ones. Before Luo Ming could finish his sentence, Zhang Wei's meaty fist hit the back of his head. Are you crazy? Of course abalone should be 2-head. There's no sense of accomplishment in eating 8-head for a rich guy. Luo Ming looked at Zhang Wei blankly, saying, Isn't 8-head more expensive? 8 heads, that must be big. 2E kicked him, scolding, Are you stupid? Does your family's abalone grow 8 heads? Do you think it's the 8-headed serpent? What do 8-head and 2-head even mean? Luo Ming's innocent expression was filled with curiosity about the unknown world. Zhang Wei and 2E, who had originally taken the moral high ground, were now a bit out of breath due to Luo Ming's interference. Looking at him with disdain and not wanting to respond, Shilei shook his head in silence and said, Since you're so eager to learn, I'll reluctantly tell you. After drying, abalone is categorized by size into 2-head, 3-head, 4-head, and so on. This refers to how many dried abalones there are per pound. If there are only 2 abalones in a pound, that's 2-head abalone. If there are 4, that's 4-head. Shilei couldn't help but step on Luo Ming's face. And 1 head? Why don't you dry yourself and see if you have 1 head? Don't even think about 2-head. Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't be able to buy it. A 2-head abalone is priceless. Do you really think they are everywhere? Enough nonsense. Big seafood. Are you going to invite us or not? Zhang Wei pressed on. Shirley lazily said, "Isn't it just a meal? I've said there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. What a nice afternoon wasted in your spittle. I'm going to wash my face first, and then we'll go for lobsters and abalones." With that, Shirley took out his towel, draped it over his shoulder, and swayed his way to the washroom. When Shirley and Zhang Wei entered the seafood restaurant, the waiter was so scared that he ran straight to the counter, forgetting to say welcome. While running, he shouted, "Manager, that lobster maniac is back." Shirley was speechless. The manager still had a bit of composure. No matter how bizarre Shirley's requests were, at least he was bringing in money, and his unusual requests weren't difficult. Paying was especially straightforward. Smiling, the manager came over, almost bowing. "Mr. Shir, you're back? It's been a while since you came. I thought you were tired of eating here. What is the new way of eating today?" Shirley rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you think I enjoy eating like this? It's all high protein. Eating too much can make you sick, you know? Really, why bring up such things?" Shirley felt a bit flushed, especially since Zhang Wei and the others were looking at him with a different gaze. Zhang Wei said meaningfully, "You're quite familiar here. It seems you've been sneaking here without telling us, huh?" Shirley smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhang Wei got anxious. "Oh, you still want to deny it? Manager, you are the manager, right?" Zhang Wei turned to the restaurant manager, who was astonished by the fat man's size. When asked, he nodded quickly. Zhang Wei continued, "Has this guy been coming here to eat often? And every time alone?" The manager glanced at Shirley and silently nodded. Zhang Wei shook his head in dismay. "I thought you were someone who valued beauty over friendship, having such a beautiful girlfriend, but hiding it from us. Now I realize you're not just valuing beauty over friendship. You're a miser. Oh no, to be precise, you're a hoarder. You're already so rich. What's wrong with treating us to a big lobster meal every now and then? Why do you have to sneak off to eat alone? TSK, the richer you get, the stingier you are." The manager looked at Shirley, who was also speechless, waved his hand, and said, "2 of those. And your biggest abalones, give me 4. 1 serving of braised shark fin for each person. Can I have 2 servings? Shark fin is a good thing," Luo Ming interjected. Shirley looked at his eager expression, sighed, and said, "Then each of them can have 2 servings. 1 serving is enough for me. You guys also want 2 servings of bird's nest with rock sugar, right?" Luo Ming and Tu Yi nodded vigorously, and the manager hurriedly had someone take note, thinking to himself, "I wonder what kind of friends this Mr. Shir has. Isn't it said that rich people are always surrounded by other rich people? These guys are too shabby." In the end, the bill came to over 8,000. And Zhang Wei and the others, clutching their heavy bellies, finally felt a bit embarrassed. Before Zhang spoke, he let out a loud belch, his mouth full of the taste of fresh seafood. "So, Shirtu, are we being a bit too harsh?" Luo Ming and Tu Yi also looked at Shirley with a hint of embarrassment. Shirley smiled and casually said, "It's fine. Occasionally indulging is understandable." Zhang's small eyes turned, and with a giggle, he said, "Occasionally means this can happen, but not too frequently. Once a month? No, that's too disrespectful. With shit is wealth. Let's make it once a week. From now on, every Wednesday will be our dorm's indulgence day. What do you think, Shirtu?" Chapter 41, Uncle and Lowly. Before long, it was Saturday, and Shirley received a call from Zhang Mimi. At 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at Zhang Liuliu's house as promised and gently knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and Shirley was momentarily stunned when he saw the delicate girl in front of him and blurted out, "Oh, sorry, I knocked on the wrong door." The girl inside, looking like a bowl of clear soup noodles, pouted and said, "Uncle, didn't I just change my style? Do you have to react so strongly?" Only then did Shirley realize he hadn't knocked on the wrong door. Although he could tell from Zhang Liuliu's social media that this girl was actually quite good looking. The sudden reveal of her true appearance, previously masked by heavy makeup, caught him off guard. The young girl had not fully matured yet, being only around 15 or 16. But it was already evident that she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. Shirley had to admit that, for a moment, he felt like he was dazzled by her. How nice this is, a pretty girl, yet she makes herself look like a beggar, while using sarcasm to mask his embarrassment. He stepped inside. Zhang Lulu pouted again, rolling her eyes, and said, "Uncle, you're so old-fashioned. You're not much older than me. It's called smoky makeup, and it's very trendy now." Zhang Lulu smiled and naturally linked her arm with Shirley's. Her not fully developed yet, but already sizable chest pressed against his arm. Shirley felt like he was electrified and instinctively pulled back, but Zhang Lulu followed him closely, like a clingy bug that wouldn't let go. "Hey, let go of me," Shirley said, feeling awkward. Zhang Lulu continued to giggle. "Uncle, don't be so stiff. You're acting like you've never been around women. Are you a woman?" Shirley shouted. Zhang Lulu confidently puffed out her chest and said, "Aren't I?" Shirley retreated. Although her chest was small, it pressed against his arm, sending waves through him, making him feel a bit flustered. No matter what, even facing a young girl, Shirley was still a biologically normal man. having kept himself pure for over 20 years, and he couldn't handle this. He forcefully pulled Zhang Liu's hand away and pretended to frown, saying, "Yeah, you're just a little girl, okay? Humph, I'm already 16. Only in your dreams. Where's your ID? Let me see." Finally, Zhang Lulu slumped down, as she was still months away from her 16th birthday, and naturally didn't have an ID. Seeing her appear a bit disappointed, Shilei felt a pang of sympathy, ruffled her straight hair that was not dyed crazy colors today, and said, "Let's go inside and study. I can't just take your family's money without doing anything." As he pushed Zhang Lulu into the inner room, Shilei was surprised to find that her bedroom had changed a lot. It was no longer the messy punk style. The bizarre wallpapers had been removed. The bedding was neatly arranged, and the desk was clean. Looking at the clear soup noodle-like Zhang Lulu, Shilei was quite taken aback. "Now this looks like a girl's room. That previous style really didn't suit your age." "Age? You just know age. You're not much older than me. Just because you call me uncle, you really think you're an uncle?" Zhang Lulu sulked on the bed, her gaze drifting, refusing to look at Shilei. "Then don't call me uncle. I'm young and vibrant too. Calling me uncle all the time will give me psychological trauma," Shilei teased. Zhang Lulu glanced at Shilei and shook her head, saying, "So shameless. You shouldn't talk about youth. Only good-looking people have youth. While those who are ugly can only be called young. Where am I ugly?" Zhang Lulu stood up and looked down seriously at Shilei, saying, "You're not ugly. But you're still a bit far from youth." Shilei felt a dull ache in his chest. He thought he looked quite handsome when he looked in the mirror every day, but unexpectedly got hit by a kid today. "Hey, uncle, you're not angry, right?" Zhang Lulu nudged Shilei. When he didn't respond, she secretly smiled and suddenly sat on Shilei's lap, startling him so much that he almost jumped up. He pushed Zhang Lulu away a bit too forcefully, causing her to nearly fall to the ground. Shilei hurried to catch her, and in her panic, Zhang Lulu instinctively grabbed Shilei's neck as if it were a lifeline. Don't look at the little girl's young age. She was already over 1.6 meters tall and weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. Shilei was caught off guard and was actually pulled down by Zhang Lulu. Fortunately, there was a bed behind Zhang Lulu, but the downside was that she clung to Shilei too tightly, and as they fell, Shilei ended up on top of Zhang Lulu, pinning her down on the bed. The two were face to face, feeling each other's breaths, rough and warm, bodies pressed tightly together, their faces almost touching. If someone suddenly pushed the door open right now, they would definitely think Shilei was forcing himself on the little girl. Shilei was stunned. He had never experienced this before. Zhang Lulu was much bolder than Shilei imagined. She realized the current situation before he did, and, instead of feeling shy, she was actually a bit excited. Shilei supported himself on the bed, trying to get up, but Zhang Lulu tightened her grip. Moreover, she slightly puckered her lips, eyes quietly closing, long eyelashes trembling, revealing that she was a bit nervous inside. Shilei felt a certain part of his body stirring restlessly, and he panicked. With the soft and warm girl in his arms, the guilt obviously outweighed everything else. In a panic, Shilei pushed himself up, trying to escape the current predicament. "Wait, something's off. Why is it so soft?" Shilei looked down. Holy crap. His hand was actually resting on Zhang Liu's. Shilei's mind went blank. After over 20 years of being a good man, he had never encountered this before and was suddenly at a loss. However, the physiological response had long surpassed his brain's control and reached its limit. This was an accident. Zhang Lulu thought it was a great opportunity to get a bit closer to Shilei, but when suddenly faced with such a situation, she was also left dumbfounded. This was not the script she had in mind. She thought it would be just a kiss. How did it suddenly escalate to this point? There seemed to be something hard pressing against her lower abdomen, and Zhang Lulu reached out with her left hand to explore downwards. "What the hell are you doing?" Shilei's mind was like a thunderclap, followed by a sense of loss. It turned out Zhang Lulu just wanted to push that thing away. Chapter 42, The Foundation of a Top Student. After this little awkward moment, Shilei finally managed to roll over and sit on the edge of the bed. Zhang Lulu was also quite dazed. Everything that just happened was too fast. She had only had a sudden thought that Shilei might kiss her, so she was ready to cooperate. After being attacked on the chest, she felt a bit scared. She was not really a bad girl, just going through a rebellious age. And the changes in her family situation had caused some shifts in her temperament. Feeling that Shilei had rolled to the side, Zhang Liang let out a sigh of relief but did not dare to move, fearing that Shilei might suddenly become aggressive. In fact, the girl was thinking about whether she should resist or silently endure if Shilei really pounced on her again. The uncle was in his 20s and was about to graduate from college. He should have some experience in this area, right? As long as she didn't move around. It shouldn't be a problem, right? But was it really good to have such a relationship with the uncle so early? Maybe she should resist a bit. But if she did resist, the uncle didn't seem like the type who would force her. Wait, the uncle was someone even the gangsters feared. Would he tie her hands? Maybe she should just symbolically resist, and then half push and half accept. What exactly should she do? While the girl was lost in her thoughts, Shirley had gradually calmed down and stood up. Seeing Zhang Liang with her eyes closed and frowning tightly, still lying on the bed, Shirley cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Ahem, second sister. You shouldn't lie there anymore. What just happened was an accident. You scared me. How did you end up sitting on me?" Shirley, deep down, was just a kid, and at this moment, he was actually trying to push the responsibility onto Zhang Liang. Feeling safe, Zhang Liang curiously looked at Shirley, thinking that he hadn't done anything to her. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? It had to be said that this girl's imagination was quite wild. It was clearly his fault, yet he was blaming her. And Zhang Liang rolled her eyes in response. Shirley felt increasingly awkward and thought for a moment before saying, "If you hadn't suddenly sat on me, how could I have said it was an accident?" Second sister, you won't tell your mom about this, right? I didn't mean to touch you. I just remembered something, you know? Didn't he mean to? Are you saying you want to touch me again on purpose?" Seeing Shirley's embarrassment, this girl with a big imagination immediately stopped being afraid. Instead, she thought teasing Shirley would be a very interesting thing to do. So, she puffed out her chest and straightened her legs. Shirley's face turned red, and he was at a loss for words. Although he was just a kid, he already had long legs. What a monster! Shirley nearly cried. These days, you can't mess with rogues, and you especially can't mess with female rogues. Pushing aside Zhang Liang's feet, Shirley said seriously, "I am your teacher. Even though I am the one getting paid, and you are the one paying. This teacher doesn't sell his body, okay? You need to show me some respect." With no other choice, Shirley could only use popular internet phrases to deal with this unruly girl. Shirley turned around, picked up the textbook on the table, pretended to flip through it, but his eyes couldn't see a single word. However, he made an unexpected discovery. He actually saw 2 sheets of paper on the table, with some familiar scribbles on them, which seemed to be the questions he had given Zhang Liang last week. Putting down the textbook and picking up the 2 sheets of paper, Shirley saw that they were indeed the questions from last week. After a quick glance, it looked good. She had basically provided the correct answers. Zhang Liang crawled over on the bed, peeking her little head over to look, and said, "This girl was a top student before. I could do these kinds of questions in my first year of middle school." Shirley glanced at her, and at this moment, she still had some semblance of a top student. Thinking back to how Zhang Liang had looked last week, she was a total failure in studies, dressing like that. This was definitely good news for Shirley. It was clear that Zhang Liang's issues did not stem from her studies, but rather from psychological problems. As long as she felt the warmth of family, everything would be resolved. Don't be too proud. These questions are just basic knowledge points, representing the lower limit. I'll give you some harder ones to see where your upper limit is. After saying that, Shirley found some exercise books from the desk and selected some more difficult questions, circled them, and handed them to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang made a bitter face and said, "Uncle, do you have to do this every time? Can't we just chat for a while? If you can do all these questions, I'll chat with you for 50 cents. You said it. No backing out. If I do them all, will you go have dinner with me? Uncle, you can say whatever you want, but don't curse." "When did I curse at you?" Shirley scratched his head. "Just now." Zhang Liang laughed and jumped off the bed, standing beside Shirley, looking at him with a half smile. Shirley quickly moved away, sitting at the head of the bed, offering his chair to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang had already started doing the questions, while Shirley was pondering when he ever cursed at her. After a while of being puzzled, Zhang Liang had already finished all the questions. After checking, she had actually gotten them all correct. Shirley couldn't help but look at Zhang Liang with new eyes. She really was a top student. Although these questions were only middle school content, Shirley hadn't dealt with them in a long time, and even if he were to try, he might not guarantee getting them all right. Clearly, she could rely on her studies to earn rewards, but chose to use her looks to face the world. Shirley sighed, stood up, and said, "With your level, you really don't need a tutor. I can't even do these questions. You just need to treat me to dinner. I want a seafood buffet. Deal. You pay. Cheapskate." Chapter 43, The Newbie Trial Ends. Shirley didn't know what kind of person spends money without pressure, but this girl in front of him made him experience it. Clearly, the food and drink were not much different from an ordinary seafood buffet. But Zhang Liang chose a restaurant located in the tallest building in Wudong, which was also the second tallest in the country, perhaps due to the high floor. The prices here were also quite high. Shirley, of course, was not shocked by a 4-digit meal cost. After all, he had seen it all before. However, a 15 or 16-year-old middle school student spending so extravagantly without treating money with any seriousness still left him amazed. While getting the food, Zhang Liang kept explaining to Shirley about the tall building, saying that if measured from the basement, purely by floor height, this building would be the tallest in the country. But since they usually only calculate the height above ground, it had fallen to the second tallest. Also, while this restaurant was not the highest in the world, it was definitely the highest buffet restaurant. Shirlei didn't understand what Zhang Liangliang meant by telling him this. So he asked, does this mean that people in Wudong are quite showy? Zhang Liangliang didn't understand Shirlei's point and gave him a surprised expression. Shirlei explained, you see, the tallest building in the world isn't here, and even the tallest in the country isn't here, even compared to restaurants. This clearly isn't the highest. But here, it is the highest buffet restaurant in the world. Doesn't that mean that people from other countries and regions think that in such a high and technologically advanced place, they should eat something more sophisticated? They value it. And those restaurants must be for fine dining. But here, we just made it a buffet. The price is also quite expensive, but ordinary people can still afford it. Unlike that restaurant in the tallest building in the country where you basically can't afford to eat unless you save for a year. So, people in Wudong are quite showy, a bit like you rich second-generation kids who don't treat good things seriously. Hey, uncle, what is that supposed to mean? I thought it was interesting, but how did it end up being about me? Zhang Liangliang was quite dissatisfied. You probably haven't earned money since you were little, right? It's over 1,000 a person here, and you really can spend it. Actually, if you look at these things, they aren't much better than those that cost 200 or 300. If it weren't for people like you who don't treat money as money, who would come this far to get ripped off? It's simple. If you pay the bill, there won't be this problem. Shilei quickly waved his hand. Not because he was unwilling to spend more than 2,000 yuan, but first, he wasn't sure if Zhang Liangliang could be considered his friend. That was quite helpless and depended on that staff to decide. The second point was more fatal. Shilei didn't have much money left. According to his calculations, he had already spent this week's quota, and even without considering the quota, he only had a little over 100 yuan on him, of which 120 was the tutoring fee Zhang Liangliang had just given him. A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do. Paying the bill, especially such an expensive one, is better left to someone like you, a rich second generation. TSK, what do you mean by rich second generation? My mom doesn't have much money. If you really think your mom doesn't have much money, you should save a little for her. It's just a regular dinner. You could find a small restaurant nearby for 100 yuan. Zhang Liangliang suddenly became furious, slammed the plate full of food onto the dining table, and turned to leave. Shirlei was confused, not knowing how he had upset this little ancestor, and awkwardly chased after her with 2 plates in hand. Fortunately, Zhang Liangliang didn't intend to leave, but walked to the spot she had carefully chosen before. Pouting as she sat down, her body turned towards the window, looking at the Wudong city, which had little scenery besides a few lights. What the hell? Aren't you eating? Shirlei placed Zhang Liangliang's plate in front of her. Eat what? I'm already full of anger. Shirlei chuckled and popped a small abalone into his mouth, mumbling, more than 1,000. What a waste not to eat. How do you only care about money? Zhang Liangliang glared at Shirlei, seemingly really angry. Shirlei still chuckled, saying, at least that's better than you not caring about money. Eat, 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 and you'll choke on it. Better to burst than to starve. Zhang Liangliang was speechless. Just got out of the car, the phone rang, and Shirlei looked. It was a message from Zhang Liangliang. Second sister, are you at school? 3 stones, just got out of the car, about to go in. Second sister, I'm hungry. Come keep me company for a late night snack. 3 stones, are you sick? You just ate. How can you be hungry again? Second sister, nonsense, you ate all by yourself. I only had some fruit. 3 stones, 1,000 plus buffet. And you only ate some fruit. You must be joking. Second sister, no matter, come keep me company for a late night snack. 3 stones, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. You can just grab some biscuits or instant noodles. Oh, or eat some chocolate. You seem to be in a bad mood. Chocolate might make you happier. Second sister, so boring, so boring. As he walked into the dormitory building, the phone rang again. Shirlei took it out to see it was still Zhang Liangliang. Second sister, look at my moments. Shirlei frowned and opened her moments, and indeed saw the latest photos Zhang Liangliang had posted. There were 4 photos in total. One was a bird's-eye view of the night scene outside a tall building, the lights sparkling and enchanting. The second was the restaurant's environment, that kind of extravagant style, which anyone who had been there would recognize at a glance. The third was a plate full of food. Lobsters and abalones were arranged in a messy yet pleasing way. The fourth was a selfie of Zhang Liangliang. To be honest, this girl really knew how to show off. She was already beautiful, and now, with such a natural look, her cheeks full of collagen, without any beautification, she looked even better. 3 stones, quite pretty. Second sister, is that it? 3 stones, what else is there? Second sister, go die? Shirlei scratched his head, thinking that this rebellious young beauty was really hard to figure out. Near midnight, Shirlei staggered out of the school gate, glancing at the time. It was still a minute before 12, so he walked into the self-service bank. He inserted the black card into the ATM, and soon a familiar scene appeared. The staff slowly rotated, transforming from a golden light point into a complete staff. Before Shirlei could say anything, the staff spoke first in that androgynous voice. Shirlei felt something was off and cautiously asked, What does it mean to truly become a slave? The staff let out a smug, eerie laugh. Ha ha, it means literally. What about before? Isn't it the same? You still can't spend all the money without facing punishment. The staff once again emitted a strange laugh, making Shilei's heart tremble, and at the same time, he seemed to realize something. Humble slave, it seems your intelligence has significantly improved from these trials. Damn. Chapter 44 Slave Rules. Third Rule. Shilei was almost going crazy. He deeply felt deceived. Although he had a large sum of money to squander every week. If Shilei had known earlier that he could opt out, he would never have chosen to become this damned so-called slave. Perhaps in the past, while joking, Shilei had said that if given enough money, he could completely trade his freedom. Even while watching a TV drama called Pawn Shop No. 8, he thought that even trading his soul for a lifetime of wealth seemed worth it. However, when all this happened to him, he understood how precious freedom was compared to money. In this world, no transaction is more precious than freedom. Even if Shilei's transaction with the staff could indeed be called a transaction, it didn't involve freedom or a soul. What he needed to pay was merely to spend all of his weekly quota. Just 4 weeks, a total of 150,000 yuan in quota had already made Shilei feel the value of life. Every time he thought about how this week's quota hadn't been spent yet, he felt like he was sitting on needles. This feeling is something ordinary people cannot experience. The 3 idiots in the dorm only knew that their classmate had suddenly become a rich person, sharing Shilei's most glamorous side. But they had no idea about the mental torment Shilei had endured for it. Every time he spent a penny, Shilei had to think about whether the money would be recognized by the staff. In front of Shilei was a big pit. He would never know what kind of fate awaited him after this week. Spending all the money seemed simple. But Shilei was walking on thin ice, because if any money was spent in a way the staff didn't approve, a cruel punishment awaited him. He had seen how that man who drove a Porsche disappeared, and he had experienced how his hair vanished. Now, touching his head, there was only a layer of green roots left, which sent shivers down his spine. Every time he thought about these things, Shilei became exasperated. Why didn't you tell me? If you had told me earlier, I would definitely have chosen to opt out. Even if you asked me to return all the money I spent, I would still choose to opt out. This is deceit, blatant deceit. The rules targeting me actually only have one, which is to spend all the quota, but there should also be rules targeting you, which is that you absolutely cannot lie. The staff laughed eerily, seemingly already accustomed to Shilei's outburst. In the deep vortex, the staff slowly rotated, completely ignoring Shilei's agitation. It wasn't until Shilei had vented enough that the staff spoke again. You are indeed somewhat different from the previous slaves. You can still maintain that thing called thinking even when struck by immense happiness. You are right. In my rules, I indeed cannot lie to any slave. But you never asked me if you could opt out of this matter. Concealment and lying are 2 completely different concepts. Shilei was dumbfounded. His understanding of the shamelessness of the staff had reached a new height. In this absolute unknown situation, what was the difference between concealment and lying? Shilei knew that this overwhelming anger was of no help to him, so he forced himself to calm down as quickly as possible. Picking up the black card, inserting it into the ATM, and entering the password would turn him into a slave. Well, actually, whether he picked it up voluntarily didn't seem important. What mattered seemed to be the final step of entering the password. Once the password was entered, this unknown banking system would activate, and the staff would arrogantly appear before him. At that moment, Shilei quickly calmed down from his initial panic because he treated it all as a prank. Looking back now, he really had quite an imagination. After all, using such a grand setup would surely require a lot of money. He was just an inconspicuous college student. What bored reality show organization would target him for a prank? However, it seems Shilei's imagination wasn't big enough, because if it had been, he would have believed every word the staff said and wouldn't have treated it as a prank. In retrospect, if Shilei hadn't treated it all as a prank, he wouldn't have been so compliant during the first week, and he wouldn't have fallen into deeper panic after losing his hair, thus never questioning the existence of the black card and the staff. As long as there was even a tiny bit of doubt at that time, Shilei might have proposed to withdraw from this matter, and the staff should not have been able to stop him. No. Shilei suddenly thought that when he first encountered the staff, although he didn't explicitly propose to withdraw, he still did something. This is clearly fraud. Even if concealment and lying are not the same concept, I clearly remember saying that I do not want to be anyone's slave. Since you need a slave, my statement that I do not want to be your slave clearly indicates my intention to withdraw. And since I have this intention, yet you still did not inform me that I could withdraw at any time within the surroundings, this is not concealment, but lying. Shilei forced himself to be calmer. This line of reasoning was clear, logical, and flawless. The staff chuckled mockingly, producing that unbearable sound. Poor slave, your logical ability is indeed quite good. I almost want to give you full marks for this logic. However, it's only almost. If full marks are 100, Then your words just now are enough for me to give you 99 points. Unfortunately, it's just 1 point short, and that point is incredibly important. You must have heard of a great inventor named Edison. He once said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. But that 1% of inspiration is even more important than the 99% of perspiration. The situation you are facing is just like that. All your logic is utterly powerless in the face of absolute rules. Shilei glared at the staff that was slowly rotating on the screen. He could even see a smug state on something that fundamentally couldn't have an expression, which filled him with even more rage. Regarding the rules for slaves, the 0 rule states that violators will receive corresponding punishment. The first rule states that slaves will receive income granted by their master every week. And the second rule states that slaves must spend all the income granted by their master each week. At that time, I did not tell you the third rule of the slave code, nor did I explain the first 2 rules. Now I can explain it to you. Speak. Shilei had turned red with anger. He no longer had any respect for the staff's pretense of politeness. He angrily said, "Even if you didn't tell me the third rule, that's just concealment. I already said I do not want to be anyone's slave. And you never explained this point." Chapter 45, Concealment and Deception. The staff's voice became somewhat disdainful. It was unclear when this non-binary, strange tone of voice began to display emotions. "Poor slave, I was quite satisfied with your logical ability, but it seems emotions do affect your brain. The third rule of the slave code clearly states your doubts. Under the third rule, you should not question whether I lied to you. That is at most just concealment." Regarding the third rule of the slave code, the staff made it very clear that before becoming a formal slave, Shilei had the right to choose to withdraw. Withdrawing might come with certain penalties. After all, this damn slave development bank is not a charity, and the penalty might require him to cover all expenses. Or perhaps a part of his body would be erased like Shilei's hair, but it was certainly possible to withdraw. Why does this damn staff insist that it did not deceive Shilei? This is clearly deception. Concealment and deception are indeed different. But concealment should be based on Shilei being completely unaware and not having raised any questions. In that case, the staff could certainly choose not to bring it up. Otherwise, how could it push Shilei into this pit? However, Shilei had already clearly stated that he did not want to be anyone's slave. Even if his request at that time was not so firm and was even somewhat subconsciously blurted out, the staff could not treat it as if Shilei had never raised any questions, right? Shilei was perplexed. He thought left and right, but still felt he had been deceived. He became increasingly furious. This damned staff clearly deceived him while pretending it had never violated the rules. Shilei was on the verge of cursing, even though he understood that his curses would be of no use to this staff hidden behind the screen. But just as he was about to let loose, Shilei suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind, and he asked, "If I violate the rules, I will inevitably be punished. Then what if you violate the rules? Would you also be punished?" After a long pause, the staff let out a strange laugh and said in its non-binary voice, "What a clever slave. It seems this journey will be more interesting. None of your predecessors ever thought of this. Damn slave, this is not a question you should ask. You are just a humble slave. How dare you speak to me like this? I am the Supreme Staff. I can erase you at any time, just like your predecessor." The staff felt offended and was clearly angry. At this moment, Shilei completely calmed down. He snorted and continued, "Even if I have now become a formal slave, I am just a slave of the Slave Development Bank, not yours. As for our relationship, who is whose slave is still uncertain. Erase me? If I have not violated the rules, if you attempt to erase me, you will inevitably violate your own rules. Although I do not know the consequences of your rule violation, I believe it will not be better than my erasure. Perhaps, as a being with superpowers but no physical body, your consequence for violating the rules is also complete erasure from the perspective of a living being." The staff fell silent, no longer shouting at Shilei in anger. Perhaps it was shocked by Shilei's words. It never expected that Shilei could analyze to this extent. The staff was furious. This was the first time it truly showed anger. "You're talking nonsense. You poor slave. If you dare to offend me again, I..." Shilei ruthlessly interrupted the staff, laughing. "If I offend you, what can you do? You only have basic dialogue rights. In fact, I suspect you do not have the ability to punish me at all. All the punishments are merely caused by this black card. You wouldn't want to try it. You absolutely wouldn't know what would happen after truly angering me. Do you really think I lack the ability to punish you? You pathetic thing." The staff continued to roar. But to Shilei's ears, it felt much more comfortable. After all, he already knew that the staff couldn't punish him at will. Shilei sneered disdainfully and said, "Maybe you really have super abilities. Maybe you can indeed erase me anytime, anywhere. Perhaps I've thought too much about this. However, I also believe that if you erase me without me violating the rules, or even if you just give me a small punishment, you will face the consequences from this black card. Stop pretending. Compared to me, you dare not easily violate the rules." The staff let out an angry huff, but remained silent. Clearly, Shilei had fully grasped the truth. Now completely calm and having regained his ability to think, Shilei understood why he had explicitly stated that he didn't want to be anyone's slave, yet the staff did not violate the rules. Between the employer and the employee, the staff played the role of communication. The employer was rigid, but the staff was flexible, possessing its own thoughts. To achieve a certain purpose, it would choose to either inform or conceal information. However, as long as Shilei, the employee, was involved in the employer's rules, the staff had to provide a clear explanation. According to the logic of the black card, once Shilei entered the password, he was already that employee. So when Shilei stated he didn't want to be anyone's slave, that couldn't be accepted. The premise was skewed, and the subsequent logic no longer held. At that time, if Shilei had said he didn't want the credit given by the black card, that he wanted to return to a normal life, then the staff would have had to inform him truthfully, and Shilei would have had the chance to withdraw. But now it was too late. Chapter 46, Saved Your Life. After figuring everything out, Shilei still inevitably felt a bit of a heaviness in his chest. After all, he originally had the chance to leave unscathed, but now, he could only accept week after week of repeated challenges. It seemed quite easy, just a matter of indulgence. But Shilei knew that if he really thought that way, he would eventually end up like the man he saw that night, driving a luxury car, looking glamorous, yet ultimately unable to escape the fate of being erased. There must be some other hidden reasons behind this. The black card couldn't just be for watching someone squander excessively. After all, with the increase in levels and the continuous rise in credit, no matter how extravagant a person was, there would eventually come a day when they could no longer spend all their credit. Levels. Yes, levels. The staff had mentioned it before, but Shilei hadn't paid much attention, merely considering it a form of proper noun. But now, Shilei understood that this level was closely related to him. Shilei decided to take the initiative, asking the staff directly. After all, he had already figured out that the staff was merely a spokesperson. He was no longer afraid of offending this strange entity. The staff was frustrated. It was extremely displeased with Shilei's attitude, something that had never happened with previous people. However, it was helpless. It really couldn't just punish Shilei at will. Very well, then, how many levels are there in total? Shilei asked again. The staff cursed. What a cunning slave. But it had no choice but to respond, level 1 slave. Shilei mercilessly interrupted the staff, saying, I am now very clear that the term slave is probably something you made up. You probably empathize, thinking of yourself as just a slave of the black card. So you hope that I, along with those predecessors like me, all become your slaves, right? And once I accept this identity as a slave, naturally, I would tremble in fear and wouldn't dare to ask you too many questions about the black card. Therefore, I think the term slave is not necessary. To me, my relationship with the black card is more like that of an employer and an employee. The black card is the employer, I am the employee, and you are merely the only servant. Look how kind I am. I didn't even call you a slave, just a servant. You must know the difference between these two terms, right? So please call me Mr. Sure from now on. If you really don't want to, you can call me employee. The staff was furious and began to curse, and Shilei realized that this staff really had emotions and feelings. It could even curse. After cursing enough, the staff had to change its title, Level 1 Formal Employee, with a weekly credit allocation of 100,000 soft sister coins. What about the duration? What level do I need to reach to become a Level 2 Formal Employee? What is the credit for Level 2 Formal Employees? I said, I want to understand everything I am currently allowed to know, rather than asking you question by question. What kind of spending is considered outstanding? Shilei asked calmly. The staff gave an answer. For example, the 60,000 you spent last week. 60,000. What's 60,000? Although Shilei had already thought of the 60,000 for treating Sun Yi's mother, he still found it strange since that 60,000 came from selling his computer. Idiot. Did you really think that the money you got back from returning the computer would also count towards your spending limit? The staff finally found an opportunity to complain. Its tone much lighter. Shilei frowned and said, I remember I specifically came to ask you about that, although you didn't give a clear answer. You acknowledged that expense regarding the computer. Idiot. At that time, your computer hadn't been returned, so it would naturally count towards your limit. But once you returned it, the limit would be restored in real time. Otherwise, do you really think that you could use my allocated limit to buy things and then return them, and that money would belong to you? Shilei slapped his forehead in annoyance. How could he have been so foolish not to realize such a simple principle? He had been so eager to raise the money for Sun Yi's mother's surgery that he had indeed been careless. So if I buy something and sell it at a discount after this week, that money would also count towards my limit for that week, right? Shilei cautiously asked. For example, if I sell the clothes I bought a few weeks ago for 1,000 yuan to a classmate, my limit for this week would become 101,000 yuan. Shilei felt a sinking feeling in his heart, thinking that thankfully he asked. Otherwise, he might have encountered problems because of this. In fact, before getting the answer, Shilei still held a glimmer of hope. After all, if it really worked that way, he could spend this week and sell it next week, not only completing the limit but also saving some money for himself. But clearly, this black card completely eliminated such sneaky ideas. Chapter 47, Lottery. At the same time, Shilei was grateful that he had spent every penny on him. Otherwise, if returning the computer was worth over 70,000, and if he had saved over 10,000 without spending, he wouldn't know what kind of punishment he would face now. Fortunately, he had a few shameless friends who spent over 8,000 on a meal. Otherwise, Shilei really might have held on to that over 10,000, viewing it as his private property. After stabilizing his emotions, Shilei continued to ask questions. When he asked this question, he still held a glimmer of hope, wishing the staff would say that such spending would be recognized. If so, that would be great. He could not only spend money himself, but also spend on friends and their immediate family members, making spending much easier. You should really thank that friend of yours. Oh no, you can't call her a friend now. She should be referred to as your sugar baby. She saved your life. Shilei was stunned. What do you mean she saved my life? As for what the staff said about being a sugar baby, Shilei chose to filter it out directly. The total limit is 80,000, and 60,000 has been wasted. So what do you think your punishment will be? More than 70% of your body parts. Even if you find a surgeon to remove all the organs and body parts that can be taken out without causing death, you wouldn't be able to survive. Shouldn't you be grateful to your benefactor? Slow down, slow down. Let's not talk about that benefactor for now. First, tell me how she saved my life. Then you should take a good look at the contract in your pocket. You idiot, when she gave you the contract, you didn't want it. If she hadn't forced it on you, and I considered this transaction a 5-star deal, do you think you would still be alive now? Shilei was taken aback and hurriedly took out the contract that Sun Yi had given him, confusedly asking, do you mean that the 60,000 given to me by the black card is considered a kind of consumption, and Sun Yi is the product I bought? Shilei did not feel any joy. This damned black card had completely thrown him into a pit. It seemed that he had money to squander every week, which was like a delicious candy, but in reality, the candy was full of poison. Therefore, Shilei naturally regarded the rewards given by the black card as a sugar-coated shell. You are the first person I've encountered who received a 5-star reward. What a lucky fool. The staff's rotation suddenly accelerated, forming a golden halo on the screen. The speed of its rotation increased, and the golden halo gradually turned into a disc occupying most of the screen, divided into many fan-shaped areas. Shilei counted quickly and confirmed that there were 36 areas, each exactly 10 degrees apart. There was a pointer on the disc, and even without the staff explaining, Shilei knew it was likely used for a lottery. A 5-star consumption grants 2 lottery chances. However, since the current consumption is only halfway completed, a level 1 formal employee can get 1 lottery chance. The staff seemed to have returned to its previous state. Its voice, though still ambiguous, no longer carried emotion. Shilei was not in a hurry to draw. He was even too lazy to look at what rewards were in the 36 areas. He just asked cautiously, why is it only halfway completed? As the financier, have you ever seen a benefactor who only supports without touching? You must let Sun Yi no longer be a virgin for it to count as completing the other half. Shilei was stunned and thought to himself, why is the black card so dirty? Is it like a train? He immediately asked, what if I never do it? When the year is up, just wait for your punishment. Facing the cold voice of the staff, Shilei felt his worldview was turned upside down. Is there such a thing? Isn't this forcing someone into prostitution? Reasoning is useless, and Shilei gave up, thinking he had feelings for Sun Yi anyway. And she should have feelings for him too. They grew up together as childhood sweethearts. If it weren't for Sun Yi's mother being deceived by that man into Wudong, they might already be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Although the black card's requirements were a bit dirty, they didn't violate Shilei's principles too much. So he set it aside for now since he still had a year. At this moment, Shilei began to carefully look at what prizes were on the disc. Among the 36 prizes, he could instantly understand the meaning of no more than 5. However, one of them made Shilei pleasantly surprised. Avoid punishment. Does this mean that if I draw this, I won't be punished for not completing the consumption limit? Shilei chuckled and thought that such a reward for immunity was almost a lifesaver. 1 in 36 is certainly better than the odds of winning the lottery. If I do a few more 5-star consumptions, I will eventually draw this one. Fool, do you think 5-star consumption is that easy to achieve? Mind your own business. Shilei didn't give the staff any face. He reached out and pressed the lottery button displayed on the screen, and the pointer on the disc immediately began to spin wildly. When you feel it has spun enough, press it again, and the pointer will stop. Shilei nodded, thinking that the staff, once exposed, was actually easier to communicate with. Anyway, the screen was just a blur, and with his eyesight, he couldn't tell where the pointer had gone. It was just a matter of luck. Shilei pressed the lottery button without hesitation again. The pointer stopped instantly, and the subsequent blur folded up like a folding fan. The staff let out a strange cry, What incredible luck. Shilei focused and saw that in the area where the pointer stopped, there was only an Arabic numeral 2, with no other hints. What the hell is this? What does the 2 mean? Am I considered foolish? Shilei muttered to himself. Congratulations, you really struck gold. You actually drew this. It sounded like a pretty good prize. But just a number, what exactly does it represent? Shilei still asked in confusion. The staff's mood was probably not very good. It said impatiently, "This indicates you have drawn a prize that doubles your lottery chances." Chapter 48, Wealthy Card. This statement was a bit convoluted. But Shilei quickly understood what the staff meant. Are you saying I can draw again? So my lottery chances have increased by 1? No. I actually have 2 lottery chances, but one of them will have to wait until I do that with E. Therefore, doubling the lottery chances means I will have 4 chances. There are only 2 today, and after I do that with E, I can get 2 more chances. The staff roared, "You're dreaming." Shilei frowned and said, "You're too rude. I think this way of calculating is correct." The staff's voice abruptly cut off midway and then let out a faint "ah." Although it was very quiet, Shilei still caught it keenly. "What do you mean by "ah"?" Shilei asked. The staff ignored him and remained silent, while the lottery disc on the screen had disappeared, and even the staff had vanished, leaving only a vortex like a deep starry sky. "Hey, where did you go? Stop messing around and come out quickly. Does this mean I can quit now? You've already disappeared, so I don't need to continue playing the game of consuming a certain amount to survive, right? Hey, where did you go? Oh no, you haven't violated the rules and been erased by the black card, have you?" Shilei kept murmuring to himself, but the screen showed no reaction at all. "If you don't show up, I'm really leaving. I'm canceling the card." Seeing that there was still no response, Shilei reached out and pressed the cancel card button, but the black card did not appear at the card slot, and finally, that golden light point appeared in the vortex on the screen. The light point swirled and grew larger until it formed a complete staff shape. "You're dreaming." The staff's voice even had a hint of frustration. Shilei actually knew this was impossible. He was just casually teasing. "So what is going on? You should explain it." The staff said dejectedly, "You were right. Your lottery chances will indeed become 4. Doubling the lottery chances applies to all your existing chances. Even if you haven't obtained the next lottery chance yet, but it is already on the list of what you can obtain. Today you can draw twice. And after you fulfill the terms of the contract, you can draw 2 more times." Shilei laughed heartily. He finally understood where the staff's frustration came from. Based on the staff's reaction, Shilei was even more certain that the staff was just a spokesperson for the black card. Based on all the findings, a truth that is infinitely close to reality can be drawn. The black card is likely some kind of technological product from an extraterrestrial civilization, or it may simply be a system with some supernatural abilities, with the scepter serving as the steward within this system. The system itself is a fixed existence that only follows certain rules, much like computer software. Once the software is successfully programmed, it will operate according to the established procedures. The scepter, as the artificial intelligence part of it, is responsible for communication between the host and the execution of all commands of the black card. But it does not have the power to create commands itself. In essence, the black card is merely in existence with some magical power, akin to a tool. But this tool has the ability to forcibly bind the host. Since it is a tool, it will always serve the host. If used well, one can soar to great heights, but if not utilized properly, one may lose their life. Shilei rubbed his temples, thinking to himself that the most annoying aspect of the black card is not that one would be erased for violating the rules, but the damned scepter. Because of the existence of the scepter, which is equivalent to artificial intelligence, an invisible barrier has formed between Shilei and the black card, obstructing Shilei's understanding of all the functions and rules of the black card. Shilei does not know what the purpose of the scepter is, but it is evident that without the scepter, he should have known all the rules of the black card from the very beginning. He would likely have given up the easily attainable wealth and glory. After all, this kind of wealth and glory hides the fate of potentially crashing down at any moment. Now it is too late. Shilei can no longer the binding of the black card and can only follow the rules set by it. Shilei can almost foresee that in the days to come, he will need to constantly outsmart the scepter, striving to understand all the functions and rules of the black card as early as possible, especially the rules. Only by thoroughly comprehending all the rules of the black card can Shilei maximize the protection of his life. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and draw the lottery. The scepter is becoming impatient. The disc spins, almost without a process of acceleration, going from stillness to rapid rotation as if it were just a moment. Shilei deeply exhaled a breath of stale air and pressed the lottery button again. The speed of the disc began to slow down, and Shilei gradually began to see the direction of the pointer. Eventually, the pointer gently slid across the surface of the disc and came to a stop. In the sector indicated by the pointer on the disc, there are no words, only a golden thumbs up, proudly pointing upwards. Although it is just an image, Shilei can feel how dazzling the golden light emanating from this thumb is. Huh. Shilei heard the scepter emit a very faint exclamation, neither masculine nor feminine. Although he still doesn't know what this golden finger means, Shilei knows he has probably hit the jackpot and drawn a rather good prize. With one more chance to draw, Shilei couldn't be bothered to ask the scepter what this golden finger represents and decisively pressed the lottery button again, saying at the same time, "Second lottery." The disc spun again at a speed difficult to perceive, and Shilei slammed his hand down on the lottery button. The rotation of the disc began to decelerate. This time, the pointer pointed to something Shilei could understand. It clearly read the words wealth card. As the pointer came to a complete stop, the number 3 slowly emerged above the words wealth card. The symbol slowly floated up. Far more impressive than the effect of a 3 in a cinema. Shilei even felt he could reach out and touch the slowly rising 3. This is what a newbie should experience. The scepter seemed to find a bit of psychological balance from this lottery draw, and its tone was no longer sarcastic. From its tone, Shilei could roughly guess that this wealth card seemed impressive by name, but was likely a relatively poor prize in reality. What do these 2 prizes mean? Shilei steadied himself and asked his question. The scepter seemed disdainful, sneering at Shilei's inquiry. What a foolish human. You need me to explain such a simple thing to you. Chapter 49, Investment Golden Finger Card. Although the scepter looked down on Shilei's question, just as Shilei expected, it had to fully explain what these 2 lottery prizes meant. Shilei nodded, understanding a bit, and asked, "So what does that 3 mean? Does it mean this wealth card can be used 3 times? If I want to continue enjoying the life of a wealthy person after midnight, I just need to use it again? Can I enjoy the life of a top-tier wealthy person for up to 3 consecutive days?" This is considered a barely acceptable display of intelligence. A smile appeared on Shilei's face, seemingly quite satisfied with this wealth card. However, the scepter, as if able to see through all his thoughts, immediately dismantled his excitement, saying, "What a short-sighted guy. The life of a top-tier wealthy person, while it seems enviable, is merely an illusory enjoyment that does not increase your assets by even a penny. Moreover, as long as you can ensure to complete the spending tasks and level up a few times, the amount you have will be enough for you to reach that level. I really don't know what you have to be happy about." Shilei rolled his eyes, thinking, what does it matter to you? However, he soon felt immense pressure from the scepter's words. Can I reach the level of a top-tier wealthy person after leveling up a few times? Then wouldn't it be extremely difficult to spend all that money? Can I choose to just spend money without leveling up? Of course. Shilei could only bury such questions in his heart and would never voice them. Even he knew this question was merely a fantasy. Given the conduct of the black card, how could it possibly allow Shilei not to level up? If Shilei really asked, the scepter would undoubtedly be disdainful and mock him a few more times. So what about that golden finger? Shilei asked again. The scepter seemed somewhat angry, retorting, "You really have struck it lucky. That is called the investment golden finger card. As the name suggests, with this card, your future investments will definitely be profitable." Just as Shilei was about to speak, the scepter jumped around in the screen, forcibly interrupting him. "No more nonsense. I will explain the function of the investment golden finger card in full." Shilei shrugged, waiting nonchalantly. 1 in 10,000? But there are only 36 prizes on this wheel. The lowest probability is at least 1 in 36, right? Shilei couldn't help but complain. "Foolish guy. What you see are only 36 lottery areas. But in reality, every time you draw, those 36 prizes on the disc are completely random. At your current level, just having the golden finger card appear on the wheel is already a very low probability, and you actually drew it. This is not much different from winning the lottery." Shilei mercilessly retorted again. "Humph, spare me. The winning rate for the first prize in the lottery is over 1 in 17 million. Your probability is at most 1 in 10,000, and considering the 1 in 36 chance of drawing, it's at most 1 in 360,000. Shut up." The scepter was angry. Shilei pouted, muttering under his breath, "No grace. That damned guy. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, do you believe?" The scepter stopped mid-sentence, perhaps realizing that after Shilei saw through its bluster, it really had no way to threaten him. Instead, Shilei took the initiative to offer a way out, as he still needed to deal with the scepter in the future. If he offended the scepter too severely, it might deliberately hide or omit part of the rules of the black card, which would be enough to leave Shilei in a terrible situation. The current scepter is like the little ghost in Yama, is easy to see, but the little ghost is hard to deal with little power. But Shilei really does not dare to offend it too much. I'm sorry, I just misspoke earlier. You know I'm studying a technical subject, so I'm sensitive to numbers. And for someone like me, the biggest dream I usually have is winning the lottery, so I have a deep memory of the winning probability. Please forgive me. I understand that being selected by the black card from over 7 billion people is already an extremely low probability. And with the lottery probability of 1 in 360,000, that amounts to several trillionths of a chance. Indeed, I had an incredible stroke of luck today. What you said is not just correct, it's simply spot on. Although surprised by Shilei's sudden change in attitude, it is clear that the staff enjoys flattery. So it still sounds pleasing to the ears. Given that your attitude is relatively sincere, I will forgive you this time. There won't be a next time. Regarding this investment card, you need to remember one thing. There are only 3 viewing opportunities each natural month. As soon as you open it, regardless of whether you actually made the investment or not, it will count as 1 viewing opportunity used. Just opening it counts. If you do not use all 3 opportunities in a month, the remaining opportunities will automatically expire and will not carry over to the next month. The viewing opportunities will refresh at midnight on the first day of each month. Remember, this card is for any investment. Any meaning. I think you need to ponder it carefully. Shilei's heart stirred. He had already vaguely understood that investment does not only refer to monetary investment, but there are many other ways that can also be categorized as investment. It seems a bit unreasonable to arbitrarily postpone my lottery chances until the contract is fulfilled, doesn't it? How about you let me draw these 2 prizes first, and then if I don't fulfill the contract within a year, you can just eliminate me. Shilei actually knew that the hope was slim, but still wanted to give it a try. The staff snorted coldly. Dream on. Shilei insisted. That was originally my chance to win the lottery. It doesn't matter whether it's drawn first or later. You unilaterally postponed it. And you have to give me an explanation. He thought the staff would still maintain their aloof demeanor, but to his surprise, the staff fell silent, probably deep in thought. After a while, the staff said angrily, "What a greedy guy." Well, although it's one of the rules that you must complete the contract before drawing, it will indeed have some slight impact on you. It's impossible for you to draw immediately, but to compensate you, I'll give you a card. After saying that, a dark card appeared on the screen, named Prophecy Fulfilled. Chapter 50, Newbie Stage Scoring. This card is a level card that allows you to fulfill a prophecy once, but only once. Moreover, this prophecy can only be used on others and cannot be related to money. Don't rush. I still have questions to ask. Considering your good attitude just now, you can ask 3 more questions about these 2 cards. The staff was obviously very impatient. Shilei blurted out, "Do we have to do it like this? Only 3 questions? Damn, is this even considered?" "Yes, there's one last question." Shilei exclaimed in a panic. "What the hell? Are you messing with me?" Suddenly feeling something was off, Shilei quickly waved his hand. "This is not the question I want to ask. Wait for me to think about what the final question should be." The staff remained silent, but Shilei had cursed the staff in his heart a million times. "All right. The last question. If I use my black card to match the limit with this investment golden finger card for investment, will the profits count as mine?" Shilei appeared very cautious. However, the staff once again expressed his disdain for Shilei, a contempt for his insufficient intelligence. The staff was silent for a moment, then huffed somewhat displeased. "It seems your intelligence has come back online. You actually noticed the flaw in this issue. But unfortunately, if you want to make money this way, that's impossible. To gain investment returns, you must use your own capital. If you invest using the credit limit, then the profits you earn will also be counted as part of your consumption limit. In other words, the more you earn, the more you must spend within the stipulated time, otherwise, haha, you know what I mean." Originally, the staff thought Shilei would be a bit frustrated by this answer, but to his surprise, Shilei just smiled slightly, seemingly understanding everything. Shilei asked this question not because he genuinely wanted to invest using the credit limit provided by the black card, but rather because he wanted to understand the rules better. For him, the more he knows, the obviously more advantageous it is. Some questions may seem useless, but with enough such questions, Shilei actually has the opportunity to summarize some patterns from them. Currently, Shilei is focused on understanding every problem he encounters as much as possible. Is the total score 100? Shilei instinctively asked. 9,300? This money doesn't need to be counted towards the limit and is completely at my disposal. If you are not an idiot, you should be able to know the answer to the question yourself. The staff suddenly turned aloof, and Shilei really wasn't used to it. Where did the previous kingly aura go? Where is the emperor's presence from before? All right, although it's a bit lacking, at least there's the investment fund. So it should still gradually become a considerable amount of money. Anyway, I will definitely use the credit limit when I need to spend money and will never use my own funds. Also, will there be an assessment score every time I upgrade? And will I be able to obtain a certain amount of discretionary funds each time? Yes. Probably seeing that Shilei still wanted to incessantly ask questions, the staff impatiently added, "You are currently just a level 1 slave, which is not much better than a newbie, and the things you can know are extremely limited. Do not repeatedly challenge my patience with your rambling. This will not benefit you at all." Shilei thought for a moment and felt that what the staff member said made sense. He also realized that there are some things that the staff member could deliberately conceal, but there are indeed some matters that Shilei was not allowed to know immediately. And the staff member would never dare to lie about that. So, the last question, to be precise, is not a question. But regarding the consumption referred to by the black card, I think I should still have that authority, right? The staff reluctantly said. "You say, hurry up and say it." Shilei carefully. First, consumption must be for myself. Second, the value derived from transactions must be equal to or less than the value received. These 2 points are actually derived from that man who has already been erased, which Shilei has long confirmed. Third, it must be a genuine transaction, and not to grant the quota to others. This point is Shilei's lesson learned through blood and tears. Fortunately, that incident only cost him a head of hair, and he chased after the red, yellow, and green lights for 2 blocks for 300 yuan. Fourth, the items consumed must be genuinely put to use. This is also a lesson learned. Luckily, Sunny Yi helped Shilei a great deal. Otherwise, 60,000 yuan would have been enough to erase Shilei. Fifth, if the money spent is not counted towards the quota, one can use personal funds to make up the difference. This also raises my first question. Can I check my consumption quota by inserting the black card into an ATM at any time? Shilei nodded and said, as long as I query you at any time within a week, you must tell me the remaining balance, right? If the limit calculated by the black card does not match my calculation, can I request a detailed inquiry? There is no detailed inquiry. The difference in money is just the difference. Do you want me to send you a spending list every week? It's simply absurd. Shilei was not discouraged. He smiled and said, sixth, consumption can be done together with those deemed friends by the black card. So, there is a question here. If my parents or other relatives and friends need money, can I use the limit to pay for them? Chapter 51. Keep going, young man. The characteristics of the staff's habit of commenting have been fully adapted by Shilei. He is not bothered at all because he knows that this actually means that the questions he asks will definitely receive an answer from the staff. Unfortunately, the answer given by the staff this time does not seem very satisfactory. The staff said, direct relatives are definitely not a problem, as for ordinary relatives. Following the rules for friends does not mean that having a relative relationship will necessarily be recognized, although the answer is somewhat ambiguous. Shilei still nodded and said, so that means my parents, grandparents, and future children are all within the inevitable recognition range of the black card. As for the other relatives, it depends on whether the relationship between us reaches a certain level. That's right. If you can always maintain this level of intelligence, our communication will certainly be much more pleasant. Shilei remained unfazed and continued to ask, if I use the limit on relatives, for example, giving a gift, it should also be like using the limit for myself. That item must be used to count towards the consumption limit, right? The staff seemed a bit surprised. This point was something it intentionally did not mention, but unexpectedly, Shilei brought it up first. Correct. Shilei asked again. And that consumption is limited to the person themselves. If they pass it on to someone else, it definitely won't count. Even if that item is still being used, right? Shilei happened to have no more questions, so he asked, so, what is my limit for this week? Since I am already officially at level 1, the weekly limit should be fixed, right? When it came to this, the staff became much more serious, no longer making any comments or jokes, and directly said, now your level is level 1, and your weekly consumption limit is 100,000 soft sister coins. The limit will refresh at midnight every Sunday for the next week, and any rewards or penalties will also be issued at that time, until you reach level 2. What are the conditions for upgrading? Or when will I upgrade? Shilei did not ask how much the limit would be upon reaching level 2 because he knew that even if it could be revealed, given the staff's nature, it probably wouldn't tell him, as it definitely falls under the rules that can be concealed. Moreover, compared to how much the next level would grant, Shilei was actually more concerned about how the black card determines his upgrade. If the timing for upgrading is not fixed, then he could obviously think of ways to delay it as much as possible within the rules. Upgrading too quickly, the outcome is self-evident. The man driving the Porsche is the most obvious example. This is not something you should be concerned about. At your current level, you are not qualified to know this. Foolish guy, just enjoy your weekly limit of 100,000. If you're lucky, you can actually do quite a bit with it. The only advice I can give you is to improve yourself as soon as possible, comprehensively. The stronger your personal abilities, the more easily you will handle the high limits of future high levels. Perhaps you have misunderstood me all along, but you should believe that I actually do not wish for you to be eliminated by me too quickly. Your current performance is much better than your predecessors. I hope you can become a different type from them. Go for it, young man. Faced with the staff's sudden display of goodwill, this seemingly normal tone made Shilei feel somewhat chilly. Since coming into contact with the black card and the staff has always acted like a neurotic character. No matter how it mocked or even roared, Shilei had already adapted. Now, however, it seemed to act like a kind elder, even saying things like go for it, young man, which sent a chill from the soles of Shilei's feet to the top of his head, making his hair feel like it was about to stand on end. Shilei felt something was strange. What does it mean to be a different type from them? Since the black card has chosen him, it means that those who had received the black card before have already been eliminated. Being different from them means Shilei must survive and absolutely cannot be eliminated by the black card. Suddenly, Shilei realized a very serious problem. No matter how slowly the upgrade of this black card goes, the consumption limit it provides could reach an astronomical figure. Although the emergence of this level made Shilei understand that the weekly limit would not grow madly in powers of 2, from the staff's words. Shilei could already analyze a small pattern. 1 million. Then level 3, 10 million. This is already a daunting number. To consume 10 million a week is clearly beyond Shilei's current consumption capacity. Even if he barely managed to cope, what about level 4? 100 million? Shilei found that even thinking about the zeros behind that string of numbers made his head ache. Although Shilei felt that his inference might not be accurate, if it were true, how would he face a weekly consumption limit of 100 million? That would be tantamount to certain death. Even if he were the richest person in the world, under the condition of not being allowed to invest with the limit, asking him to consume 100 million soft sister coins a week would probably leave him helpless. And how long would it take to reach level 4? Shilei did not believe that this process would take several decades. So how could he avoid falling into the same fate as his predecessors? This is simply nonsense. But since the staff mentioned being different from them, it also means that Shilei still has the chance not to be eliminated by the black card, or that anyone chosen by the black card has this chance. So, where does the problem lie? Thinking of this, Shilei asked seriously, word by word, what conditions do I need to meet to be different from my predecessors? Damn it, too dark. It's just that the level is not enough. What a load of nonsense about working hard to upgrade. By the time my level is sufficient to know the answer, I will probably have no way to change the fate of being eliminated, right? Chapter 52, Dozens of Predecessors. Shilei did not ask the staff what level he needed to reach to qualify for the answer to this question, since the staff did not clearly state it. He could already think that even if he asked, the staff's answer would be no comment. Shameless diplomatic rhetoric. Shilei pondered for a moment, changed his tone, and asked with a smile, all right then, I will work hard to upgrade. Since that's the case, I have no more questions, at least compared to my predecessors. My current performance should be the best, right? That is true. I am really looking forward to your performance. The staff's tone also became lighter, though it still had that androgynous voice that sounded very harsh. Then let us chat casually. I guess you don't often have the chance to chat with others. Foolish guy, I just praised you a couple of times and you're already getting carried away. You're really becoming more and more rude. What do I have to chat about with you? As a divine-like existence, capable of bestowing countless riches upon humans and having the power to take or give life. It really saddens me to hear you say such things. Shilei's tone became increasingly relaxed, and he subtly flattered the staff. He had already discovered that the staff quite liked this approach, and only when the staff was happy could he possibly learn more about the black card from it. Although you still seem very rude, what you said is indeed quite good. It's obvious that the staff has fallen for the flattery and started to let down its guard. Speaking of my predecessors, can I know how many predecessors there were before me? This is not a problem. It's just pure casual talk. I'm sure you are also quite dissatisfied with their performance, and I would love to hear your complaints about them. The staff seemed unaware that Shilei was just probing, mainly because it was indeed not very satisfied with those before. It snorted and said, those foolish guys. Although they showed me great respect, they were all too stupid. Seeing the amount that increases in his bank card every week made him forget himself, becoming complacent and living a life of idle consumption. At first, it was certainly wonderful, spending money like water, lost in a haze of luxury to the point of forgetting his own name. Unfortunately, they soon faced the situation where they could not complete their spending tasks and could only be erased. Complacency. These 4 words seem quite important. The staff had previously mentioned that the investment Goldfinger card is an extremely valuable card for someone wanting to make progress. If all employees struggle to survive for long, development becomes meaningless. It seems that personal development should be a crucial condition to avoid being erased by the black card. Shilei smiled and said, it seems they still have some advantages over me. At least, I don't even know how to spend money like water yet. I used to think spending money was simple, but when I actually had a large sum of wealth, I didn't know how to spend it. Since there is a finality, it means that employees have a chance to live out their lives. But this finality can only be achieved by severing the connection with the black card. The black card no longer grants the employees limits. Only then can they avoid being erased. How many people were erased before me? Dozens. I can't really remember. Dozens. The world's first ATM has only been around for over 40 years, and in our country, it wasn't until the late 1980s that it appeared. And it only became truly popular in the late 1990s. In other words, it has only been about 20 years, averaging about 1 person every 6 months? How long did the longest one last? Shilei casually asked. Just over a year. That guy, waving a bank card with 100 million, completely forgot who he was. Spent recklessly, and not long after was kidnapped. Although the ransom was paid and he wasn't killed, the missing amount could never be compensated. And he could only wait to die. Shilei gained another important piece of information. A limit of 100 million was reached in just over a year. indicating that his own time was not so abundant. The shortest one, did he not last even a month before dying? Shilei asked with a grin. As soon as he spoke, the staff inside the ATM erupted with a burst of golden light, vanishing into a swirling starry sky. Watching the black card being ejected from the ATM, Shilei curled his lip, stored the black card away, and turned to leave the self-service bank. Back in the dormitory, Shilei was still pondering these matters. He knew that compared to the weekly limit of 100,000, he should pay more attention to the not-so-distant future. In a little over a year, he would face a limit of over 100 million, and even in a few months, the limit would reach tens of millions. That would be the beginning of the challenge. As dawn broke, Shilei finally became so tired that he fell into a deep sleep. He woke up around 2 in the afternoon and habitually glanced at his phone, discovering 2 new icons. One was a lips icon, and the other was a shiny thumbs up. Still a bit groggy, Shilei thought this was the troublesome fruit machine that had to be downloaded. Why was it being forced to download something like on Android? The key was that these 2 icons only had pictures, and there were no words below, which made Shilei feel even more puzzled. Just as he was about to click on the thumbs up icon, Shilei suddenly jolted awake. Wasn't this the icon on the investment gold finger card? The staff had mentioned that it would add one to his phone, and he almost clicked it absent-mindedly. Shilei remembered that the staff had said this could only be opened 3 times per natural month, and just opening it counted as 1 time. This was crucial for Shilei's investment success, directly impacting the amount of his own funds, so he couldn't waste it so easily. Opening the mobile banking app, he originally thought he would see a limit close to 110,000, but upon checking carefully, he found it was only 100,000. What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that besides this 100,000 limit, there would be a reward of 9,300? After all, no matter how high the limit, it must be spent. Only that seemingly insignificant 9,300 truly belonged to Shilei. He had originally hoped to use this 9,300 in conjunction with the investment gold finger card to make a significant impact and reach the pinnacle of life. Chapter 53, Employee Development Bank. Shilei felt deceived, rolled out of bed, almost forgetting to put on clothes as he rushed outside. The warm blanket was Shilei's most loyal friend, gradually warming his body, and his brain finally resumed normal function. Although less than 10,000 wasn't much for Shilei, who had a weekly limit of 100,000. Only this meager amount was money he could freely dispose of. Not to mention, if there was a problem with the limit 1 week, Shilei still hoped to use this money to compensate. Moreover, if a friend had trouble, constrained by the limit from the black card, he could also use his own money to resolve it, right? No, he had to get that 9,300. Even a mosquito is meat. This time, Shilei did not recklessly jump out of bed, but got dressed under the covers and left the dormitory after washing up. The first thing was, of course, to head straight to the self-service bank. He had to talk to the staff to clarify the situation of this money. As Shilei ran, he took out the black card, looked down, and found that this black card seemed a bit different from before. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the bank logo in the lower right corner of the black card had changed. When he first got this black card, until yesterday, the issuing bank in the lower right corner was the Slave Development Bank. But now, this line of flamboyant English had changed too. What does this mean? Shilei's limited English vocabulary was insufficient to translate this word. Taking out his phone, he searched it with an online translator and found out that this word means employee, servant, or worker. From slave to employee? This seems like an upgrade. To make it sound better, the term employee is more appropriate. Servant and worker still carry a strong connotation of being sold. If it were the latter, then this word would be more accurate. At least it's a more formal translation for employees. What does it turn into? But if it's not the latter, could it be that different levels correspond to different identities? If that's the case, the next level should be an employee, and could the 3rd level be a shareholder? Wouldn't the 4th level then make Shilei a partner, and the 5th level could even make him the owner of the black card? This is clearly impossible. It seems the change is due to Shilei's own perception of identity shifting. As for this term with a hint of servitude, perhaps it's the staff's vanity acting up. Whatever, let the staff do as they please. What Shilei should care about now is his 9,300. Sure too, where are you going? Just woke up, starving, going to eat. Shilei waved his hand and wanted to leave. He still had to find the staff, who had time to chat with Tui. Hearing this, Tui's eyes lit up, immediately saying, "The rich guy wants to eat. We must support him. Come on. Where are we eating today?" As he spoke, Tui casually threw his arm around Shilei's shoulder, looking determined. "It's only a little past 2. You just finished lunch not long ago, right? I just woke up. What are you eating for? Of course, when following you, we have to eat fresh seafood. Don't worry about whether I've eaten. I definitely want to save money for you. I was planning to buy a couple of steamed buns at the door to satisfy my hunger. Do you want to get a couple too?" Shilei knocked off Tui's hand, seriously looking down on such opportunistic behavior. Get lost. Just as Shilei was saying this, his phone in his pocket rang. Seeing Tui still grinning, Wanting to throw his arm over his shoulder, Shilei made a disgusted expression and kicked him away. Picking up the phone to see that it was actually Zhang Mimi calling. Ms. Zhang, hello. He wanted to get closer, but Shilei waved him off, telling him not to make a fuss. Shilei was taken aback and suddenly remembered that he had a tutoring job to do. He said in confusion, "You didn't tell me yesterday that I needed to come today." Zhang Mimi huffed unhappily. "I left home early this morning and wanted to call you. But then I thought you young people might want to sleep in on the weekend, so I sent you a text message, which clearly stated that you needed to come to my house to tutor Liang today." Shilei hurriedly checked his phone and finally saw the text message, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I usually ignore text messages because they're mostly ads. How about this? Since your house isn't far from mine, I'll head over now. And we can start at 3 o'clock today." Hearing this explanation, Zhang Mimi seemed to find it somewhat understandable, and her tone softened a bit. "All right. But I hope this doesn't happen again next time. Verbal agreements have contractual effects. As college students, you should have basic legal knowledge." Shilei was speechless, thinking that it was her one-sided notification and he hadn't agreed to it. So how could it be a verbal contract? However, he wasn't the type to argue. So he said, Okay, I'll pay more attention next time. But Ms. Zhang, please just call me directly next time. I haven't really used text messages since I got my phone." Zhang Mimi said nothing and directly hung up the phone. Shilei heard the busy tone and couldn't help but complain, "No grace." He sulkily stuffed his phone into his pocket. He made a face at Shilei and said, "What's up with Ms. Zhang? She should be a beauty a lot older than us, right?" Shilei knew that he was definitely thinking in the wrong direction, but Zhang Mimi was indeed a beauty, and she was nearly 40 years old. So he wasn't entirely wrong. Nodding, he smirked. "Rich second generation is still rich second generation. We can't even get a female classmate. And you've started playing with mature women. TSK, Shilei, your taste is a bit heavy." Shilei kicked out a leg, and he dodged too late, getting kicked squarely. Shilei scolded, "Get lost." "Don't get lost. We haven't eaten yet. Just buns. Can't you see I have something to do? Real buns." "Then forget it." After saying that, he shamelessly ran away. Chapter 54. The reason for second sister's displeasure. Zhang Liang reluctantly opened the door for Shilei, seeing him enter without greeting. She went straight to her bedroom. As soon as Shilei walked in, he repeatedly apologized, expressing that he didn't know he had to come today. But Zhang Liang completely ignored him, making Shilei feel very awkward. It seemed she was still upset about yesterday's incident. But Shilei really didn't understand what had offended her. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ignore it. Shilei walked to the desk, picked up a book, and flipped through it. Suddenly, he remembered the questions he had given Zhang Liang yesterday. This girl seemed to know everything. In terms of handling subjects, her ability might even be stronger than Shilei's, and he genuinely didn't know what else he could teach her. It seemed he needed to talk to Zhang Mimi. It didn't seem right to take her money without a reason. However, Zhang Mimi probably wouldn't care about that little money. And her main purpose was just to find someone to keep an eye on Zhang Liang. To be honest, based on yesterday's little quiz, I really don't have much to teach you. My role is simply to supervise you in completing your school assignments. How about this? After today, I'll talk to your mother about how this tutoring isn't really necessary to continue. You have no problem with middle school courses. The rest just depends on your own initiative. You mainly need to change your attitude. What do you think?" Shilei had no choice but to say this to Zhang Liang. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished this sentence, Zhang Liang suddenly exploded. She stood up emotionally, waving her hands vigorously and shouting loudly, All right, don't worry about me. Let me do whatever I want." "What tutoring? I've driven away so many tutors this year. I'm not missing you. If you don't want to manage me, just leave. Go now. No need to wait until next time. Aren't you just here to make money? Today's lesson fee is 120 here." Zhang Liang took out money from her pocket, which was obviously more than 120, and threw it at Shilei indiscriminately. The bills quickly fell to the ground, fluttering down, and Shilei didn't know which of her buttons he had pressed this time. "Get out. What are you still doing here? Didn't you say you'd finish today and not come back next week? Just go now. I don't want to see you." Zhang Liang continued to shout hoarsely, and by now her voice was already choked with emotion. Shilei suddenly understood why Zhang Liang was acting this way. Her rebellious behavior stemmed from a lack of care and warmth at home. Every tutor she hired had been driven away by her. Perhaps he was indeed a bit different from the previous tutors. At least Zhang Liang didn't seem to resist him and was quite willing to interact with him. Now, when Shilei suddenly mentioned discussing the tutoring situation with Zhang Mimi, Zhang Liang felt abandoned once again. Looking at the somewhat hysterical Zhang Liang, Shilei didn't know how to handle the situation for a moment and could only wait for her to calm down on her own. Tears had already flowed down Zhang Liang's face, and she no longer looked like the heavily made-up girl before. Instead, she appeared quite pitiful. Shilei couldn't bear it anymore. So he picked up some tissues from the table, took out two, and handed them over. Zhang Liangliang pushed his hand away angrily, shouting, "Stop pretending to care about me. Just go. I don't need your concern. I'm fine on my own." Shilei sighed and forcefully shoved the tissues into her hand, trying to speak as calmly as possible. "First of all, you aren't really a bad kid at heart. You're quite smart. You only need to put in a little effort with your studies to manage well. I think your mother probably understands this too. So her only request of me is to keep you company for a few hours to prevent you from hanging out with those bad friends, which will eventually lead to trouble. Who are you to tell me? I can hang out with whoever I want." Zhang Liangliang wiped her tears and threw the damp tissues at Shilei angrily. Shilei ignored her and continued, "Secondly, the age you're in is just the rebellious phase. You might feel that your mother doesn't care for you enough, and you're acting out just to get her attention. But your mother is raising you alone. Her first priority is to ensure your well-being. It's not easy for a woman to work hard in her career, especially since she is a top lawyer. So it's only natural for her to be busy. You are still young and may not understand this now, but when you become a parent in the future, you'll realize the difficulties your mother is facing right now. I'm not a kid anymore. I've grown up. You all treat me like a child. And you're just a student too. Do you really think of yourself as an adult? Even if I don't understand my mom's difficulties, do you understand them? What do you know?" Although Zhang Liangliang was still shouting, at least she was starting to follow Shilei's line of thought and could communicate now. "Money, money, money. That's all you care about. It was the same yesterday. Even during meals, you had to talk about money. I don't know how hard it is to earn money. But all she knows is to give me money. What can I do? If I don't spend her money, will she stay home instead of going to work?" Shilei was taken aback. Suddenly, he realized why Zhang Liangliang had been angry with him yesterday. Shilei didn't know how Zhang Mimi usually communicated with Zhang Liangliang. But it was clear that the communication wasn't good, or there was simply no effective communication at all. Her profession is too dogmatic, as if everything can be turned into clauses in a contract to be followed one by one. So she materializes her concern for Zhang Liangliang. At the same time, she must feel some guilt, which leads her to increasingly use material means to satisfy Zhang Liangliang. Shilei chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "My family background is very ordinary, so I'm a bit sensitive about money. I've never really eaten a buffet that costs over 1,000. He apologized for what happened yesterday, admitting it was his fault. Anyway, the money has been spent. I should focus on that dinner rather than bringing up the price with you." Zhang Liangliang's long eyelashes were filled with tears, and she looked at Shilei, probably surprised that he would actually apologize to her. "I never understood why you were unhappy yesterday, but now I finally get it. I should have accompanied you for a happy meal instead of incessantly discussing prices. But the price really is too high. If we have the chance in the future, let's find a cheaper place to eat, okay?" Chapter 55, The Second Date. Zhang Liangliang stretched out her hand. Shilei didn't understand until she scolded, "You're so dumb. Tissues. My eyes are swollen." Only then did Shilei realize and hurriedly pulled out a few tissues to hand to her. Thinking better of it, and just giving her the whole pack. "Are you really willing to have dinner with me?" Zhang Liangliang asked after wiping her tears. Shilei was surprised and replied, "Why wouldn't I want to? Then why didn't you go with me when I asked you out for a late-night snack last night? Come on, I was really full at that time, almost stuffed to death. You called me to eat right after I had just finished. Well, who told you not to eat? That buffet was so expensive. There you go again." Zhang Liangliang got anxious. Shilei quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, Okay, I won't say anything more. You really want to have dinner with me? I already said I do. Anyway, you're treating, so I won't spend any money. Why wouldn't I? You still mention money." Shilei chuckled, and Zhang Liangliang smiled as well. "But soon," she said, "since you're willing to have dinner with me, why did you say you wanted to talk to my mom? You just want to leave me alone." Shilei waved his hand and said, "I just think that with family tutoring, I can't really help you much. The questions I gave you yesterday, not to mention me now, even in middle school or high school, I might not have been able to solve them as beautifully as you did. So I think I can't help you with academic stuff, and it wouldn't be right for me to take tutoring fees from your mother. That's why I want to talk to her and at least clarify these things. If she thinks it's worth the tutoring fee for me to supervise you on weekends, then I'll continue. If she thinks there's nothing to tutor, then I can't keep deceiving her for money. That would be fraud. Your mom is a big lawyer. What if she sues me?" "Really?" Zhang Liangliang chuckled, but still didn't believe it. Shilei nodded seriously and said, "Really? That's more like it. But think about it. Don't tell my mom. She doesn't care about that little money anyway, and you really don't need to worry about her causing you trouble. She probably knows all this already. She just wants someone to supervise me and keep me from running around. After changing so many tutors in a year, finally, there's one who won't be scared away by me. She's happy enough. Besides, you've already told me all this, so I won't let her trouble you. But we still need to greet her. If it's as you said, your mother will still want me to tutor you, won't she?" Seeing that Zhang Liangliang's emotions had stabilized and she shouldn't cause any more trouble, Shilei asked, "Did your school assign any homework this week?" "No need to say. You definitely haven't done it." Zhang Liangliang blushed and said, "I don't even know what homework was assigned. I usually don't pay much attention in class. Shilei was speechless and said, just call and ask your classmates. Don't tell me your classmates don't pay attention either. How annoying. You said I basically have no problem with middle school courses, so if there's no problem, why do I have to do homework? Shilei patiently replied. Even the best students in middle school forget most of that once they reach college. It's not that they didn't master those things. They just forget them after not being in contact for a long time. You have only half a year until the high school entrance exam. You're not planning to just pass and go to any school, right? With your level, you should be aiming for a foreign language school. Zhang Liangliang thought for a moment and said gloomily, fine, then you have to accompany me for dinner today. Shilei also said, nearby small restaurant. And you must complete all your homework. Deal. Zhang Liangliang jumped off the bed, found her phone, and called her classmate. Soon, her classmate sent all the assigned homework through WeChat. Zhang Liangliang found the questions in her book one by one and started working on them seriously. 3 hours passed in a flash, and when Zhang Liangliang stretched and announced that she had completed all her homework, it was already dark outside, and the time was past 6. I'm starving. Let's hurry and eat. Zhang Liangliang moved her wrist, which was a bit sore from writing so much. Shilei roughly checked the homework. He didn't know if it was correct, but it was mostly done carefully. Seeing you so obedient today, I'll treat you to this meal. As long as it doesn't exceed 120. Stingy. Zhang Liangliang pouted. Shilei shrugged and said, what can I do? I only earned 120 from you today. You've taken up a lot of my time today. It's been over 3 hours. How about we count it as 4 hours? Whatever. I don't have anything else to do. If we agreed on the price, that's it. All right, I'll treat you to dinner. Let us go? Great. Zhang Liangliang happily agreed and secretly thought, second date. It wasn't far from Wudong University, and Zhang Liangliang suggested going to the snack street at the university gate for dinner, which Shilei agreed to. The so-called snack street is actually just a small alley next to the school. And since there are dormitories for faculty and staff nearby along with a university with over 10,000 students, it has gathered a bunch of small restaurants from all over the country, grandly named as the snack street. By now, basically every restaurant has become a mix of flavors. And you absolutely can't taste the original regional flavors. Zhang Liangliang, not knowing what was so exciting, was inexplicably thrilled to see the various small restaurants. She wanted to eat barbecued skewers, pancakes, a bowl of tofu pudding, and a box of stinky tofu. Shilei felt like he had enough food in his hands to feed pigs, but Zhang Liangliang still wanted to try everything she saw. Come on. We want to even finish what we just bought. Are you starving? Or are you planning to stop eating after this meal? It's not far from your house. Can't you try each one later? Why does it have to be a waste today? It's rare for you to treat. Zhang Liangliang's charming smile attracted the attention of many college students. If you only eat these things, it'll mostly cost 10 or 20 bucks to fill you up. I can treat you often in the future. Zhang Liangliang smiled and patted Shilei's shoulder, happily saying, deal. It's settled. You can't back out. Looking at the mischievous sparkle in Zhang Liangliang's eyes, Shilei suddenly felt like he was being tricked. Finally, they found a stall to sit down. Shilei spread out all the various things he was holding on the table, thinking, how can we possibly finish this unless we have a pig here? Sometimes you just can't think too much, or things will really go wrong. Shilei hoped someone would come to share with them, while at the same time not wanting anyone he knew to see him with Zhang Liangliang. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of misunderstandings. But unexpectedly, an accident happened just like that. Chapter 56, The First and Second Sisters. Shilei was gnawing on a skewer of meat, while Zhang Liangliang was just tasting a little bit of everything. Then they heard a timid voice coming from behind. Sure to go. No. I mean, why are you here at our school at this time? Auntie just had surgery. Shouldn't you be taking care of her for dinner? Although Sunny Yi's words were simple, Shilei knew that she must have been looking for him here for a long time. And couldn't he help but feel a bit sorry for her. He hurriedly pulled over a stool and dragged Sun Yi to sit down. Have you had dinner? Shilei asked with concern. No. Sun Yi's voice was barely audible. Shilei quickly pushed everything on the table in front of Sun Yi and said, hurry up and eat something. Just look and eat whatever you want. Sun Yi, however, slowly placed the thermos on the table and softly said, sure to go. You should drink some soup first. Fortunately, it's a thermos, it shouldn't be cold yet. As she spoke, she opened the thermos lid and poured out a bowl of soup. After placing the soup in front of Shilei, Sun Yi then noticed Zhang Liangliang, who had been staring at her with wide eyes, and said a bit shyly but firmly, I'm sorry, I didn't know Sure To Go had a friend, so I didn't prepare a bowl. Shilei quickly said, it's okay, just ask the boss for a disposable bowl. Zhang Liangliang, on the other hand, appeared very generous and said, Uncle, is this your girlfriend? Shilei rolled his eyes at Zhang Liangliang, and then looked at Sun Yi, only to see her shyly lowering her head, a clear blush on her fair face. As for how to introduce this, Shilei truly didn't know. If it weren't for the emphasis on the matter of the contract, He would definitely say that Sun Yi was just a childhood friend he grew up with and would never dare to say she was his girlfriend. But the situation was somewhat delicate now. If he didn't admit they were in a romantic relationship, would he have to tell Zhang Liang that this was the woman he had been supporting for a year? Fortunately, Sun Yi lifted her head and, though shy, firmly said, "Sure, too, Gu and I grew up together, and our families hope we can be together." She didn't say much, but revealed two very important pieces of information. First, since they grew up together, it was a childhood friendship without any suspicion, and regardless of what identity Zhang Liang had, in terms of time, she could never compare to Sun Yi. Second, the families hoped they would be together, which was definitely true. Back then, both of their parents were very pleased that the two kids could maintain this relationship, and the best outcome would be for them to be together as adults. However, this was clearly a deviation since after Sun Yi moved away, both families no longer had such thoughts. But this was something Sun Yi intentionally left unsaid. And Zhang Liang couldn't possibly know. "Oh, so you are childhood sweethearts. My name is Zhang Liang. Nice to meet you." Zhang Liang extended her hand. Sun Yi was slightly surprised. She was a very introverted girl and was nothing like the bold and extroverted Zhang Liang. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't make such a move. After hesitating for a moment, she shook Zhang Liang's hand and quietly said, "My name is Sun Yi. They from me. Zhang Liang giggled mischievously, showing no signs of anything unusual, only pointing at Shilei and saying, "Uncle, you are quite nervous about Sister Yi. Why explain so much? I'm not even 16 yet. Are you worried Sister Yi might misunderstand us?" Shilei felt a bit speechless, thinking that if you didn't say anything, no one would misunderstand anything. However, Sun Yi's focus was clearly different from the two of them. She asked, "She is only 16. Why do you call her second sister?" Shilei laughed and said, "Her name is Zhang Liang. Liang means two, so her WeChat is second sister. I got used to it and just call her that." Sun Yi's focus once again puzzled Shilei. "Oh, so you've both added each other on WeChat." Shilei felt a bit embarrassed. But Zhang Liang actively explained for him, saying, "My mom is too busy. I handle class time and settling fees myself. So adding uncle on WeChat is more convenient for contact." "Hee, Sister Yi, you're not jealous, are you?" "No." Sun Yi immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhang Liang raised her eyebrows and said, "Sister Yi, I felt a connection with you as soon as I saw you. And look, my name is Liang. Yours is Yi. In the future, you'll be the big sister, and I'll be the second sister. We both come from single-parent families living with our moms. Isn't that a coincidence?" Sun Yi thought about it. It was indeed a bit coincidental, especially their names. One Yi and one Liang. She wondered if they would encounter someone named San in the future. "Stop talking nonsense. Yi's father has passed away, but your father is still alive," Zhang Liang said nonchalantly. "That guy, living is no different from being dead. With his character, the court doesn't even support him seeing me. My mom even applied for a restraining order. So until I reach adulthood, I don't need to deal with him at all." Shilei was speechless. He could only say that Zhang Liang had a big heart. But thinking back to the one time he had interacted with Zhang Liang's father through the door, he could somewhat understand her thoughts. A man who had never been responsible for his daughter really was no different from being dead. After getting 2 bowls from the boss, Shilei poured a bowl of soup for both the first and second sisters. Zhang Liang took a sip and praised Sun Yi's cooking endlessly. After dinner, she even pulled Sun Yi to exchange WeChat IDs and phone numbers, getting along like long-lost sisters finally reunited. Shilei always felt that Zhang Liang was a bit overly friendly, but Sun Yi didn't understand and only thought that Zhang Liang was just that kind of person. On the way, Zhang Liang asked, "Uncle, do you really like Sister Yi a lot? You little brat, why do you care about so much?" "I don't mind. In the future, she'll be the big one, and I'll be the little one. Anyway, the names have decided everything," Zhang Liang said to herself. While Shilei was dumbfounded. "Damn, is this girl crazy? But it seems kind of nice." Chapter 57, Going into the Instance. When leaving, Shilei originally intended to head to the ATM, as he hadn't forgotten about the 9,300 yuan that belonged to him. However, he was stopped by that brat 2E as soon as he stepped out, and then he received a call from Zhang Mimi. While gnawing on a steamed bun, Shilei was running to Zhang Liang's house, naturally having no time to find trouble with the staff. When he reached the entrance of the self-service bank, Shilei pushed open the glass door, only to bump into a fat man. When Shilei pulled the door, there was no one behind the glass door. So it was clear that this fat man had rushed out suddenly. Shilei instinctively wanted to scold him a few words, but when he looked up, he found that this fat man was actually his friend. Other than the fat guy Zhang Wei, no one else could have such a developed fat group. So his scolding turned into a big curse. "You fatso, are you blind, or are you in a hurry to reincarnate? You suddenly appear like a lunatic. Do you think you're a ninja? I've really never seen a ninja of your size. Is there even a sumo technique in ninjutsu?" Zhang Wei, however, was not angry at all. Instead, he had a pleasantly surprised demeanor. He grabbed Shilei and said, "Damn, I've been looking for you for half a day. Why can't I get through to your phone?" Only then did Shilei remember that Sun Yi had also said his phone was unreachable. He pulled out his phone and saw that it had run out of battery and shut down automatically. After a long confrontation with the staff last night, he hadn't slept at all, and when he finally fell asleep in the morning, he forgot to charge his phone. "Oh, it's out of battery. All right. This must be fate. Hurry up, come with me." Zhang Wei didn't give Shilei any chance to react and directly dragged him out of the self-service bank. "Are you rushing to a funeral? I need to withdraw some money. I'm out of cash." Shilei was being dragged along and was about to take off. Faced with this guy who weighed twice as much as him, Shilei really had no way to resist. Zhang Wei impatiently continued to pull him along, saying, "What's the rush for the money? The dungeon is about to open, and we're just missing you. You can come back for the money after we finish the dungeon. It's not like the money will fly away from your card. I'm telling you. Today's dungeon is the first clear in the entire server, and so many people are watching. There's over a 50% chance of dropping a big item." The guild announcement said it's a never-before-seen purple gold level equipment. We formed a team and secured the entrance. Everyone is so fired up right now. But as long as we complete this dungeon, the red name can be cleared immediately. So you don't have to drag me along. I'm already off the ground. It's just a dungeon. Do you really need to be this serious about it? Of course it matters. For someone like you who only plays occasionally, it's whatever. But for me, a future professional player, I can't let this first clear opportunity slip away. Plus, we're all red names now, and it's deep red. If we can't clear this dungeon, who knows how long it'll take to recover. Can you bear to watch your buddy spend the next half-month being hunted? Shilei said seriously while being dragged. "I can bear it." "Shit," Zhang Wei exclaimed, but he had already dragged Shilei into the internet CAF. As soon as they entered, Zhang Wei shouted loudly, "We're definitely going to clear this dungeon. I've brought the stone, mage. Get out of the way and let him in." The mage didn't hesitate at all. He knew this was a first clear and that his skills weren't great. If he played himself, the chance of clearing the dungeon wouldn't exceed 30%, but if Shilei took over, the success rate could increase by at least 30 to 40%. With a 60 to 70% success rate, they had a good chance of clearing the dungeon. Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't shortchange his brother. He said loudly, "I don't need to say how important this dungeon is. All the final rewards will go to you, mage. So, everything that drops belongs to Shilei, okay?" The mage was somewhat reluctant, but knew the situation was stronger than personal feelings, so he agreed. The others chimed in, "This has nothing to do with us. If a purple gold level equipment drops, it's still for everyone." "Shit, do you have no shame? Without Shilei, our chances of clearing the dungeon would be below 30%. If we succeed, I want to say all the credit is Shilei's. But he at least deserves a large part of it. Stop with your nonsense. Let us stick to the old rules. Whatever class the equipment is for, it belongs to whoever can use it." Zhang Wei immediately became displeased and shouted angrily, "That's not acceptable. Today we're going for purple gold level equipment. And it's the first in the whole server. Even if I can't use it, I can still sell it. No matter how low the success rate is. There is still a chance. Why should Shilei be guaranteed to get it?" Even the mage felt a bit shortchanged and chimed in, "Exactly. I admit my skills aren't as good as Shilei's, but this is my character. If we use Shilei's character, then the success or failure doesn't concern me. I've invested a lot in this character. Why should all the drops go to Shilei?" Zhang Wei was furious at this point. He threw the mouse down and said, "Then you all play by yourselves? I'm not joining anymore. Damn, we agreed on this. And now you want to change the rules?" At this moment, the others didn't dare to speak up. Zhang Wei was a warrior class, the main damage dealer, and also a healer. They were relying on him to tank at the front. If he didn't play, they really wouldn't clear the dungeon. Shilei didn't mind, seeing the situation had reached a stalemate. He knew Zhang Wei was just trying to fight for more benefits for him and didn't want to see their preparations go to waste. So Shilei said, "How about this? Besides the potentially dropping purple gold level equipment, I'll choose the mage's equipment first, and at least 2 pieces. If the purple gold level equipment really drops, and I happen to get it, I can only say sorry, that must be mine. But for the other equipment, no matter what it is, I want to take it. It'll be yours. When it comes time to choose other equipment, you can pick yourself. If that is okay, great. If not, my buddy will just withdraw first." This was reasonable enough. And the others didn't mind as long as the ownership of the important purple gold level equipment was decided. Only the mage hesitated for a moment, possibly thinking that the chance of the purple gold level equipment dropping was only about 50%, and with so many people around, the chances of getting it were even smaller. But for a first clear dungeon, good drops were guaranteed. Since Shilei was willing to give up all other equipment, he agreed. Once they reached a consensus, someone shouted, "The dungeon is open." Everyone took their positions and entered the dungeon. Shilei also connected his phone to the computer to charge it. Chapter 58, God Level Equipment. Since this was the first clear dungeon in the entire server, no one had any strategy, so they could only rely on their understanding of the game to proceed. The journey was particularly rugged, including Zhang Wei's warrior class, who died more than once. Fortunately, he could resurrect and continue fighting. It was just a cooldown period. After more than an hour of fierce battle, with Shilei controlling the mage to perform god-level operations, they really managed to clear the dungeon. Looking at the final boss collapsing and dropping a pile of equipment, the entire internet CAF erupted in cheers. Shit. Awesome. We really cleared it. Quick. Check if it's the first clear in the entire server. Of course, this dungeon has never appeared before. Everyone had to rely on instinct. I don't believe anyone could clear this dungeon faster than us, by half an hour. The reason for this statement was that once the dungeon opened, it would refresh every half hour. Although the first team to enter the dungeon was still likely not finished, subsequent teams could enter. While the first team had the best chance of achieving the first clear, if they didn't act quickly enough, they could still be overtaken by later teams. However, their team had been relatively efficient today and hadn't wasted much time. Even professional teams, which typically took over an hour to navigate the map, could only finish about 20 minutes faster than them, making it nearly impossible for anyone to finish faster than they did. At this point, the system advertisements had already started to roll, and everyone could confirm that they were absolutely the first team in the entire server to clear this dungeon. The team name and each player's name began to be broadcasted, and seeing their names shining with colorful brilliance on the broadcast made everyone even more excited. Shilei's performance today was simply divine. There were several instances of god-level operations. Just a tiny bit more precision would have saved them at least 10 more minutes in clearing the dungeon. Zhang Wei was also shouting in excitement, not forgetting to praise his brother. Stone, the great god, is mighty. Stone is amazing. Let us quickly see what dropped. Stone gets to pick first. But if a purple gold level equipment really drops, Stone, I'm sorry. Even though you've definitely contributed greatly today, I still have to shamelessly fight you for it. Shit. Shameless. The one saying this was clearly Zhang Wei. Before long, everyone began picking up the equipment. Each time someone picked up an item, they reported its parameters. And then the suitable person stepped forward to claim it. If more than 2 people were suitable for an item, they would negotiate separately. Everyone certainly hadn't forgotten about Shilei's mage. Although some of the mage's equipment could also be used by other classes, no one fought with Shilei. They traded the equipment to him as soon as they picked it up, allowing Shilei to make the final selection. Before long, all the equipment on the ground had been picked up, and only a shining golden chest remained on the dungeon map. Everyone understands that after opening the chest, it will soon be clear whether a purple gold equipment can be dropped this time. Either it will be a piece of purple gold equipment that has never appeared before, or it will be 3 to 5 pieces of randomly leveled equipment. For a moment, everyone except Shilei began to breathe heavily. Who will open it? Someone asked. Everyone fell silent. After all, nobody knew what would drop from the chest before opening it. Although theoretically, the reward should be determined after the dungeon ends. No one dared to be completely sure if the results of opening the chest would relate to who opened it. Someone suggested, let us see what lucky gear everyone has and gather it in one place to ensure maximum luck. Immediately, someone opposed, stop it. If we die, the rewards will be set, and whether it drops or not has nothing to do with luck. I say we should just open it quickly. The reasoning was correct. But at that moment, everyone was a bit worried. For some unknown reason, Shilei suddenly felt that if he opened that chest, it would definitely drop a piece of purple gold equipment. This feeling was strange. Shilei even thought that this dungeon was prepared just for him. He couldn't explain why, but he felt this way. I'll open it, Shilei said calmly. The crowd was silent. No one openly opposed, but deep down, everyone was eager to try, hoping to open the chest themselves. Seeing that everyone was still considering, Shilei turned to the mage and said, why don't you select the equipment you want first? After saying that, he opened the menu and presented the picked mage equipment to the mage in front of him. That person didn't hesitate. After checking the parameters, he directly selected 2 pieces. The rest, Shilei traded to those who needed them. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Shilei was about to speak when someone suddenly said, the second team has finished the dungeon. Hurry up and open it. If we don't open it soon and they open it first, if they also get a purple gold piece, then the first purple gold equipment in the entire server won TB hours. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and Shilei couldn't care much anymore, controlling the mage to walk directly toward the golden chest. At this moment, even if others wanted to oppose, they couldn't say it out loud and could only watch as Shilei operated the mage to open the treasure chest. The chest slowly opened. In an instant, purple mist filled the air, and everyone's computer screens were dazzlingly bright, making it almost impossible to see any images. Soon, the brightness dimmed, but the purple mist rising from the chest still filled the entire screen like a purple haze. Everyone was ecstatic. This scene was undoubtedly a sign of a purple gold equipment drop. Zhang Wei shouted, wow. Shilei, you're amazing. Purple gold equipment. Quick, let us see what it is. Hurry and check the attributes. Shilei reached out and picked up the purple gold equipment, showcasing its attributes to the entire team. A series of excited yells erupted, turning the entire internet CAF into chaos. Not only their team, but even those who didn't play the game rushed to see the first purple gold equipment in the entire server. Attack 15. Wow. Defense 7. Speed 3. Luck 5. A true artifact. Luck can even be 5. Incredible. This is what purple gold equipment is all about. After a round of excited yells, everyone fell silent. Now it was time for Luck to decide who would get this artifact-like equipment. For a moment, everyone was extremely tense, and not a single person spoke up about it. It was still Shilei who calmly said, "Then let us go by the original agreement, and let everyone participate." Soon, everyone joined in. And 3 dice appeared on each person's computer screen, with almost everyone trembling as they pressed the button. On the computer screens, different numbers began to appear above everyone's heads. Those with small numbers felt hopeless, while those with larger numbers grew increasingly excited. "Ha! It's Shilei," Zhang Wei shouted excitedly, unable to contain his laughter. Chapter 59, as expected. There was nothing to say. Shilei actually rolled 3 sixes, a perfect score of 18 points. And no one could pick any faults. Moreover, since this equipment was picked up by Shilei himself, everyone could only swallow their saliva as they watched him obtain this purple gold equipment. Although there was some reluctance, everyone could only marvel at how lucky Shilei was to get such an incredible piece of equipment. Out of the entire team, it was indeed he who rolled an 18. "I bow to you," Shilei said, showing no surprise. Zhang Wei stood up and heavily patted Shilei's shoulder with his bare paw, causing Shilei to feel like his shoulder was about to dislocate. "Shilei, your luck today is simply incredible." Zhang Wei laughed heartily. This was the result he most wanted to see. Originally, Shilei was pulled in by him halfway. So of course he hoped that if a purple gold equipment really dropped, it would belong to Shilei. Although there was a bit of displeasure at first, in the end, the result aligned with his wishes. "You have to treat me to a meal later. This equipment, even if you can't use it now, should be worth around 7,000 to 8,000 if sold." Zhang Wei helped Shilei log into his own mage account, successfully traded the equipment, and then returned the mage account to the slightly gloomy mage behind Shilei. At this moment, many people in the internet CAF realized a problem. Shilei's mage account couldn't even use this purple gold equipment. The level requirement for this equipment is 50, while Shilei's mage account is known to be only in the 30s. Even if he finds someone to level up the account, it wouldn't be ready in less than half a month. And by then, this purple gold equipment might not even have that much value. Right now, it's a unique god-level equipment in the whole server, but after half a month, or even a month, although it would still be impressive, it wouldn't be the top tier anymore. "Shilei, if you can't use it, sell it to me." A mage not belonging to the previous team spoke up, offering 7,000 RMB. 7,000. How can you even say that? This equipment can be used by everyone except thieves. I'll offer 7,200. 7,300. I want it, plus a robe with 4 defense. You can use it at level 35. This person clearly knew Shilei well, as the level 35 robe could be used by Shilei's mage right now. 8,000. Someone said slowly. At this point, most people in the internet CAF fell silent. Their valuation of this equipment was around 7,000 to 8,000, and 8,000 was almost the limit. Since the entire server had already announced the first drop of this purple gold equipment, Shilei's mage account was now filled with private messages. In just a short time, 2 teams had successfully completed the dungeon, but they didn't drop any purple gold equipment. This equipment remained the first purple gold equipment in the entire server. The mage was flustered as he looked at his private messages, frowning and saying, "This is really annoying. I estimate my private messages won't stop until the second purple gold equipment appears. Shilei, everyone wants to know the attributes of this equipment." Shilei glanced at the mage and said, "You should make an announcement saying that the item has been sold and display its attributes for them to see." The mage hurriedly sent out a server-wide announcement, which was quickly scrolled away, but many people saw it, and some even voluntarily helped him copy the announcement to broadcast it. The entire server was excited. After all, such incredible attributes for equipment are absolutely unique, especially among the top players in the server, who were extremely envious upon seeing such equipment. The mage's private message box was soon flooded again, with everyone asking who the equipment was sold to. At that moment, the guy who just quoted 8,000 came over with a wry smile and said, "Sure to, you're too cruel. If you think my offer is low, just say it directly. With you revealing the attributes like that, I can't dare to buy it anymore." Shilei looked up at him and smiled slightly. This mage was probably a typical soft currency player, but it was clear he didn't rank high on the server. If he were to go out with such equipment, He'd likely be killed every day just for the chance of getting a less than 1 in 10,000 drop of purple gold level equipment. Once the attributes of this equipment were made public, it was likely that only those ranked in the top 10 of the server would dare to buy it. The normal valuation was already 7 or 8,000, so your offer of 8,000 was indeed a bit low. After all, this was the first piece in the entire server. Zhang Wei chimed in from the side. The guy chuckled and said, "Anyway, I can't dare to buy it now. And to be honest, with you doing this, the final price won't be that high either. After all, if it's not in the top 10, they might not even dare to buy it. With fewer competitors, the price naturally won't be too high." Shilei glanced at the guy again and said, "Just say it. Does your friend want it?" The guy was taken aback and then said, "How did you know? Since you already can't afford it, why are you wasting my time?" "Which expert?" "The leader of our guild, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. I confirmed the attributes with him. If you give this attribute to him, no one in the entire server will be his match. In a few days, it's not impossible for him to grab the #1 spot. Just tell me the price." Shirley didn't want to waste more time. In fact, he already knew what price the other party could offer. The guy hesitated slightly, realizing that bargaining was pointless, then leaned down and whispered in Shirley's ear, "He only has 9,003. If you're willing, we can settle immediately." Shirley smiled slightly, thinking to himself. As expected, this piece of equipment was a reward from the staff, not a single cent more. All right, deal. The guy was overjoyed, to be honest. He originally thought Shirley would demand a raise to 10,000 upon hearing this price. He had also told his leader, who indicated he would try to borrow some money, and asked him to keep Shirley steady below 10,000. Shirley gave the guy an account, and he transferred it to his leader. Soon, Shirley received a notification of the deposit on his nearly fully charged phone. He then traded the purple gold level equipment to the guy, who said to Shirley, "The boss says thank you. If you're willing, you can join our guild. I can't promise anything else, but your status will definitely not be lower than mine." Shirley waved his hand and said, "I just play occasionally and don't care too much about these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell this equipment. Please thank your boss for his kindness, but it's not necessary." The guy didn't say much and left with a smile. Besides Zhang Wei, who saw the transaction amount on Shirley's phone, the others only knew it was definitely above 8,000, but the exact amount was unknown. Regardless, everyone understood that Shirley had definitely made a good profit, at least 8 or 9,000, just for a piece of equipment. Everyone was very envious of Shirley's luck today. Shirtu was quite generous. The crowd exclaimed and rushed out. Chapter 60, Compensating for Violations. Although Shirley already knew that the 9,003 reward was issued to him in a special way, he still decided to ask the staff for clarification. After all, this money was unexpectedly earned by him, which made Shirley feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was supposed to be a reward. Why did I have to earn it myself? Is this considered my own earned money, or is it a reward from the staff? Shirley stood in front of the ATM, looking at the staff who was slowly rotating on the screen, and said. The staff coldly smiled and said mercilessly, "Can't you calculate what your probability of getting this 9,003 would be without my help?" Surprisingly, Shirley had indeed calculated this probability. From the game announcement, it was stated that the probability of dropping purple gold level equipment on the first clear of a dungeon was claimed to be over 50%, but in reality, it was about half and half, making the over negligible. Their entire team had 11 people, so Shirley's chances of hitting the maximum score were 1 in 11, roughly 9%. Thus, it seemed that Shirley's probability of obtaining this equipment was around 4.5%. A probability close to 1 in 20 couldn't really be considered low. Shirley confidently said, "Close to 5%, isn't that not low?" The staff snorted coldly and said, "You're not good looking, but your thoughts are quite beautiful." After saying that, the staff gave a strange smile, leaving Shirley quite taken aback by this outdated joke. The staff continued, "If the probability were really 4.5%, then it wouldn't count as a reward I helped you obtain. Put away your lucky thinking. Do you think that, given the game operator's consistent style, they would allow the first purple gold level equipment in the entire server to have such powerful attributes? Based on your understanding of this game, how much do you think a relatively average purple gold level equipment would be worth when it first appears? Don't pretend like you know nothing." Shirley was truly speechless. The staff actually seemed to understand the game quite well. To be honest, Shirley had thought of this point at the beginning. Normally, as a game operator, they certainly wouldn't want the first purple gold level equipment to have such extraordinary attributes. The equipment Shirley dropped today, even when purple gold level equipment became a standard for guilds, would still be quite rare. Its attributes were too balanced and too overpowered. And the key was that it had almost no class restrictions, which meant that almost all players could use this equipment. If it weren't for such overpowered attributes, a piece of equipment would only be worth 2 or 3,000 at most. Even with the first in the server status, it would likely not exceed 5,000. And Shirley estimated it would be hard to sell for more than 4,000. This means that the staff not only affected Shirley's luck today, but also influenced the attributes of this equipment. It's hard to calculate the probability, but it should be no doubt that the originally 4.5% probability was reduced by several hundred times. Shilei had no intention of continuing to ask, knowing that even his few divine-like operations might also be a result of the staff's favor. Otherwise, given the speed with which the dungeon was being cleared for the second time, even if they ultimately managed to complete the dungeon, they might not get the first clear. And without the first clear, most of them wouldn't be able to drop purple gold level equipment. If this factor was taken into account, the probability of Shilei receiving that 9,003 reward today was definitely below 1 in 100,000. So calculated. The staff merely used a coincidental event to deliver the reward to Shilei's hands. Shilei silently prepared to log out, but the staff, rarely, took the initiative to speak. Originally, I was supposed to tell you this in advance, but you had so many questions yesterday that I overlooked this one. However, when you receive rewards during the next upgrade, you'll completely understand. The rewards I give you are all provided to you through similar means. All the funds you have the freedom to use will be the real currency circulation of your world, and will never be a gift out of thin air like the consumption limit I give you. Depending on the limit, there will be different ways of granting. Thank you. The staff continued. In any case, this counts as my oversight, so tonight, the money for you to treat those people to supper will count as part of your weekly limit. Shilei felt a stir in his heart, just as he was about to ask something else, but the staff didn't give him the chance and exited the screen on their own, with the staff being automatically ejected as well. Put away the black card. As Shilei walked out, he thought, today's incident, although the final result showed no discrepancies, he unknowingly received a reward of 9,300 yuan. However, the staff made it clear that this was a flaw on their part. Therefore, the money for the meal he treated later, which should not have been included in this week's quota, was counted as part of it. This was considered compensation from the black card. But why compensate? The only reason is that both the black card and the staff must strictly adhere to established rules. And Shilei must also follow the rules. If Shilei violates them, he would face varying levels of punishment, the worst being obliteration. Conversely, if the black card or the staff violates the rules, they would also face different penalties. Of course, obliteration isn't an option for them, so it means providing Shilei, the chosen one, with a certain degree of compensation. Today's incident was clearly a trivial mistake, yet Shilei still received compensation. Although this compensation may not hold much significance, it can prove the existence of the compensation mechanism. If even such a minor mistake must be compensated, then if the black card or the staff were to make a significant error, the compensation would likely be beyond imagination. Does this mean that to escape the control of the black card, one must find a way to make the black card err? And to ensure that the severity of the error is enough for Shilei to break free from it? Shilei couldn't be sure, but it was evidently a line of thought. Even if it weren't so, knowing that there is a rule mandating compensation for violations by the black card or the staff could be effectively utilized by Shilei in the future. He still needed to learn as many rules as possible. Shilei silently sighed. Additionally, Shilei received another piece of information. The amount of the reward could only be obtained through real currency transactions. The reason, it seemed, was somewhat clear to Shilei. The spending limit imposed by the black card does not allow for any investment-type expenditures, as even if money is made, it would be counted towards the limit and must be spent. However, the amount of the reward can be invested, profited from, and reinvested repeatedly. Shilei couldn't figure out the deeper reasons, but the boundary between these two types of amounts was already apparent. The amounts that can be invested for profit and those that cannot are distinctly separate for the black card. If Shilei could understand the rules of the black card more in the future, perhaps he could grasp this point, leading to mistakes by the black card and the staff. Shilei believed that as long as he could successfully confuse these two parts of the limit, it would be enough to make the black card commit errors that are difficult to compensate for. If that were the case, he might find a way to escape from the black card. Just because it isn't possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Sure too. These people have gone crazy. You need to stop them, or they plan to buy out the barbecue stall. In the distance, Zhang Wei was shouting loudly. Chapter 61, The Emperor and the Doghead Chopper. Spend money. Spend money. After training in the past 4 weeks, Shilei now faced the reality of spending 100,000 yuan in a week without much difficulty. On Monday, he didn't even leave the dormitory for the whole day. He simply went out in the morning to buy a large stack of fashion magazines and began to study which luxury brands existed. To be honest, aside from the brand, luxury goods didn't really seem to have any particularly good aspects. It's said that luxury goods focus on design and represent the trend for the coming year. But just looking at the woven bag like Hermes and the factory electrician workwear, Shilei found it hard to appreciate. Most luxury clothing actually looks quite ordinary, at most. The materials and craftsmanship are slightly better, but there's not much difference from clothes that cost a few hundred in shopping malls. If it were with Shilei's own money, he definitely wouldn't buy such things, but to quickly consume the limit, luxury goods were undoubtedly the best choice. After all, he hadn't graduated yet. And Shirley didn't want to flaunt luxury goods all over the place. It was better to keep a low profile. Thus, he quickly settled on the brands Armani and Hermes. He had also considered a brand with no presence, but its unique weaving technique spoke volumes. Just that weaving technique alone was the most evident brand effect. After getting a rough understanding of the prices of these brands, Shirley wasn't in a hurry to spend money. Given their prices, often exceeding 10,000 and occasionally special styles reaching tens of thousands, he was quite confident that he could spend nearly the entire 100,000 yuan limit on a full outfit. So on Tuesday, he lay in the dormitory all day, unmoved by Zhang Wei and the others' requests to treat, showing no signs of a rich second-generation's awareness. Shirley said, "Even if I am a rich second generation, the money in my family didn't come from the wind. Just be satisfied that I agreed to make every Wednesday a celebration day. Today is only Tuesday. So all of you get lost. If I'm unhappy, tomorrow's celebration is immediately cancelled." The three exchanged glances and immediately showed flattering smiles. Tu Yi and Luo Ming didn't hesitate to kneel in front of Shirley, pretending to massage his legs while asking if he was comfortable. Shirley nodded in satisfaction, slowly squinting his eyes. However, Shirley suddenly realized something was off. Zhang Wei's big hand had no sense of strength and was not massaging, but rather was about to turn Shirley into a meatball. But it was too late to speak, and Shirley felt that his slightly sore shoulders were now unbearably painful, as if dislocated. The fat guy continued to ask in an increasingly obsequious tone, "Your Majesty, am I serving you comfortably?" Shirley sat up abruptly, shouting, "Are you trying to murder me? Bring me the dog head chopper." "No, this guy isn't even worthy of the dog head chopper. Immediately have a pig head chopper made for me, or better yet, a dung beetle chopper, and throw this fatso out to be executed." Only then did Zhang Wei realize he was too heavy-handed, awkwardly standing by the bed, while Tu Yi and Luo Ming were ready to pounce with fierce expressions. However, Zhang Wei showed no fear, looking at them disdainfully as if to say, "Go ahead, if you dare." This made the two instantly back down. Shirley watched this and felt frustrated, sighing, "What use are you two?" Tu Yi, unashamed, suggested, "Your Majesty, this guy is tough and strong. His martial arts skills are top-notch. It's not that we are useless, but this thief is too strong." Luo Ming added fuel to the fire. "Your Majesty, how about I buy some poison tomorrow and put it in the fat guy's lobster? Let him die a full ghost?" "The dung beetle chopper is too high-tech and costly. For this one guy, it would be better to add 2 more abalones to the menu." Shirley sighed and turned to Zhang Wei, who still wore a flattering smile, and said, "Your Majesty, how about I take care of these 2 cowards today, and tomorrow I'll only need 1 portion of food?" Tu Yi and Luo Ming noticed Shirley's expression was off, seeming to really consider the fat guy's suggestion, and were instantly furious. "You fatso, I'm going to fight you. Is it worth it for a meal?" With that, the two lunged at him, and the three began to wrestle. Shirley nodded in satisfaction and closed his eyes again, listening to this farce, feeling the basic dignity of a wealthy person. By Wednesday noon, as Shirley was lounging in bed scrolling through his phone, Zhang Wei stomped on the floor loudly, saying to Shirley, "Sure to, today is Wednesday. Shouldn't our celebration start right now?" Shirley barely lifted his head to glance at him, disdainfully saying, "What's the rush? Can't you see I'm busy?" "Busy doing what? You really acted like a king just because I called you that yesterday? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get out of bed, call a luxury car, and let us go to the seafood restaurant." Tu Yi and Luo Ming saw the opportunity to flatter and both bent over, smiling as they approached Shirley, saying, "Stone, don't mind him, just lie down for another 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes, we can wait." Shirley was truly speechless, but he really needed to go out today. He still had to open an account at the stock exchange, planning to use 9,300 as capital to become a disruptor in the stock market. "Bring me my clothes." Shirley extended a hand from the blanket. This time, even Luo Ming couldn't hold back and angrily said, "Are you done yet? Bring me my clothes, or I won't eat." Luo Ming raised an eyebrow, but Tu Yi hurriedly stopped him, glaring as he said, "What are you doing? You need to have basic respect for wealthy people." After saying that, he brought Shirley's clothes over, and then the three exchanged glances, and they understood each other. Each took a piece of clothing and covered Shirley's face with it. Shirley struggled violently, shouting, "Let go of me, hurry up. Do you really not want to eat seafood anymore? Let you show off." The three laughed in unison and finally let go. Shirley angrily put on his clothes and looked at the three who were grinning, saying furiously, "There are always schemers trying to harm me." The lunch was a whirlwind of feasting. Shirley really admired these three. If someone who hadn't seen them before walked in, they might think they hadn't eaten in at least 3 days. If they weren't in a private room, Shirley might have even thought of fleeing. Even so, the manager's expression wasn't very pleasant when ordering, as the three ordered enough for at least 8 people. After finishing and settling the bill, it was only a few thousand yuan. Now that Shilei had a weekly limit of 100,000, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. The three all scoffed. TCH, underestimating people. This is only 50 of my strength. Shilei didn't bother to argue with them and called a car, but unexpectedly, when the car arrived, the three rushed to get in. Your Majesty, you can call another one. We'll leave first. Shilei cursed, but to no avail. He could only watch the car drive away. Chapter 62, The Treatment of the Rich. Seeing that it was still early, Shilei simply decided not to call for a car and walked a few steps to a nearby shopping mall. The first floor of the mall was mostly luxury brand stores. Following his previous plan, Shilei walked directly into an Armani store. Although he was wearing the most ordinary clothes, the salespeople in this high-end brand store did not have the rumored snobbish attitude. While they weren't particularly enthusiastic, they still greeted him with smiles. With just over 90,000 left in his limit, Shilei knew he couldn't act too pretentious in such a store, and he had to save some money to treat those three later. So Shilei spoke up, help me pick a suit, something casual, a shirt. And you can match them for me, and also a pair of understated leather shoes. The salesperson politely asked, do you have any color preferences, sir? Nothing too flashy. Keep it low-key overall. It's best if people can't tell it's your brand at first glance. The salesperson nodded. Although most people buy luxury goods to show off, real wealthy people often don't have such needs. They just don't want to waste time in mid-range stores. After all, luxury goods have sufficient quality assurance. They helped Shilei pick a dark brown casual suit, a plain white shirt, and the leather shoes were ready. The salesperson said, sir, would you like to get a matching pair of pants? Jeans with leather shoes always seem a bit off. Shilei nodded. Let's try it first. After the salesperson found the pants, Shilei took them into the fitting room, and soon he came out in a whole new outfit. When he walked in earlier, the salesperson thought Shilei looked decent, but in those ordinary clothes, he did seem a bit less impressive. Now, dressed in the full Armani set, he suddenly looked much more refined. His originally above-average looks gained a lot of points, giving him quite the youthful vibe. Oh my sir, that outfit looks absolutely perfect on you. The salesperson looked at Shilei with a woman's unique gaze. Shilei looked at himself in the mirror and thought he was indeed a handsome guy, nodding slightly in approval. He had seen the price tags in the fitting room. The suit was just over 10,000, the pants over 6,000, the shoes 9,000, and the shirt 3,000, totaling less than 30,000. All right, let's get the bill, Shilei said, turning around in front of the mirror, feeling even more handsome, thinking that if he were a woman, he would definitely fall in love with himself. Even if he wasn't a woman, he felt a bit tempted to bend that way. Although the salespeople in such stores were used to clothes costing thousands and jackets often exceeding 10,000, it was still rare for someone like Shilei to buy so casually, especially when he casually pulled out his card. The indifferent attitude showed he didn't care about the mere 30,000. The salesperson thought to herself, this is what a wealthy person looks like, and clearly, he had no intention of taking it off. People buy luxury goods to show off, but this handsome guy seemed to treat it as a necessity of life, which was entirely different. The salesperson quickly prepared the bill, and when she saw Shilei making a move to take the pants, she added, sir, would you like to pick out a belt as well? Brand clothing is not like custom-made suits. It can't be perfect everywhere. I noticed your waist seems a bit loose. Shilei thought about it and replied, get me a simple one, nothing with a big logo in front. That would be too heavy. And even if the pants fit perfectly, it would still sag. The salesperson covered her mouth and laughed, quickly picking out a relatively simple belt for Shilei. Goodness. It was over 6,000, and just like that, the total sales surpassed 35,000. After the bill was prepared, Shilei swiped his card. The salesperson kindly said, sir, do you plan to wear this out? Shilei nodded, and the salesperson immediately said, I'll help you cut off the tags. Shilei vaguely remembered that tags on branded clothing had to be cut off. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughed at if he wore it outside. Not cutting the tags was a sign of a nouveau riche, afraid others wouldn't know what brand he was wearing. With a slightly restrained nod, Shilei said, thank you. The salesperson smiled brightly and said, it's no trouble at all. Then, she thoughtfully walked behind Shilei, raised one of his hands, and first helped him cut the tag on the sleeve, then said, sir, please pull your jacket up a bit. There's a tag on the pants. After removing the tag on the pants, the salesperson skillfully stood on her toes to cut the tag on the suit collar. However, the tag on the shirt collar was a bit trickier. Although it wasn't visible from the outside, it would affect the comfort of wearing it. The salesperson was experienced and certainly knew this. Shilei wasn't particularly tall, but the salesperson wasn't very tall either. Even though she was wearing high heels and standing on her toes, it was still a bit awkward. Inevitably, she had to get a bit closer, and her ample bosom pressed against Shilei's back. She didn't mind this, but Shilei suddenly felt something pressing against his back, and in an instant, he realized what it was. As a novice, he blushed instantly, and a certain part of his body began to stir restlessly. Perhaps the shirt tag was indeed difficult to cut, and the salesperson was rubbing against Shilei's back. He felt a bit dry in his mouth and could not help but think of some scenes from those island adult films. This was exactly the kind of scenario that made him feel overwhelmed, and if he were to be completely undressed, Shilei didn't dare to continue thinking further. It took the sales assistant a full 5 minutes to finally cut off the tag from the shirt, while Shilei had long lost himself in a daze, feeling as if he had just experienced a Thai massage. Although it felt refreshing, when the sales assistant left, he immediately felt a sense of loss, especially in a certain part of his body, which had already become as hard as iron. Shilei lowered his head slightly and saw an unsightly bulge. Quickly retracting his hips and bending over as much as possible, shoving his hands into his pockets to press down on that thing. The sales assistant seemed completely unaware. But when she bowed to him at the end, there was obviously a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Shilei couldn't tell if it was reality or if his physiological impulses were creating illusions. "Thank you for your visit. We welcome you next time," the sales assistant said politely. Shilei nodded hurriedly and turned to run, leaving the sales assistant somewhat puzzled. It wasn't until Shilei disappeared with that awkward bent-over posture that she finally realized something. At this moment, Shilei had already slipped into the restroom, and after a while, he finally calmed down, thinking to himself, no wonder rich people buy luxury goods. It turns out there are such perks. Without a doubt. He was overthinking it. Chapter 63, Young Master Opens an Account. Shilei thought that having nothing meant being low-key, but he was too naive. As soon as he walked into the stock exchange, someone came up to greet him. After all, this could be considered a service industry. Shilei didn't think much of it, and went straight through the trading hall with the man who had been chattering about this, and that as if reviewing a family business. Heading towards a small meeting room, Shilei was somewhat surprised. He was just there to open an account. Did he really need to go to a meeting room? Shilei had done his homework online. Generally speaking, opening an account meant taking out an ID at the counter in the trading hall, filling out a form, and then binding a trading-specific bank card, right? After sitting down, the man asked Shilei if he wanted something to drink. Shilei casually replied that plain water would be fine, but the man had a young lady in the meeting room fetch a bottle of Evian mineral water. Even though Shilei was now a wealthy man earning over 100,000 a week, he had never actually drunk this kind of mineral water. It was just a bottle of plain water, costing over 10 yuan, which Shilei thought was ridiculous. The man eagerly handed the bottle of mineral water to Shilei and even personally twisted it open, leaving Shilei unsure whether to take it or not. If he took it, it seemed there was some misunderstanding. If he didn't take it, the man had already opened the bottle, and it couldn't be given to someone else. Shilei awkwardly took the bottle but didn't drink, just staring at the man, trying to figure out what he was up to. The man smiled and said, "Mr. Shur, are you looking to invest in stocks or mutual funds? I happen to have a few stock funds with good returns. They have risen 5% since their launch just over a month ago. According to our estimates, these new funds could reach an annual return rate of up to 20%. Shilei thought to himself that he only had over 9,000. And investing in a fund seemed insufficient. Even the principal protected funds at the bank seemed to have a minimum subscription of at least 50,000. Stocks, then. Shilei frowned and said, "I don't have a job." The man was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. "You must be joking, sir. What does your family do?" "Oh, perhaps I was being presumptuous, my apologies. Since you want to invest in stocks, let me take you to the big client's room. Our big client's room has a great environment, decorated to the standards of a star-rated hotel, and there are private rooms to ensure you feel at home. Our computers are the latest models, and we have a dedicated channel to ensure you can execute orders as quickly as possible. The stock market changes rapidly. Even a second earlier or later can significantly affect returns." Shilei thought to himself that this guy must have mistaken him for a rich second-generation heir. He had been so low-key. How could he still be recognized? Shilei felt like a firefly in the dark, not only attracting attention but practically being worshipped, unable to hide his own brilliance. All right, enough bragging. Shilei knew he had to interrupt this guy. "I just came to open an account. Besides, everyone at home has a computer now. Who still goes to the big client's room?" The man, unfazed, continued smiling like a flower. The big client's room still has its advantages. After all, those who enter and exit are people of status like yourself. The entry threshold for our big client's room is 10 million, and we can exchange information among ourselves, which is often more accurate. Just the high response channel can help clients minimize unnecessary losses. Moreover, we can provide some financial leverage for clients in the big client's room, allowing you to achieve the maximum profit with minimal investment. Shilei felt a headache coming on, thinking that he was indeed being mistaken for a rich second-generation heir ready to enter the market with significant funds. Seeing the man's eager demeanor, Shilei felt a little reluctant to reveal the final answer, but he felt even more reluctant to deceive him. So Shilei cleared his throat a couple of times and awkwardly said, "I just want to open an account and play around casually. The funds I can allocate are only about 10,000 yuan, and I'm afraid I don't qualify to enter your big client's room." The man was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ha, Mr. Sure, you are truly humorous. With your status, how could that be possible?" Before he could finish, Shirley directly interrupted him, nodding seriously. "What I said is true. I'm not lying to you." "Sir, are you really not testing our service attitude?" the man asked, puzzled. Shirley shook his head firmly. "I'm just a college student who hasn't graduated yet, and I recently wanted to try to understand what stocks are." The man looked at Shirley again, thinking, "Are you kidding me? Just now, you got out of a Cadillac Escalade, and it wasn't even you driving. There was a chauffeur. You were dressed head to toe in Armani. Don't think that I can't tell without you pointing it out. I have sharp eyes." As the year was coming to an end, if he could develop a big client's room client, casually calling for 2 to 3 times leverage, he would have completed his year's task. But now this young master, dressed in luxury, said he just wanted to open an account. Shirley awkwardly nodded. "I really just came to open an account. I don't have that much money to join your big client's room." The man was internally cursing, but he maintained a smile on his face. After all, Shirley was dressed in luxury brands and arrived in a Cadillac with a driver. Even if he was just here to make light of things, he might still become a big client in the future. So the man said, "That's fine. Perhaps you haven't had any previous exposure to stock investments and want to take a look first? How about this? I will personally take you to complete the account opening procedures, and if you truly have an investment intention in the future, please consider me first." Saying this, he took out a business card and respectfully handed it over. "This is my business card." Shirley took the card in confusion and saw the name Wong Kaming, with the title of Senior Client Manager, and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "Manager Wong, I can just handle the procedures at the front counter myself. There is no need to be so polite." Wong Kaming immediately said, "How can that be? Everyone who comes here is our most distinguished client. How can we let you handle the account opening procedures yourself?" "Shirley, let's put it this way, I also want to become your client, but the 10 million threshold. To be honest, I may never reach in my lifetime." "Sir, you really know how to joke. I just happened to see your car and your driver. Your current wealth must be far more than that little bit, just a mere 10 million. That's a chauffeur-driven car, called online. Do you know about Didi? It's a luxury model," Shirley said sincerely. Chapter 64. Investing turns out to be very difficult. Wong Kaming still felt that Shirley was teasing him. So he said again, "Sir, don't joke around. Who uses a car worth over $1 million to be a ride-hailing driver? And is so polite as to open the door for you?" Shirley was puzzled. "Isn't that just a Cadillac? Isn't it over $1 million? That's a Cadillac Escalade, starting at 1,600,000. Shirley's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. 1,600,000? Isn't that on par with a Mercedes-Benz level? Wong Kaming's expression darkened, feeling that Shirley didn't seem to be pretending. Hesitant, he said, "About your outfit." Shirley noticed that Wong Kaming's gaze was completely on his new clothes and thought to himself, "Can it really be recognized as Armani?" So he asked, "You noticed? It's a new Armani model. The blazer alone costs over 10,000. Shirley thought, this guy really knows his stuff. So he said, "It's a high-quality imitation. The whole set cost 800. Wong Kaming's face immediately fell, looking extremely displeased, thinking to himself, has he really been blinded by a wild goose today? Wong Kaming's mind buzzed, and he scolded himself from head to toe, changing his attitude towards Shirley instantly. However, it's still good. Someone who can become a major account manager wouldn't be the kind to change their face instantly. Though his attitude changed, it only became slightly colder. "I misunderstood, my apologies. Let's do this, Mr. Sure, please wait here for a moment. I'll have them help you complete the account opening procedures. Have some water and wait for about 10 minutes. You brought your ID, right?" Shirley thought this could be a somewhat awkward step down. Wong Kaming probably felt embarrassed to directly kick him out. So he took out his ID and bank card, saying, "Isn't having the ID and bank card enough?" In the end, he couldn't help but mock Shirley one last time. Shirley didn't mind. It was all just a misunderstanding. After Wong Kaming left, Shirley looked at the bottle of mineral water worth over 10 yuan, opened the cap, took a sip, smacked his lips, and muttered to himself, "It really is a bit different, seems a little sweet." Not long after, a girl in a work suit walked in, politely handing Shirley the completed account opening card along with a contract, saying, "Hello, Mr. Sure. This is your account opening contract. Please take a look. If everything is fine, just sign it. These are standard contracts. Every account opening client gets the same." It seemed this young lady also didn't know Shirley's situation. It was just an account opening, so why did she need to come to the conference room? Why did the major account manager Wong Kaming personally receive him and instruct her to complete it quickly and bring it over? The girl thought to herself, "This must be some rich young master here to play around." Shirley seriously signed his name on the contract, knowing there was nothing to see since it was a standard contract. Then the girl handed him a card with both hands, saying, "This is your account opening card. Please keep it safe. Let me introduce you to the simple procedures for stock trading at home. First, you need to download an app." The girl rambled on for about 10 minutes. Shirley knew this was because of the misunderstanding, which made her so polite. But since it was already like this, he was happy to enjoy it and finally understood some of the basics of stock trading. With this, it was enough, after all, for Shirley. Any investment was bound to be profitable, who made him have an investment golden finger card. If only the initial capital weren't so small, otherwise. If he really invested 10 to 20 million, he would become the Buffett of Huaxiao, a super stock god within 6 months. Imagining himself dominating the stock market, Shirley almost bumped into the glass door when he left. With thousands of stocks, which one should he check for future returns? Just pick one randomly? But the investment golden finger card can only be used 3 times a month. If all 3 times he ends up checking losing stocks, how can he make money? It seems that even with the investment golden finger card, it isn't omnipotent. Shirley at least needs to have a basic understanding of the stock market to know how to pick the most potentially profitable stocks among thousands, before he can use the investment golden finger card to check their future returns. Shirley felt that the ideal was very full, but the reality was very skinny. Did he really need to take some time to brush up on the basics of stock investment? He heard there were line charts and such, but he didn't know if that was related to engineering drawing. Shirley suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed, finally realizing that stock investment might not be suitable for him. But besides stock investment, what else could he invest in? Opening a store? With only 9,300 yuan. Even setting up a stall could only sell hairbands or something. Besides, have you ever seen someone munching on lobster and abalone while squatting on the street selling things? Nonsense. Shirley promised to have a carnival day, so he would definitely do it. Can you all be a bit more respectful? Have some basic respect for the rich. Your Majesty, what do you think we should eat tonight? Shirley glanced at the 3 of them with displeasure, saying, Cafeteria, buns are unlimited. The 3 were taken aback, not knowing what was wrong with Shirley, who clearly seemed in a bad mood. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you all. You choose whatever, anywhere is fine. Tonight, I want to drink and get drunk. Upon hearing this, the 3 instantly became excited, shouting, Want to drink. Want to get drunk. Want to lose ourselves. Want to indulge in a life of excess. Want to sweep the bar street. Seeing the 3 of them so enthusiastic, Shirley's mood improved a lot. Temporarily putting the investment matters aside, they agreed to go to a bar for a good time that night. And Zhang Wei and the others didn't take advantage of Shirley, but instead had dinner at a restaurant near the school. Then the 4 got into the car and headed straight for the bar street. The bar was familiar territory. Just as they sat down in the booth, Shirley's phone rang. He looked and saw it was actually Sunny Yi. 2E, being sharp-eyed, also saw the caller ID. They had long figured out Sunny Yi's name. So 2E said, Oh, Shirley, looks like you have a date with a beauty. Why not just invite her here? Shirley ignored him, taking the phone outside the bar to answer it. Chapter 65, taking Sun Yi to the bar. As soon as the call connected, Sunny Yi said, Shirley, aren't you in the dorm? I'm downstairs in your dorm building. In the dormitory, Aunt said no one answered the phone. Sunny Yi continued, I've already eaten with some money. And it's my mom who asked me to bring soup for you. Shirley laughed. No problem. You've met my classmates. And they saw your call just now and said to invite you to come play. How's your aunt doing? If everything is fine, you can come over and have some fun. Take a taxi. I'll wait for you at the corner. Sun Yi hesitated for a moment, seriously considering it, and had a slight hope of being with Shirley. Biting her lip for a long time, she finally agreed. Then I'll call my mom. I helped her wash up today. If she's ready to sleep, then I'll come find you. Then Shirley received a WeChat message from Sun Yi, saying her mom agreed, and she had hailed a taxi and was on her way. Shirley walked to the corner and soon saw a taxi stop not far away. Sun Yi was rummaging through her pockets for money, and Shirley walked over, handed her 100 yuan, and opened the car door for her. I'll pay myself. Sun Yi insisted, biting her lip. What are you arguing with me over this little money? Besides, save your money for dinner with your mom. Shirley took the change from the driver and casually took the soup container from Sun Yi's hands, adding, Really, don't bring me soup anymore. Seeing Sun Yi looking like she was about to cry, Shirley quickly added, It's not that I don't like it. It's just that you have to work and take care of your aunt. Even if you want to bring me soup, wait until your aunt is better and doesn't need your care anymore. Also, you might as well stop working. If you need money, just tell me. I'll give it to you. Sun Yi tugged at Shirley's shirt, following closely behind him, looking just like a little wife. She lowered her head and said softly, I don't want your money. I don't even know when I can pay you back for the money for my mom's medical expenses. Sun Yi was taken aback. Her face instantly flushed red. Even the roots of her ears began to heat up. Shirley's heart raced as he looked at the shy girl, who could easily be described as delicate and easy to topple. It felt as if a fire was burning within him. For some reason, Shirley thought of the salesperson from the afternoon when he was buying clothes, and although Sun Yi's figure was different from that of those mature women, he couldn't help but feel heat rising within him again. He didn't dare to think too much, as his body was starting to feel warm again. It's okay. She knows I'm with you, Shirley thought to himself, wondering if a happy moment was about to arrive. However, this clearly didn't align with his expectations. It wasn't that he didn't understand the dynamics between men and women. As an experienced man, Shilei had seen countless women, albeit all through a screen. And he was quite familiar with the bodies of those famous actresses from some island country. Although he had never done such things, Shilei believed he would not be inexperienced. After thinking for a moment, Shilei said, "Let us not talk about this for now. Let us hurry to the bar. Those guys are probably having a blast." The two hurried towards the bar, and as they approached the familiar yet strange entrance, Sun Yi hesitated and slowed her pace. Not understanding her hesitation, Shilei simply wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pushed her inside. Just then, a man passed by and clearly saw this scene. "Hey, isn't that Sun Yi?" The man thought to himself, feeling that he recognized her. He disregarded his friends and headed straight for the bar where Shilei had entered. Once inside, the man quickly spotted Shilei and the others sitting in a booth. Although he felt that Shilei looked somewhat familiar, he immediately recognized Zhang Wei. As a student from the same college, although he didn't know them well, Wu Haoyuan was confident that he knew of any student with a certain level of financial means in his college and school. Since he didn't have a strong impression of these guys, it was Zhang Wei's physique that reminded him of who they were, indicating that they were likely poor kids. After watching for a while, Wu Haoyuan's phone rang incessantly, and he left the bar with a gloomy expression. Chapter 66. Shilei with no presence. "Haoyuan, where have you been? We haven't seen you for a while. Why didn't you answer my calls? Are you interested in that girl? Which bar are you at?" As Wu Haoyuan entered the private room, a man who looked ordinary but was dressed extravagantly and behaved frivolously approached him, throwing his arm around his shoulder and exclaiming, "Nothing much. Just ran into an acquaintance and had a couple of drinks together. It was too noisy, so I didn't hear my phone." Wu Haoyuan had told these guys about Sun Yi, boasting that he was about to win her over, but then he was stood up by her, which he certainly wouldn't admit. Instead, he said he had been there and found it uninteresting, so he simply moved on. The man didn't suspect Wu Haoyuan was lying, but noticed his expression was off, and said, "You didn't run into your dad with a girl, did you? You look like your dad found you a stepmom, and that girl is someone you've been with?" Laughter erupted in the private room, and Wu Haoyuan kicked out angrily, cursing, "You're the one who has been with your dad's girl. People walk by the river. How can they not get their shoes wet? Ha ha. I actually have a girl who hooked up with my dad, and then I went over to introduce her to my dad about the most enticing positions." The room burst into wild laughter, and even the usually dark-faced Wu Haoyuan couldn't help but be amused, raising a glass and saying, "You're really something. That is for sure. Come on, let us drink." The two downed their drinks in one go. After a while, Wu Haoyuan excused himself, claiming he had a headache. Before leaving, he specifically went to the bar where Shilei was, just in time to see Shilei and Zhang Wei drinking the soup that Sun Yi had brought, and he cursed under his breath before leaving with a gloomy face. After leaving 20,000 yuan for the girl's medical expenses, Wu Haoyuan felt a surge of anger as he left the hotel. He called a classmate who was in the student council, known for being well-informed, and was one of Wu Haoyuan's reliable aides. They met up at a late-night snack shop, and Wu Haoyuan asked the informant, "In our college, there's a fat guy, really fat, a local. Do you remember him?" The informant, who had a somewhat shifty appearance, turned his small eyes around and remembered someone, asking, "Are you talking about Zhang Wei? He's pretty tall, very fat, but not bloated. He actually looks quite agile." Wu Haoyuan nodded, saying, "That seems to be him." In their dorm, there are two other oddly shaped idiots, and another one who's not tall but looks decent. That's definitely Zhang Wei. The two oddly shaped idiots are named Tu Yi and Luo Ming, and the short one is named Shilei. They all call him Shirtu. What is Shilei's family situation? Tell me about it. The informant looked at Wu Haoyuan with surprise and pondered over what he knew about Shilei, saying, "Why are you suddenly interested in that kid? He has almost no presence. He is not bad looking, and when he was a sophomore, the girls in the department were bored and made a ranking of the department's heartthrobs. I think he was in the top 3 or 5. Oh, of course. You were number 1, with your jade tree and wind." Wu Haoyuan laughed and scolded, "Stop flattering me. Tell me about that Shilei." The informant looked at Wu Haoyuan again with surprise and said, "That kid really has no presence. He barely passes his classes, and since he came in, he has been quiet, average in studies and socializing. Except for the guys in his dorm, he doesn't have many close friends. But he hasn't offended anyone. Even if someone annoys him, he doesn't say much. In over 3 years, I haven't seen him with any girls. Back when they were ranking heartthrobs, a few girls had some interest in him, but he just didn't get it at all and avoided them. If it weren't for the heartthrob ranking and Zhang Wei being quite annoying, having some conflicts with me, and Shilei living in the same dorm, I really wouldn't remember that there was such a person." Wu Haoyuan took a bite of food and nodded, saying, "That is not important. What is his family situation?" The informant scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "What did he do to catch your attention?" Wu Haoyuan absolutely couldn't share anything about Sun Yi with others. including his informant. So he said, "Nothing much, just felt like that kid has been quite active lately. I ran into him on the bar street earlier." Wu Haoyuan's heart stirred upon hearing this, saying, "So they don't have much money? Just ordinary people, living off their family's living expenses. Occasionally doing part-time jobs like tutoring, not much money. Then that is strange." Wu Haoyuan muttered to himself. "What is strange?" The informant asked. "I guess he has probably been doing some part-time job recently. Maybe earned a little. If you say you saw them on the bar street. I guess they were really talking about eating lobster and abalone last week. Isn't it infuriating? These guys actually managed to earn some money." Wu Haoyuan realized he wouldn't find out much more from the informant, waved his hand, and said, "All right, let us not talk about it. Have you eaten enough? I'm leaving after I finish my meal. Boss, drive slowly. I haven't eaten yet. Let me have a couple more bites." Wu Haoyuan stood up, patted his shoulder, and left alone. Chapter 67, Learning to Invest in Stocks. On the way, Wu Haoyuan kept thinking that 60,000 yuan was definitely not a big deal for him. But where could those poor kids come up with such a large sum of money? Even if they took part-time jobs, did they think companies were charities? Not to mention solving Sun Yi's family's medical expenses, they were also indulging in feasting every day. Wu Haoyuan suddenly remembered that the casual suit he saw on Shilei looked a bit familiar. Wasn't it the one he saw at the Armani store a couple of days ago? He had tried it on, and it fit quite well. But he wanted a light blue one, which was out of stock, so he didn't buy it. Did he rob a bank? Or did he win the lottery? Wu Haoyuan was puzzled. At this moment, Shilei was completely drunk. He initially thought that the investment he was confident about could be a way to make money. But he found that even the simplest stock investment wasn't that easy. He came to drink himself into a stupor, coupled with what Sun Yi had said to him earlier. Shilei was afraid to leave the bar sober, fearing that Sun Yi might suddenly say she wanted to leave with him. And he wouldn't know whether to agree or disagree, so he simply got himself drunk. Sun Yi looked at the mess on her front, and although she had wiped it off, the smell of vomit kept rising. She had no choice but to agree. "All right then. Message me when you get back to the dormitory. Brother Shi's phone has my WeChat." Zhang Wei patted his chest and said it was no problem. Sun Yi watched them get into a taxi before calling for her own ride to leave. After receiving a message from Zhang Wei sent from Shilei's phone, Sun Yi simply cleaned herself up and went to sleep with peace of mind. When she woke up, Shilei was fully revived, and the dormitory was already empty. Shilei cursed the heartless guys and washed up before heading out. There was an unread message on his phone. When Shilei opened it, it was from Sun Yi. He stared blankly at the WeChat message, feeling a bit strange. Logically, he should be happy that a girl cared about him, especially since he and Sun Yi had a good relationship, but he didn't know why. Every time he interacted with Sun Yi, he thought of that contract. Of course, it wasn't that he looked down on Sun Yi for this, but he recalled what the staff had said and felt a bit of a headache. Originally, mutual affection between a man and a woman was a beautiful thing, but with the staff turning it into a task that had to be completed within a year, Shilei felt that something was off, as if he had ulterior motives towards Sun Yi. After checking last night's spending records, Shilei found it was only a few thousand yuan, and he discovered that he still had a little over 50,000 yuan left for the week. It was already Thursday, so it seemed Shilei had to act quickly. Ultimately, he went to the Lenovo store after their acquisition. As usual, he didn't need the best, just the most expensive, which moved the staff to tears. Even so, there was only one item in stock for over 20,000 yuan. There were more expensive options, but unfortunately, they weren't in stock, and the fastest delivery would take 3 days. Shilei could wait, but he was afraid to wait. What if the staff said this expenditure couldn't be counted towards his limit? The troubles of the rich. Shilei had no experience at all. The worst advice in the world came from seasoned stock traders. Their opinions were all over the place, each recommending different stocks, especially when they saw Shilei. A complete novice, they could talk about the stock market starting from the 1990s when it first opened in the country. After an afternoon of talking, Shilei felt dizzy, and he noted down over 50 different stock recommendations in a small notebook he had specially bought. After the market closed in the afternoon, the trading hall was filled with people rushing out, some to buy groceries and others to pick up their grandchildren. Shilei smiled bitterly as he looked at the notebook filled with over 50 stocks, shaking his head continuously. Every one of them wants me to believe in them, all saying it will definitely go up. But if it were really that easy to make money, why are you still here? You should have long since made it to the big leagues, or at least bought a computer and operated quietly at home. Shilei realized he couldn't trust these old stock traders' words, quickly tore up the notebook, and threw it into the trash can with the pen. An old man, about 60 years old with slightly gray hair, walked past Shilei and smiled knowingly at his actions. "Young man, do you want to learn how to trade stocks?" Although Shilei no longer dared to trust any seasoned stock traders, he still politely said, "I just wanted to take a look." "You're not going to recommend stocks to me, are you?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "I saw you chatting with those people all afternoon and writing notes all afternoon. Why did you throw them all away? The old man continued to smile and said, so at least that proves you're still clear-headed. I have nothing to teach you. I'm one of them too. I've been trading stocks for over 20 years. And aside from making some money during a bull market, most of the time it's just about breaking even or losing money. I've had my share of both gains and losses. I can only give you one piece of advice. Stock trading can be divided into information-based and technical-based. Technical trading involves analyzing charts, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly lines. All data must be considered. The more you look, the less you know if you'll make money. But at least you can form your own tactics. Information-based trading means collecting various information without listening to others, focusing on a few stocks, and doing in-depth research. Enter the market when you think the potential is greatest, and for years only focus on a few stocks. The worst thing for amateur players like us is to jump from one stock to another. After listening, Shilei pondered and nodded. Just as he was about to thank the old man, he realized the old man had already left. Chapter 68. Ways to make money. In the city, Tree Coffee. This is a rather upscale coffee shop where Wu Haoyuan often appears. Each time he comes, the girl by his side is different, which leads the staff to look at him with disdain. Wu Haoyuan once had his eyes on a waitress here, but unfortunately, all the staff knew his notorious reputation, so he couldn't win her over. However, this didn't stop him from frequently bringing different girls here. Even if we only talk about the atmosphere of this CAF, Wu Haoyuan still finds it quite enjoyable. Today was no exception. Sitting next to Wu Haoyuan was a pretty girl who was somewhat glamorous. While Wu Haoyuan went to the restroom, a waitress leaned over and whispered, "Beauty, that man was just pursuing you, right?" The glamorous girl nodded, seemingly surprised. "He's a regular here, and he even bought our membership card. According to the rules, we shouldn't speak ill of him behind his back, but he always brings different girls. He was here the day before yesterday, and you weren't with him." The waitress hadn't finished speaking when the glamorous girl interrupted her. "So you want to warn me not to be fooled by him?" The waitress nodded, and the glamorous girl said, "Don't bother. I know exactly how he treats me. Even if you stole me away, he wouldn't look at you." The waitress was dumbfounded, thinking it was truly a case of a dog biting El Dongbin. But she could only awkwardly walk away. As soon as the waitress turned around, the glamorous girl scoffed disdainfully and whispered to herself, "Who doesn't know that Wu Haoyuan is a playboy? But he's quite handsome and wealthy. If he buys me that Chanel bag, who cares which girl he brings tomorrow?" If that well-meaning waitress had heard this, she would have been shocked. The glamorous girl threw a flirtatious glance at Wu Haoyuan, pretended to act coy, and leaned close to his ear, teasing his emotions. She whispered, "The bag I have my eyes on. Let us see how you perform after dinner tomorrow." Wu Haoyuan discreetly touched her chest. The glamorous girl playfully pouted, stood up, and elegantly left with her bag. Wu Haoyuan watched her figure, swallowed slightly, but muttered to himself, "Cheap thing. Who knows how many people have been with her, and she wants a Chanel bag. She's not even worth a Burberry." Wu Haoyuan did not leave. Instead, he asked the waiter to clear the cups from the table. After a short while, a boy about the same age as Wu Haoyuan walked in. "Hey, brother Yuan." Wu Haoyuan pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Sit down. What do you want to drink?" "I'll have the special coffee here." Wu Haoyuan casually instructed the waiter. 2 cups. When the waiter brought over the 2 cups of coffee, Wu Haoyuan lowered his voice and asked, "So, how did it go after following him for a day?" "That guy didn't leave school until close to noon. After going out, he bought a notebook for over 20,000. I specifically asked the salesperson about it later, and it seems he's been quite well off recently. A computer for over 20,000, he just bought it like that." Wu Haoyuan scoffed and said, "Just over 20,000. As long as you do a good job for me, don't say a 20,000 computer. Even buying a car in a year or 2 won't be a problem. Of course, he can't compare to you, brother Yuan." Wu Haoyuan had a self-satisfied expression and asked, "What happened next?" After that, he had a meal in that mall, and after eating, he went to a securities exchange and stayed there until the market closed. After saying this, the boy took out the notebook that Shilei had thrown away from his bag. Upon hearing the words garbage bin, Wu Haoyuan naturally wouldn't touch that notebook, and the boy eagerly helped him open it to the written pages, flipping through it slowly. The pages were filled with stock codes, and the names of the stocks were noted below. Although Wu Haoyuan didn't trade stocks himself, he had probably seen and heard about them from his father. There were densely packed over 50 codes, and he simply couldn't memorize them all. Trading stocks? That's quite a legitimate income. But can he really make so much money just from hearsay in the stock trading hall? If what the informant said is true, this guy treats his dorm mates to lobster and abalone, and a meal must cost at least 3,000 to 5,000. Adding in the computer purchase, along with his outfit and what he gives to Sunny, how could it not add up to at least 200,000? Is he riding on the coattails of a big investor? But even if he is, where did this guy get the capital? Although Wu Haoyuan felt he had found Shilei's way of making money, he was still puzzled about Shilei's capital. After all, stocks are not gambling. Betting small to win big is unrealistic. To make 200,000 in profits in the stock market in a short time, You would need at least 80 to 100,000 as capital. According to what he had learned, Shilei's family absolutely could not provide him with that much money. Thinking about it, Wu Haoyuan picked up his phone and called his dad. Dad. Before he could finish saying dad, the voice on the other end sounded very displeased. Why are you calling? Out of money again? Can't you learn something good? I didn't send you to Wu University just so you could chase girls all over the place. Wu Haoyuan felt a bit tight-lipped. The voice on the phone was quite loud, and he guessed that the boy on the other side could hear it too, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Dad, I'm not asking you for money. I just want to ask you something. Say it. The tone on the phone softened a bit. Probably because Wu Haoyuan's father felt helpless about him. Wu Haoyuan shook his head helplessly and said, Dad, has there been any particularly good stock in the market recently? I have a friend who played with 20,000 and said he made 2 to 3 million. There was a brief silence on the other end before his father sighed. If you had half the brains of your friend, I'd be happy. The stock you mentioned. There is one that was suspended for a few months, then restructured its assets, and after relaunching, it hit over 20 consecutive limit up, with 20,000 to enter. The net profit is over 200,000. It seems he didn't wait until the last moment to pull out. He ran early. I don't expect you to make money, but at least have a bit of that kind of brains. Wu Haoyuan didn't wait for his father to finish and hurriedly said, Dad, please don't scold me. This really happened. I thought that guy was just bragging to me. Over 20, but even so, it's hard to increase tenfold, right? He made over 200,000. How can you say he didn't come out until the last moment? What do you know, kid? If you were to operate stocks entirely with your own money, what fun would that be? That's called leverage. Since he's your friend, his family must have some connections. Adjusting for 3 times leverage is quite simple. If your old man steps in, at least 5 times leverage. I see. So you mean that with a 20,000 investment, he could actually have 60,000 to trade with, and making over 200,000 is roughly 4 times. What else can you do besides counting money? All right. I have a meeting now. With that, Wu Haoyuan's father hung up the phone. Chapter 69, $1 Million Curios. I have clarified my questions, but Wu Haoyuan still found it hard to understand. Based on what he knew about Shilei's family background, even if he had earned a bit from part-time jobs over the past 3 years, at most it would only be around 10 to 20,000. Theoretically, it was possible to turn that into 200,000. However, for so-called capital leverage, either your capital is large enough for the securities company to willingly provide you with multiple times the funds, or you have considerable connections with the securities company. Shilei clearly had neither of these, so if he wanted to achieve tenfold profits in the stock market, he would have to enter before the stock's restructuring and exit at nearly the last, which was nearly impossible. What an utterly clueless guy. With just a little money, he was already so reckless. Adding it all up, even if he did make money from this stock, he would have spent most of it by now. That's why poor people will always be poor. If it were me, with the first 20,000 in my life, I would definitely make good use of it and turn it into 50,000, 100,000, or even more. Wu Haoyuan thought silently, filled with disdain for Shilei. But it seemed he forgot the last sentence his father said before hanging up. A person who has never made even $200 dares to think about how to earn 50,000 or more. That itself is a joke. He casually transferred 1,000 yuan to the guy opposite him. Since he already knew the answer, there was no need to have him continue following Shilei. Upon receiving the WeChat transfer notification, the boy immediately accepted the money and smiled at Wu Haoyuan, saying, Thank you, Brother Yuan. Should we continue tomorrow? Don't worry. I'm keeping my mouth shut. But, Brother Yuan, why are you investigating that Shilei? As far as I know, he's really quite inconspicuous. Did he offend you? Wu Haoyuan looked displeased, feeling that this boy was asking too many questions. After hesitating for a moment, he concealed his thoughts and said, I'm just helping a friend inquire. He didn't say the specifics, and I couldn't be bothered to ask. This statement was essentially a lesson for the other party. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The boy smiled awkwardly, stood up, and said, Then I'll take my leave. I have dinner plans tonight. With that, Wu Haoyuan settled the bill and drove his Bumblebee sports car straight to the Art Academy a couple of kilometers away. Not long after, he arrived at the bank of the Lianxi River in Wudong City. This river runs through the entire Wudong City, and in the past, crossing the river meant you were outside the city. This river has been used as a natural city moat in many dynasties. Today, of course, there are no more brothels or entertainment venues, but due to the natural scenery on both banks, it has still created business opportunities. Wudong City itself is a city rich in cultural heritage, and with the convenience of the Art Academy nearby. A company seized this point and combined the Lianxi River with the cultural heritage of Wudong City to build an antique street along the river. Shilei wandered around and ended up on this antique street. Though it's called an antique street, it is basically similar to the famous antique market in the capital. With hardly any genuine items, 99 of it is counterfeit. However, due to modern people's heightened awareness of prevention, it's not so easy to fool people with counterfeits. So more than half of the shops on the antique street have switched to selling precious rosewood bracelets and various carvings, mixed in with some shops selling contemporary calligraphy and paintings. Overall, it presents a thriving scene. Since there was nothing else to do, Shirley simply strolled down the street, visiting one shop after another. Looking at the dazzling array of trinkets in the counters, he didn't understand any of them. To him, they all looked somewhat similar. But the prices varied wildly, with some items priced at thousands while others were only a few hundred. Shirley suddenly became a bit interested, not for any other reason, but because he realized this seemed like a good way to spend money. He saw many shop owners wearing multiple bracelets, one around their neck, a long one wrapped several times around their left hand, and a large short one on their right hand, which they kept fiddling with. The people in the shops also didn't seem very enthusiastic, unlike the salespeople in malls who would warmly greet anyone who walked in, eager to introduce everything in the store. In these antique shops, when Shirley walked in, it was as if the staff didn't see him. They continued with their tea or writing, and some were even playing on their phones, giving off a vibe of indifference to whether he would buy anything or not. After visiting several shops, Shirley saw that the most expensive bracelet was priced at tens of thousands. At first, he thought he had misread it. Wasn't it just a string of wood with some unique patterns? How could the price tag have so many zeros? After counting carefully, he confirmed it was indeed several tens of thousands each. If that were the case, spending 100,000 a week didn't seem too difficult. And after visiting a few more shops, he found one that smelled wonderful, where even the cheapest bracelet was priced at several thousand, while the most expensive reached six figures. There were even a few high-priced bracelets under crystal covers, priced over $1 million each. Wow, that is so expensive. Shirley couldn't help but exclaim. The shop owner, sitting quietly behind a large table sipping kung fu tea, didn't seem displeased by Shirley's surprise. Instead, he put down his teacup, stood up, and said to Shirley, "Little brother, is this your first time here?" Shirley scratched his head, realizing his exclamation had interrupted the man, feeling a bit embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Sorry to bother you. How do you know it's my first time?" The man, in his 30s, wore a light blue tank suit, with the front open and a grayish Chinese-style shirt underneath, featuring traditional frog buttons. On his feet were a pair of cloth shoes with a yuanbao opening, giving off an ancient charm. "I not only know it's your first time here, but I can also tell that you are just here to browse." With no real understanding of antiques, Shirley was even more surprised and asked, "Can you even tell fortunes?" The man laughed and waved his hand, and Shirley noticed he was holding a large bracelet, which looked different from the ones he had seen before. It couldn't be wrapped around several times or worn as a single loop. You don't need to tell fortunes to know this. Chapter 70. What is agarwood? The man walked behind the counter and took out a bracelet, gently placing it in front of Shirley. "This is one of the cheapest items I have here. Pick it up and take a look." Following his advice, Shirley picked it up and immediately felt a wave of fragrance emanating from it, which was slightly different from the smell in the shop, but seemed to originate from the same source. Seeing Shirley's nose twitch, the man asked, "Smelled it?" Shirley nodded and said, "What kind of wood is this?" "It's so fragrant, somewhat similar to the scent in your shop, but not exactly the same." The man seemed a bit surprised and said with interest, "Oh, then tell me, what is the difference?" It was hard to explain. He seemed to have never encountered a similar fragrance before. The aroma from this bracelet felt somewhat subtle and low-key, almost elusive, with a hint of creaminess. In contrast, the scent in the shop was quite bold, mixed with a slight spiciness. But once he got used to it, the spiciness transformed into a sweetness, making even his saliva feel slightly sweet. The man looked Shirley up and down and laughed. "Little brother, you're interesting. It's not easy to articulate so much about agarwood on your first encounter." He chuckled. "Since you're here, it's fate. Time is almost up for closing. If you're interested, sit down and have a cup of tea. I'll tell you about agarwood." Shirley smiled and quickly replied, "That sounds great. But the items here are quite pricey. I may not be able to afford them. As I said, since you came in, it's fate. Generally speaking, after 4 in the afternoon, there are rarely new customers on this street. Mostly, it's regulars who frequently come to trade items. Today, a friend gifted me a box of good tea. I thought good tea deserves good incense, so I burned some of my personal collection, just as I lit it. You walked in. That is what I meant by fate." Shirley hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I just happened to pass by and was bored, so I thought I'd come in and take a look." Unintentional encounters can create fate. If you come with a purpose, it's not fate. Shirley watched as the man brewed a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, and used a bamboo clip to place 1 cup in front of him, gesturing for him to drink. After taking a sip of the tea, even though Shirley didn't understand tea art at all, he found the tea fragrant and very tasty. "How is the tea?" the man asked casually, his eyes smiling as he looked at Shirley. Shirley put down the teacup, thought for a long time, and couldn't find the right words to describe the taste, so he simply said, "Good tea." "Is that all?" Shirley felt a bit embarrassed, lowering his head and saying, "I don't know how to drink tea. nor do I understand it. I really wanted to find words to describe it, but after racking my brains, I found I had nothing to say, so I could only say it's good tea. Haha, that's the highest realm of tea appreciation, no flowery words, just the simple words good tea. There's a story behind these words, but I want to show off my skills. If you're interested, you can look it up. It relates to the tea sage Lu Yu. Shilei nodded and asked, "You still haven't told me how you knew it was my first time and that I know nothing about antiques." The man refilled Shilei's cup before saying, "Actually, I knew it was your first time because I could tell you have no understanding of Wanwan, cultural and artistic items. If it weren't your first time, you would at least have a very superficial understanding. Seeing the high prices here, you wouldn't be so surprised. As long as you have even a little knowledge about, you would definitely know what agarwood is. There's an old saying about the 4 great scents, referring to the 4 best spices in ancient times. The first of these is agarwood, while the other 3 are ambergris, musk, and sandalwood. Even if you know little about, I believe you must have heard of musk and sandalwood, right?" Shilei nodded, saying, "There's a rheumatic pain relief ointment that contains musk. And my only impression of sandalwood is from the sandalwood fans I saw when I was a child." The man also nodded and said, "What you're talking about isn't real musk or sandalwood. The former is synthetic musk. If real natural musk were used in medicine, I'm afraid very few people could afford that pain relief ointment. As for the latter, it's a craft product that has been smoked with sandalwood fragrance. If it were a genuine sandalwood fan, it would be quite valuable." "Hee, I really don't know anything," Shilei said. "I think I've heard of ambergris in dramas, but I haven't heard much about agarwood." Shilei seemed to understand and said, "So, agarwood is actually the oil contained in this wood. The more oil there is, the more agarwood there is, and that's why it's more expensive." The man smiled, took a sip of tea, and then said, "Exactly, that's the principle. Of course, there are many other conditions in the formation process of agarwood. The price that made you exclaim earlier is for the finest quality agarwood. Agarwood can generally be divided based on its formation methods into water sink, earth sink, and ant sink types. Both water sink and earth sink are referred to as Dao Jiaqin Xiang, inverted frame agarwood. The so-called refers to the phenomenon where some white wood, after dying, is submerged in water or buried in soil. Over the years, the parts without oil have decayed, while the parts that have condensed oil remain. The wood submerged in water is called water, and the one buried in soil is naturally called soil. As for ant, it is caused by insect bites, collectively referred to as. Shilei felt enlightened. This knowledge might be found online, but it was never explained as clearly and simply as this man did. Chapter 71, No Bargaining. Shilei reached out to ask the man for that string of agarwood again, examining it closely, occasionally bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff, gaining a deeper understanding of agarwood. The dark part on it is the oil of the white wood, which is the reason agarwood is called agarwood. Shilei returned the bracelet to the man and asked, "So, does that mean the agarwood on the market today is basically all artificially produced?" "Of course, there seems to be no difference between artificial and natural." Shilei was dumbfounded. "Do you mean dozens, or even hundreds of times the price of gold? Are you kidding me? Gold is around 300 yuan per gram. Dozens of times would be over 10,000 per gram. And hundreds of times? I can hardly imagine." Shilei quickly calculated his assets. Earning 100,000 a week already made him feel wealthy, but if he used that money to buy Qinan, wouldn't he only be able to buy a few grams a week? Seeing Shilei's astonished expression, the man smiled again, poured Shilei a cup of new tea, and said leisurely, "Little brother, there's no need to be too surprised. If you're interested in cultural collectibles, you should definitely not start with agarwood. Based on my advice, it's best to first get acquainted with some cheaper hardwoods." "I know about hardwoods, but aren't they all expensive?" Shilei interjected. The man smiled slightly and said, "The reason hardwoods are perceived as expensive is due to 2 points. First, when people mention hardwood, they are usually referring to hardwood furniture. And even if it's not hardwood, a full wooden furniture set can cost tens of thousands or even over 100,000. In comparison, a hardwood furniture set priced at hundreds of thousands is not particularly outrageous. The second point is that when people think of hardwood, they often think of valuable varieties like Wangwali and Indian rosewood, which naturally elevates the perceived value of hardwood. In fact, in ancient times, hardwood was just a general term for red hardwood. In modern times, the country has classified hardwood into 2 categories, 5 genera, 8 types, and 33 varieties. Winged wood and various types of rosewood are included among them, besides the commonly mentioned Wangwali and Indian rosewood. Other hardwoods used for cultural collectibles are not particularly high in price. For example, African winged wood, a bracelet usually costs only a few dozen yuan. Shilei suddenly understood, nodding vigorously. "There are so many explanations. I'm really clueless." The man smiled warmly and said, "Cultural collectibles developed from the 4 treasures of the study and later incorporated Buddhist and Taoist items, with various materials involved, and wood is just one of the larger branches. It's only in recent years, as living conditions have improved, that many people have started to take an interest in various items, enriching the antique market again. Although this is called Antique Street, it is essentially cultural collectible street. True antiques have mostly gone to auctions. Who would sell them here? Shilei felt he had gained a lot today, but the world of cultural collectibles is vast, and the knowledge involved is something he cannot learn in a short time. What he was more concerned about was the price of cultural collectibles, as it relates to how fast he would spend his money. So, according to you, the prices of cultural collectibles here are quite inflated, right? Shilei picked up on something else and asked, what about your place? Is there a lot of markup on your prices? The man laughed heartily, shaking his head. Are you trying to get me to throw you out by asking that? Who asked someone about the markup on their prices? Luckily, you're asking me. If you asked someone else, they might have flipped out on the spot. My shop is quite unique on this street, a no-haggle shop, probably the only one. Shilei nodded, but didn't he fully believe the man's words? After all, he was a businessman, and what shop doesn't he aim to make a profit? With your way of thinking, I wouldn't dare buy anything. It's obvious I'd be getting ripped off, just a matter of how much. The man shook his head again, smiling. It can't be said like that. It mainly depends on your understanding of cultural collectibles. You can casually walk into any shop, see an item you like, and completely disregard its marked price. You need to have a basic value judgment of that item in your heart. Then inquire about the price. If they're asking price isn't outrageous, you can haggle, trying to get as close to your perceived price as possible. Cultural collectibles often don't have accurate prices. After all, there will never be two identical items in the world, only similar ones. Therefore, cultural collectibles relate to culture and also to a mindset. The same item can have different value standards in different people's minds, what you call a heartfelt favorite. If you like it, the price will be higher. If you don't like it, the price will naturally be lower. Do you mean I should never show my fondness for an item in front of the shop owner if I want to buy something? Shilei pondered for a long time and finally asked, do you really never negotiate here? The man smiled silently. Chapter 72, A Characterful Boss. Shilei still had over 20,000 yuan left for the week. He genuinely wanted to spend all this money in one go. If what this man said was true, and his shop really never negotiated, then it seemed like he could buy something. Shilei wasn't he afraid of spending money. If it weren't for the rules limiting him, he would have loved to walk into any shop and buy without restraint. However, Shilei had money now, but couldn't he be reckless? The rules were clear. The amount spent each week must closely match the value of the items purchased. If he bought a 20,000 yuan bracelet, and the authority judged its value to be 18,000, that might not be a big issue, as a slight price difference is normal. But if a 20,000 yuan bracelet was actually only worth 1 or 2,000, or even less, Shilei had no doubt the authority would impose a punishment he would remember for life. Therefore, although he wanted to buy a more than 20,000 yuan agarwood bracelet, Shilei didn't dare speak up easily for fear of being deceived. Losing money didn't matter, but losing 1/5 of his body was a serious issue. Even starting from his toes, he couldn't afford that. That would mean losing 2 calves. Wouldn't the first thing Shilei do after getting a new allowance next week be to buy a wheelchair? After hesitating for a long time, Shilei looked at the man who had chatted with him for a while and poured him a pot of tea. Feeling that his smile and demeanor didn't seem like those of a shady businessman. Swallowing hard, Shilei stood up and began searching for a reasonably priced bracelet at the counter. He found one priced at 21,800. It seemed he still had about 26,000 left for the week, so buying this bracelet would leave him with over 4,000, enough for the remaining 2 days' expenses. Hello, I'd like to see this, Shilei said, pointing at the bracelet under the glass counter. It was predominantly dark, and even through the glass, he could see the clear black lines on the beads. According to what the man had just said, these were the unique oil lines of agarwood, a distinctive feature of white with secreting oil after being injured. The man took out the bracelet and placed it in front of Shilei. Shilei first sniffed it and noticed that this one was somewhat different from the previous bracelet. Even the wood grain itself seemed to vary, causing him to feel suspicious. The main production areas of agarwood are in Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia, with Indonesia being the largest production area, accounting for 2 1/3 of the traditional 8 major production areas. The reason for the 1/3 is that the island of Borneo among the 8 major production areas is governed by Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. The agarwood produced in each region has slightly different textures, so the wood grain will also have slight variations. The string I just showed you is from Malaysia, and the one you have in your hand now is from Nha Trang, Vietnam. Is this 21,008? Shilei asked. The man looked slightly surprised, furrowing his brows, and said, Are you thinking of buying it? Shilei hesitated for a moment, but nodded heavily. Shilei was dumbfounded. He never expected that after casually asking a question, this man would actually issue an eviction order. Hey, do you have to be so characteristically stubborn? You won't even do business when there's a chance? Is he trying to fish for a big catch? But that's unnecessary. If I was willing, wouldn't I already be ready to swipe my card? What do you mean by telling me to leave now? Are you planning to play the long game, hoping I'll buy something worth millions from you in the future? Do I look like a wealthy person? Shilei was confused, but the man appeared to be in a hurry to send him off. So Shilei had no choice but to leave. While flipping through the business card in his hand, he looked up and saw that the shop's name was the Yu Family Agarwood Gallery, with a name below that, which should be that man's name, Yubanji. At the very bottom was his phone number. What a character, Shilei thought to himself as he paced away from the antique street. When he walked out, he noticed that most of the shops on this street had already closed, and the few that were still open were tidying up to close as well. After walking a few steps, a sharp screech of brakes sounded in his ears. Shilei instinctively stepped aside and saw a bright yellow sports car parked next to him. He recognized it at a glance. It was Bumblebee from Transformers, and the actual brand was Chevrolet Camaro. Upon seeing this car, Shilei's first thought was that he would buy one when he had enough credit. In fact, this car is definitely on the lower end of the sports car spectrum, priced around $400,000 to $500,000, which is worlds apart from true supercars. But it's about sentiment. It's the nostalgia of growing up watching Transformers cartoons. Just as Shilei was feeling that the car looked somewhat familiar, Bumblebee's window slowly rolled down. Hey, isn't that Shilei? I heard you recently came into some money. What's up? Just got a little cash, and you're trying to show off by buying collectibles here? A face that seemed somewhat familiar, yet unrecognizable, appeared before Shilei. Shilei frowned, desperately searching his memory for this face. It seemed he had encountered it somewhere, but he just couldn't place it. Who are you? Shilei hesitantly asked. Wu Haoyuan's gaze was somewhat vacant as he sneered. Oh wow, you don't recognize your classmate after making a little money? Even though we're not in the same major, we did attend a big lecture together in the auditorium during our freshman year, remember? It's me, Wu Haoyuan. Does that ring a bell? Shilei was taken aback. While students from other departments might not know Wu Haoyuan's name, it was well known in his own department. Shilei also remembered that this Bumblebee often parked under their dormitory. It was quite eye-catching, and students passing by had asked about it, especially since it wasn't common for a freshman to drive a $400,000 to $500,000 sports car to school. It was said that this guy was a rich second generation, and there was no need to speculate. Clearly, someone who could buy a Bumblebee for their child in their freshman year was wealthy. It was also rumored that this guy had been involved with a dozen female classmates during his freshman year, and every one of them had been intimate with him. If it hadn't been for getting caught, who knows how many more girls would have fallen for him. It was said that at one point he was dating 3 or 4 girls at the same time. And it was a mystery where he found the energy for it all. After getting caught, it caused quite a stir in their department, but in the end, it all settled down. The school stated they couldn't manage student relationships, even if Wu Haoyuan had some moral issues. They couldn't exactly punish him for moral violations. A warning was all they could do. It was precisely because of the Bumblebee and the rumors from freshman year that Shilei remembered this person. Chapter 73, Wu Haoyuan. Who can't be shaken off. But something fell off. Shilei recalled that he had hardly ever interacted with Wu Haoyuan. He was just a lowly student. While Wu Haoyuan was a renowned rich second-generation handsome guy, always looking down on others. Although they occasionally saw each other in the auditorium during lectures, they never actually spoke. Furthermore, Wu Haoyuan's opening line was a bit sarcastic, and Shilei was certain he hadn't offended him. Why was he targeting him? Sorry. I'm not very good at remembering faces. I didn't recognize you right away. My apologies, Shilei said, not wanting to offend him. Not good at remembering? Haha. You really have no originality. At least we're classmates. We see each other around the department. You're really going to play this game with me? Moreover, even if you didn't recognize me, you didn't recognize this car? Is there another person in our school who drives this model? Shilei thought to himself that this guy must be crazy. Why was he talking so sarcastically? Did he have a personal vendetta against him? However, Shilei's nature was generally easygoing, so he didn't bother to argue. Sorry. Shilei cupped his hands in apology, too lazy to explain further. Thinking it was best to brush him off and leave quickly, Shilei frowned, thinking that if he could learn something from him, he would gladly give him the black card. A rich second generation like him was used to spending money, and with that card, he could easily reach the 3rd tier. But it's hard to say. If he was used to spending extravagantly, he might end up using the card in places that the black card wouldn't recognize. And it could very well ruin him during the probation period. Shilei thought, are you out of your mind? Do I know you well enough to have dinner with you? But on the surface, he still responded, next time. I really have something to do today. Not next time. Today? What could you possibly have to do? And even if you do, wouldn't you be embarrassed to bring me along? Could it be that you found a great way to make money and don't want to share it with your buddy? Shilei was puzzled. What was up with this guy? Every sentence seemed to revolve around making money. Not to mention that he wasn't really making money. Even if he truly had found a way to get rich, what did it have to do with Wu Haoyuan? If he were an ordinary person, that would be one thing, but for a rich second generation like him, was it really interesting to talk only about making money? It's really inconvenient. And I haven't made any money. Your family is so wealthy, you wouldn't even care about this little bit. Don't be like that. Making money is something that one person can't do alone. If you have a way, let us work together. Not to mention, I can still come up with a few 100,000 as capital. Even if it's not enough, I could come up with 1,000,000. The more capital you have, the more you can earn. Shilei, let me play with you. I won't treat you unfairly. But if it really was like he said, and they partnered up, Shilei could use his investment credit card to accurately know the investment returns. If he invested 1,000,000 in stocks, even if the profit was split evenly, Shilei could quickly turn that 9,000 into tens of thousands, or even more. Shilei was truly thinking positively about him, completely unaware of Wu Haoyuan's intentions. Seeing Wu Haoyuan sincerely urging him to get in the car, he climbed in. Just as he got in, Wu Haoyuan hadn't had time to ask him where they were going when Shilei's phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a WeChat message from Sun Yi. Brother Shi, my mom heard that you drank too much yesterday and told me a remedy. So I made some hangover soup. Are you at school? I can bring it over to you. He thought that when Wu Haoyuan saw him meet with Sun Yi, he could introduce her as his girlfriend, and that way, Wu Haoyuan wouldn't bother him anymore. At this moment, Wu Haoyuan also got in the car and asked, "Where are we going?" Wu Haoyuan felt extremely angry upon hearing this. Girlfriend? It must be Sun Yi, right? Things are developing pretty fast. Now she's already a girlfriend. I spent half a year on that girl, and I didn't even get to hold her hand. And you already have a girlfriend? His emotions affected his tone, and his voice became somewhat sinister as he said, "So you're going on a date with your girlfriend? Huh? What is there to be so hesitant about? Buckle up. We'll be there in 5 minutes." The bumblebee emitted a strong roar from its engine and sped off towards Wudong University, casually parking the car by the roadside. Wu Haoyuan asked, "Where are you meeting your girlfriend?" Shilei got out of the car and said, "At the Moonlight restaurant over there." Wu Haoyuan, Wu Haoyuan waved his hand and said, "I know you two want to be alone and don't want to be disturbed. Don't worry when your girlfriend arrives. I'll just say hello and leave. I'm also hungry. The Moonlight restaurant is not bad. I'll go in and grab a bite first." After saying that, Wu Haoyuan walked towards the Moonlight restaurant without giving Shilei a chance to respond. Shilei had no choice but to follow him. As soon as they sat down, Wu Haoyuan ordered several dishes and instructed the waiter to serve the food quickly. Then he said to Shilei, "Let us have a drink first. If your girlfriend arrives and wants to join us, fine. If not, you can sit at that table next to us, or I'll just leave." Soon, the first dish was served, and Wu Haoyuan ordered a few bottles of beer. Shilei had no choice but to drink with him. Before long, Sun Yi arrived just as Shilei and Wu Haoyuan finished a bottle of beer and were about to open another one. Since Wu Haoyuan was facing away from the door, Shilei was sitting opposite him, so Sun Yi immediately spotted Shilei. Happily waving her hand, Sun Yi ran over. Shilei stood up. Just as he was about to introduce Sun Yi to Wu Haoyuan, he heard Sun Yi exclaim, "Wu Haoyuan?" Chapter 74, The Uninformed Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Shilei was taken aback as well, thinking to himself, what is going on? How does Sun Yi know Wu Haoyuan? Hearing this, Shilei felt something was off. His gaze began to waver as he looked at Wu Haoyuan and then at Sun Yi. Sun Yi bit her lower lip. Her expression was extremely conflicted, and her small body trembled slightly. Shilei reached out and hugged Sun Yi's shoulders to help her stabilize her emotions, asking, "How do you two know each other?" Shilei's expression gradually darkened as he realized that Wu Haoyuan was the person who had told Sun Yi he would pay her 60,000 yuan to be his girlfriend for a year. Moreover, he also detected the malice in Wu Haoyuan's words. What did he mean by "don't misunderstand"? If he didn't want others to misunderstand, the best way would be to say nothing at all. After saying such a long speech, he even specifically told Shilei not to misunderstand, which was simply trying to lead Shilei astray. He was hoping for Shilei to misunderstand. Sun Yi still said nothing. Her little face turned bright red, and her lower lip was almost bitten purple. Although Sun Yi had made things clear with Shilei regarding Wu Haoyuan, theoretically, Shilei should have known that there was nothing between her and Wu Haoyuan. This matter should have been over. After all, Sun Yi had long since blacklisted Wu Haoyuan and planned never to contact him again. She had even thought that if she ever encountered Wu Haoyuan again, she wouldn't say a word to him. But who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Shilei actually turned out to be classmates with Wu Haoyuan, and it seemed that their relationship was quite good. Sun Yi was very worried, fearing that Shilei wouldn't believe her, especially since Wu Haoyuan's words were truly malicious. She was concerned that Shilei might think something had happened between her and Wu Haoyuan. The little girl was timid by nature, and in such a situation, she didn't know what to say. Of course, Shilei wouldn't misunderstand. He had grown up with Sun Yi and knew very well what kind of girl she was. If it weren't for her mother's surgery fees, if this innocent little girl didn't still harbor a bit of hope for humanity, if she didn't think that perhaps Wu Haoyuan was truly sincere, she would never sell herself for 60,000 yuan. Moreover, after Shilei clarified things with Sun Yi, she regretted it greatly. Shilei could see this. So how could he possibly believe Wu Haoyuan's words were intentional? Moreover, after their previous encounter, Shilei was even more certain that Wu Haoyuan had ill intentions from the very beginning. The chance meeting might have been genuine. After all, Wu Haoyuan probably wasn't stalking him. But after meeting, Wu Haoyuan insisted on dragging Shilei into the car, which was clearly premeditated. I have nothing to misunderstand. I've grown up with her. If she had a boyfriend before me, she would definitely tell me. Looking at Sun Yi's appearance, Shilei knew what the little girl was thinking. The urgent matter was to let Sun Yi understand his intentions. Then, Shilei said to Wu Haoyuan, "Since Yi is here, we won't disturb you. I prefer a world for two. Although you know each other, having an outsider around during a date is quite uncomfortable. You eat, we'll change to another place." After saying this, Shilei took Sun Yi's hand and calmly walked out of the Moonlight restaurant. Watching Shilei and Sun Yi's figures leave, Wu Haoyuan's face immediately changed. His expression darkened to the point of squeezing out water. Since it was already destined to turn ugly, Wu Haoyuan was no longer afraid of making a scene. And his words became even harsher. Shilei and Sun Yi reached the door and heard Wu Haoyuan's words, slowly turning around. Then, Shilei released Sun Yi's hand and walked slowly towards Wu Haoyuan. Taking 2 steps back, Wu Haoyuan kicked the chair behind him and nervously asked, "Shilei, what are you going to do?" Shilei disdainfully shook his head, smiling as he said, "Do you think I would hit you? I really don't care to dirty my hands. What are you besides a useless person? You've only had good luck at birth. What else do you have? My money isn't even worth your car? Does the money to buy that car have anything to do with you?" Wu Haoyuan laughed loudly and said, "I'm just lucky to be born that way. So what? People like you have been shouting since birth not to lose at the starting line, participating in this class and that class, thinking that once you get into Wu University, you'll fly up and become a phoenix. But you'll never know the life of truly rich people in your lifetime. You think eating lobster a couple of times and having a few abalones is the life of the rich? Let me tell you what a rich person is. When you're anxious not to lose at the starting line, we're already standing at the finish line waiting for you." Originally, Wu Haoyuan thought Shilei would be furious at his words and prepared to defend himself in case Shilei attacked. He would run immediately. But unexpectedly, Shilei just smiled calmly and said, "Standing at the finish line? That is quite a boast. I forgot to ask, is your dad Jack Ma or Pony Ma? Or is it Wang Jianlin or Wang Shi? Oh, I almost forgot. Your surname is Wu. I don't know how much money your family has. But Forbes doesn't list your family, right? With your little wealth, the finish line? You're making me laugh to death. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that seeing a little bit of sky means you own the whole universe." Wu Haoyuan never expected that in the clash between him and Shilei, the first one to be angered would actually be himself. "I'm a frog at the bottom of the well. Then what are you? You're just a stinky bug next to me." Chapter 75, Challenging to a Fight. Wu Haoyuan roared hoarsely, "You're even worse than a bug. I could easily stomp you into the mud with one kick." If this were before, Shilei might really have no way to deal with it. Wu Haoyuan certainly couldn't have been at the finish line since birth, but he was no match for Shilei's family background. However, now, if it were a wealthy family, Shilei might not dare to say too much. But for someone like Wu Haoyuan, Shilei truly didn't take it to heart. Shilei had a basic judgment of Wu Haoyuan. The Wu family might have some money, but it was probably only a couple of $100 million at most. Or even less. Otherwise, a bumblebee wouldn't have been driven for more than 3 years. If it were really a family with billions, or even higher, the bumblebee would have to be replaced with a Porsche 911 at the very least. Both are sports cars, but the 911 is considered a supercar. Although it's only an entry-level supercar, it's still many times better than a bumblebee, which can only be called an entry-level family sports car. Compared to others, Shilei may not be as capable, but when it comes to wealth, he currently looks down on everyone except for those top 20 billionaires listed by Forbes. It's not that Shilei can throw wads of cash in Wu Haoyuan's face to show him what a real rich person is. It's that Shilei has a luxury card that he has never used, which allows him 3 opportunities to experience the life of a top billionaire. It's certain that the luxury lifestyle that the card can provide is something that selling all of Wu Haoyuan's family's assets could never achieve. What a frog in a well. Completely unaware of the world, Shilei remained calm, disdainfully making Wu Haoyuan feel frustrated. How dare he? How dare this poor kid call me a frog in a well? Have you ever seen a frog driving a bumblebee? Have you ever seen a frog living in a villa? Have you ever seen a frog with pocket money exceeding 100,000 a month? Shilei, do you think you've made it big just because you earned a few $100,000 in the stock market? You're nothing. Wu Haoyuan was about to go crazy. He had never met anyone who dared to say such things to him. Even those rich second-generation kids who were wealthier than his family would never dare to call him a frog in a well. If any member of the family Shilei mentioned were standing in front of him, Wu Haoyuan could admit to being a frog in a well, but he would never be ridiculous enough to challenge such people. But now, standing across from Wu Haoyuan is Shilei, a nearly invisible figure at Wudong University for over 3 years. In these 3 years, Shilei had probably only been to a high-end restaurant once or twice recently. A poor guy who couldn't even afford a hatchback actually dared to say Wu Haoyuan is a frog in a well. How could Wu Haoyuan not be furious? Ha ha. Wu Haoyuan laughed in anger, nearly in tears, pointing at Shilei and saying, Shilei, don't think that just because you gave Sun Yi 60,000, you can pretend to be a rich second-generation kid in front of her. You know your own family background. You just recently got lucky in stocks. If I'm right, you've probably squandered most of that money by now, right? You really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Just a mere 100 or 200,000 has made you forget yourself. If you had saved that money and found a way to invest it, maybe decades later you could compete with me. But now what do you have? Just one car is enough for you to save up for 10 or 8 years, and it might not even be enough. And this car is just a toy for me. Shilei raised his eyebrows, thinking where did this stock market money-making idea come from? He smiled and said, my family background? Sorry, I really don't know how much. I do need to find a professional accountant to figure that out. As for toys, yours is too low end. It doesn't even count as an entry-level sports car. At most, it's just a poor man's coupe. I don't know what you're so proud of. Wu Haoyuan was furious, pointing at Shilei and saying, a poor man's coupe? Even if you could drive one out, Wu Haoyuan paused, realizing that Shilei had recently come into some money, and he didn't even know how much Shilei had really earned. If he guessed right, it was at most around 200,000. Then Shilei should have spent most of it by now. But what if it was a bit more? He originally wanted to say that just buying a hatchback would be inappropriate. After a pause, Wu Haoyuan said, don't say I'm bullying you. If you can drive a Passat in front of me, I'll admit my Bumblebee is a poor man's coupe. Huh, you can keep boasting. After all, there's no tax on bragging. Wu Haoyuan felt Shilei had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he say such things? This is what you said. Wu Haoyuan glared at Shilei, speaking each word deliberately. If Wu Haoyuan were to drive out himself, he really wouldn't have a good car. Even his father usually just drives a mid-range Kian, just over $1 million. But if he allowed his friends to join in, that would be different. Among the rich second-generation kids Wu Haoyuan knew, there were Ferraris and Porsches, though they weren't the super cool top supercars. They were at least 2 or 3 million each, enough to crush Shilei by 1,000 streets. Shilei, you better not talk too big and end up riding a broken bicycle out. Shilei laughed and said, time. Tomorrow, at 10 in the morning. Wu Haoyuan's face turned cold. And the location? I'll tell you the location before 10 tomorrow morning. After saying this, Shilei turned and left, taking the stunned Sun Yi's hand, leaving Wu Haoyuan there. In the Moonlight restaurant, it had long been in chaos, but luckily it wasn't meal time yet, and there were no other customers besides them. However, their argument had already attracted all the chefs and waiters from the kitchen. Wu Haoyuan gritted his teeth, cursing endlessly. Damn it, you're just bragging. If you can't cash in tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Wu Haoyuan strode toward the door. Bragging doesn't incur tax, but you're not paying your share for the meal. Pretending to be a rich second-generation kid. Pay the bill. Chapter 76, The Uninformed Appearance. It was okay in the Moonlight restaurant, but as soon as they stepped out, Sun Yi burst into tears. I'm sorry. Brother Shirtu, it's all my fault. It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have argued with him. Shilei was speechless, holding Sun Yi's hand and saying, no matter who's right or wrong, can you stop crying for now? Last time, some students thought I was bullying you. It was the same at the bar street. You keep doing this, I can't handle it. Sun Yi looked up, stubbornly wiping her tears, nodding vigorously while saying, okay. I won't cry. I can't let others misunderstand Brother Shirtu, but the tears still couldn't stop flowing. Helpless, Shilei quickly pulled Sun Yi to a darker place at the school. Although he couldn't stop her tears, at least they wouldn't attract those occasional gazes. Sun Yi was still holding up well, just crying silently, and Shilei felt a bit safer. Why do you keep crying? I'm not blaming you. And that Wu Haoyuan really needs someone to teach him a lesson. Sun Yi continued to cry, sobbing. It's all my fault. If I hadn't ignored him at first, he wouldn't have pestered me, and I wouldn't have borrowed money from him, which wouldn't have caused trouble for you, Brother Shirtu. I really didn't expect him to be your classmate. Boo-hoo. Shilei shook his head and said, I'm not his classmate. We're just in the same college, but different majors. He was just looking for trouble today, probably because he saw us together. I didn't know him before, I just heard about him. But boo-hoo. How could you bet with him, Brother Shirtu? His family is very rich, and he will definitely humiliate you severely. It's all my fault, Brother Shirtu. Don't pay attention to him. Can we not go? Shilei looked at the continuously crying Sun Yi and didn't know how to explain to her. He could deceive his classmates into thinking he was a rich second-generation kid hiding deeply, but this tactic was of no use to Sun Yi. He couldn't possibly tell her about the black card, right? Not to mention she would never believe it. Shilei was also very worried that if he revealed the black card, he and anyone who heard about it would be forcibly erased. He didn't dare to take that risk. Sun Yi could only let herself cry for a long time. Shilei gently advised, no matter what, Can you please stop crying for now? I know I can't compare to Wu Hao Yuan, but I have friends. Among my friends, there are people much wealthier than Wu Hao Yuan. I'll contact one of them later. We have a good relationship, and they will definitely help me. I've already told Wu Hao Yuan that if I don't show up tomorrow, he will definitely make a big deal out of it, and that would be even more troublesome. By then, you might also get dragged into it. With red eyes, Sun Yi looked into Shilei's eyes and said firmly, I'm not afraid. This matter started because of me, so I'm not afraid of Wu Hao Yuan dragging me into it. But I don't want to lose to him. Shilei shrugged helplessly. Sun Yi furrowed her brows, creating a small knot between them, and after a long while, she said, Brother Shirtu, is your friend really that wealthy? Will he really help you? Really? Then you should call him right now. Shilei didn't mind pretending to make a call. If he covered it up well enough, Sun Yi would find it hard to notice. However, he thought this was quite boring. Regarding the bet with Wu Hao Yuan, a billionaire card could easily settle things. The reason he let Wu Hao Yuan decide the time and place was that Shilei didn't know whether the billionaire card would work at the specified location once activated. If it didn't, he could just let the scepter tell him the address, and then he could set the meeting at the location given by the scepter. Moreover, Shilei had thought it through. It wasn't just about the supercars. That was only a tiny part of it. He also wanted to include mansions. And if there were private jets and yachts, it would be even better to showcase them. Since he was using the billionaire card, Shilei wanted to experience how a real billionaire lived, and the more elaborate the presentation, the more it would strike a blow to Wu Hao Yuan. Shilei hoped to completely impress Wu Hao Yuan in one go. If he were a truly impressive rich second generation, that would be one thing. But since he wasn't that powerful, Shilei was genuinely worried that Wu Hao Yuan would cling to him like a fly. Especially since he would still be at Wuda for another half a year. That would be incredibly annoying. If he's going to do it, he must ensure that the other side has no chance of retaliation. This matter is a bit complex, and it's not convenient to discuss it over the phone. I'll arrange to meet my friend later and talk to him about this properly. Also, he only has one car, and since I'm competing with Wu Hao Yuan, I naturally need to find a few more cars. He's a super rich second generation, and all his friends are exceptionally wealthy. As long as he's willing to help me. People like Wu Hao Yuan wouldn't even catch their eye. They would easily dismiss him. Don't worry. In any case, I'll take you with me tomorrow. And you can watch how I make Wu Hao Yuan lose face. Sun Yi was still very innocent. She tilted her head back, tears glistening on her eyelashes. She asked, really? Shilei nodded and said, of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you since we were kids? All right then, hurry up and find your friend. What if it's late and he goes to sleep? Without saying another word, Sun Yi pushed Shilei out from the corner. Oh, by the way, this is the hangover soup my mom taught me to make. Remember to drink it and don't drink so much alcohol in the future. The bus disappeared from sight. And Shilei clenched his fist in frustration, muttering, Wu Hao Yuan, you're asking for death. Why compare with me? You actually want to see who has the more extravagant lifestyle? Tomorrow, I'll show you what the real life of a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions looks like. With a sense of grandeur, Shilei headed straight to the nearby self-service bank. Once the last person left the bank, Shilei immediately inserted the black card and entered his password. He knew that as long as his black card was inserted into the ATM, no one would enter this self-service bank. He didn't know how the black card managed to do this, nor did he want to know. He just needed to know the result. When the scepter appeared, Shilei straightforwardly asked, if I use the billionaire card, I want to arrange for a few supercars, real supercars, starting at least 5 to 6 million. Is that a problem? The scepter disdainfully replied, look at your naive appearance. Just a few supercars, and you, a bottom-tier nobody, really don't know how the wealthy live. No matter how expensive supercars are, they're just toys. What billionaire doesn't he have a few limited edition supercars at home? Is it fine to have a mansion? I want to throw a party. It doesn't matter if there are celebrities or not, but at least a group of rich second-generation people should be present. Your request is too simple. First, decide when to use the billionaire card, and I can help you design a complete 24-hour itinerary. Shilei didn't forget to ask if he could decide to activate it tomorrow. The scepter impatiently told him that the billionaire card could be set to activate at a specific time, lasting a maximum of 24 hours. But it couldn't extend past midnight of the designated day. All right, then confirm it for tomorrow. Although I'll lose quite a bit of time, by midnight, it should be enough. A golden light flashed on the screen, and the previously shown billionaire card reappeared. After the number 1 appeared and then disappeared. The 3 in the upper right corner of the billionaire card quietly changed to 2. This indicated that the billionaire card had been confirmed for use. Regardless of whether Shilei needed the billionaire card's assistance afterward, the count would be reduced by 1. Congratulations, foolish laborer, your first billionaire day is about to arrive. Shilei smirked. The scepter was clearly trying to annoy him. He had previously emphasized that the scepter should not call him a slave, but an employee. Yet the scepter played with the wording slightly, changing employee to a similar term laborer, as the English word for laborer also implies servant. Even the bank logo on the black card had been altered to this word. Shilei didn't care to argue with the scepter about this. He was more concerned about what level of experience tomorrow's billionaire tour would reach. You can tell me any requirements you have now. I will strictly follow your requests and help you fully achieve a super rich lifestyle. Shilei thought for a moment and said, First, I want at least 3 supercars, each priced at no less than 5 million. The scepter sighed and said, You really are a country bumpkin. Wudong is at least a city with a supercar club, and a 5 million supercar might not even be able to enter that club. How embarrassing. Here's the deal. To match the lifestyle of a true billionaire, I'll adjust it to 8 supercars. Let me check which supercars are available in Wudong. Before long, the scepter spoke again, You're quite lucky. A few members from a supercar club in Magic City just drove their cars to Wudong, so I'll help you requisition those cars. Listen carefully. The 8 arranged cars will include a Lamborghini, a Ferrari 12, a Porsche 918, an Aston Martin, and a McLaren 1. The key one is a Koenigsegg. For the other 2, just grab a couple of mid-range cars to replace them. Shilei was stunned. He didn't know anything about cars. He recognized Lamborghini, Ferrari, and Porsche, but had only heard of McLaren because of a team, and he had no idea what a Koenigsegg was. Koenigsegg? Is it really the key one? Shilei questioned. The scepter once again displayed its disdain and said, I told you to read more fashion magazines and understand the wealthy lifestyle, but you didn't listen. You don't even know what a Koenigsegg is? Over 20 million for one, and it's not like you can just buy it if you have money. The Koenigsegg that will appear tomorrow will definitely overshadow all the supercars you know. Shilei was once again left dumbfounded. Over 20 million for one. I've only heard of a brand called Bugatti at that price. Over 20 million? Isn't that more expensive than Bugatti? Shilei exclaimed. The voice of the staff was icy. Based on the minimum and maximum, it should be a complete victory for Koenigsegg. Shilei was utterly speechless. Do you have any requirements for the location? The staff asked again. Shilei shook his head and said, That doesn't matter, as long as it's in Wudong. Considering your second requirement is to have a mansion for a cocktail party. Yes, a cocktail party, not a banquet. Because a banquet is not an event that super rich people are willing to attend. Let's arrange the location at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. It's originally a gathering place for racing cars, and there's a nice house on the mountain. Shilei thought. He hasn't even mentioned the second requirement, just the first. Yet the staff already figured out his second requirement from his previous words. Shilei, what other requirements could he have? 32nd generation rich kids with at least 5 billion in assets, and those offspring of officials, although not specified, must be at least the children of department-level officials to match those rich kids. Shilei suddenly felt a bit frightened. Living a day in the lifestyle provided by the rich card meant dealing with so many top-tier rich kids. He was a bit scared about what to do. This was somewhat reassuring. Shilei's legs finally stopped shaking. How useless. It seemed Shilei is still fundamentally a poor guy, and he felt embarrassed. Suddenly, he thought of a question and asked, Whose mansion is that on the mountaintop? If he finds out someone is having a cocktail party in his house, even if he doesn't live there, will there be problems in the future? These things don't need you to worry about. However, to put your stupid mind at ease, I'll reluctantly tell you. The important scenes involved in letting you experience the lifestyle of the rich are all obtained through legal and reasonable means. You can understand that someone borrowed that mansion from its owner for the purpose of throwing a cocktail party for a group of young people to connect. He already knew that there would be a cocktail party in that house tomorrow, so naturally, there wouldn't be any follow-up troubles. Shilei was speechless. He didn't understand how he had gone from being an employee to a mole. Oh, by the way, there's a helicopter in that house. If there are people in that group tomorrow who can fly, you can take a spin in the sky. But don't be too ostentatious. Just circle around the mansion twice. If you fly too far and attract the attention of nearby troops, that would really be a problem. Shilei's eyes nearly popped out. A helicopter? Don't joke around. That thing is just for show. Who wants to fly? I definitely won't let them start that helicopter. If you have no problems, I'll ask the last question. Shilei hurriedly said, I have no problems. This is already enough. He thought to himself, just this much, I don't even know how to digest it. But I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid. Oh my God, I'm really not afraid at all. The last question, how would you like those attending the cocktail party tomorrow to address you? Young Master Sure? This title is quite common, but with your character, it seems you really don't have any young master demeanor. The staff chuckled maliciously, clearly mocking Shilei mercilessly. Chapter 78. A malicious bet. Walking out of the self-service bank. Shilei still felt a bit dazed. After pulling out the black card, he checked the few cars mentioned by the staff on his phone. Those famous brands were actually not bad. They were mostly around 5 to 6 million, just barely matching the level he mentioned. However, he thought that only one of the unknown Koenigsegg was in the 8-digit range, but unexpectedly, that McLaren 1 actually cost over 10 million. As for Koenigsegg, there is only one model currently on sale, worth over 26 million. Shilei even specifically checked the Bugatti he knew about. It started at 25 million. After searching Baidu, Shilei learned that Bugatti's starting price was 25 million, with the high-end models around 45 million. As for Koenigsegg, which he genuinely had no idea about, The cheapest model currently available in the country was over 26 million, while the expensive one, called Koenigsegg one, was 100 million. Shilei was sweating from the search. For cars of this brand, he could only say it's not surprising that he didn't know, as it was too far from his life. Without the existence of the black card, Shilei found it hard to imagine how much he could earn in his lifetime. If he made around 200,000 to 300,000 a year, he would probably earn about 10 million in his lifetime. Forget about top-tier Koenigseggs. He couldn't even afford the cheapest ones. This was under the condition that he worked his whole life without eating or drinking, considering normal living expenses. Shilei's original life trajectory would likely mean he could never afford a car worth over $1 million. Even that 40-some thousand bumblebee owned by Wu Haoyuan was something Shilei could only look at. Feeling dejected, Shilei felt like he was trudging along. Is this the life of top-tier rich people? But why did Shilei feel that just listening to it was quite unbelievable? Then he remembered the staff saying that the rich card was actually not that useful, and that he could live such a life by leveling up a few times. Shilei felt a bit confused. Living such a life? It must cost at least $1 million or so each week, right? But the key point is that the limit cannot accumulate, and Shilei felt a bit lost. Sitting on a stone bench on campus, Shilei's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. Finally, he collected his thoughts. No matter what, since he had already obtained this black card, he should work hard, at least to keep himself alive. He took out his phone, wanting to call Wu Haoyuan to tell him the location for tomorrow. But at that moment, he remembered that he didn't have Wu Haoyuan's number at all. Remembering that Sun Yi used to know Wu Haoyuan and even borrowed money from him, she should have his number. He sent a WeChat message to Sun Yi, telling her, "I've already talked to my friend. And he said he has a few friends coming from Modu today, all driving top luxury cars. There's a gathering tomorrow, and they will take me along, ensuring I get some face." Shilei quickly typed, "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" Sun Yi sent back a smiley face first, then followed up with another message. "That's great. Your friend is really nice." Shilei replied, "What's Wu Haoyuan's number? I need to tell him the location for tomorrow." "Sunny Yi, I'll look for it in my blacklist. I blocked his number a long time ago." After a while, Sunny Yi's message came again, this time with a phone number. Shilei wasted no time and called Wu Haoyuan directly. Soon, Wu Haoyuan answered the phone. On the phone, Wu Haoyuan's tone was relatively polite, but as soon as Shilei stated his name, Wu Haoyuan exploded. "You dare to call me? I thought you were hiding like a turtle. I only remembered after leaving that restaurant that you didn't even give me your contact information." Shilei ruthlessly interrupted him. "Cut the crap. I'm calling you now, right? Tomorrow at 10, right? Good. At the foot of Qinglong Mountain, the entrance of that park. Don't tell me you don't know the place. Are you bringing reinforcements? Someone is willing to help you, and you start showing off to me? Let's talk about what happens if you lose tomorrow. I can't just bring a bunch of luxury cars for you to see, and you lose and leave casually, right?" Wu Haoyuan said through clenched teeth. Shilei smiled faintly. In the face of Wu Haoyuan's aggression, he became completely calm. "I actually forgot about that. Okay. What do you want? But I advise you to leave some room for yourself, lest you lose and can't get off the stage." Wu Haoyuan immediately got furious. "Am I going to lose to a poor guy like you? I really don't know who you found or what car you borrowed that makes you so arrogant. Want me to leave room? No way. That room is for you to keep, right? You're afraid that if you lose, my conditions will be too harsh and you won't be able to get off the stage? Shilei, let me tell you, you better get ready to embarrass yourself tomorrow." Shilei chuckled to himself. This was exactly his purpose. He wanted Wu Haoyuan to think that when he said to leave some room, it was for his own sake. Just that Koenigsegg, Shilei believed. Even if he sold Wu Haoyuan, he couldn't afford it. And besides, Wu Dong didn't even have this car. Even if the Wu family had enough influence to borrow it, they wouldn't be able to. The less room Wu Haoyuan left, the worse he would lose in the end. Pretending to be angry, Shilei panted and said, "Fine. You draw the line, whatever it is, I'll accept it. This is what you said." Wu Haoyuan was already gritting his teeth. He had thought about the stakes long ago. And he said, "Qinglong Mountain, right? There's a lake up there. If the car you borrow tomorrow isn't better than mine, then you have to strip naked in front of everyone and swim a whole circle in that lake. It doesn't matter if you can't swim. The water by the shore isn't deep. You can just walk a circle without it going over your shoulders. Finally, stand by the shore naked and shout 3 times that you are an idiot." Shilei was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Haoyuan to be so daring to bet like this. This kid really was bold. But he couldn't help but wonder what a spectacular scene it would be when he lost and had to swim naked in front of everyone while shouting that he was an idiot. All right, I already know you're an idiot." Shilei laughed. Wu Haoyuan then realized he had misspoken, gritting his teeth even more. He hated Shilei to the core. "Don't take advantage of your words, do you dare? Say something. If I win, will you do the same? Swim around the lake naked and then stand on the shore shouting 3 times that you are an idiot? Just based on you. You still want to win against me? Dream on." Shilei teased. "What's wrong? Wu young master afraid?" "I'm not afraid of anything," Wu Haoyuan said through gritted teeth. "Kid, If you dare to default tomorrow, I'll personally strip you and throw you into the lake. And if you don't follow the bet, I guarantee you won't get a Wu family's diploma even by senior year. You should worry about yourself." Shilei hung up the phone, feeling a mix of emotions. This Wu Haoyuan was playing a big game. As for whether Wu Haoyuan would refuse to honor the bet, he wasn't worried at all. As the staff said, tomorrow at the party, everyone present would be second-generation rich kids with at least 50 billion in their families, along with some official second-generation kids. These people had seen it all. But swimming naked in the winter while shouting that someone was an idiot was probably something they hadn't seen before. They would definitely be eager to see Wu Haoyuan honor the bet. Just thinking about swimming around the lake in the winter made Shilei shiver. Wouldn't that be life-threatening? Chapter 79, Young Master Shi and Young Master Wei. Although the appointment was at 10 o'clock, Shilei got up early, called a car, and headed straight to Sunny Yi's house. Shilei thought that since he was dealing with a group of super-rich kids, his outfit barely passed. But Sunny Yi's getup was not bad. It was just too plain. Moreover, Shilei had already confirmed that buying something for Sun Yi should count within his budget. He had a little over 20,000 on him, just enough to get Sun Yi an outfit. Since he had agreed to pick Sun Yi up in the morning, the little girl got up even earlier than Shilei, prepared breakfast, and was just waiting for him to come eat. After taking a look at Sun Yi's mother, who was in good spirits, Shilei exchanged some pleasantries and had breakfast together. The car they had booked was supposed to be for half a day, and after finishing breakfast, it was still waiting at the door. Shilei took Sun Yi straight to the Daiji Plaza in the city center, where he had bought his Alienware computer. When Shilei dragged Sun Yi into the brand store, the little girl was taken aback. Her timid legs seemed to take root, and she didn't dare to go in. "How much is this going to cost?" "No way," the little girl said to Shilei, feeling wronged. Shilei rubbed her little head and said, "My friend is a super rich kid, and the people he invited are all super rich kids too. If you dress like this, wouldn't that embarrass my friend? Look at me. I'm dressed in all Armani. It's not as expensive as you think." After much persuasion, Sun Yi reluctantly walked inside. The store had just opened early in the morning, and the salespeople were still a bit lethargic. But when they saw Shilei walk in with a beautifully crafted girl, their eyes lit up immediately. These salespeople had a good eye, and they could tell at a glance which brand Shilei was wearing. Plus, with the handsome guy and beautiful girl, they were even more enthusiastic. Certainly thinking, which rich kid has taken a liking to a Cinderella? After a while, Shilei picked out a long dress and a small jacket for Sun Yi, totaling just over 20,000, basically exhausting his budget for the week, leaving him with only 3,000 or 4,000, which would be gone after 2 meals. When Sun Yi saw the price tag, she was even more shocked. Spending over 20,000 like this was nerve-wracking, especially since Shilei spent it as if it weren't his own money. Sun Yi thought maybe she could wear it today and then return it after supporting Shilei and his friends. Generally, such brands allowed unconditional returns, right? But the salesperson was quick to act, and since Shilei said she was going to wear it directly, she cut all the tags without a word. Sun Yi was in despair. Now returning it was impossible. But since it had already been bought, Sun Yi could only leave wearing it, walking awkwardly the whole way as if she suddenly forgot how to walk. In her words, she was afraid of wrinkling the clothes, which cost over 20,000. Shilei could only express helplessness. After all, a month ago, his situation was similar to Sun Yi's, or maybe even worse. Although the black card constantly threatened Shilei's safety, it also provided him with a material life that others might struggle for a lifetime to achieve. Due to Sun Yi's lack of cooperation, buying clothes took a bit longer, and although they hurried on their way, they still arrived a bit late at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. When they got out of the car, not just Shilei and Sun Yi, even the ride-hailing driver was shocked. Although his car was considered a luxury model in ride-hailing, it was only worth 500,000 to 600,000, which wasn't really luxurious. Compared to the cars in front of him, it was utterly inferior, especially when Shilei held Sun Yi's hand as they got out of the car. A young man in his 20s immediately came forward with a smile, saying, "Young Master Shi, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time." The ride-hailing driver thought to himself why this rich person needed to hire his car. Someone who could gather with such a group must be of matching status. Such people not only have their own cars, but surely their drivers do too. He couldn't understand why they were so happy to have a commoner like him. Shilei was also quite surprised. He didn't expect someone to recognize him as soon as he arrived and greet him so proactively. After everything, how could he forget this? This made Shilei feel a deeper understanding of the mystery of the black card. On the contrary, Sun Yi didn't seem surprised. She just thought this young man was Shilei's friend, and that calling him young Master Shi was just to help him save face. Shilei didn't know how to address the other party, so he could only clasp his hands together and say, sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way, making you wait." Then, he turned to give the ride-hailing driver the payment for the trip, saying, "All right, thank you. The car rental is settled now." The ride-hailing driver silently accepted the money, thinking that online it was said that rich second-generation kids were arrogant and overbearing. But those were probably the ones without much money. Look at this person. This is what a top-tier wealthy family's son looks like. Humble and polite. Even treating a commoner like me with such courtesy. A group of people gathered around, and the young man pulled Shilei and said, "This is Shilei. Young Master Shur, today's gathering is organized by him. I heard there's going to be a big show for us to watch later." Shilei glanced around. There seemed to be only about 10 owners of these supercars, the oldest of whom looked to be under 30, and the youngest was naturally around Shilei's age. This group of people wasn't too distant. Socializing was something they had become accustomed to since childhood. As long as one was within the same circle, there was no such thing as strangers. Being introduced by a friend from the circle, especially someone who emphasized that he was Shur Shao, meant that his background was definitely not inferior to theirs. So, one by one, they greeted Shilei, introducing themselves by name. "Shur Shao, Wei Shao. What fun are we having today? Share a bit with us," someone suggested with a smile, and the others echoed in agreement. Shilei then learned that the one who introduced him to the others was called Wei Shao. Although he didn't know the full name yet, at least he knew how to address him. Even though Shilei understood that these people would forget about him after today, he couldn't help but feel a bit shy when facing these elegantly dressed and extraordinary young individuals. Therefore, Shilei said, "Everyone, no need to be so polite. Just call me Shur too. I've been used to that since I was little. As for the fun we're having today, Wei Shao, how about you tell everyone a bit about it?" Shilei teased, actually worried that he might say too much. Wei Shao smiled slightly, putting his arm around Shilei's shoulder, and said, "Since you've asked everyone not to call you Shur Shao, then you shouldn't be so polite with me either. They can call me that, but you too? Do you think my name, Wei Qing, sounds too feminine?" Shilei was speechless, thinking to himself that he didn't know what his full name was. Couldn't the staff have told him these things in advance? Actually, Shilei was wronging the staff because the wealthy card was calculated by natural days, meaning from midnight of the current day to midnight of the next day. For these rich kids, midnight was just the beginning of their nightlife. Therefore, normally, after the wealthy card activated at midnight, the intermediary, which was Wei Qing, would take Shilei to some nightlife venue, perhaps a bar or a quiet club, to chat and drink, allowing Shilei to understand the identities of the others better. However, because Shilei requested to start directly from 10 a.m., the previous process was omitted. The staff made careful arrangements to let Shilei know how to address Wei Qing in the shortest time possible, while also showing that they had a close relationship. "Don't say that. I'm just showing respect for you, Wei Shao," Shilei joked lightly, knowing he wouldn't be found out. Wei Qing kicked Shilei lightly and laughed. "You guy, can't you leave me alone? If you keep this up, I'll take the people and leave." Shilei quickly clasped his hands together in apology. My bad. But when it came to the stakes, Shilei was not surprised to see that these young masters and princesses, no matter how wild they usually were, only interacted with people of the same status. Even if there were deep grievances, it wouldn't escalate to this level. When Shilei suggested swimming naked around the lake and standing on the shore shouting that he was an idiot, everyone burst into laughter, finally feeling that this event was worth getting up early for. "Sure too, this is too harsh. Even if he a nobody, with you doing this. How is he supposed to show his face after this? Even his family might get dragged into this mess," someone in the crowd joked. Shilei shrugged. "This isn't my idea. That guy thinks he got it in the bag and wants me to embarrass myself even more. I'm just forced into it." Wei Qing pushed Shilei's shoulder and laughed. "Don't give me that. This is totally your setup. You're pushing him to the limit step by step. Aren't you? Don't act innocent with me. I know what you're like." Shilei looked innocent and spread his hands. "Really? I'm just as wronged. Honestly, I didn't know he would go this far. It's too intense." Everyone laughed heartily, and then Shilei's phone rang. He took it out and made a shushing gesture. Everyone knew it was Wu Haoyuan calling to say he was almost there. "Hey, Shilei, where are you?" "I'm here, but I can't see you. I'll tell you, if you don't show up today, I'll break your legs." Wu Haoyuan's angry voice came through as soon as the call connected. Facing these rich second-generation kids, Shilei felt a bit shy. But he was completely at ease when dealing with someone like Wu Haoyuan. "What are you yelling about?" A toad's voice is loud. "Let us hope the engines of the cars you bring can be that loud." "I'm already here. Where are you?" "You said at the park entrance." "I'm right here waiting for you. Don't be scared when you see me later." Wu Haoyuan's voice was both harsh and smug, indicating that the car he brought exceeded expectations. "All right, just wait a minute," Shilei said before hanging up. He turned to the eager rich kids and said, "He's south at the park entrance. Shall we head down a bit? We don't want them to turn around in fear before they even get close." Everyone quickly got into their cars, and Wei Qing tossed the car keys to Shilei, saying, "You drive my car." Though Shilei didn't know which car was Wei Qing's, everyone else got into their own vehicles. Wei Qing climbed into a Koenigsegg, leaving only one car unattended, which Shilei naturally took the confused Sun E towards a Maserati. Although he knew how to drive and got his license before university, Shilei still fumbled for a while before figuring out how to start the car and shift gears. When he pressed the accelerator, the car roared to life, and Shilei couldn't help but feel exhilarated by the sound. Shifting into gear and gently pressing the accelerator, the Maserati shot forward effortlessly. The convoy behind was just about to follow, but Wei Qing suddenly blocked the other cars, poking his head out of the window and saying to the back, "Let us go out in 2 minutes." Everyone was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Wei Qing's car was the cheapest among the 8, only costing around 2 million. For them, that was definitely entry level. The reason Wei Qing didn't let Shilei drive the most expensive Koenigsegg, but his own car, was to let Shilei go out first. If the cars Wu Haoyuan brought couldn't even match the Maserati, winning would be quite meaningless. He hoped that at least 1 or 2 of the cars Wu Haoyuan brought would be impressive enough. When they saw Shilei alone in a Maserati worth over 2 million, they would surely brag about it. Then, as Wei Qing and the others appeared one by one, each car more expensive than the last, when the Koenigsegg finally showed up, those people would surely feel defeated. At that moment, Shilei was immersed in the joy of driving a luxury car worth over 2 million, completely unaware that the convoy behind him hadn't followed. As he sped around a bend, he suddenly spotted a line of sports cars parked at the park entrance through the windshield. Wu Haoyuan was also observing the surroundings. Although he felt that Shilei might not dare to show up, he still wanted to see what car Shilei would bring if he dared to come. Just as Shilei rounded the bend, Wu Haoyuan noticed him immediately. Focusing closely, he quickly saw Sun Yi in the passenger seat. A Maserati? This kid really went all out. I wonder where he borrowed it from, a wedding company? But it looks like it has a Wuzhong license plate. Isn't that a local car? Wu Haoyuan glanced at his own convoy of 6 cars, which was basically his limit. His own Bumblebee was naturally the worst. There was a Porsche Boxster, costing around 800,000 to 900,000, a Mercedes-Benz just over 1 million, and a Lotus Evora worth around 1.3 million. An Audi A8, mid-range, costs 1.8 million. Although this was overshadowed by Shilei's car, the key point is that Wu Haoyuan also has a show-stopping Aston Martin 11, which costs a total of 3.5 million. And this car doesn't have high or low configurations. Shilei's Maserati, even at top configuration, is definitely not as impressive as this car. Chapter 81, The Outburst of the Sister. Although he felt confident that he would win, Wu Haoyuan's spine felt a bit cold. That Aston Martin was something he had begged for a long time, and only after a friend's help did he manage to sneak his cousin's car out. If it weren't for this 3 million car as a backup, Wu Haoyuan would have really lost to Shilei today. Damn, this kid really spent a lot, huh? The Maserati, even at the top configuration, is close to 3 million, and once it's south on the road, it's over 3 million. Even the low configuration is around 2 million, and it's over 2.5 million once it's south on the road. It must be rented. Wu Haoyuan squinted his eyes and said resentfully. Next to him was the guy who helped him sneak his cousin's Aston Martin out. He sneered and said, "Isn't it just a Maserati? Although it's over 2 million, it's just one car. Even without my cousin's car as the finale. With our 5 cars, can he really say he won 1 against 5? Wu Haoyuan thought about it and found it reasonable, but still felt something was off. At this moment, Shilei's car drove up to them. Without waiting for Shilei to get out, Wu Haoyuan aggressively approached and provocatively said, "Wow, you really spent a lot, huh? Renting this car must cost a lot, right? It's nice, but too bad there's only one car. A wedding company doesn't have that many luxury cars, right? Even if they did, I bet you can't afford them, right? One is already at the limit." Shilei couldn't be bothered to argue with him and found it strange why he would say that. Didn't he see the 7 cars following behind? However, after thinking it through, Shilei pushed open the car door, got out, and stood in front of Wu Haoyuan, looking at the convoy behind him. "How dare your Bumblebee mix in with them? The other cars don't seem that impressive either." Wu Haoyuan immediately got angry and pointed at Shilei, shouting, "Are you blind? Do you think just because you have a Maserati, you're amazing? Look closely at my buddy's cars. Porsche, Mercedes, Lotus, Audi. Just these 4 cars directly outclass you. No matter how expensive your car is, can it be more expensive than the total of these 4? Shilei slowly shook his head and said, "Wu Haoyuan, I find you to be shameless to the extreme. Why don't you just find a taxi company and get 200 taxis? That would total over 20 million, and it would look spectacular. We could line them up and block the traffic here. Wouldn't that be great?" Fortunately, with an Aston Martin 11 as backup, Wu Haoyuan felt especially grateful that he had his friend steal his cousin's car. With a gloomy face, Wu Haoyuan said, "I don't want to argue with your nonsense. Look closely at the car behind. Do you know what an Aston Martin is? It's on the same level as a Lamborghini, starting at over 3 million. Your car, even at the top configuration, barely makes it to 3 million, right? Shilei, how do you want to compare now?" Shilei didn't actually know much about those cars. He only recognized Audi, Mercedes, and Porsche among the 6 cars behind Wu Haoyuan. While he wasn't too clear about Lotus or Aston Martin, however, he believed that Wu Haoyuan wouldn't play tricks in such a place. Since he said the Aston Martin was over 3 million, it must be true. Feeling a bit lazy, Shilei said, "Over 3 million car, I'm scared to death. How precious? Is it electronic ignition? Does it burn fuel well? Is it easy to install if the chain comes off?" "Shilei," Wu Haoyuan shouted angrily. "Stop messing with me. You're the one who's riding a bicycle. Even if I don't compare the number of cars with you. Your car is capped at 3 million, while my Aston Martin is listed at 3 million on the official website. Now you've lost. What is it going to be? Are you driving up the mountain to fulfill your bet? Or am I going to drag you up there, strip you, and throw you in the lake? Don't blame me for not warning you. If I have to take action, you won't have a good ending today. Your family definitely doesn't want you to spend 4 years in college but not even get a diploma, right?" Sunny sat in the car, trembling in fear. Just hearing Wu Haoyuan talk about cars worth millions was enough to severely traumatize her young heart. She knew even less about cars than Shilei, only recognizing that the cars she saw today looked very cool, with only the Mercedes and Audi logos being identifiable. She didn't recognize any of the cars from Shilei's side, so she naturally had no idea of their value. In her eyes, Mercedes and Audi represented top-tier cars, so she assumed Shilei had already lost. Furthermore, Sunny thought that since Wei Qing let Shilei take this car first, it must be the most expensive one. The reason Wei Qing and his group hadn't appeared yet was probably because they were too intimidated by the car's value. Now hearing Wu Haoyuan say this, she became anxious. She didn't want to see Shilei stripped and jumping into the lake. Nor did she want to see him unable to graduate after 4 years of study. And she knew that all of this was because of her. So her heart was filled with mixed feelings, causing her to burst into tears. She jumped out of the car and stood in front of Shilei. "Wu Haoyuan, this is all because of me. Don't make things difficult for Shilei. Don't think you're amazing just because you have money. Bullying people because your family is rich is not a skill." The group of young rascals behind Wu Haoyuan immediately laughed, each one chuckling. "Wow, a beauty saving a hero. Haoyuan, I'm not saying you. Losing to such a poor loser, you really are embarrassing. Why waste words with them? Just throw him in the lake." Shilei saw Sunny using her frail body to block him, feeling a mix of emotions. Looking at her shoulders shaking with tears, he felt a pang of pain and gently embraced Sunny, whispering, "Don't worry, we haven't lost. You don't need to do this." Sunny looked up with tear-stained cheeks, which made Shilei's heart ache even more. Meanwhile, Wu Haoyuan showed a fierce expression and said, "Shilei, stop performing your sad play here. It's useless. I'm not some kind-hearted person. Since you agreed to my bet, you must fulfill it today. Brothers, let us teach this loser how to behave. Also, I'm changing the rules. Whether you jump into the lake voluntarily or I throw you in, you can forget about getting that Wu diploma." Saying this, he stepped closer to Shilei. Although Sun Yi felt scared and her small body trembled, she still stood firmly in front of Shilei, stretching out her arms to block him. "You think I won't be able to get the Wu diploma? You should worry about yourself." Shilei was also angry and turned to shout behind him, "Aren't you guys coming out? Are you waiting for it to get dark?" Chapter 82. There's always a higher mountain. Shilei didn't know that all his conversations here were clearly heard by the convoy behind him. Wei Qing had long been prepared. There was a walkie-talkie in his Maserati. He had tampered with the walkie-talkie to keep it in a constant state of communication. This meant that everything Shilei said near the car could be heard by them. But even if they spoke through the walkie-talkie, Shilei wouldn't hear it. At first, they just thought it was funny and wanted to see more jokes. The more Wu Haoyuan jumped, the harder he would fall. They didn't expect Sun Yi to jump out. The situation changed quickly, and they didn't react in time. Now, with Shilei's angry shout, Wei Qing remained calm. Since it had come to this, he wasn't in a hurry for a minute or two. He gestured lightly, signaling for the Acura worth 3 million to go first, saying, "I'll be the backup at the end. You all follow the price." So, the Acura took the lead, stepping on the gas, and as it exited the turn, it appeared before Wu Haoyuan's group. Unlike Shilei, although Wu Haoyuan's group wouldn't be able to get particularly expensive sports cars from their families, how could they not recognize these luxury car brands? The Acura was indeed a bit obscure, but as soon as it appeared, it caught their attention. By the time the Acura stopped next to Shilei, they all realized that this car was also arranged by Shilei, causing them to feel a bit uneasy. Shilei had just mentioned you, and clearly, this Acura was not a match for the Aston Martin 11, which indicated there were more cars behind. However, Wu Haoyuan was already losing his composure. Although he was slightly surprised by the appearance of the Acura, he still maintained his anger. "An Acura? Finally hitting 3 million. But you think you can beat me with this car? Shilei, today I'm going to let you know why the flowers are so red." Shilei ignored him. But someone in the car couldn't help but roll down the window and said, "It's just that young master sure said to play around. and insisted on a sports car. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I brought out my usual Mulsanne? The Mulsanne, a model from Bentley, was just a sedan, and even the low-end version cost at least 5 million. Wu Haoyuan, blinded by greed, immediately mocked, Mulsanne? I have a Rolls-Royce. If the car in his mouth counted, he could just bring over his Gulfstream from the ground. Ha. He thought he would get agreement from the few people behind him, but to his surprise, they were all silent, as if their mouths were glued shut. One of them even gently called out to the young man in the Acura, young Master Chun. What brings you here? Young Master Chun was a bit surprised, glanced at the person, thought for a moment, and ignored him, as he really couldn't remember who that was. At this moment, Wu Haoyuan began to realize something. The few people he invited were all from families better off than his. The one who spoke just now likely had assets several times greater than Wu Haoyuan's. Despite knowing him for so long, Wu Haoyuan had never seen this person refer to anyone as young master. Before he could think too much, another roar of engines came, and a fiery red Ferrari came rushing by, not stopping next to Shilei, but directly blocking the exit in front of Wu Haoyuan's group. Seeing the car speed past him, Wu Haoyuan was slightly startled and secretly relieved, thinking this must be a misunderstanding. This car wasn't brought by Shilei. However, when the car stopped and the person inside rolled down the window to whistle mockingly, Wu Haoyuan realized he was already in trouble. This Ferrari was the Ferrari 12, worth over 5 million and landed over 6 million. It wasn't over yet. Another roar of an engine followed. This time, it was another Aston Martin. But this one was probably around 6 million, slightly more expensive than the Ferrari 12. The Aston Martin circled around Wu Haoyuan and his group before slowly stopping beside the Aston Martin 11, almost as if showing off deliberately. Wu Haoyuan felt a chill run through him. His mind went blank, not understanding how Shilei could gather so many luxury cars for help. But it still wasn't finished. The Lamborghini that Wu Haoyuan had just mentioned appeared in front of everyone, flashing a streak of yellow light, parking next to the Ferrari, and deliberately revving the engine a couple of times. Lamborghini, that car must be around 7 or 8 million, right? Someone whispered behind Wu Haoyuan. The window of the Lamborghini was rolled down, and the person inside poked their head out, modestly saying, "The appetizer is done, now the real stars are coming." Everyone was dumbfounded. A 7 or 8 million car was just an appetizer, and they had already recognized the person driving the Lamborghini. A well-known young talent from Wudong City. Although he was a second-generation rich kid, after graduating from university, he took $1 billion from his family, and now his personal assets had reached over 10 billion. Together, they might be able to compete with him, with even louder engine roars. A flashy McLaren 1 made its grand entrance, priced at over 12 million, enough to blind this group of wealthy individuals. Is this never going to end? A car worth over 10 million? And even a limited edition like the one, which isn't even considered mass-produced, dares to show up? How can we live? It was far from over. The Porsche 918 finally made its appearance, appearing relatively low-key, slowly driving up to the Porsche Boxster, rolling down the window, and saying, "Oh, isn't this our little brother from the Porsche family?" The person driving the Porsche Boxster almost pressed the gas to charge forward, risking a collision with the 918. This was almost a collective cry of despair from the 6 people on Wu Haoyuan's side. The only difference was that the others felt embarrassed but were relieved it didn't hurt their foundation, while Wu Haoyuan felt like he was dying. Whether comparing price or lineup. Even if he tied together all the cars on his side, including the 200 taxis Shilei mentioned, it would only be equivalent to the last 2 jaw-dropping million-dollar luxury cars. However, despair doesn't just come from standing on the edge of a cliff. It also requires someone to gently push you from behind. Wu Haoyuan thought the million-dollar cars were definitely the final show, but he soon learned what a real finale was. Without much noise, a Koenigsegg appeared at the turn, moving so slowly it seemed like it was reviewing the troops on Chang'an Street, barely hitting 20 miles per hour. At such a low speed, weren't they afraid of burning out the oil? Koenigsegg, the 5 people behind Wu Haoyuan exclaimed in unison, turning around to get in their cars, wishing they had never known Wu Haoyuan in their lives. Are you sick? Do you want to die? Their friend is driving a Koenigsegg, and you're still trying to compete with them? If you want to die, just die far away. Don't bring us down with you, okay? This is a Koenigsegg. If we put more wheels on our cars, can you even see their taillights? Chapter 83, The Gift of Love. Wei Qing ostentatiously parked the Koenigsegg about 20 to 30 meters away from Shilei, poking his head out of the window and saying, "Should I not have shown up? Shilei, this is a bit too much, right?" Wu Haoyuan felt a surge of blood rush to his mouth. He had never believed in the saying that someone would spit blood when enraged, but now, feeling both ashamed and angry, he knew that someone who could afford such a car was definitely not someone he could provoke. With a lump in his throat, he couldn't even dare to curse. And Wu Haoyuan finally experienced what it felt like to want to spit blood. He already had a metallic taste in his mouth, and his tongue had been bitten by him. "Wu Haoyuan, is my friend's car okay?" Shilei finally managed to say this line. which he had rehearsed for a long time the night before. Wu Haoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, staring fiercely at Shilei, unable to utter a word. But in his heart, he was screaming wildly, "Shilei, who the hell are you? How could you have such friends? You've been at Wuda for over 3 years, and you've been too low-key, right? You don't show off like this, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." At the same time, Wu Haoyuan also realized that if Shilei's actions could be called pretending to be a pig, he absolutely could not be that tiger. Compared to these cars before him, he wasn't even a mouse. He was a toad, a trivial bug in a well. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, there really are no more cars behind. If that still doesn't satisfy you, that's all I can do. He had never seen the legendary cars worth over 100 million. The more Stone Lei downplayed the situation, the more Wu Haoyuan felt like he was living in hell. At this moment, he simply wanted to bury his head in his own backside. Only then might the world calm down a bit, right? I absolutely hate it when people compare money or anything like that with me. Having money isn't something you earned yourself, is it, Wu Haoyuan? Showing off with your family's power, do you think that's interesting? Stone Lei seized the opportunity to lean in closer, softly stabbing Wu Haoyuan, who was in shock, in the ear. Wu Haoyuan was internally roaring and raging. It's meaningless. Showing off is the most pointless thing ever, not even a bit meaningful. So why are you still showing off? Sun Yi had already stopped crying. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she had heard the gasps from the people Wu Haoyuan brought. When the 5th car appeared, Sun Yi heard someone mumbling about 7 or 8 million, and then someone inside the car said it was just an appetizer. Only then did she finally realize that the next 3 cars should each be more expensive than the last. If the 5th one is already 7 or 8 million, how much would the 6th, 7th, and 8th ones cost? Sun Yi felt her brain was insufficient. She had scored over 130 in math when she got into Wudong University, but now she felt she had forgotten even basic addition and subtraction. A car worth over 10 million? Sun Yi thought this world was so crazy, and that there were people among Stone Lei's friends like this. Even if there was just one, it was something Sun Yi had never even dreamed of reaching. Stone Lei tightly hugged Sun Yi and whispered, "Are you relieved now?" Sun Yi dazedly nodded, looking particularly innocent and gentle, like a frightened little white rabbit. "How much are these cars?" Sun Yi asked shyly. Stone Lei pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Those 2 combined are equal to the last one, which is over 26 million. Wu Haoyuan felt dizzy. He had just said this to Stone Lei. Although the wording was different, the meaning was the same. "No, I don't want to swim naked in front of so many people. I haven't even learned how to swim yet. It's too cold. I definitely would freeze to death in the lake before I even finish swimming. I'm such a fool. I'm a big fool. I could shout 100 times that I'm a fool, but please don't make me go into the lake. I'm scared." Wu Haoyuan looked up, both aggrieved and pitiful, at Wei Qing, who completely ignored him. He quickly turned his pleading gaze to Stone Lei. At this moment, Wu Haoyuan felt no hatred towards Stone Lei anymore. It was simply not on the same level. Hatred was useless. Have you ever heard of a rabbit hating a wolf? Even if the wolf eats rabbits, when a rabbit sees a wolf, it can only turn and run. The best outcome is to never encounter each other again. There should be love. This world should be filled with love, and we should use love to touch this world. At this moment, Wu Haoyuan remembered everything. He wished he could sing the theme song of a variety show in front of Stone Lei. Love is, love is, love is. Stone Lei remained unmoved. Wei Qing still maintained an elegant smile, saying to those who had already dived into the car and dared not come out, "Shall we go up the mountain together? Stone Xiao has prepared a wine party at the top. The more people, the livelier." Livelihood, my ass. Who would dare go up the mountain at this time? Those little rich kids would rather fly away if they could. Among this group, they recognized 3 people, besides Qin Xiao and that young talent. There was also a girl sitting in the passenger seat of the McLaren, who was the daughter of the commander of the Wudong military district. With such a group of people backing Stone Lei, even if they didn't know him well and considered him just a lowly person at this moment, they could only bow down to him in awe. These people were all figures they usually looked up to. Their parents hoped they could befriend such people. But whether for themselves or their families, they all knew it was just a fantasy. If their current family wealth could multiply by 3 to 5 times, they might barely squeeze into this circle. Wu Haoyuan, oh Wu Haoyuan, what kind of existence have you provoked? We have other business, so we want to go. Wish you a good time. The person who had recognized Qin Xiao poked his head out of the car window and said, casting a glance at Qin Xiao. He had met Qin Xiao at a gathering where the host had nearly bowed to welcome him, but Qin Xiao had just glanced and said it was meaningless. Barely took a sip of wine and left. He knew Qin Xiao wouldn't remember him, but he could only hope that Qin Xiao would tell him to get lost for recognizing him. Qin Xiao noticed the person's gaze, knowing full well, but only said with a smile, "Let us all go up the mountain. It would be a pity not to see the grand show." The wine party is said to be quite good. Stone Xiao seems to have opened a bottle of Romanicani. Stone Lei didn't even know what Romanicani was. But everyone else except him and Sun E was very clear. Romanée-Conti is a brand of red wine, with the cheapest new wine worth €8,000, about 60 to 70,000 in soft sister currency. However, that was futures, not current wine. For current wine, almost every bottle would be auctioned, and it was nearly impossible to get it for less than 150,000 soft sister currency. Yet, none of these people wanted to drink. Chapter 84. Passing through your entire world. Wei Qing spoke up. Clearly, aside from Stone Lei, he was the focus among this group. Chun Xiao naturally had to support him. As for the guy who had been wagging his tail and begging him, he couldn't even remember who it was. Why should he give him face? The standoff and silence lasted, and Wu Haoyuan didn't even know how he got into the car. All he knew was that the friends he had invited were all driving and following behind that Koenigsegg, which seemed to never exceed 20 miles per hour, up the mountain. Several cars from Stone Lei's convoy had also left, and in his almost blank mind, he started that bumblebee, which was usually so impressive in Wuda. But in this convoy looked just like a taxi, being pushed up the mountain by a Porsche 911 and a McLaren. Wu Haoyuan knew he couldn't escape this calamity. However, being escorted by two supercars worth over 10 million each seemed like some kind of honor. This was something Stone Lei said to Sun E while driving a Maserati. Sun E giggled, but then worriedly said, "Brother Shirtu, are we really going to make Wu Haoyuan swim naked?" Stone Lei smiled and said while driving, "Let us see how he performs. But in this cold weather, truly swimming around the lake could lead to fatalities. But we have to make a point, just a hint. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In short, I want him to avoid me whenever he sees me at Wuda from now on." Sunny nodded, not feeling particularly sorry, but just worried something might go wrong. Soon, the convoy arrived at the mountaintop, where there were climbers along the way. Seeing such a fleet of cars left them dumbfounded, and they all took pictures. Seeing this scene, Stone Lei was a bit worried. If these people all posted on social media, wouldn't it cause an unmanageable uproar? When they reached the mountaintop, in such cold weather, basically no one would linger by the Emerald Lake. Plus, with this group of luxury cars surrounding them, a few who wanted to come closer stood far away. People always have a fear mentality. They can scold and envy the rich online, but when faced with them in real life, do they really want to step forward and say these people are flaunting wealth with cars worth nearly 100 million out in the winter? They couldn't care less. The cars had all stopped, and everyone inside had come out. Wu Haoyuan, dumbfounded, saw the excited expressions of the people behind Stone Lei, and his heart couldn't help but wail. Is swimming naked in winter really that appealing? Even Wu Haoyuan's friends had no sympathy in their eyes at this moment. Although it might not reach the level of gloating, Wu Haoyuan was effectively dragging them down with him. Who would dare to challenge such top-tier rich second-generation kids? So these people really couldn't feel any sympathy for Wu Haoyuan, and they had already made up their minds that after coming down the mountain, they would never have anything to do with him again in this lifetime. If Shilei insisted on not letting him go and demanded that he fulfill the bet, Wu Haoyuan would probably have no face to show up in this circle again. At such a moment, he couldn't care less about face. Wu Haoyuan rushed in front of Shilei, kneeling down with a thud, and slapped himself hard across the face, crying and saying, "Young Master Shur, please spare me this once. I promise I won't dare again." Shilei remained unmoved, while Sun E shivered slightly and tightly hugged Shilei's arm, half of her body hidden behind him. With a loud slap, Wu Haoyuan slapped himself again and said, "Young Master Shur, please let me off this time. Just treat me like a fart. I'm a toad. I'm a frog at the bottom of the well. I have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai." Wu Haoyuan truly had the guts to do it, with several finger marks already on his face. Wei Qing and his group stood there with their arms crossed, watching this scene with great interest. To be honest, they also felt that the bet was too harsh. It wasn't a blood feud, so why go to such lengths? However, they were here for this, and since the bet involved Shilei, they didn't want to interfere. If there was something to see, they would watch. If not, they would be a bit disappointed. Shilei finally spoke up. "Your face is already swollen. You're not handsome enough." Once he spoke, there was a glimmer of hope for Wu Haoyuan. He looked up with tearful eyes at Shilei, feeling a bit of kinship with Shilei's words amidst the bleak wind. However, Wei Qing and his group found it a bit uninteresting. They indeed thought that this naked swimming around the lake would probably cause a big stir, but if the bet was cancelled, then today's spectacle would be for nothing. That would be too boring. They were all here for the final amusement. Shilei looked around at everyone's expressions, smiled slightly, and said, "How about this? The bet still needs to be fulfilled, but let's skip the naked swimming around the lake. We're not interested in watching a guy with a not-so-great figure swim for so long. You're neither Sun Yang nor Ning Zitao, right? Just go to the lakeside, strip down, jump in the water, hold on for 10 seconds, and then shout you are an idiot 3 times after getting out." Wu Haoyuan's face turned ashen, while Wei Qing and his group found it very amusing, bursting into laughter. Even Wu Haoyuan's 5 friends had images of what would happen next flash through their minds. Although they didn't laugh out loud, their expressions were quite contorted, clearly struggling to hold back their laughter. Shilei's words left Wu Haoyuan in complete despair. He no longer had any delusions of luck. Facing this group of top-rich second-generation heirs who regarded even a Lamborghini worth 7 to 8 million as an appetizer, he truly had no thought of resistance. Watching Wu Haoyuan walk step by step towards the edge of the lake, as if walking to the execution ground, Shilei turned to Wei Qing and Wu Haoyuan's friends and said, "No one take pictures. There's nothing worth keeping as a souvenir." Everyone laughed heartily. But Wu Haoyuan felt as if with each step he took, he was passing through your entire world. Finally arriving at the lakeside, Wu Haoyuan slowly began to take off his clothes, hoping that Shilei might change his mind. However, all he heard was the only girl among Wei Qing's group excitedly shouting, "Hurry up and take it off. Are you waiting for the new year?" Wu Haoyuan lost all his hopes, steeling himself and quickly stripping down completely. Although the people were behind him, he still covered his front with his hands and first dipped his toes to test the water temperature of Chui Lake. So cold, Wu Haoyuan didn't even know how he got into the water, only that it was surprisingly warmer than on the shore. Shilei turned to Wu Haoyuan's friends and said, "Who brought a towel in the car? Get one ready for him." Chapter 85, Supermansion. Filled with grief and indignation, Wu Haoyuan covered his front with his hands, facing the cold Chui Lake, shivering in the cold wind as he shouted. His voice trembled, "I am an idiot. I am an idiot. I am an idiot." Then he turned his head and looked pitifully at Shilei, seemingly wanting to know if Shilei was satisfied. Shilei felt a bit uninterested, waved his hand, and Wu Haoyuan's friends had already prepared a large towel to wrap around him. At this point, Wu Haoyuan didn't dare to act tough anymore, lowering his head to his friends and saying, "Thank you. Please help me take my clothes." Then, he quickly ran towards his bumblebee. Climbing into the car, Wu Haoyuan turned on the air conditioning but was still shivering from the cold. To Wu Haoyuan, Shilei now seemed like a demon. From now on, he was afraid that whenever he saw Shilei or someone who looked similar to him, he would turn and run away. "Over there's a mansion, you know. The party is there. If you want, you can come over to take a shower and eat something." After Shilei finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Wei Qing's Maserati. Wei Qing approached, maintaining the most graceful smile on his face, and asked, "Did you find it interesting?" Before, he thought it would be very enjoyable, but now that it had been done, he felt it wasn't that exciting. "I won't do it again in the future." Wei Qing nodded and said, "Don't humiliate him anymore later." Wei Qing smiled broadly and turned to walk towards the Koenigsegg. This time, he didn't waste this car worth over 20 million. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and this steel monster with an 8-cylinder engine, producing over 100 horsepower, let out an exceptionally crazy roar that seemed to tear through everyone's eardrums as it charged towards the other side of the mountain. The rest of the convoy followed closely behind, with Shilei falling to the back. The villa, of course, had nothing to do with Shilei, but even if it was borrowed, didn't that say it all? For these people, anyone in their families would probably only have the chance to see that wealthy person at some grand banquet or charity event. Even if they did see him, he would never glance at them. In the eyes of that wealthy person, their families were no different from invisible people. As the 5 cars descended the mountain, everyone in the cars was thinking the same question. Who exactly is Shilei, this guy whom Wu Haoyuan has provoked? Who has been like a transparent person in Wuda for over 3 years? What is his true identity? And how much of the background information Wu Haoyuan found out about Shilei is true? Moreover, why is Shilei so low-key? If Shilei knew what these people were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud because he truly had no background at all. The reason he was so low-key was simply that he could only be low-key. As the Koenigsegg approached the villa, or rather, a mansion would be a more appropriate term, the heavy iron gate slowly opened. Beside the gate stood a middle-aged man in traditional attire, with not a single crease on his outfit. He slightly nodded at the Koenigsegg, which no longer dared to roar in, but instead slowed down to below 20 miles per hour and entered slowly. Then, one luxury car after another drove in, while the middle-aged man, who was probably the steward of the mansion, didn't even lift an eyelid. Although these were luxury cars that ordinary people would never be able to afford in a lifetime, and although he was just a steward, to him, all this had long been commonplace. When the last Maserati drove in, the butler's pupils slightly contracted, seemingly observing Shilei, but unfortunately, it was fleeting. The side glass had privacy features, and the butler couldn't see Shilei's face clearly. Although he already knew this was the venue for the wine party set up by the Black Card, it was Shilei's first time here, and the vast estate completely startled him. If it weren't for the car in front leading the way, Shilei would never have guessed that such a manor was hidden on Qinglong Mountain. How big is it? Shilei found it hard to estimate. From observing the courtyard walls, it seemed to cover more than 30 acres. Right in the middle of the courtyard stood a simple 2-story white building. It was plain and unadorned, yet it showcased the owner's taste and gravitas. Judging by sight, the building probably occupied around 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. nearly equivalent to a large supermarket. Describing it in numbers might not seem too shocking, but for comparison, an ordinary 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the city is typically about 120 square meters. 2 adjacent apartments would be 240 square meters, and 3 units would total about 720 square meters. Thus, it would take 3 to 4 such ordinary residential buildings to equal the area of this villa, which is quite terrifying in scale. There were no ever-blooming flowers as one might imagine in the courtyard. Instead, there were only climbing ivy covering the high walls, but in this cold season, the ivy had all withered, no longer lush and green. Scattered across the lawn were some not very tall trees. Shilei, having some knowledge of plants, recognized that these were all fruit trees. With a simple glance, he could identify pear trees, apple trees, and cherry trees, but beyond that, he couldn't tell. In front of the house, there was an open space where everyone parked their cars and, after getting out, invited one another to walk into the grand mansion that even these rich second-generation kids found magnificent. Shirley stepped up the stairs and saw that there were flower beds on both sides, filled with various plants arranged in an orderly manner, occasionally decorated with a few flowers he didn't quite recognize, adding a lively touch. While everyone else entered first, Wei Qing waited at the door for Shirley. When Shirley arrived, he smiled and put his arm around Shirley's shoulder, saying, "I just called the others. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. So, it's up to you, the temporary host today, to instruct the kitchen to bring out the cold dishes. Here's a piece of advice. Don't go crazy with these people. They're usually quite restrained, and upon arriving, they will have a sense of awe towards this mansion, but once they let loose, it might become chaotic and leave you at a loss." Chapter 86. 3 Details. Shirley looked at Wei Qing's back, feeling an indescribable sensation. It was a peculiar feeling. Shirley even thought that, given the black card's nature, even if the memory erasing technology was perfect, it was unlikely for the black card to use this technology on the same person twice. After all, the more it was used, the more likely errors would occur. This black technology was at least 100 years ahead of its time, and the black card would never take the risk of making mistakes. Yet, even so, Shirley still felt that in the future, he would have interactions with Wei Qing, and perhaps they could genuinely become good friends. With Wei Qing, Shirley always had a sense of seeing the future. But by the Emerald Lake, Wei Qing specifically came to ask Shirley if it was interesting, and he even gave Shirley a meaningful warning that if Wu Haoyuan really came to the manor, he should not continue to humiliate him. Given Wei Qing's identity and status, Wu Haoyuan was indeed a small character and not worth mentioning. So Wei Qing was certainly not acting out of sympathy for Wu Haoyuan. Shirley could even see his disdain for Wu Haoyuan. Wei Qing was doing this for Shirley. Beside him, Sun Yi was clueless. She looked at the vast estate with endless astonishment, so shocked that she didn't even think about how an ordinary person like Shirley could be friends with someone like Wei Qing. Staring at the already enormous villa, Sun Yi felt somewhat hesitant to move her feet. She could only tightly clutch Shirley's arm, trying to lean against him, as this was the only way to calm her racing heart a little. Sun Yi's grip was a bit tight, and Shirley felt the strength in her arm. He snapped out of his thoughts, smiled at Sun Yi, and said, "Let us go in. Today's event will surely be lively. Don't be afraid. Remember, today you are the temporary hostess here." Sun Yi looked up into Shirley's eyes. His pupils were clear, seemingly giving her immense courage. She nodded and softly replied. And she began to awaken to the realization that although she hadn't seen Shirley for just over a year and had had less contact in the 2 years prior, in this short span of time, the Shirley in her memory had already changed and become different. He was getting better, more outstanding, and more composed. No matter what, Shirley had become someone more reliable, and at the same time, it put some pressure on Sun Yi, making her feel somewhat unworthy of Shirley. Once inside, a middle-aged woman in a black suit approached Shirley. She spoke softly, "Mr. Shir, hello, I am the supervisor of today's kitchen. My name is Dai Qian. If you have any dissatisfaction with today's dishes or wines, you can find me at any time. Shall we arrange for the kitchen to serve the dishes now?" Shirley nodded and said, "Hello, Supervisor Dai, let us start. The others should be here in about 15 minutes. Dai Qian adjusted her black-framed glasses. Through the reflection in the lenses, Shirley could tell they were non-prescription glasses. He didn't understand why Dai Qian wore such glasses, perhaps to add a sense of seriousness. "All right, I'll go inform the kitchen. Today, we have 2 types of red wine. One is the commonly supplied Lafite, which is mostly new wine. The other is a 1996 Romanée-Conti, but we only have 3 bottles. Given the scale of your event today, each person will likely have just about 1 glass. Before you arrived, I had already opened 5 bottles of small Lafite, which takes about 30 minutes to breathe. It should be at its best drinking time in 15 minutes. I suggest that when the event is halfway through, you tell me, and I will arrange to open those 3 bottles in front of everyone. That wine requires more than 2 hours to breathe, so if you only remember it at the end of the event, it might severely affect the wine's flavor." Shilei quietly noted this and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Dai Qian also smiled slightly, very professionally, and said, "It's all part of my job. So, Mr. Shi, I will go to the kitchen to arrange things." After Shilei nodded, Dai Qian bowed slightly and left. Shilei marveled at her professionalism. She was meticulous yet didn't come off as overly enthusiastic, since everything was cold dishes, and the kitchen had been prepared in advance. Within 5 or 6 minutes after Dai Qian went to the kitchen to give instructions, the chefs wearing tall hats brought out exquisite dishes one by one. Lobster and abalone were a given, but there were also many small delicacies. Caviar, black truffles, foie gras, blue cheese, and many more items that Shilei couldn't even name. Others seemed unfazed, including Sun Yi. This little girl had no idea that a small dish of black truffles could be worth tens of thousands, and a small bottle of caviar could be worth nearly 100,000. Only Shilei, having frequently seen these items online and in fashion magazines recently, was quite aware of their value. How much would all this cost? Just the items in front of him, not to mention those 3 bottles of 1996 Romancebooks, would probably cost over $1 million. Moreover, Shilei knew that there would definitely be more than one serving of these items. They would be replenished as soon as they were finished. At this wine party, just the cost of these ingredients alone amounts to millions. Is this what the life of top billionaires is like? To eat to one's fill, does it require spending hundreds of thousands? Even if one remains reserved like these people, merely sampling each dish, it would probably still take tens of thousands per person to satisfy. And this is just the price of the ingredients. When you factor in labor and the estate itself, it becomes an astronomical figure. For just 30 people, hosting such a wine party would require at least 10 to 20 million. Just thinking about it makes one extremely excited. Chapter 87. He really came. By the edge of the Emerald Lake, the bright yellow bumblebee car is quite eye-catching. Even though the person inside looks lost, after noon. The sun is warm on the mountaintop, and more tourists have gathered. Many are looking at the bumblebee, knowing it's not an exotic sports car. But at a price of 4 to 500,000, it remains out of reach for most ordinary people, especially with the heavy Transformers label on it. It draws even more attention. If it were in the past, Wu Haoyuan would have rolled down the window and shooed people away. No one likes having their car critiqued while sitting inside. But today, as tourists circle the car, Wu Haoyuan appears oblivious, even unaware that he is being watched. Having skipped breakfast, he feels famished now that it's past noon. After soaking in cold water for a few seconds and enduring such a significant loss, the combination of disappointment and the chill from the car's ineffective air conditioning makes him increasingly dejected. Glancing at the mansion peeking out in the distance, Wu Haoyuan knows very well who the owner is. If Shilei had already given him a huge shock today, the fact that Shilei could borrow that mansion for a wine party utterly astounds him. Who exactly is Shilei? How could he possibly have connections to someone of such caliber? An ordinary person might not know, but anyone with a net worth of tens of millions would certainly be aware of this top billionaire. He is a true aristocrat, his family having been established for 3 generations. The saying that wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations is debunked in his case, reinforcing the idea that nobility can indeed emerge from 3 generations. Even those of similar wealth feel inexplicably short in his presence, as if they have been diminished in stature. This is a person who only appears in rumors, someone you might mention in jest during a bragging session, saying it would be worth it to play in that mansion someday, yet he actually lent it to Shilei. The mansion hasn't been lent out before. But to whom? It has hosted figures like the U.S. Secretary of State visiting China, world-class billionaire Rockefeller, and some leaders from their own country. Furthermore, it's been lent to those of similar status. But today, the mansion is lent to Shilei, which leaves Wu Haoyuan utterly astonished. Could it be that Shilei's background qualifies him to stand on equal footing with that distinguished individual? This thought sends shivers down his spine. After hesitating for a long time, Wu Haoyuan decides to investigate. After all, it has always been a place he dreamed of visiting, and deep down, he still doesn't want to believe that Shilei could really have borrowed that place. Who knows if he's just bluffing, counting on Wu Haoyuan's hesitation. Of course, this is just an excuse. The real reason is that Wu Haoyuan cannot control his curiosity and desperately wants to explore that mansion. Even if it's just for a glance, just one look. Having made up his mind, Wu Haoyuan steels himself and steps on the gas, heading straight for the mansion. He thinks to himself, having already embarrassed himself thoroughly, could it possibly get worse? The bumblebee zips by and soon approaches the estate. When Wu Haoyuan arrives, the heavy iron gate is slowly closing. Through the gap, he sees 7 or 8 cars moving slowly along the driveway. Definitely not the cars from earlier, but luxurious top-tier business sedans that seem understated in appearance but are incredibly opulent inside. Without a second thought, Wu Haoyuan drives up to follow. The butler, seeing another car approach, slightly furrows his brow. Everyone who has come today is either rich or noble, as evidenced by their vehicles. But what's with the sudden appearance of a bumblebee? The gate halts, neither fully closing nor opening. Wu Haoyuan has no choice but to stop his car at the entrance. The butler, with great composure, walks toward the bumblebee. Wu Haoyuan knows who this person is and dares not show any neglect. He hurriedly turns off the engine, gets out, and with a smile says, "Hello. Shilei said I could come in." The butler nods at this, his expression unchanged, saying, "Please wait a moment, I'll check." Wu Haoyuan waits patiently as the butler walks to a small building beside the gate and picks up the phone to call inside the mansion. Dai Qian answers, saying only, "Please hold on," before finding Shilei and whispering a few words to him. After Shilei nods, Dai Qian picks up the phone again and informs the outside butler that the bumblebee can enter. Wu Haoyuan finally receives permission to enter this estate that even his father had never dreamed he could step into, although he is also a wealthy second-generation heir. In this park-like estate, he feels much like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time, utterly taken aback. In the large living room, as spacious as a small auditorium, Shilei smiles at Sun Yi beside him, saying, "I didn't expect Wu Haoyuan to really come." Sun Yi appears a bit flustered, her gaze evasive. Shilei chuckles and reassures her, "Don't worry, he is no longer the lofty young Master Wu. Here, he is not even a lackey." Looking around at the young people in splendid attire, Sun Yi finally calms down significantly. "What if he finds out that all this is just your friends helping you? Will he cause you trouble?" Sun Yi remains somewhat uneasy. Shilei smiles. "Even if he concludes I'm just a penniless loser, the fact that I have friends like this who can help me means he'll never dare to challenge me again. He wouldn't risk betting on whether Wei Qing would help me a second time." Sun Yi nods, somewhat understanding. At this moment, another group of about 20 people enters, and naturally, Wei Qing steps forward to warmly greet everyone. Then, Wei Qing finds Shilei, pulls him to the front of the crowd, and introduces him with a smile. Shilei greets everyone, and as they move to the back of the living room near the staircase, he takes Sun Yi's hand, raises his glass, and says, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend this wine party that I asked Wei Xiao to organize. Also, thanks to Wei Xiao for connecting me with so many good friends. I'll drink first as a toast." With that, Shilei finishes his drink, internally thinking that this wine isn't really any better than $100 a bottle. Then he says, "I won't say much more. Please enjoy your food and drink. I've prepared 3 bottles of 96ch to Cantamerle. You mustn't leave early if you haven't had a taste." Everyone bursts into laughter. "If you leave, we won't. We must have the ch to." Only Wei Qing speaks up, saying, "We should thank Shi Xiao. We've heard so much about this place, and I've wanted to come in for a long time, but never had the chance. If it weren't for Shi Xiao, how could we gather here today?" With that, Wei Qing raises his glass high in a toast to Shilei and downs it in one go. Seeing this, the others naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to sip. They all finished their drinks in one gulp. Shilei felt a bit of pain in his heart, even though it wasn't his money being spent. A bottle of Lafite only cost 2,000 to 3,000, but with everyone having a glass, that was at least 3 bottles, meaning 10,000 had already disappeared. Chapter 88. Not enough insult. When Wu Haoyuan parked the car, he looked at the luxury cars around him, each costing at least 2 to 3 million, and then glanced at his own bumblebee. On ordinary days, he thought his car was quite flashy, but here it felt like a clown, making him feel embarrassed to stop. He deeply understood the lines from the movie Big Shot, where the neighbors either drove BMWs or Mercedes. If you drove a car like his, you wouldn't even want to greet anyone. Of course, Wu Haoyuan's car was better than many, but here, cars couldn't simply be judged by their brands. Some could take down a whole building with a single seat. Overcoming his psychological shadow, Wu Haoyuan almost turned back, but he still gathered the courage to walk up the steps. As he reached the top, the thick door made of rosewood opened, and a professionally dressed woman walked out, her aura making Wu Haoyuan feel self-conscious. Dai Qian approached Wu Haoyuan and politely asked, "Are you Wu Haoyuan, young Master Wu?" Wu Haoyuan felt nervous. He knew that this woman was probably a staff member of the estate, and even if she was just an ordinary employee, she was someone he couldn't afford to overlook. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, I am Wu Haoyuan. Please don't call me young Master Wu. It was Shi Xiao who said I could come." After saying this, Wu Haoyuan didn't even realize that he initially referred to Shilei as Shilei before correcting himself to Shi Xiao. Now, he had called Shi Xiao so naturally, as if he had always known to address him that way since the day he learned of his existence. Dai Qian adjusted her glasses again, maintaining a professional smile as she said, "Shi Xiao has instructed that when you arrive, I should take you to the guest room for a hot shower. He mentioned you went winter swimming and might catch a cold." Wu Haoyuan was almost sweating. What winter swimming? That was utterly embarrassing. Regardless, he followed Dai Qian around the house and entered through the back door. Dai Qian led him to a guest room on the 2nd floor, informing him that all the bathing supplies were in the shower room before taking her leave. Wu Haoyuan hurriedly took a shower. Under the hot water, He took deep breaths, feeling like a fool for genuinely coming here. He was unsure how Shilei would tease him later. Perhaps it would be best to wash up and leave quickly. After all, he had already experienced the luxury here, which was the right thing to do. After washing up, Wu Haoyuan opened the door and saw the expansive corridors on the second floor. This was not a house. It was simply a luxurious clubhouse to the extreme. Initially planning to sneak away, he found himself reluctant to leave so soon. After wandering around the second floor, he didn't dare to open any doors to look inside. Wu Haoyuan finally understood that the little money he had at home wouldn't even be enough to buy 2 rooms here. He, who once thought of himself as a favored child of heaven, began to feel inferior. Not knowing where his courage came from, Wu Haoyuan still went downstairs. About 30 people were downstairs, aside from Shilei, who was a stranger to them. The others weren't necessarily very familiar with each other, but had at least seen each other once or twice. Suddenly seeing a stranger walk down from upstairs, those who hadn't seen Wu Haoyuan before quietly inquired among themselves, thinking he might be some second-generation rich kid they ought to know. However, those who were questioned and knew Wu Haoyuan smirked and recounted what had just happened, causing the entire living room to wear strange smiles. Meanwhile, everyone shared the same thought. Is this guy brain dead? Sure Xiao was just joking, and he actually came? Is he asking for more humiliation because the previous one wasn't enough? At that moment, Wu Haoyuan successfully became the new focal point of the gathering, and indeed, it was quite a focus. Shilei turned to see him and didn't continue to tease him. Instead, he raised his glass and said, "Eat and drink as you please. Later we'll open the 1996 Chateau Lafayette and drink before leaving." There was no discussion or consultation. It was entirely in a commanding tone. Wu Haoyuan braved the various gazes and took some food. Looking at the delicacies he could only occasionally taste or had only heard of without ever having truly eaten, Wu Haoyuan felt the stark contrast between himself, a so-called rich second generation, and the real rich second generation. After barely eating enough to no longer feel empty, Wu Haoyuan picked up a glass of wine and hid in a corner of the living room. Several times, he thought about trying to find Shilei, who was mingling among the crowd like a butterfly flitting through flowers, to apologize with a drink. He genuinely wanted to apologize now. He certainly no longer harbored any thoughts of seeking revenge against Shilei. The scene today had thoroughly made him submit. Instead, he began to worry. He had previously said he would make it hard for Shilei to stay in Wuda, but Shilei had said to worry about himself. So he was genuinely afraid Shilei might do something to him. No one in the entire living room paid him any attention. Occasionally, someone would walk past him, and he would quickly smile at them, but invariably, he received nothing but complete disregard. This situation made Wu Haoyuan even more hesitant to speak to Shilei. Even to apologize, he wouldn't dare. Would a soaring rock need an apology from a toad? The answer was, of course, no. But because of Shilei's words about drinking before leaving, Wu Haoyuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, yet he didn't dare to leave. It wasn't that he genuinely wanted to drink that bottle of 1996 Lafayette, given his family's financial situation. It wasn't that he couldn't afford such top-tier red wine. He was just worried that if he left early, it would upset Shilei. It would upset Sher Xiao. Thus, he stayed in extreme discomfort until dusk. In winter, it gets dark earlier, around 5 o'clock. Wu Haoyuan finally saw Shilei walk up the grand staircase in the living room leading to the second floor, accompanied by Dai Qian, who was holding 3 bottles of 1996 Chateau Lafayette. Shilei smiled and opened the 3 bottles of red wine worth hundreds of thousands each in front of everyone, casually spending over $1 million without any sign of distress. Then, several waiters poured the wine into decanters. Shilei said, "This wine needs to breathe. 7 or 8 o'clock is just right. Everyone, please wait a moment." Naturally, no one found it boring. This mansion had everything. Surrounding the living room were various entertainment rooms. There were billiards, a bar, a cigar room, karaoke, and basically any indoor entertainment you could think of. Moreover, the front and backyards had a golf practice area. Although only for putting, it was big, but not large enough to be a full golf course. Someone suggested, "Sure Xiao, can we use the helicopter in the backyard?" Many had already gone to see that helicopter before. They certainly wouldn't claim to have never seen it. But the opportunity to actually handle a helicopter was quite rare. Chapter 89, on the helicopter. This was Shilei's first time looking down at Wudong City from such a height. Since birth, Shilei had never been on a plane, so he didn't know what it felt like to overlook the earth from an aircraft. However, it was easy to imagine that even on a commercial flight, it wouldn't be possible to have a 360-degree view of the entire city, and the airport was far away, almost in the neighboring province, making it impossible to see such a magnificent array of lights. Other than that, he could probably only see part of Wudong City from the tallest building in Wudong, which he had to thank his second sister for to be able to view it from such a high angle. Not to mention that the total height of that tall building is just over 400 meters, which is barely comparable to the elevation of Qinglong Mountain. At that time, Shilei was still more than 60 floors up, nowhere near the top. Even if he were a bit higher, what he could see would only be a corner of Wudong City, as the window layout is limited, and the view cannot be that expansive. Even standing on Qinglong Mountain, the highest point in Wudong City, due to the limitations of perspective, he would absolutely not achieve the effect of being in a helicopter. Shilei and Sun Yi held hands tightly. The helicopter's altitude was not very high, just about 100 meters, but considering that they were above Qinglong Mountain, which itself has an elevation of over 400 meters, Shilei was looking down upon the entire city from more than 500 meters above Wudong City. Qinglong Mountain is within Wudong City, and the entire area was in full view. At this moment, it was the time when the lights were just coming on, with thousands of lights illuminating the scene, especially in several famous commercial districts, making Shilei feel as if he was standing atop a peak. Sun Yi was initially a bit scared, but soon she was captivated by the lights and beautiful scenery below. She straightened her small body, nestled beside Shilei, and admired the magnificent cityscape with him. In just a few minutes, under the deliberate control of the pilot, Shilei saw the whole of Wudong City. The lights burst forth like fireworks beneath them, the roads, the elevated highways surrounding the city, and the highways extending from the city's edge, with lights on both sides merging into lines of light dragons stretching into the unknown distance. Shilei strained his eyes to see further, but could only spot distant twinkling stars, with the streetlights on the highway seeming endless. When he got off the helicopter, Shilei still felt a surge of excitement. The sensation of being able to see as far as his vision could stretch was something he and Sun Yi found hard to forget for a long time. It wasn't until the next group of people came down from the helicopter and tapped Shilei on the shoulder that he felt his body slightly shiver. The scenery was indeed spectacular and beautiful, but the cold wind at high altitude was no joke. Previously, influenced by the scenery, both Shilei and Sun Yi had overlooked this point. However, now, as their inner excitement gradually calmed down, they both felt almost frozen. It's too cold up here. Let's hurry inside. Another group of people came down, rubbing their hands together as they called out. Clearly, these wealthy young people, even if they hadn't experienced something like today, found flying on a plane to be a common occurrence. Their sense of novelty was naturally not as strong as Shilei's. Moreover, in some cities, airports are even located within the city, and during landing, they would always see similar sights, so they wouldn't be as unforgettable as it was for Shilei. Wei Qing also came over and walked alongside Shilei. Shilei asked, "Aren't you going up to take a look?" Wei Qing smiled and said, "It's just the brilliance of lights. Whether you see it or not won't make any difference. Every city has similar sights at night. Ultimately, it's all much the same. Looking at how you two are freezing like popsicles, I don't want to go up." Shilei fell silent. He realized that the magnificent scenery he found so breathtaking was largely due to his own limited perspective. The people present today, any one of them, were close to the top tier in the country. What seemed grand in Shilei's eyes was merely part of their daily lives. Just like this banquet, and the convoy before it, was a series of shocks for Shilei and even for Wu Haoyuan. But for people like Wei Qing, even if it couldn't be called routine, there would certainly be no feeling of yearning. Ultimately, it was still a matter of having a narrow and low perspective, which naturally limited his outlook. After witnessing the most perilous landscapes, everything would naturally return to calm. However, Shilei also didn't know if there would come a day when he would be accustomed to viewing perilous peaks. Perhaps there would be, after all. With the black card as his support, the black card could provide Shilei with a day of luxurious enjoyment, which might help him truly become a top-tier wealthy individual. Back in the living room, Shilei poured a cup of hot water for Sun Yi to warm her up, while he prepared some food to nibble on. He had to admit that although the food here was extremely expensive, it really wasn't tea-filling at all. Fortunately, Dai Qian had asked Shilei earlier if he wanted the kitchen to start preparing hot dishes. So Shilei realized that there would still be a few hot dishes during dinner time. Those who truly arranged this banquet knew that relying solely on those expensive yet unsatisfactory items could not fill one's stomach. Not long after, a variety of hot dishes were served, including seafood and home-style stir-fried dishes. Compared to the extravagance of the cold dishes, although these foods were also exquisite and costly, they no longer showed any signs of extravagance. Everyone took the opportunity to fill their stomachs. And Shilei noticed that Wu Haoyuan was missing from the corner of the living room. Just as he was looking, he saw Wu Haoyuan come in through the back door, shivering like a wild dog. Shilei smiled slightly, thinking that this guy must have gone up in the helicopter to see something novel. However, it seemed that no one would have shared the ride with him. He was probably quite lonely and bored up there by himself. Nevertheless, under the continuous education from the staff, Shilei had grown quite a bit. At least when he encountered words or phrases he didn't understand, he had learned to conceal it and wait until the topic was over to look up the meanings on his own. Dai Qian dutifully informed Shilei that the wine from the Kangdi had been aerated long enough, and Shilei smiled as he picked up a decanter and went upstairs again, holding the decanter in his left hand and a chopstick in his right. Shilei gently tapped it. The crisp sound made everyone pause their activities, seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him. Shilei put down the chopstick and cradled the decanter in both hands, displaying an anxious expression on his face. Then, Shilei placed the decanter to his ear and announced, "It says it's ready." Naturally, everyone burst into laughter once again. Chapter 90. The skirt is a bit wet. The last to leave was Wei Qing. He waited until everyone else had left before walking over, smiling as he shook hands with Shilei. "Shall we change places and have a drink? We didn't really chat tonight." Shilei dared not agree. Beside him, Sunny thought he would accept. In her eyes, Wei Qing was Shilei's good friend. Moreover, Shilei was acutely aware that he and Wei Qing were two completely different types of people. Wei Qing was high and mighty, while he was just a little guy relying on a black card. "I'm a bit tired today, maybe next time." Shilei held Sunny's hand, smiling as he declined. He was still too timid, unless Wei Qing were to tell him that he actually knew everything. Shilei might really muster the courage to chat with this top-tier rich second generation. "It's not that I'm not giving you face, I'm really tired. You have to understand that pretending to be impressive is a physical job." Wei Qing laughed heartily, patting Shilei on the shoulder with a somewhat meaningful expression. "All right, I won't force you. I'll find my own fun. You didn't drive here tonight, so let me give you a ride." Shilei certainly wouldn't refuse again and said, "But it seems there won't be enough space. Just let E sit on your lap. Are you two still counting that?" Wei Qing looked at Sunny with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and Sunny blushed, lowering her head. Shilei looked at Sunny and knew she probably wouldn't object. The key was that there was no way to call a car around here, so he said, "Okay then, but just take us down the mountain. I'll call a car to wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Whatever you say?" Wei Qing shrugged and walked out nonchalantly, waiting for Shilei in his Maserati. Shilei first sat in the passenger seat and then opened his arms, welcoming Sun Yi's arrival. The Maserati only had 2 seats, and Sun Yi knew that this wasn't Shilei trying to take advantage of her. Moreover, if Shilei really wanted to take advantage of her, she would probably be quite happy about it. Sun Yi had long thought about giving herself to Shilei, and although she felt very shy and embarrassed now, she still boldly sat on Shilei's lap. Shilei fastened his seatbelt, tying himself and Sun Yi together. His thighs were filled with the softness of Sun Yi's bottom, and even though Wei Qing was beside them, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Wei Qing stepped on the gas and said, "Hold on tight." The Maserati sped off, leaving dust behind. The speed was quite fast. Racing along the narrow mountain road was a bit frightening, but Wei Qing's driving skills were evidently excellent. The entire motion was smooth without any sense of blockage. As the car drove, there were inevitable ups and downs, and Shilei felt Sun Yi's bottom constantly bumping against him, soft and plump, as if it were crashing into his heart, warm and gentle, inviting thoughts. At first, Sun Yi felt nothing. After all, she had always been a well-behaved child and didn't understand the matters between men and women. Moreover, sitting on Shilei's lap felt no different from sitting in a chair. Everything seemed normal. However, with each impact from Shilei's body, a certain annoying part of him inevitably changed, like a flashlight hidden beneath a flat cushion. Sun Yi immediately felt uncomfortable, but she didn't think much of it. She just naturally adjusted her sitting posture. This adjustment made Shilei even more overwhelmed. What was originally just a natural bumping became a side-to-side friction. Sun Yi was just looking for a comfortable sitting position, but for Shilei, it felt like a huge torment. Yet, the desire within him voiced a different opinion, wishing time would slow down, or that Wei Qing would drive slower, so Shilei could enjoy it a little longer. Shilei was in agony. Sun Yi was now almost completely overlapping with Shilei, sitting right in the middle of his legs. Just then, the car hit a slight bump, causing both Shilei and Sun Yi to jolt slightly. Shilei felt as if he were doing something with Sun Yi, and in a position that allowed for the most intimate exchange. Shilei's blood surged, reaching a critical point. His heart was wailing while his brain was excited. This wasn't just a car ride, it felt like a roller coaster. Each slight tremor of the car made Shilei experience ups and downs, while Sun Yi felt that hard presence again due to the car's shaking. It was a bit uncomfortable, but strangely refreshing. Finally, Wei Qing slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the side of the road. Shilei looked and realized they had already reached the bottom of the mountain. Though reluctant, he was relieved it was finally over, so he hurriedly said to Wei Qing, "Thanks, we're getting out now." Without waiting for any response from Wei Qing, Shilei quickly opened the car door. Sun Yi naturally lifted her leg to get out, but as she did, she unintentionally initiated the most intimate contact of the entire journey with Shilei. Shilei, already at his limit, let out a soft hum from his throat. Fortunately, it seemed Wei Qing and Sun Yi didn't notice. However, after Wei Qing drove off, Sun Yi touched her bottom and said, "My skirt seems a bit wet." Shilei bent over, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chapter 91. Hurry and send him abroad. Wu Haoyuan left after Shilei announced that Kong Di had woken up. He could no longer sit still, as no one was paying attention to him. Sitting in the corner felt like being a clown. In fact, the service staff in the house were all quite charming. If it were in the past, Wu Haoyuan wouldn't have missed such an opportunity. But today, even if given several chances, he wouldn't dare to flirt with those staff members. After all, they were someone else's servants. How bold would Wu Haoyuan have to be to set his sights on them? He seemed quite unhappy when I spoke to him. He ignored me and went straight to his room to sleep. Wu's father snorted and said, "Let him be. This child is spoiled by you." It seemed like the sun had risen from the west. Everything felt off today. During dinner, someone mentioned the person living at the top of Qinglong Mountain. Wu's mother knew who her husband was talking about and lowered her voice. That person? Yes, although he doesn't actually live there. He only goes there every year for some time to recuperate, but that place is essentially a restricted area for Wudong. However, today this restricted area has opened up, and a group of rich second-generation heirs held a party there. They are all top-tier rich second-generation heirs, with the lowest family fortune being 50 billion. I probably won't have the chance to enter that level in my lifetime. Wu's mother was also quite surprised. Isn't it said that only national leaders or the wealthiest people in the country go there? 50 billion is far stronger than us. But compared to his level, we're still quite a distance away, right? What nonsense. You're becoming more and more ridiculous. Wu's father obviously didn't believe it. And even his mother looked skeptical. Wu Haoyuan was anxious and said, "I really got in." The couple exchanged glances, their expressions strange, wondering if their son was having a fit. Wu Haoyuan grew more anxious and said, "Really, I got in today." There was a Wei Qing, a young master from Magic City, and a Chen Xiao. You must know him, right? From our Wudong. Also, the little daughter of the commander of the Wudong military region. Wu's father's face was filled with surprise because he had indeed heard that a young master from the Wei family of Magic City had come to Wudong. And today he was one of the main characters in that house. Wu Haoyuan's detailed account seemed to confirm he wasn't lying. How did you get in? Wu's father asked anxiously, hoping that if Wu Haoyuan had indeed made friends with one of them, his business might take a step up in his lifetime. However, when Wu Haoyuan was asked this, he suddenly fell silent, refusing to say a word. Wu's father kept pressing him, even getting angry, while his mother continuously tried to persuade him with gentle words, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. Wu Haoyuan increasingly realized just how powerful Shilei was and finally couldn't hold back, telling his parents everything about how he had fallen out with Shilei, how he had arranged the bet today, how he had lost terribly, and how he had been invited to that house to broaden his horizons. The more Wu's father listened, the more his expression darkened, until finally, his face was filled with frost. "I knew you wouldn't accomplish anything good. I thought you had climbed up to some young master's branch, but I didn't expect you, Wu Haoyuan, to provoke someone so powerful. When you fell out with that young master, sure, why didn't you investigate properly?" "I did investigate, but he's just too low-key. I couldn't find any useful information. I only know he's from Runzhou, and now I suspect even Runzhou is fake." Who could have imagined that a super-rich second generation, who can befriend young Master Wei, would behave like an invisible person in school and not stand out at all? You can ask around at our school, who knows that Shilei, or rather, young Master Shi, is a rich second generation? Almost everyone thinks he's just an ordinary student. Wu Haoyuan's words made his father fall into deep thought. If that were the case, then it really couldn't be blamed on Wu Haoyuan's incompetence, but rather the enemy's concealment was too deep. Perhaps this Shilei wasn't from a wealthy family at all, but rather a member of a powerful political family. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why he was so low-key. Of course, such political families might not have much wealth, but they would never lack money. With a long sigh, Wu's father said, "Haoyuan, don't stay in Wuda any longer. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to go abroad. You go out first. I'll have someone handle the paperwork, and then you can stay in Europe for a few years." "Huh? Why?" Wu Haoyuan and his mother asked simultaneously. "Why?" Wu's father was furious, slapping Wu Haoyuan's face with such force that it nearly knocked him to the ground. "What the hell did you get yourself into? And you still ask me why? Those rich kids are one thing. Even that Wei Xiao from Magic City is another. But the fact that you can just say you borrowed that person's house is outrageous. Tell me, who is this Stone Xiao? Did anyone mention his identity from start to finish today? Even those rich kids wouldn't dare to casually mention him. Stone Xiao is so low-key, and you still don't know who you've offended? If he doesn't hold it against you, everything is fine. But if one day he feels unhappy, Wu Haoyuan, you won't even know how you died." After this outburst, Wu Haoyuan was dumbfounded, as was his mother. The mother and son finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The only way forward was to ensure he never saw you again. If he couldn't see you, he wouldn't think of you. Perhaps we could still preserve our family business. I'm getting old. Maybe it's time for me to transfer the assets and live a peaceful life abroad with you too. Wu's father sighed deeply, suddenly appearing several years older. Meanwhile, in an extremely quiet study. An elderly man in his 60s with slightly graying hair held a wolf hair brush dipped in ink, but couldn't bring himself to write, eyes closed. The study door was pushed open, and a voice asked, "Dad, everyone outside is saying you lent the house on the mountaintop to a bunch of kids for a party?" Chapter 92, An All-Powerful Organization. The old man kept his eyes closed and replied, with a hint of displeasure on his face, clearly interrupted in his thoughts. He needed to refocus, and for now, he couldn't write. "Dad, this news has spread all over Wudongcheng. Can I say you're being reckless?" The speaker was a woman in her mid-20s, her delicate makeup hiding a hint of dissatisfaction. The old man finally opened his eyes, put down the brush, and said irritably, "It's my house. Do I need to explain to anyone about who I lend it to?" The woman quickly lowered her head. Although the old man was very fond of her, she could tell he was displeased and dared not act spoiled. "That's not the point. But what do you see in those kids? Who borrowed your house?" "An old acquaintance." The old man raised his head, his gaze focused on an empty point, saying, "It was an old acquaintance of mine who asked. He wanted to hold a party for a little friend, so I agreed. Don't think that just because it's a party, I'm only lending it for that. If that old acquaintance wanted that house, I would just give it to him." The woman was greatly shocked, exclaiming, "What old acquaintance? Could it be those few?" The old man knew whom she was referring to and shook his head. "How could those few speak to me like that? Besides, how could they allow their kids to be so unruly? Then who is it?" The woman picked up a nearby teacup, lifted the lid, blew away the tea leaves, and handed it to the old man. The old man took a sip of tea, shook his head, and said, "You don't need to know. As far as this old acquaintance is concerned, once I'm gone, he naturally won't make any demands on you." The woman was very puzzled but dared not ask further questions, only looking curiously at her father. She had never seen her father show such a helpless expression before. When the old man spoke these words, the expression he revealed was like that of a ruler, with his majesty fully displayed. Only at this moment did he show the dominance of being one of the richest individuals in the country. Those young second-generation rich kids, including Wei Qing, all had family fortunes starting from at least 5 billion, with some reaching 3 to 500 billion. However, in front of this old man's wealth, they were insignificant. An asset that even Forbes Wooden T dare to clearly state is not something that can be measured by a few hundred billion, although it's just one more digit. That digit is something that generations would struggle to catch up to. The woman did not dare to say anything more, nodded, and bowed. "Okay, Dad, I understand. Go. From now on, when I'm writing, even you are not allowed to disturb me." The old man waved his hand, and the woman hurriedly retreated. Picking up the brush again, the old man closed his eyes once more, but his inner thoughts prevented him from calming down. Eventually, he threw the wolf hair brush onto the pure white rice paper, the ink-soaked tip splattering into various sizes of ink dots on the paper. Elder Shilei sat in the purple oil-yellow rosewood armchair behind him, leaning back, eyes slightly closed, murmuring a name. It turned out that the old man's so-called old acquaintance was not a person, but an organization. An organization that even the old man seemed to need to look up to. One could only imagine how powerful it was. After thinking for a long time, the old man pressed a button on a nearby electric bell, and soon someone walked in, calling out, "Master, call Putois in for me." "Yes, master." The person exited, and shortly after, a younger woman who bore a 6 or 7 similarities to the previous lady walked in. After closing the door, the woman named Putois said, "Dad, you called for me." The old man pointed to a chair beside him, saying, "Sit." "Dad, what's the matter?" Putois asked. "Did you hear about what happened during the day? Xingyue is just that kind of person. She can't keep secrets. Aren't you curious?" Putois smiled and said, "It would be a lie to say I'm not curious, but Dad, you always have your reasons for doing things, so we won't worry about you." This statement was quite mystical, implying that someone was powerful enough to erase specific memories from some people. However, the woman named Putois showed no signs of surprise. She simply nodded and said, "Okay, Dad, I understand. I will inform my elder sister, and I will take responsibility for following up with the Wei family. I will keep an eye on that person named Shilei." The old man nodded, reminding her, "Be very discreet. That old acquaintance of mine hates it when people dig too deep. But I'm getting old. My curiosity is only getting stronger. Be sure to be cautious." Seeing the seriousness in the old man's words, Putois felt a slight chill in her heart. "I understand. I will be especially careful. I won't have any direct contact with Shilei." The old man slowly nodded, closing his eyes again. Putois quietly retreated, but the old man opened his eyes once more, his gaze shining with brilliance. "Such a large family business. I helped you earn it. In the future, without the organization's help, I just hope you can preserve it for a few more generations." After saying this, the old man settled into his chair, finally showing the fatigue and drowsiness an elderly person should have, his breathing gradually stabilizing, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, Shilei, whom the old man mentioned, was sitting by a barbecue stall, devouring skewers and drinking beer. Although he had eaten some proper dishes during dinner, it was still not enough. He was practically starving. Shilei had no idea that at this very moment, someone was quietly watching him. And he was even less aware that his name had been circled heavily on a list belonging to an organization. The organization that the old man feared had similarly developed a sense of awe toward Shilei. This organization, known only to a very small number of people in the world, had placed Shilei on a VIP list that should not be easily touched, even hoping that one day he would take the initiative to contact them. This all-powerful organization knew nothing about Shilei either. Chapter 93. Beautiful women being cute is the real deal. It's already Saturday. Unbelievable. Shilei quickly checked how much money he had left. In addition to the 500 yuan living expenses his father transferred on time, and the 300 yuan he earned as a reward, Shilei found that he had about 3,000 yuan left for the week. A mere 3,000 yuan should be easy to spend, which made Shilei feel a bit relieved. The phone rang, and Shilei saw a WeChat message from Zhang Liangliang. He opened it to read that his second sister said, "Uncle, it's time for tutoring again today, don't forget." Shilei checked the time and realized it was already past 12. It seemed time was indeed a bit tight. He rolled out of bed and hurriedly finished washing up. He had been so busy these past few days that he even forgot to take a shower and felt a bit stale. He thought about taking a quick cold shower. But considering the outside temperature was only 7 or 8 degrees, Shilei couldn't help but shiver and decided to hold off. He still had 3,000 yuan left in his quota. If he got sick and didn't spend it all, that would be a disaster. Dressed and looking fresh, Shilei put on the Nike shoes he had bought earlier and energetically ran out of the dorm. He had already planned how to splurge his quota for next week. First, he would rent a place, not afraid of high prices, just worried about it being too cheap. The decoration must be luxurious. But it didn't have to be too big to avoid the staff judging him for not being able to live in such a large space and concluding he hadn't spent his quota fully. Shilei had considered that if he lived in a hotel, it would obviously be easier to spend money. But moving out of the dorm and staying in a hotel would create problems if friends, like Sun Yi, wanted to visit him. How would he explain that? Additionally, Shilei planned to get a gym membership. It was said that wealthy people paid attention to exercise and health, and as a wealthy second generation without assets, a company, or legitimate income, he indeed needed to prioritize his health. Living in a situation where he had to spend money quickly was always too decadent. And if he didn't exercise soon, he might become a fat pig. Shilei could hardly imagine himself looking like that. Of course, he wanted to find the highest-end gym and get a personal trainer. That way, he could easily spend his quota for next week. Just thinking about having a plan for next week's quota made Shilei feel particularly relaxed, and his steps became lighter, even humming a tune. Originally, Shilei planned to find an ATM to check how much of his quota he had spent this week, although it was basically fine. Since there was an opportunity like this every week, he didn't want to waste it. But now time was a bit tight. He could ask later tonight after finishing the class with Zhang Liangliang, or rather, accompanying the princess after she finished her homework. He had plenty of time to ask then. Moreover, it shouldn't be a problem anyway. At 2 o'clock minus 5 minutes, Shilei stood at Zhang Liangliang's door, feeling incredibly relaxed as he knocked. Zhang Liangliang almost immediately opened the door after the first knock, as if she had been waiting for him to knock the whole time. Today, Zhang Liangliang had tied her hair in a ponytail, revealing her forehead, looking very refreshing. Shilei instinctively nodded, thinking Zhang Liangliang was indeed very pretty. His nod was accurately captured by Zhang Liangliang, who secretly felt pleased, realizing she was getting better at reading Shilei's mood, thanks to her meeting Sun Yi last week. Sun Yi had grown up with Shilei and knew his preferences very well. Being simple-minded, she casually chatted with Zhang Liangliang, who learned everything without reservation. Shilei didn't know this and would definitely think Sun Yi was foolish, as she had ulterior motives. She was trying to steal his man. Yet she still generously shared everything. "Uncle, you're so punctual today," Zhang Liangliang said, purely trying to make conversation. After Shilei entered and closed the door, she naturally linked her arm with his. Shilei brushed her hand away, put on a serious face, and said, "No rules. Is this how you treat your teacher? Has your mom gone out?" Shilei was too lazy to argue with her and simply asked, "You haven't sneaked out to play these days, have you?" Not bad. Keep it up. That's it." Zhang Liangliang widened her eyes. Shilei, puzzled, asked, "What else should there be? I thought you would say it's okay. Teacher isn't afraid of being bothered. Feel free to message me. Feel free to disturb me. Just right. I also need someone to eat with." Zhang Liangliang pouted and made a cute face. Although it was a malicious attempt to be cute, one had to admit that a beautiful girl being cute was indeed cute, while an ugly person doing so was just making a grimace. Shilei shook his head seriously. "That really doesn't exist. This can exist." Zhang Liangliang continued to act cute. Shilei tilted his mouth and asked, "Do you eat alone, every day?" "Yes, how pitiful." Zhang Liangliang, clearly addicted to being cute, pouted with her pink lips. Shilei felt a bit of a headache and said, "Be honest." Looking at Zhang Liang, who was trying hard to be cute and seemed to be happily smiling, Shilei suddenly felt she was quite pitiful. Logically speaking, Zhang Liang was very beautiful, smart, and studying was not a problem at all. Although she came from a single-parent family, nowadays, at least 2 or 3 out of 10 kids come from single-parent families. So that wasn't a big deal. The key was that Zhang Mimi's income should be quite high. Shilei estimated that with Zhang Liang's lifestyle, Zhang Mimi could afford it, meaning her annual income must be at least over $1 million, and probably more. However, a mature lawyer would start at least at 300,000 to 500,000. So $1 million was really not surprising. With such conditions, the word pitiful should have nothing to do with her. However, beneath the surface glamour, who would know that for Zhang Liang, at the age of 15 or 16, even having a meal with her mother had become a luxury. Chapter 94. Hard to transition from extravagance to frugality. Feeling soft-hearted, Shilei said, "Let me treat you to dinner today." Zhang Liang looked shocked. "Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? You're treating me, not me treating you?" Thinking back to his lunch costing only 100 yuan and with nearly 3,000 left in his quota for the week, Shilei said, "Then let me treat you to that expensive buffet, the one over 1,000, the particularly nice one, just to make up for the regret of you not eating much last time." Hearing this, Shilei suddenly felt very gratified. No matter what, at least these past 2 or 3 weeks, Zhang Liang seemed to have changed completely. The rebelliousness was gone, replaced by obedience. "It's okay, I have money." Puffed liar. Zhang Liang grinned widely. Shilei said, "Really? If you had money, why would you be a tutor? This is my hobby. I enjoy watching rebellious girls like you turn over a new leaf and walk the right path. What if you reach the peak of your career and become a strong woman, and your name is on Forbes, while I'm down on my luck? Then you could help me out." Zhang Liang burst into laughter, pointing at Shilei, trying to hold in her laughter, and said, "All right. If I really become a strong woman as you say, you'll be begging at my door, and I'll definitely keep you." After saying that, she laughed so hard she rolled on the bed. Shilei extended his hand, and Zhang Liang happily high-fived him, saying, "Then it's settled. Once a word is spoken, it's hard to retract." Zhang Liang said extravagantly, "Then I must treat you to dinner to curry favor with you. Anyway, don't worry, just stick with me tonight. I guarantee you'll eat and drink to your heart's content." Shilei flicked her shiny forehead. "You wish. Have you finished this week's homework?" Zhang Liang wasn't annoyed. She smiled and said, "I'll do it now. Although there is a lot of homework, I promise to finish it before dinner." Then, Zhang Liang began her homework. And indeed there was quite a bit, with 7 or 8 sheets of various papers. It seemed she was busy. Shilei played with his phone, looking at a book called The Best Divination Master by an author named Xiao Salong, and casually asked, "Aren't you about to have midterms soon? Do you still have midterms in the 3rd year of junior high?" Shilei hadn't thought too much and directly said, "If you can get an average score of over 85 in your midterms, I'll give you a gift." "What do you like?" Zhang Liang exclaimed, "Wow, really? Are you really going to give me a gift?" Shilei nodded and said, "The premise is that you can score an average of 85. Piece of cake. Just wait for me to buy you a gift." "What gift?" "You'll know when the time comes." Zhang Liang was beaming, and the pen in her hand was writing faster and faster. So, Shilei read his book while Zhang Liang did her homework. Shilei thought to himself, if all tutoring jobs were this enjoyable, just supervising kids doing homework would be enough to make a living as a tutor for a lifetime. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and, well, forget about the evening, he still needed time to date. 240 a day, a month, well, it doesn't seem like much, just over 7,000. In the past, Shilei would have thought that a monthly income of over 7,000 was quite good. But now he spent 100,000 every week for 100,000 a month. That 7,000 didn't seem like much at all. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Shilei felt that the black card had spoiled him. 7,000 was more than his parents' combined income, yet he felt dissatisfied. This can't go on. But then again, it had to go on. He needed to spend 400,000 every month, and the burden was heavy. The sky quickly darkened, and at 5:30, Zhang Liang finally threw her pen on the table, stretched, and shouted, "Finally done. Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted." Shilei dutifully checked her work, not to see if she got it right. Because he already knew that as long as Zhang Liang was serious, his current level couldn't teach her much. If she made mistakes, he probably wouldn't get them right either. The test papers and homework were all complete, with comprehensive steps in the humanities and clear steps for the science problems. And she had already used up several sheets of paper for drafts. It looked like she had really put in the effort. All right, let's go eat. Shilei opened a ride-hailing app on his phone and selected a luxury vehicle. He was lucky. A car accepted the order quickly, and it turned out to be a Mercedes-Benz 350, which was actually a bit more upscale than the luxury model. A typical luxury model costs around 600,000 to 700,000, but this car would cost at least 120,000 to 130,000. When they walked downstairs to the community entrance, The car had just arrived. As soon as Zhang Liang saw the car, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, uncle. You really are willing to spend money to impress the ladies, calling for a Mercedes." Shilei gave her a playful hit on the head and said, "What impressing ladies? You're just a little kid, not yet 16. This is just an uncle caring for his niece." Zhang Liang pouted and rolled her eyes, but happily climbed into the car. They soon arrived at the famous tall building. Shilei got out to confirm the payment, and Zhang Liang shamelessly linked her arm with his again. Shilei was somewhat used to it and didn't mind, and the two of them entered the hotel side by side. This was their second visit, and they were clearly much more familiar than last time, heading straight for the corner elevator and pressing the button for the 68th floor. Because it was a direct elevator to the high-altitude restaurant, it only took about 20 seconds to reach the 68th floor. After entering and paying the bill, Zhang Liang made sure not to skimp on herself this time. She wanted to eat everything she saw, and as a result, they ended up dining until 9 o'clock, staying until only their table was left in the restaurant. Chapter 95, Punished Again. Although it was already past 9 o'clock, Zhang Liang looked unhappy after finishing her call with her mother. Shilei looked at her pitiful expression and thought, forget it. Since he wasn't planning to go to bed early anyway, he would have to negotiate with the staff after midnight. Plus, he still had over 200 left in his weekly allowance, which he had to spend. So he said, "All right, today is an exception. Let's go watch a movie. There's a film I want to see." Zhang Liang exclaimed, "Wow." As long as she could be with Shilei, she felt very happy. What they did didn't matter much. "Uncle, you're so bad." While Shilei was buying tickets, Zhang Liang kept making faces at him. Shilei frowned and asked, "What do you mean I'm bad?" Usually, when a guy wants to pursue a girl, he first takes her out to eat and then to a movie. In the dark of the cinema, he can pretend to accidentally touch the girl's hand. If she doesn't mind, it means there's a chance, and then he can hold her hand. After holding hands for a while, he can try to embrace her, and if she doesn't object, haha, then it's basically a sure thing. First, a little kiss on the cheek, then a kiss on the lips, and maybe even a little touch. Zhang Liang's words were not finished, but Shilei's face was already dark. He glanced at the ticket seller, who was looking up at the ceiling with an expression that said, "I didn't hear anything." "But, does your manager know you're acting so exaggeratedly? You should be dragged out and fired. If you can't act, then stop pretending." Shilei took the movie tickets and dragged Zhang Liang outside. The cold wind made them shiver a bit, but Shilei couldn't care about that. He seriously said to Zhang Liang, "Zhang Liang, if you keep acting like this, you won't even have the chance to watch movies in the future, let alone eat out. And I'll tell your mother that I want to quit tutoring. At that time, you can eat with whoever you want and watch movies with whoever you want. As for, quite frankly, I tell you, Zhang Liang, you're still a kid." If it weren't for Shilei not wanting to poke at the girl's sad feelings, he would have simply brushed it off. "You know what? I really don't want to deal with you. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be 16 in December." 16, and you're still a kid. Do you know the legal age of adulthood? 18. Shilei was practically fuming. "Uncle, is it because I'm not pretty enough?" Zhang Liang blinked her big eyes and asked. Her eyelashes longer than those of women who had mascara on, truly a natural beauty that was infuriating. Shilei sighed and said, "You're very pretty. But that has nothing to do with it. Plus, you've seen Yi. She's my girlfriend, you know?" Reluctantly, Shilei had to bring Sun Yi out as a shield. "Come on, I've been chatting with Yi these days. She told me long ago that she grew up with you, childhood sweethearts. And your families hope you two can get together, but you haven't even held hands yet." "We just held hands yesterday." Shilei was speechless. This Sun Yi really was naive. A little kid could easily see through her words. "Just holding hands is just that? I don't care. And I'm not planning to compete with Yi. Yi is too nice. Who would want to compete with her for something?" "Oh, no. Uncle, you're not something." Shilei's face darkened. "You're the one who's not something." Zhang Liang chuckled and said, "I didn't mean it that way. But uncle, you definitely understand what I mean. I'm saying I definitely won't compete with Yi for you. We can just share." Shilei gave her a playful hit. This time, he really used some force. And the crisp hit almost brought tears to Zhang Liang's eyes. "Ouch, uncle, why are you so rough?" Shilei said with a dark face. "This is still light." "What do you mean by sharing? Is there such a thing?" "No, wait, I'm not an object." "No, that's not right. I am an object." "Ugh, you've confused me." Shilei was completely speechless. He realized that as long as he talked to Zhang Liang, his anger wouldn't rise. With this little girl, he really couldn't get impatient or angry. Shilei suspected that if this continued, he would surely be played to death by her. Zhang Liang was instantly stunned. She looked at Shilei with tears glistening in her eyes. "Come on, can you stop that? Sun Yi is like this, and so is Zhang Liang. Are you girls really made of water? Why is everyone so prone to tears?" "No crying." Shilei could only issue a stern ban. Shilei had come to fear her, so he had to say, all right, tell me what you want to eat or drink, and I'll go buy it for you." "My little ancestor." Zhang Liangliang's tears in her eyes disappeared in an instant, and her smile was as bright as during the new year. Popcorn, ice cream, and a cola. Don't be like this, uncle, don't be angry. I promise I won't take advantage of you in the dark in the cinema, okay? Shilei really wanted to curse. And it would be dirty words, but he just glared at Zhang Liangliang. Seeing that it was almost time, he headed straight for the screening hall. After checking tickets and entering, the movie was quite good, one that Shilei had always wanted to see, and it was a comedy. Zhang Liangliang was also very happy watching it, and her popcorn occasionally scattered on his Shilei due to her ringing laughter, which made him helplessly pick them up one by one and eat them. Looking at the time, there were only 10 minutes left until midnight. After accompanying his second sister to have fun all night, Shilei was indeed a bit tired. Although it wasn't far, he still hailed a taxi, sat in the back seat, and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the taxi driver sniffed hard and asked, "Young man, do you smell something strange?" Not saying anything would have been fine, but once he did, Shilei felt a burning pain in his groin and clearly saw a faint mist of blood rising from that area. What the hell? Chapter 96, The Stupid Groundhog. If he were in the dormitory at that moment, Shilei's first reaction would definitely be to take off his pants and see what was going on. What the hell is this? Didn't the quota run out? Why is there a punishment? Moreover, staff, I have unfinished business with you. Why is it such an important part? Fortunately, the blood mist did not last long. Shilei remained silent, and after the driver sniffed a few more times, he seemed to feel that the strange smell was gone and didn't ask further. It seemed to have disappeared. Maybe it was something floating in from outside. Why does it smell so much like blood? And a bit fishy. Could it be that someone is slaughtering sheep in the middle of the night? In the city center? These people are simply lawless. The driver complained a couple of times before arriving at the destination. Shilei threw down the money, covered his groin, and hurriedly ran away. Shilei rushed into a dark alley, not caring about much, opened his phone, and used its dim light to take off his pants. The cold wind was biting, especially in this narrow alley, making Shilei shiver with goosebumps all over. He couldn't care about that. He just wanted to know if it was still there. The sudden soreness just now was fleeting, and soon it was gone. All the way, Shilei only felt a slight numbness in his groin, as if something had disappeared. When he pressed down a couple of times, he surprisingly felt nothing, which made him anxious. It must be there, even if it's a little shorter. It absolutely cannot disappear. Damn, I'm still a virgin. Although I had some inexplicable relationship with EE through clothes, I am still a genuine newcomer. If it disappears, what will I do for the rest of my life? This wouldn't just ruin my happiness, but also my family's happiness and the happiness of two people. Shilei's mind was swirling with these strange thoughts, and he finally felt a weight lift off his heart. Thank goodness, it's still there. But why, just after half an hour, does it look a bit different? Half an hour ago, Shilei had just walked out of the cinema screening room, used the restroom, and saw it with his own eyes. And now, it seemed a bit shriveled due to the sudden pain and the biting cold wind in the alley. Looking quite awkward, but basically still intact. Shilei estimated that the reason he couldn't feel it in the taxi was due to the automatic retraction after the pain and his flustered state. But judging by its appearance, it was still the same proud little brother as before. It definitely looked different, but Shilei couldn't quite articulate what was different. Staring at it for a long time, Shilei suddenly realized, oh my god, it's shorter by a section, so it looks significantly changed from before. It's like someone with long hair suddenly got pulled by the hair and beaten up, leaving a bald patch in the middle while the surrounding hair remains messy and long. This appearance, even if his own parents saw him, they would think their son is still their son, but clearly changed. In fact, there might even be a chance of not recognizing him in a short time. But why? Why should Shilei be punished? Yet now, the staff had imposed a punishment on him. Even if this punishment was actually inconsequential, and one could even say it had some benefits for Shilei. Although he was not the patient with excessive skin, cutting a bit off would only be beneficial and not harmful for his future relationships. It was still not acceptable. If the staff could arbitrarily erase parts of his body like this, today it was cutting that skin, tomorrow it might be cutting his nose, the day after that gouging out an eye, and the day after that cutting an ear. What would Shilei become? Shilei was furious, almost blazing with anger. He wanted to confront the staff for an explanation. Putting on his pants, Shilei felt relieved that it wasn't a big deal. But he was still filled with rage as he headed straight towards a nearby self-service bank. Inserting the black card and entering the password, Shilei waited for the staff to show their full form before cursing loudly. Damn it. Are you sick? Why punish me? Why do surgery to cut that skin? Shilei was furious. The staff seemed to be angered too, as the staff on the screen trembled a bit, as if a person was furious. You dare to curse me, you stupid groundhog. Hey, last time you were a mole, now you're a groundhog. Are you related to rodents? You haven't used up your quota, so of course, you have to be punished. Shilei was very clear that given the current relationship with Zhang Liangliang, they could definitely be considered friends. and it was absolutely fine for him to treat her to dinner. Moreover, if there was a problem with that, then a mere skin cut wouldn't solve it. Although over 2,000 isn't much, it occupies about 2% of the total quota of 100,000. 2%. Even putting the entire little brother in wouldn't be enough. If that's the case, Shilei didn't think there was anywhere he hadn't used up his quota. My quota is all used up. Every transaction is recorded. Shilei angrily opened his phone, pulling up an account book, where apart from today's expenses, every single transaction was clearly recorded. That stinky, fishy thing of yours probably accounts for about 0.038 of your body. Converted to this week's quota, it should be 38 yuan. Think carefully about which 38 yuan hasn't been counted in the quota. Once you figure it out, remember to apologize to me. Otherwise, cursing your esteemed master might also make the staff realize that Shilei has already exposed the so-called master-slave relationship. The staff continued, otherwise, cursing someone as noble as me will lead to punishment. Punishment my ass. Shilei ignored it completely, knowing very well that according to the black card's rules, unless he hadn't used up his quota, he would never face any punishment. However, Shilei was seriously checking the records on his phone, one by one. 38 yuan. That basically could only be taxi fare, such a small amount. Shilei really had no other possible expenses. On the entire week's bill, there was only one entry of 38 yuan, which was recorded on Wednesday afternoon, with the time noted, close to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 97, Mysterious Organization. The taxi fare must be the taxi fare. Shilei was sure that only a 38 yuan fare could be so low. He immediately opened the ride-hailing app and checked the taxi fares for Wednesday. Around noon on Wednesday, there was a 38 yuan fare, and 2 hours later, there was another identical fare. Thinking of this, Shilei's heart sank. He really had overlooked it. Now that Shilei thought back to that day, he remembered that he had called a car to take them to the restaurant. After eating, he mentioned that he had something to do, and later went to the stock exchange to handle account opening procedures, which ended up causing a bit of a commotion. When he came out of the restaurant, the car he had originally called was taken away by those 3 unscrupulous guys before he could get in, since they were going in a different direction. Shilei didn't get in the car and decided not to hurry to the securities company. Instead, he bought a suit in a nearby mall. After buying the clothes, Shilei used a ride-hailing app to call another car and saw that the previous fare was 38 yuan, so he paid it without a second thought. At that time, he didn't think much of it, subconsciously feeling that since he had treated those 3 to a meal worth several thousand yuan, helping them pay for a taxi fare was definitely not a problem. However, he never expected that the issue would arise from this. What a careless mistake. Shilei felt a bit guilty. Fortunately, it was only 38 yuan, which accounted for only 0.038 of his weekly limit, so it was merely a minor loss. If the amount had been a bit higher, he might have ended up losing 1 or 2 of his precious belongings. That would have been truly crippling. Hey, just a few minutes ago, everything was fine, right? Finally remembering why that amount hadn't been counted against the limit? A careless person like you should really be punished more severely, like losing a testicle or something. Shilei's face changed drastically. How vicious was this staff? It actually wanted to cut off one of his testicles. Although everything was still intact, Shilei still felt a pang of discomfort. Since he realized he had wrongly accused the staff, he didn't mind apologizing to it. I'm really sorry. It was indeed my fault for not clarifying and speaking carelessly. My attitude was too poor, and I sincerely apologize to you, esteemed staff. Please forgive me. Although apologizing wasn't really useful, the staff seemed to appreciate it and haughtily replied, "This time I'll reluctantly forgive you, but I don't want to see this happen again. If it happens again, don't blame me for giving you some extra punishment." Shilei curled his lips, not believing it at all. "Great staff, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." The staff grew impatient and said, "Why do you have so many questions?" Shilei chuckled and said, "Great staff, you are indeed born with knowledge, a type of prophet. So you must find my questions a bit troublesome. But as for me, knowing nothing and understanding nothing, when I encounter new problems, I can only turn to a prophet like you for advice." Another subtle flattery. The staff enjoyed it and laughed, saying, "All right, considering your attitude is not too bad. Go ahead and ask." Shilei nodded, thinking that it didn't seem as magical as he had imagined. Even something as powerful as the black card couldn't broadly alter human memory. The staff found it strange and said, "Why do you have such an idea? Was there something wrong during your interaction with it?" Shilei didn't tell the truth, but instead blurred the details. Just like the black card blurred the memories of those people. The staff fell silent for a while, not making any sound. The staff that should have been slowly rotating on the screen was now completely still. Even the vast starry sky in the background seemed to have stopped moving at that moment. Shilei roughly understood. But he had originally thought that the realization of the wealthy card was solely the black card's doing, not realizing it involved an organization. Especially since this organization was so powerful that it could implant and erase memories with such advanced technology. Moreover, Wei Qing was actually their agent, which made it clear how powerful this organization could be. So, Was that mansion also arranged by that organization? Shilei asked again. Chapter 98. The highest level client. In this case, the owner of the mansion didn't need to have their memory erased. After all, with such a commotion in that mansion yesterday, many people, including Wu Dongqing, must have known. No matter how powerful that organization was, it couldn't possibly blur the memories of so many people. I mentioned this to you before. The owner of the mansion simply lent his house to that organization, which then lent it to you. So, while you might worry that the owner of the mansion would know of your existence, it doesn't matter. He definitely wouldn't dare to take any action against you. Otherwise, he would be opposing that organization. Everything he currently possesses was mostly obtained with the help of that organization, and he is very aware of its dangers. Shilei took a deep breath, carefully analyzing everything the staff said, and then said, So, first, the memories of the people who attended the cocktail party yesterday, apart from the staff in the mansion and Wu Haoyuan, will be altered or blurred to varying degrees. Second, since the staff in the mansion knows of my existence, the owner must also know. Third, that organization is also aware of my existence. Fourth, in the eyes of Wu Haoyuan and his family, I have become an unapproachable existence. They will only believe I have a mysterious background. Am I right? Basically correct. Then, a new question arises, esteemed staff. The organization helped me because of your directive. So in this world, aside from those predecessors you've erased, does that organization know of your existence as well? The staff's voice grew cold, saying, Cunning hireling. You actually started probing into information about me and the black card. Hee, interesting. Among so many slaves, only you have the guts to do so. But you were too presumptuous. Do you know what kind of punishment will come from probing into information about the black card? Shilei was secretly shocked, but tried to remain calm. I'm just worried that besides me, there are others who know of your and the black card's existence. This would obviously threaten me. I hope you won't make unnecessary probes in the future, as that could lead to your erasure. But if you're only worried about whether anyone besides you knows about me and the black card, then I can tell you, absolutely not. If the mysterious organization didn't know of your existence, how could they treat your words as oracles? Shilei found it hard to believe. Because I am currently the highest level client of their organization, and I have been in the past, and will be in the future. My directives come with a huge price backing them, and for their top clients, they will certainly treat the client's requests as oracles to execute. So that is how it is. Shilei finally felt relieved. For the sake of his safety, he absolutely didn't want anyone else on this planet to know of the black card's existence. Not even his closest relatives, let alone a powerful, mysterious organization. So, can you tell me more about this organization, esteemed staff? Shilei hadn't used honorifics even when apologizing, but now he did. The staff coldly replied, At your current level, you're not qualified to know anything about that organization. I've said it. The number of people in this world who know about that organization exceed 100,000. When you manage to rise to the top 100,000 of the 7 billion people in this world, you will naturally know everything about that organization. Hey, that is not fair. After all, I am the most special person in this world. I'm the only one who possesses the black card. And I have a mentor like you, right? The staff fell silent for a moment and said, Regarding the organization, once you reach level 3, the access will be opened. The only thing I can tell you about that organization now is that its name is the Eye of the Night. Moreover, within the information system of the Night Eye, your confidentiality level is the highest. Aside from your current public data, no one will be able to know any of your information. And you have also become a VIP client of the Night Eye. From now on, until you reach level 3, I do not want to hear any more questions from you about this organization. In response, Shilei could only nod, firmly remembering the name Night Eye in his heart. However, the staff inadvertently revealed one piece of information. No matter what kind of reward Shilei receives from the black card in the future, even if the events that occur are 1,000 times more extravagant than those brought by the rich card, Shilei does not need to worry about anyone knowing the specifics of these events afterward. After all, participants have either been obscured or had their memories directly erased. And outsiders can only barely know of the event's existence without knowing who the main character is. This at least directly benefits Shilei in hiding the secret of the black card. It also alleviates many of Shilei's concerns. Otherwise, every time he uses functions similar to the rich card, he would probably be filled with anxiety, fearing that he would become a test subject. After all, the things happening to him are too incredible. The staff's voice returned to its previous cold and aloof demeanor, saying, At your current level, I advise you to ponder less. Overthinking will not benefit you much. You haven't even started using that investment golden finger card, which disappoints me. The staff was clearly somewhat surprised. Perhaps in the past, others had obtained this card, but those individuals had performed indiscriminately, querying without care, as querying did not necessarily lead to investment. And if they found that the investment could not yield profit, it would simply be a wasted opportunity to check. Shirley is the first and only one who actually wants to ensure that every investment made through this investment golden finger card yields profit. You really are different from your predecessors. Do you really want to obtain funds that you can control freely? You should know that if you level up a few more times, the amount we grant you will be enough for you to squander recklessly. Whether you have fully controllable funds is not important. The staff seemed to be trying to guide Shirley onto the path taken by his predecessors. Shirley coldly smiled and said, "This is my business. I don't seem to need to explain it to you, do I? I just want to obtain real funds. Not just money that can only be used for consumption. Is that not acceptable? You annoying groundhog. Well, this time there is finally no new species of mice appearing. It seems the staff's vocabulary isn't that rich. Just a moment ago, it was servile, and now it dares to speak to me like this.